Chapter 1: Go on a blind date with the school beauty and get a marriage certificate. It stinks. Chen Chang woke up slowly. The touch on his back was soft and comfortable, but the strong stench at the tip of his nose was unbearable. Damn husky, pooping in the room again. Era is a pet dog. Chen Xiangshan has been wandering for many years and inevitably felt lonely, so he raised one as a spiritual comfort. Judging from the smell, it was probably on his head. Brother, it's time to get up. Today is your blind date. Chen Ling pinched her nose with one hand and held a slightly yellowed white sock with the other hand and put it on her brother's nose. What is this? Chen Chang opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of the young girl beside the bed. He was confused for a moment. Who am I? Who is she? Where am I? After asking the soul 3 questions, a large number of memory fragments in the mind were digested and absorbed. I traveled through time. As a veteran reader of a certain anime, Chen Chang quickly accepted the reality. The original owner was also called Chen Chang. His parents were working class. He had 4 siblings and was the 3rd child in the family. He had just finished the college entrance examination and his academic performance was mediocre. He has accepted a federal job assignment as a factory warehouse watchman. Recently, Federal Matching recommended some blind date candidates, and the girl he is going to meet at noon today happens to be the campus belle of his high school. The girl in front of him is Chen Chang's sister, named Shen Ling. I woke him up with socks at this moment to urge him to go out for a blind date. Wait a minute, my blind date is the school beauty? Chen Chang sat up, knocked off his sister's smelly socks, and a beautiful face appeared in his mind. She is the campus beauty of number 1 high school and also the blind date assigned by the Federation. At noon today, the two will meet to make a two-way choice. Chen Chang silently sorted out the information in his mind. It turns out that there is martial arts in this world, but it is not accessible to the general public. Resources for cultivation are scarce and firmly controlled by the martial arts class. Ordinary people have no way to practice, no skills and no resources. After graduating from high school, ordinary people have only 2 choices. One is to apply for university studies at their own expense and engage in academic or scientific research in the future. The other is to accept federal job assignments and participate in labor. Schoolgirl Xiao has good grades and could easily have continued her studies at her own expense, but she chose to accept the job assignment and the blind date arranged by the Federation. Mostly, their family conditions are poor. Chen Chang recalled that the school beauty who matched him for a blind date was named Xiao Xia. She usually dressed simply, always wearing school uniform and school pants, and her long legs were always covered with a pair of white canvas shoes. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Get up quickly, you're going to be late. This sister-in-law is so beautiful, you have to win her over. As Chen Ling said this, she pounced on him, pinching her smelly socks. Chen Chang stood up and quickly raised his hand to interrupt his sister's spell. At this moment, my brain became dazed. Enjoy life system loading. Loading completed. The more fulfilling your daily life, the greater the rewards. Please enjoy life to the fullest. Chen Chang widened his eyes. Sure enough, the time travel kit the system may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. A lot of information about the enjoyment life system flooded into Chen Chang's mind. It took him a while to digest it and he finally understood what was going on. Enjoy life, especially adult life. So, the blind date at noon must be won. We need to get married as soon as possible. Only after we have a wife can the system be put to good use. Chen Chang swallowed subconsciously. Outer City District, Hepping Street. A restaurant that is exceptionally decorated with lanterns. Chen Chang arrived on time, but he didn't expect that Xiao Xiao, the school beauty, had already arrived. Hello, was it not long? No. Xiao Xia pursed her lips and smiled slightly, shaking her head. Her face looked a little uncomfortable, and her 2 tender white hands were grabbing the corners of her clothes under the table. Chen Chang looked carefully and found that this school beauty was even more beautiful than he had imagined. She was wearing a white shirt with a full chest and the sleeves rolled up, revealing a part of her white forearm. A plain face, without any makeup, with delicate and 3-dimensional features and exceptionally fair and tender skin. The collarbone is faintly visible under the slender snow-white neck, and it can be seen that she has a very good figure. She is the type who looks thin when dressed and has muscles when undressed. Both appearance and figure are top choices. A woman like this, even with the recommendation from the Federal Intelligent Brain, hasn't found a suitable partner yet. Chen Chang recalled the information on the matching system. Candidate, Xiao Xie. Age, 18. Life, 0.7. Education, public high school graduate. Debt situation, none. Job, D16 area equipment operator. Matching fee, 0. Introduction, excellent academic performance, lively and cheerful personality, kind to others, average family values, and weak desire to have children. It seems that most of them were discouraged by her weak desire to have children. Chen Chang had an epiphany. In this society, ordinary families are crazy about internal competition and have as many children as possible, just to produce a martial arts genius who can rely on his talent to become a martial artist and then step into the upper class. From then on, one person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family. But this is not a worry for Chen Chang. He has a system that allows him to become stronger by simply enjoying his adult life. His future is bright and he doesn't have to pin his hopes on having offspring. Chen Chang looked at the beautiful Xiao Siye and asked directly, "When are we going to get the marriage certificate?" "Ah. I've read your information. I don't have any questions." Xiao Siye was stunned. She didn't expect the boy in front of her to be so decisive. "So soon? Why don't you talk to me and think about it?" "I don't plan to have children for the time being." "Can you really accept that?" "Okay, we are still young, there is really no need to have children so early. Just take safety measures when doing it." Chen Chang chuckled. Xiao Siye's pretty face suddenly flushed, and the shyness in her eyes flashed away. She then said, "That's good. Then let's go get the certificate soon?" Chen Chang nodded, "Not in a hurry, order first, and go after you finish eating." The blind date between the two young men and women went exceptionally smoothly, but when they were ordering food and eating, they fell into silence for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, it was the first contact, and the speed and progress of establishing the relationship far exceeded the actual situation. Chen Chang's family conditions are good. Although his parents are just ordinary working class people, they are lucky enough to get a large sum of money from the federal government for demolition, and their conditions are much better than those of ordinary families. It was precisely because of this that he was able to match with Xiao Siya, a high-quality reproductive partner, in the matching system. At least in a physiological sense, the federal system's assessment is excellent. Xiao Siya's own desire to have children is weak, and she can be enlightened and changed. By the way, before we get the marriage certificate, I have something I want to tell you. It's just a small request, and it's okay if you don't agree. Xiao Siya sat up straight, hope in her eyes. Chen Chang took a sip of red wine and nodded slightly. "I have a younger sister who has a good talent for martial arts. Her vitality development is close to 1, but she was injured at the last moment and may have to spend the rest of her life in bed. If our family has the resources in the future, I hope to be able to take care of my younger sister." Xiao Siya blinked and emphasized, "On the premise that it does not affect our lives." Chen Chang didn't comment and waved his hand, "Go get the certificate first." He drank some red wine at lunch and was now feeling tipsy. Looking at the pretty schoolgirl, he just wanted to get the certificate as soon as possible and then take her back to the bridal chamber. Let us see what rewards the Enjoy Life system will give. Chapter 2 Help me take off my pajamas. Smile. Xiao Siya has a beautiful smile, her eyes are bright and lively, and there are dimples at the corners of her mouth. Chen Chang pursed his lips and smiled. With a click, the picture froze. Chen Chang took Xiao Siya's hand, took a simple photo together, and then quickly got the marriage certificate. The federal government is very efficient. As soon as they registered and obtained their marriage certificate, the system allocated the wedding house to them. After obtaining their marriage certificate with federal recommendation, the newlyweds will be given a 60 square meter house to live in. The house is simply decorated and has a poor location in the old city. However, as one of the policy benefits to encourage citizens to get married and have children, what else can you ask for when you get it for free? Although Chen Chang's family is well off, he has many brothers and sisters, and it is impossible for his parents to spend all their savings on him and buy him a wedding house alone. If he wants a big house in the new city, he has to work hard. Brother, you are so awesome. You got the marriage certificate just after meeting such a beautiful sister-in-law. Chen Ling was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, a pair of flip-flops on her feet, and was carrying a stool upstairs in both hands. Although you can move directly into the federal resettlement housing, it comes with almost no household appliances. Chen's father and mother are arranging the family's move for the third child. They have everything they need, including tables, chairs, computers, wardrobes, bedding, almost everything they need for daily use. Chen Chang looked back and saw Xiao Siya accompanying her parents. He raised his hand and scalped his sister's head. Why? Do you look down on your brother so much? No way, my sister-in-law is so beautiful, there should be a lot of people who are suitable for her. She should have a lot of room to choose from. I just didn't expect her to choose you immediately. Chen Ling stuck out her tongue. She knew that her family conditions were decent, but far from being enough to attract someone at first sight. Now that we have the marriage certificate, we can do naughty things. Brother, you better work harder and have more children. Maybe a martial arts genius will emerge, and then I will be the aunt of a martial artist. Go away, little brat, what do you know about being ashamed of? Chen Chang snorted at his sister. During the move, Chen's mother also seized the opportunity to grab her son and asked, Xia doesn't have any debts, right? This daughter-in-law is so beautiful that Chen Chang fell in love with her at first sight. Chen's mother's worry was not without reason. She was afraid that her son would be cheated and his entire life would be ruined. Chen Chang shrugged and shook his head quickly. Don't worry, Mom. Don't worry, it's just that Xia may not want to have a child in the near future. I agree. As he spoke, he was afraid that his mother would pester him, so he added, I will enlighten her about this matter later. Mother Chen was obviously relieved, but then she frowned again. Don't want a child? This is no small matter. You have to persuade her well. Let's not talk about giving birth to a martial arts genius, something like that depends on fate. How come there's only one family in the 39 buildings in this community that has that fate? Just talking about the birth subsidy, the federal government gives a lot, 100,000 per child. You two have just graduated and started working, so it's not a small amount. Chen Chang said perfunctorily, I know. I'll make sure you have a big, fat grandson in 2 years. When Chen's mother heard this, she burst into laughter. The eldest and second sons in the family had good academic performance and both chose to go to college. She and Chen's father chose to support them. Now the eldest and second sons are still studying in college. We don't know when we will achieve success in the future. The third son, Chen Chang, became the first to get married. Now we can look forward to the dream of having grandchildren. Okay, you have to work hard. Mother Chen couldn't stop smiling as she thought about the scene of her holding a big fat grandson in one hand in the future, and left with satisfaction. Wait until Chen's mother goes away. Xiao Xia tiptoed over and asked, What did you and Auntie, Mom say that made her smile so happily? Chen Chang looked at Xiao Xia's curious eyes and said jokingly, I said I would give her a grandson. Didn't we agree not to have children for now? That's all I have to say to get rid of my mom. Don't get excited yet. Seeing Xiao Xia standing up like a frightened deer, Chen Chang stopped joking and didn't take it to heart. People change, especially women, who are even more fickle. Even though Xiao Xia is very tight-lipped and keeps saying no now, she might change her mind in the future and might even want a football team. Night. The lights in Los Angeles are bright, illuminating the entire city in orange. After moving, the two had dinner together at their parents' house. At this moment, Chen Chang was driving Xiao Xia back to his new home. Suddenly, a vehicle with red lights flashed past at high speed, and almost all the vehicles on the road braked and stopped as if they were under a spell. Xiao Xia leaned forward. What happened? There are warriors in that car. Chen Chang looked through the glass window at the speeding vehicle in front of him. The flashing red light on it indicated that there was a warrior on board, and he had used the privilege of absolute priority passage due to an emergency. Xiao Xia's eyes widened and her gaze suddenly shifted to the speeding vehicle in front. Seeing this, Chen Chang chuckled and said, Are you envious? Xiao Xia quickly averted her gaze and shook her head. Being a warrior is too far away for us. My sister has such a rare talent. She doesn't need to take nutrient solution or injections. Just by maintaining basic exercise, her vitality keeps increasing. She was halfway through her words when she took a deep breath and let out a long exhale, but what's the use? Without skills and resources, my vitality will never break through the limit of 1, and I can't truly become a warrior. Xiao Xia's face was depressed when she thought about her sister who had tried her best but collapsed in front of the warrior's gate, suffered a lifelong illness and had to spend the rest of her life in bed. Chen Chang recalled that in this world, vitality is measurable and is a human attribute just like height and weight. The vitality of ordinary people is mostly between 0.6 and 0.8. Those with a score of around 0.9 are gifted elites. They are not only physically strong, but also have sharp minds, and are capable of both literature and martial arts. Those with a literary talent can go to university, do academic research, and engage in cutting-edge technology. Wu Ning can participate in the selection of security guards and do basic security work in the city. A vitality that breaks the barrier of one is the warrior everyone aspires to be. Physically abnormal, almost never exhausted, a 100-meter sprint takes only 3 seconds, and a swift mind, reading 10 lines at a glance, absorbing information at an alarming rate. Chen Chang had just arrived and didn't have a clear understanding of warriors, but based on the descriptions in his memory, he could imagine how powerful a warrior with a vitality of less than 1 would be. Xiao Xie glanced at Chen Chang and saw that he seemed lost in thought. She quickly said, "Chen Chang, that car has gone far away. Let's go home quickly." She forced a sweet smile and quickly changed the subject. She didn't want Chen Chang to think too much about the warrior. What if this person whom she had finally chosen and got married with started to have delusions about warriors? That would be a big trouble. A family's finances that were once good may suddenly become strained, or even quickly go into debt. By that time, not to mention finding an opportunity to help her sister, her own life would be ruined. Night. On a soft big bed. Chen Chang finished washing up first and lay down in a big letter shape. From time to time, the sound of running water could be heard by my ears. Xiao Xie was taking a bath in the bathroom. This federal resettlement housing is still a bit small. The master bedroom only has a double bed and a wardrobe, and the space is almost squeezed out. Now that I'm out of bed, I can't even come up with a new trick. Chen Shan complained in his heart while listening to the sound of running water and daydreaming. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Xiao Xie stuck her head out, water droplets were flowing on her delicate face, her wet hair was draped on both sides, and half of her snow-white shoulders and neck were exposed. "Help me take off my pajamas." Chapter 3 Wife, it's time for morning exercise. Xiao Xie's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were full of ripples, like a flower in bud about to bloom. On the first day of their acquaintance, they went on a blind date, got their marriage certificate, and moved in all at once. Just before taking a shower, she felt a little nervous when she thought about what was going to happen in the evening, and even forgot to take the clothes she needed to change. Her voice was very soft, almost as soft as a mosquito buzzing in your ear. Chen Chang was so thirsty from watching this that his mouth was dry. When he heard the sweet voice, he suddenly felt itchy and jumped out of bed and ran over. "Okay, I'll get it for you." What are you doing? Let me put on my pajamas first." Xiao Xie's delicate body was tense. "Chen Chang, the night is long, it's not too late to put it on after going to bed. Why wear pajamas now? It's useless to wear them." Xiao Xie's face flushed and her eyes avoided. A pair of long legs with beautiful curves, taut arches and toes curled together. She looked at Chen Chang, her new partner, with evasive eyes. "My heart is pounding." Seeing this, Chen Chang could no longer remain calm. The moon and stars are sparse. Chen Chang's mind was a little empty, and he lay quietly on the bed. To be honest, he was a little scared. People say that beautiful women are like withered bones. This is only the first day of getting the marriage certificate. What will happen in the future? With my current physical condition, I can't bear it. I'm still a little overworked. Before he knew it, the exhausted Chen Chang fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, the first ray of light shines into the house through the window. Chen Chang woke up slowly and looked at the white and tender little hand on his chest, and couldn't help but be dazed. In the blink of an eye, I am in this different world, I have my own home and a beautiful wife. At this moment, lines of information emerged. Enjoy Life system is officially activated. You spent a harmonious day with Xiao Xie. Rating, S reward, 5 cultivation points. You have achieved S-level evaluation for the first time, and are rewarded with a technique, the Starry Body Tempering Technique. Immediately afterwards, another illusory panel appeared. Name, Chen Chang. Life, 0.7. Life level, unentered. Farming points, 5. Partner, Xiao Xie favorability 60. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique level 1010. Martial arts, none. Looking back and forth at the information on the panel and the system prompts, Chen Chang took a long breath and secretly clenched his fists. Finally, the system has been officially activated and the rewards are in hand. Chen Chang took Xiao Xie's hand away, got up and got out of bed. Wu Xiao Xie muttered, turned over and continued to sleep. It was summer, the weather was hot, the air conditioner was on in the room, and the quilt they covered themselves with was very thin. The smooth ice silk perfectly outlines the body curves. Chen Chang looked at the graceful curves. Once you get used to it, you will inevitably be reluctant to leave. But he still held back and stood facing the window in the small space beside the bed. Let's try this star body tempering technique first. I hope the results won't disappoint. Recalling the information in his mind, Chun Chang's breathing became rapid. The Federation has extremely strict control over martial arts techniques and resources, and ordinary people have no chance to access them. One reason is that martial arts resources are extremely scarce, and the other is that the martial arts community is extremely xenophobic. Martial artists often only learn martial arts in martial arts families and within existing circles. For people outside the circle who want to join the martial arts circle and obtain the skills, only the geniuses among geniuses have a chance. It is a single plank bridge, but also a path to heaven. Without any martial arts skills, one's vitality breaks through the limit of one and becomes a true warrior. Such geniuses will have the opportunity to gain the favor of martial arts families and be invited to join. Or they may be recruited by the Federation and become a member of the Federation's big ship. Chen Chang tried hard to remain calm. His breathing rate became strange, his body suddenly relaxed, every muscle, every organ, every cell was immersed in it. There is an invisible light shining in the starry sky. Strands of energy fell on Chun Chang's body, and were then attracted, absorbed, and refined by the martial arts technique. His whole body was immersed in a warm torrent. Chen Chang subconsciously closed his eyes and began to enjoy the pleasure brought by the body tempering method. After about 10 minutes, the warmth faded. Chen Chang stopped practicing and clenched his fists. This technique is really powerful. In just 10 minutes, I feel stronger. It's a pity that my body can't sustain this state of cultivation for too long. Life, 0.7. Farming points, 5. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 1 0.0210. Chen Chang glanced at the panel and frowned. The progress has only increased by 0.02? That's less than 1%. It's not that hard work is useless, but it can be said that it is not very useful. With a thought, he put all his cultivation points on the plus sign behind the starry body tempering technique. In an instant, thousands of stars fell. It transformed into strands of invisible and intangible energy, flowing into Chun Chang's body and beginning to strengthen every inch of his flesh and blood cells. A strange feeling 1,000 times stronger than before, spreading throughout my body and filling my mind. Chen Chang groaned uncontrollably. When the strange feeling disappeared, he felt his body was full of energy, and the fatigue from last night was swept away. He looked at the panel in joy. Life 0.8. Farming points, 0. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 1 5.00210. Life force increased directly by 0.1? Chen Chang was shocked. The development and growth of vitality is extremely difficult, especially for ordinary people. People with excellent physical foundations often find it difficult to increase their vitality by 0.1 even with the most arduous training and nutrient supplementation for several years. Many vitality development enthusiasts cannot increase their vitality by even 0.1 points in their entire lives. This is the power of the technique. Perhaps this is the reason why the Federation controls the technique. If the technique were to be made public, it's very likely that everyone would be able to break through one in vitality, and everyone would become a superhuman. At this moment, Xiao Xia woke up and looked over, rubbing her beautiful eyes. You are up so early? Seeing this strange yet familiar partner standing in a strange posture, it seems like he is exercising? A bad premonition arose in her heart. He's not practicing martial arts, is he? Xiao Xia's heart was trembling, and she sat up. The ice silk quilt slipped off, revealing her snow-white neck. Are you practicing exercise? Yes, honey, you got up at the right time. It's time for morning exercise. Chen Chang nodded. The starry body tempering technique is only 5 points away from a breakthrough. If this technique breaks through to level 2, the vitality will surely increase even more. Just work hard. It seems that it will only take a few days for the vitality to break the limit of 1 and become a warrior. Chapter 4 3 meals a day, Quasi-Warrior. Oh, no. Xiao Xia exclaimed, her face suddenly flushed. His eyes were full of disbelief. He was busy all night last night, how come Chun Chang is still so energetic? She was still very weak at the moment and was too lazy to even move a finger. However, having tasted the sweetness, she reluctantly let Chen Chang pick her up by the waist. The two of them then started doing the 69th set of federal radio gymnastics in the small space by the window. In the blink of an eye, it was night. The newlyweds' room is filled with the breath of life. Two naked bodies lay on the big bed. Xiaoxia's hair was disheveled, and sweat had wet her hair many times, wet and dry, dry and wet again. Now the frenzy subsided, and she looked at the man beside her with a dazed look in her eyes. Quietly enjoyed the afterglow of sweat after exercise. Chen Shang held Xiaoxia's white and tender hand, thinking in his heart whether he should work hard again after dinner. The ratings for daily life are divided into 7 levels: SSS, SS, A, B, C, and D. Yesterday he tried his best and reached the peak together with Xiaoxia, achieving an S-level evaluation. I wonder if today's life can achieve SS-level evaluation. No matter what, you should at least give me a couple more points, right? I really gave it my all today, working even harder than yesterday. The two of them huddled together and rested for a while. Xiaoxia suddenly turned over and lay on Chen Shang, her chin knocking against each other, their eyes meeting. She asked worriedly, "Husband, were you practicing martial arts this morning?" "Well, how did you tell that?" Chen Shang did not hide anything and admitted it generously. Xiaoxia's eyes suddenly filled with tears as she sobbed, "Please stop practicing, okay? The martial arts community doesn't want to accept outsiders, nor does it want anyone to join." When she thought of her naturally gifted sister, who was now lying on a hospital bed, relying on potions to stay alive every day, she had lost both her life and her money for the unattainable martial arts. She finally found a suitable partner with good family conditions who was willing to accept her views on fertility. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxia saw her partner was going to practice martial arts, and she almost cried in anxiety. Chen Shang did not explain, but just responded with a confident smile, clasped his hands together and hugged the beauty in his arms tightly. Xiaoxia was very anxious. Without a technique, it's almost impossible to become a martial artist. Besides, you're already 18. There's no hope of developing your vitality. Seeing this, Chen Shang patted his wife on the back and said, "I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work in a couple of days, forget it." "Real? I'm not lying to you." Xiaoxia stared at her partner's eyes for a few seconds. Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, she relaxed a little, and her tense body immediately softened. Suddenly, her face turned red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and shame. "Why are you doing this again? No, your body will collapse like this. I'm going to make dinner. I haven't had a proper meal today." Xiaoxia quickly climbed up from Chen Shang as if escaping, hurriedly put on a shirt and ran to the kitchen. The aroma soon wafted over. Chen Shang smelled the fragrance, which was far beyond his expectations. "I didn't expect that this school beauty wife has such good skills." The dinner was very sumptuous, with 3 meals and a soup, which was more than enough for 2 people to finish. Looking at the delicious dinner, his appetite was aroused. Now he was hungry and tired, so he started to wolf it down. "Eat slowly, don't choke. There are still dishes. I made a lot." Seeing that Chen Shang was enjoying his meal, Xiaoxia was very satisfied. After taking a bite of the dish, she stood up and brought another plate of steaming hot food from the kitchen. "The oysters are steamed. Eat a few more. A partner with good health is the foundation of a happy life." She recalled the absurd life of that day and night, and Chen Xianlong's vigorous appearance flashed through her mind from time to time. She pursed her lips and said coquettishly, "Never again." "How?" Chen Shang grinned wickedly and asked deliberately. Seeing this, Xiaoxia stretched out her long legs in flip-flops, stepped on Chen Shang's feet under the table, raised her eyebrows and snorted. "Ouch! It hurts." Pompous. The next morning. The first ray of light filtered through the window and fell into the room. Chen Shang opened his eyes and looked at the prompt expectantly. "You spent a perfect day with Xiaoxia, rating S, reward cultivation points, 5. Still only S rating and 5 cultivation points? Yesterday was 3 meals a day. Judging from Xiaoxia's feedback, the quality should be higher than the night before. I don't know what the rules of this life scoring system are. From a preliminary perspective, it seems that it has nothing to do with the frequency." Chen Shang felt a little relieved when he thought of this. As for other aspects, he had many guesses, but they could only wait for later testing and verification. Add some more first, star body tempering technique, max it out. 5 cultivation points, pouring down on the plus sign. Earth-shaking changes occurred out of nowhere in Chen Chang's body, and warmth surged like a flood. The abnormality comes quickly and disappears quickly. Before Chen Shang had time to fully appreciate this change, he felt his body suddenly filled with energy. He clenched his fists, and it seemed as if an explosive force was surging. "I feel so powerful. Now I can probably lift Sia up easily with one hand. My mind has become extra clear, I seem to have become smarter. Name, Chen Chang. Life, 0.95. Life level, unentered. Farming points, 0. Partner, Xiao Sia favorability 65. Kung Fu, star body tempering technique level 2 0.0220. Martial arts, none. Chen Chang looked at the panel carefully, a look of joy on his face. After breaking through the starry body tempering technique, my body actually underwent a transformation. My vitality increased by 0.15. Now my vitality is 0.95, reaching the threshold of a quasi-warrior. Becoming a warrior should be easy, but don't be too happy too soon. Too many martial arts geniuses have fallen between the ranks of quasi-warriors and warriors. After your vitality reaches 0.95, the difficulty of increasing it will increase exponentially. The Federation strictly controls the exercises and does not allow them to be accessed by the public, but the boundaries and divisions of life force are still public and widely circulated. Chen Chang knew all this, but he was not too worried. I'm not a genius, but I have a cheat. As long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. If you persist in cultivating and gaining points, you will eventually become a warrior. Facing the morning light, Chen Chang starts a beautiful day. He stood in a strange posture and began to practice the star body tempering technique through sweat. It took nearly 10 minutes before the attack was over. Life, 0.95. Kung Fu, star body tempering technique level 2 0.0420. As Chen Chang expected, the vitality remained motionless. The proficiency of the starry body tempering technique has steadily increased by 0.02. It can't be compared with the effect of adding points, but it's better than nothing. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. 0.02 a day is equivalent to 6 points of harvest accumulated in a month. Not bad. Chen Chang glanced at the sleeping beauty on the bed and muttered softly. Chapter 5 Family Gathering. When Xiao Xia woke up, she saw Chen Chang standing beside the bed. She had been tormented all day and night, and now she was still exhausted. She suppressed her fatigue and said, So early, are you practicing martial arts again? With Chen Chang's assurance yesterday, Xiao Xia knew that he was just giving it a simple try and had no obsession with becoming a warrior, so she was not as worried as she was the first time. How's the effect? You're already 18, it's normal that there's no change. Not bad. I feel my vitality has loosened up. Now my body is full of energy. Honey, don't you think I'm really a genius? Chen Chang came to the bed with a smile and asked while pinching Xiao Xia's 2 white feet. Don't do anything rash so early in the morning. Xiao Xia's feet were very sensitive. Her delicate body went limp as she was pulled to the end of the bed. She exclaimed in surprise and then said, Impossible, that was just an illusion. Everyone who tries to develop their life force and wants to become a warrior will inevitably have this illusion at first. Is that so? Chen Chang pretended to be silent and did not explain anything. After all, this Enjoy Life plugin was a bit too powerful. It made him a quasi-warrior in just 2 days, and his vitality increased by 0.25, directly reaching 0.95. This speed is probably unprecedented in the history of the Federation. If it were to be made public, I wonder what kind of waves it would cause. His wife, the school beauty, with whom he had only been intimate for 2 days, was the closest person to him and she would probably be frightened to death. After the Federation learns of the situation, will it send people to capture him and slice him up for research? Chen Chang was unsure. Based on his understanding of the Federation, this was very likely. Apart from the Federation, there would be many martial arts families secretly taking action. After the couple finished doing the 69th set of Federal Radio morning exercises, eat breakfast together at the dining table. Milk, eggs, lamb kidneys. They were all carefully prepared by Xiao Xia. She drank the hot milk with her small, rosy lips. After taking several sips, she licked the milk that overflowed from the corner of her mouth and said, Eat more and have a good rest today. Why don't you go back to work tomorrow? Save your wedding leave for later. To be honest, she was almost exhausted these 2 days. Wasn't he agreed that only tired cows would be spared? Xiao Xia felt that she had been deceived by her best friend, and that her partner was tireless at all. Chen Chang didn't respond, but instead said, We're going back to our parents' house tonight. My sister is back from Magic City University, and she brought you a gift. My sister is studying at Shanghai University? Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. Her beautiful eyes were long and curved, and the envy in her eyes was undisguised. With her grades, she can get into almost any university in the Federation. He did not apply to college, but chose to accept a federal job assignment and start a family early, simply because his family's financial situation was poor. My younger sister risked her life to practice martial arts, and almost drained the family's savings, making the already poor family even worse off and leaving them with a lot of debt. Yes, my eldest sister is amazing. She can waive half of the tuition every year, and she also has a scholarship that can almost cover the tuition. Speaking of this sister, Chen Chang's face showed reminiscence and admiration naturally. Xiao Xia nodded. After putting down my work, I went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then spent a long time putting on makeup. Chen Chang was holding his urine and was waiting in the living room impatiently, but when Xiao Xia finished putting on her makeup and came out, all his impatience disappeared. As a common campus beauty in No. 2 high school, her beauty is unquestionable, with delicate and three-dimensional facial features, and she becomes even more charming after putting on makeup. Wife, it's still early, why don't we do another set of gymnastics to exercise our bodies and minds? Chen Chang's eyes lit up, and after looking at his watch, he was eager to try. I have to say, this is also related to the vitality soaring to 0.95. After a night of hard work, the body is not tired or empty, but full of energy. Ta, pa, pa. Xiao Xi spat at her partner several times, quickly walked to the door, took out the high heels she bought for her wedding, and put them on lovingly. After she put on her high heels, she stood up, her slender figure becoming even taller. She took 2 steps on the spot and said, "Go back early and help mom and dad with the housework." She hadn't recovered from the 2 days of madness with Chen Chang, and now she felt her thighs were weak even when she was standing. Chen Chang had no choice but to give up. There is a long way to go, and this life enjoyment system will not run away anyway. In the long run, it is indeed necessary to take it slow and steady to ensure stable point income every day. Hepping Community, Building A, Room 1205. Chen Chang brought Xiao Xia to his parents' home. Xiangzi and Xie are back. It's a good time for them to sit for a while and prepare to have dinner. Shen's mother had sharp eyes and caught a glimpse of her son and daughter-in-law from a distance in the kitchen. There were 3 people sitting in the living room, 1 adult and 2 children. They are Chen Chang's eldest sister, and younger brother. The eldest sister Chen Wenwen is dressed fashionably, just like other white-collar workers in the city. You can't tell at all that she is still in college. She is currently distributing gifts to her younger brother and sister-in-law. Xiangzi is here. Is this your sister-in-law? She's much prettier in person than in the photo. Chen Wenwen walked up to him with a smile on her face and patted Chen Chang on the shoulder. Hello, big sister. Xiao Xie greeted with a smile. Sister, you are very strong, be gentle. Chen Chang shook his shoulders and replied in an exaggerated manner. The eldest sister Chen Wenwen, although she is a top student and looks weak, she actually has a heroic spirit. When he was a child, he often fought with Chen Chang and had an absolute advantage for many years. A few days ago, Chen Chang really couldn't resist being slapped so hard by his elder sister. Ha! Xiangzi, you seem to have grown a lot stronger? Chen Wenwen keenly discovered that something was wrong. This younger brother, who had been beaten by her for being fat since childhood, had become much stronger. You can see that? You are worthy of being the eldest sister. You have been getting up early to exercise with Xia these days, and you are more energetic than before. Chen Chang smiled naively, his words half true and half false. Xiao Xia couldn't help but think of her life over the past 2 days, and her face flushed uncontrollably. Is it true? This is the effect after just 2 days of exercise? Chen Wenwen didn't believe it, but didn't delve into it. Anyway, this is a good thing. Her previous little brother was too timid, and she was worried that her sister-in-law would be dissatisfied. Come on, Xie. I heard from Chen Chang that you like Xiaohua brand shoes, so I brought you a pair this time. They are designed by the original factory in Shanghai. Do you like the style? Chen Wenwen took her sister-in-law Xiao Xia's hand and walked towards the living room in a very imposing manner. Xiao Xia picked up the shoes, and the love in her beautiful eyes could not be hidden. Sister, I'm sorry for the expense. Money is nothing. As long as you like it, that's all. Chen Wenwen was very satisfied to see her sister-in-law couldn't let go of the shoes. She glanced back at Chen Chang and said, if Chen Chang bullies you in the future, just kick him with these shoes on. I guarantee he won't dare to fight back. Chen Ling and Chen Hua covered their mouths and laughed secretly. Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes and smiled, okay. Chen Shang spread his hands and glanced at his elder sister. Lunchtime. The whole family happily gathered around the table to eat. Xiao Xia is beautiful, sensible, gentle and likable, and has become the treasure of the Chen family. Chen's mother and Chen Wenwen sit on her left and right, constantly picking up food for her. Father Chen said at the right time, "On, you are not young anymore. After you have settled your job, it is time to find a partner and get married and start a family. Dad, I'll be very busy with work after graduation, so I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of them for a while. If you and Mom are anxious to have a grandchild, you can supervise Changzi and Xia." Seeing the fire burning on her, Xiao Xia was very anxious and at a loss. The doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 6 Coercion. Chen Wenwen's expression changed. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'll go open it." Mother Chen was about to get up, but when she saw this, she stopped and just looked towards the door curiously. Father Chen glanced at his eldest daughter's back and slowed down his chewing. Chen Ling and Chen Hua, a brother and sister who were fighting over the lobster at the table, didn't care much about the guests and continued to fight with their chopsticks. Chen Shang took in the expressions of the entire family. As a quasi-warrior, his vitality reaches 0.95. His perception is sharp and has gone beyond the scope of ordinary people. My eldest sister looked flustered when she heard the doorbell. What is she worried about? Chen Wenwen, wearing pink slippers, trotted to the door and gently opened it a crack. "Why are you here?" "I said I would think about it." "Consider?" The man outside the door had a heroic face, but his complexion was a little pale, his eyeballs were sunken, and the area around his eye sockets was dark, which made him look a little creepy. Zhou Tian put his hand on the door and pushed it open with force. He chuckled and said, "No matter how outstanding you are just a recent graduate. Our Tiancong company is one of the top 500 companies in the Federation. How can we offer you such a good salary? Do you need to consider it for so long?" Chen Wenwen stumbled a step and forced a stiff smile. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for your company's kindness. Please give me 2 more days." "Chen Wen, I'm not here to discuss this with you. You don't want your parents and your brother to lose their jobs accidentally, do you?" "You?" Zhou Tian sneered and whispered into Chen Wenwen's ear, "I've got you." Chen Wenwen took 2 steps back, feeling both ashamed and angry. She didn't expect Zhou Tian to just stop pretending. What to do? If it was just an ordinary federal company, Chen Wenwen would still dare to fight against it. If they are all ordinary people, federal law will not favor anyone and can still be trusted. Her teacher at Shanghai University was quite famous and had some influence in society, which was enough to protect her. But the Zhou Tian in front of him was different. His Zhou family was a martial arts family. Tiancong Company was an ordinary federal company on the surface, but in fact it was controlled by the Zhou family. A company controlled by a martial arts family is not something she can resist. Chen Wenwen felt sad and said, "Boss Zhou, I promise you." She didn't want her parents to be affected because of her, especially her younger brother Chen Shang, who had just been married for 2 days. If he became unemployed, he would probably never find a decent job again in his life under the control of the martial arts family. Hateful warrior. This Zhou Tian, whom she hated, was not even a warrior, not even a quasi-warrior. He could do whatever he wanted only by relying on the power of the warriors in his family. Zhou Tian read the disgust and humiliation in Chen Wenwen's eyes. So what if he looks down on me? Aren't I just bowing my head and surrendering now? It won't be long before she lets him do whatever he wants. Zhou Tian grinned and patted her shoulder. "I'll see you at the company at the end of this month." Chen Wenwen watched Zhou Tian leave triumphantly. Her heart sank. "On, your friend? Why don't you invite him to your house for dinner?" When she sat back at the dinner table, Chen Wenwen adjusted herself and her complexion returned to normal. When she heard her father's question, she stammered. "Yeah, he was going to have an interview nearby and stopped by to ask me about campus recruitment. I seem to have heard something about Tiancong Company." "Is that the one?" That's a big company, one of the Fortune 500. Chen's mother clicked her tongue. Father Chen stopped talking and lowered his head to eat his meal. Xiao Xia's seat was facing the door, so she could clearly see Zhou Tian's expression. She roughly guessed some of the content of the conversation. Moreover, for some reason, she always felt that she had seen Zhou Tian somewhere. His eyes were a little confused at this moment, and he looked at his partner frequently. But I found that Chen Shang was like a glutton, constantly stuffing food into his mouth, and most of the dishes on the table went into his stomach. Xiao Xie couldn't help but be stunned, and couldn't help but wonder if she had made a hasty decision when she went on a blind date the day before yesterday. After spending the past 2 days together, I've discovered that besides being very capable, Chen Chang is also a great eater. Apart from these two things, he seems to do nothing else. Oh, that's not right. He also tried to practice martial arts, but fortunately he did not get addicted to it, so he was able to keep the money in the card for the time being. Horror. After Chen Chang ate all the dishes on the table, he burped. He smiled at his school beauty wife and asked, "Is there a flower on my face?" His vitality reached 0.95, and as a quasi-warrior, his hearing and vision were greatly enhanced. Chen Chang heard every word of the conversation between the elder sister and Zhou Tian at the door. Based on the conversation, I can basically guess what happened. Although his expression was normal at the moment, his heart was not at peace. Tiancong Company is one of the top 500 companies in the Federation, and it has the shadow of a martial arts family behind it. This CEO is most likely from the Zhou family. Otherwise, Big Sister won't compromise easily. Driving home, Xiao Xie was absent-minded, wondering where she had seen Zhou Tian. I've definitely seen it. Xiao Rua? Xiao Xie's body tensed up suddenly, and hatred flashed in her eyes. She remembered that Zhou Tian was her sister Xiao Rua's ex-boyfriend. Before my sister's health collapsed, she had a promising future in martial arts and her vitality was growing rapidly. After becoming a quasi-martial artist, she met Zhou Tian from some unknown source. The photo of the two of them was used as the lock screen of my sister's phone. Xiao Xie caught a glimpse of it accidentally. Not long after that, something went wrong in my sister's martial arts training, and her body was severely damaged. She was left with an incurable disease, her potential was exhausted, and she had to spend the rest of her life in bed. Later, Xiao Xie discovered that her sister's phone lock screen had been changed. Could it be that my sister's martial arts training was influenced by him? How could he forget his sister so quickly and find another woman? Chen Chang noticed that Xiao Xie was in a bad mood and asked, "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Xie did not hide anything and said, "The man who came to see me just now was my sister's ex-boyfriend." "Husband, you must remind my eldest sister that he is not a good person." Xiao Xie repeated what she knew. "Yes, I will." Chen Chang nodded. If his previous speculation was based on the conversation, it was that Zhou Tian had other intentions towards the eldest sister, and it was not just that he valued her abilities and wanted to sign her into the company. Now, it can be confirmed that Zhou Tian has taken a fancy to the elder sister and wants to force her. "You're just a relative of a warrior, yet you dare to be so arrogant?" Chen Chang didn't check Zhou Tian's vitality at that time, but in his perception, it would definitely not exceed 1, and it was not even 0.95. Could having a warrior behind him give him such courage? This is a complete disregard of federal law and does not treat ordinary people as human beings. But Chen Chang thought again, it seems that most of the crappy federal laws are about clarifying the rights of warriors. But fortunately, I will soon become a warrior. Waiting for an evil dragon is actually me? Chen Chang stepped on the accelerator suddenly and laughed at himself out of anger. Chapter 7 Human Limits, Xiao Xie's Changes. 3 days later. The first rays of light in the morning shine through the window into the room filled with a lewd atmosphere. Xiao Xie lay on the bed, breathing slowly, sleeping soundly. Chen Chang woke up on time, moved his two long python-like legs, and got out of bed alone. You spent a perfect night with Xiao Xie, rating, S, reward cultivation points, 5. A familiar reminder floated by, but Chen Chang frowned. Still can't break through the S rank rating? What conditions must be met to obtain a higher system rating? During these 3 days, Chen Chang and his wife tried every possible method to improve the evaluation. What COS, 5 sets of fierce attacks, and even learned a lot of new knowledge. In order to improve the evaluation and obtain better rewards, Chen Chang had to spend a lot of time and effort to get Xiao Xie to agree to try it with him. But today's ratings and rewards remain unchanged. Still S level, 5 cultivation points. Forget it. Maybe I'm just mistaking my thinking for the better. I haven't truly enjoyed life and haven't further improved the quality of life. Of course, it could also be that I need Xie to have a higher level of favor with me. Use up all the points first and see if I can break through to become a warrior. Chen Chang was thinking in his mind and looked at the panel. Life, 0.95. Life level, unentered. Farming points, 15. Partner, Xiao Xie favorability 65. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique level 2 0.0820. Martial arts, none. After accumulating points for 3 days, Chen Chang didn't add them immediately in the first 2 days. He kept some points to deal with emergencies. For example, if you can successfully achieve SS level evaluation, you may get better skills rewards or martial arts moves. 15 points, if I put all of them into it, I can bring the starry body tempering technique close to level 3. I wonder if it's enough to break through to the martial artist level. Chen Chang didn't know much about the martial arts. The Federation strictly controls the exercises, and it is difficult for ordinary people to access relevant information. I have no idea about the quality, grading, etc. of the skills. The version circulating online is that the quality of a martial artist's martial arts is divided into 7 grades, and each martial art is divided into 10 levels according to proficiency. Every level of improvement in martial arts proficiency will bring about huge changes. Chen Chang had heard something about it, but he didn't dare to believe it. He had no idea what level the starry body tempering art, a martial art rewarded by the system, would be in the Federation. Given the system's impressive quality, it's a pretty good reward for achieving an S rank rating for the first time. Add some more. In a flash, all 15 cultivation points were invested in the star body tempering technique. Deep in the starry sky, starlight surged, creating colorful ripples. They turned into the most refined and pure energy, shooting towards the blue star. At a certain moment, Chen Chang seemed to be assisted by God, and a large number of memories appeared in his mind out of thin air. Those were the years when he practiced the star body tempering technique, in the mountains, under bridges, and by the sea, exposed to wind and sun, regardless of weather. With a crackling sound, thunder exploded. Chen Chang suddenly jumped up from the bedside, stood on the windowsill, and looked down uncontrollably. Outside the window, crowds of people are surging and traffic is converging. Countless ordinary people are busy working to make a living. A warrior, I haven't achieved it yet, I'm still one step away. Chen Chang's heart was pounding, but he slowly calmed down the shock in his heart, feeling this strange yet familiar body. He felt as if he had endless energy, his brain was empty and his mind was sharp. There were many things I couldn't understand in the past, but now I understand them after a little thought. Life, 0.99. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 215.0820. Just try harder tonight. No matter how difficult it is to be a warrior, you should be able to break it tomorrow. Chen Chang clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He didn't believe that even after breaking through level 3 of the starry body tempering technique tomorrow morning, he still wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck of being a warrior. At this time, Xiao Siyai woke up. She turned over, her snow-white body curvaceous and graceful. She looked at Chen Chang and said coquettishly, "Hubby, my throat is so dry. Hurry and get me a glass of water." She looked resentful and touched her neck. Chen Chang gave a wicked laugh, then silently jumped off the windowsill and poured a glass of water. "By the way, what are you doing standing on the windowsill?" Xiao Siya took several gulps and drank too quickly. A few drops slid down the corners of her mouth and flowed all the way to her chest. Practicing martial arts and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon will help develop your vitality. Chen Chang came forward and said, "I'm thirsty. I can't waste it." "Ah." Xiao Siya blushed and finally pushed Chen Chang away. Then she realized, strange, I feel extra energetic today. I don't feel tired at all like I did a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang thought for a moment and soon came up with a possible answer, which was the life essence of a quasi-warrior. He smiled at Xiao Siya and said, "Of course. Don't you think about how many supplements you drank last night?" Evening. Xiao Siya felt more energetic than ever before. I have more energy when cooking. Could it be that Chen Chang's martial arts training is really effective? She thought of the embarrassing things that happened last night and couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting hot. "Hubby, if you really have a talent for martial arts, I think you can give it a try. Use the money at home when it's needed. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Just don't take any risks." At the dinner table, Xiao Siya drank chicken soup to cleanse her stomach. She looked at Chen Chang, pondered for a moment, and then said that she still had no hope of becoming a warrior. The Federation does not open the door to warriors to ordinary people. It is also a good thing to properly develop some vitality and make the body better. Just don't be too greedy and reckless, don't be too eager to develop your vitality, force yourself to exercise too much, and don't break your body down like your sister did. Chen Chang was surprised. He took a piece of wife cake and ate it while laughing. "Aren't you afraid that I will spend all my money?" After spending a few days together, the two became more familiar with each other and adapted very well to the current model in the Federation of getting married first and then dating. Xiao Xie is a little money grubber who attaches great importance to money. She basically tries to save as much as possible on family expenses. Perhaps it is because she has lived through too many hard times, and this is a habit she developed in her original family. Chen Shang had never expected that his parents would open up their wallets and support him in practicing martial arts. I'm afraid, but it's your money. And you have a bit of talent for martial arts, don't you? Even if you can't become a warrior, developing some vitality wouldn't be bad, especially since you're so lustful, huh? It's all your fault. Chen Shang took a sip of chicken soup and felt warm. He spread his hands towards Xiao Xie. He would never admit that he was lustful. I work hard every day, half for the sake of obtaining system rewards, and the other half because my school beauty wife is so attractive. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, it is difficult for him to refuse the fairy-like woman beside him after he has tasted the sweetness of her. Xiao Xie pretended to be angry, puffed up her cheeks, stretched out her long legs under the table, and stepped precisely on Chen Chang's foot. Chapter 8 Warriors, Black Market. Another day later. The sky suddenly brightened and the morning light shone into the house. Chen Chang woke up on time and looked at the prompts passing by. You spent a wonderful night with Xiao Xie, rating, S, reward cultivation points, 5. He skillfully moved the large white legs around his abdomen and got out of bed alone. Star body tempering technique, add points. With a thought, Chen Chang's breathing quickened slightly. This time he would most likely be able to break through the limit and truly become a warrior. Countless fragments of memory emerged. It was him practicing the starry body tempering technique, not eating or drinking, not sleeping, using his body to attract the brilliance of the stars. At the end of the scene, he transforms into a man of light. Chen Chang's mind was filled with enlightenment, and his body began to quietly transform. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, similar to the feeling he had every time he soared into the sky. Every inch of flesh and blood, every cell in the body is cheering and evolving. Ha! At the last moment of the transformation, Chen Chang felt his body expand strongly, like a balloon filled with air. He exerted force with his feet and jumped up lightly. One step onto the smooth stone tiles of the windowsill. The whole person stood in a one-legged position, exerted force on the abdomen, and exhaled a long breath. It seemed as if white mist was gushing out, constantly hitting the window, and then quickly liquefied, turning into water droplets and sliding down. After taking a long breath, the swelling feeling in his body slowly dissipated. Chen Chang finally felt relieved and checked the panel carefully. Name, Chen Chang. Life Force, 1.18. Life Level, Level 1 Skin and Flesh. Farming Points, 0. Partner, Xiao Xie Favorability 70. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 3 0.140. Martial Arts, none. As expected, the vitality broke the limit of 1. Even after breaking through the bottleneck, the momentum did not decrease, and it rose a lot, directly reaching 1.18. It's worth all my hard work every day. Chen Chang felt his body full of vitality, surging strength, keen 5 senses, and quick thinking. The all-round improvement in strength made him deeply intoxicated. At this moment, the scene outside the window became extremely clear. He used to have a slight myopia, but now it was not affected. He could see clearly the facial expressions of every pedestrian 30 floors below. Xiao Xie was sleeping soundly on the bed, breathing evenly, with long and rhythmic breaths. The sound of breathing that used to require close proximity to be detected can now be heard clearly without having to listen deliberately. Even her heartbeat, when he concentrated hard to distinguish it, sounded like a drum beating in his ears. When Xiao Xie got up, she put on her clothes and passed by the windowsill. I accidentally caught a glimpse of a stone brick with small and dense cracks on it. It didn't seem to be there last night. Could it be that Chen Chang made it by practicing martial arts this morning? Recalling the scene of last night, she leaned on the windowsill for a full hour. She was extremely familiar with every brick in this area of less than 2 square meters. Xiao Xie thought about it again. After that, she no longer felt tired and sore all over when she woke up in the past 2 days. A bold guess emerged in her mind, and her heart twitched twice. Xiang's martial arts training is really effective, and it looks like he's quite good. She entered the kitchen in high spirits. After breakfast, Chen Chang and Xiao Xie went out hand in hand. Today their wedding leave ends and they are preparing to go back to work. Downstairs in the community, Chen Chang ran into his good friend from junior high school. Zhang Hao's pupils widened and he shouted, "Achang? Is this my sister-in-law?" He was a little surprised. The wife assigned to Chen Chang was too beautiful. If she were in their high school, she would definitely be the school belle. It's only been a few days since we got the marriage certificate. I've been so busy these days that I don't have time. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free later. Chen Chang stopped and said politely with a smile. Zhang Hao got the confirmation and felt envious. He glanced at his wife silently. She looked okay and was quite attractive, but she could not compare with Xiao Xie, who was beside Chen Chang. His family is not much different from Chen Chang's. There have been a few pretty blind date candidates recommended by the Federation, but basically none of them were interested in him. I wonder how Chen Chang was chosen. Zhang Hao was glared at by his wife before he reacted and laughed it off. Okay, we're in a hurry to go to work, so we'll leave first. After saying that, he pulled his wife away. Xiaomei, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean that. In my heart, you are the most beautiful person in the world. Zhang Hao, you dare to complain that I'm not good looking? When we got the marriage certificate, you knelt down and begged me. The noise of quarreling gradually faded away. Chen Chang chuckled secretly and glanced at Xiao Xie beside him. The two smiled at each other, winked at each other and walked towards the entrance of the community. The federal company's shuttle bus is very convenient and most citizens choose to take it to go to work. Wife, I'll pick you up in the evening. You won't be able to eat at home after work, so I'll take you to a restaurant. Chen Chang watched Xiao Xie get on the shuttle bus first and waved. Yeah. Xiao Xie carried the bag, looked back and smiled. The shuttle bus quickly disappeared from sight. Chen Chang then turned around and disappeared at the bus stop at the entrance of the community. After becoming a warrior, going to work would be a waste of life, so he naturally wouldn't go to work again. However, now is not the time to resign and reveal his identity as a warrior. Old Town. There are many old buildings. Various recruitment posters are posted on the wall. On the edge of this urban area on the verge of abandonment, a light rail train slowly stopped. The next stop is the old stadium station. Passengers getting off, please collect their luggage in advance, get off first and then get on, and ride in a civilized manner. A huge crowd of people poured out of the car. Chen Chang was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled down very low, and a loose sportswear with a hood that almost covered his entire body. Dressed like this, it stands out in the old city. There are a lot of unemployed young people here, and many of them like to dress like this. After Chen Chang got out of the station, he took a black plate taxi. This type of vehicle has been banned from the new urban area. It uses fuel, causes heavy pollution and is not environmentally friendly. Boss, where are you going? Underground market. Hearing this, the boss looked back at Chen Chang, touched his bald head, slapped the steering wheel, and the car suddenly sped out. Okay, but I have to remind you that the black market is not accessible to ordinary people. You have to be at least a quasi-warrior to enter. The passenger's appearance could not be seen clearly as most of his face was covered by the mask and hood. But the sounds and movements were difficult to conceal. He had been hanging around in the old town for many years and had seen all kinds of people in this mixed crowd. I could tell at a glance that Chen Chang was not very old. At most, he is no more than 20 years old, and it is almost impossible for him to be a warrior. The reason is simple. Most of the people who come to the black market are wild warriors. The Federation strictly controls martial arts techniques. Without them, no matter how talented a wild warrior is or how ruthless he is to himself, he will often have to work hard for years to become a martial artist. The wild warriors he had seen were generally over 25 or 26 years old. Chen Chang didn't answer. After the car stopped, he paid in cash. The entrance to the black market shows that it was originally a gymnasium. Two burly men, one holding a shield and the other holding a long fork, and they seemed to have weapons on their waists, turned their backs to the gate and looked at Chen Chang, who was slowly walking towards them. Chapter 9 Information about the Zhou family. This is an underground shopping mall, no entry for idle people. The burly man holding a shield stopped them with his eyes. I am a quasi-warrior, please open the door and let me in. Chen Chang pulled the brim of his hat. You? The man holding the long fork sneered and was about to make some sarcastic remarks, but was stopped by his companion. As usual, hit this sandbag and prove your strength. The man holding the shield stepped forward and pointed at the sandbag beside him. Without saying a word, Chen Chang took a step forward and punched out with the strength of a quasi-warrior at his limit. With a bang, two sandbags as wide as adults flew out. Is it okay? No, no problem, please come in. The big man holding the shield widened his eyes, his tone immediately became respectful, and he quickly pulled his companions to make way. Watching Chen Chang disappear into the dark passage. What a young would-be warrior. Judging by his strength, he has definitely reached the limit of the human body. He's only one step away from becoming a warrior. The man holding the fork stuttered, wishing he could hit himself twice with the fork. Remember the lesson today. In our line of work, we can't underestimate anyone. The man holding the shield patted him on the shoulder. Luckily you stopped me just now. I wanted him to punch my stomach. A dim underground passage. Chen Chang walked with firm steps, his vision was not affected much, and he completely adapted in the blink of an eye. Walk about 50 meters. His vision suddenly became clear, and a huge circular plaza appeared before his eyes. Orange lights filled the venue, revealing well-divided shops that looked little different from ordinary street vendors. Don't miss the brand new Desert Eagle if you pass by. A great nutrient solution straight from the factory, a must-have for breakthrough warriors. Martial arts potential enhancement injection, vitality development injection, we're running low on stock, come quickly if you need it. Chen Chang lowered the brim of his hat, walked around the shops where people were shouting, and went straight to a luxuriously decorated building. There is a plaque hanging on it with 3 large gold-plated characters, Tianji Tower. The largest merchant in the underground black market, known as the largest intelligence agency in the Federation, can answer all questions in the world, as long as you can afford the reward. A woman in formal attire came out and politely asked, "Sir, what news would you like to buy?" Chen Chang didn't say anything, just nodded. The woman was surprised, then immediately put on a smile and led Chen Chang into the building. After entering a private room, she sat upright. The reason our Tianji building has been able to remain standing and have intelligence spread throughout the Federation is not only because of our omniscience, but also because of our strict confidentiality of our clients' privacy. Whatever you need to buy, you can tell me here with confidence. Chen Chang pondered for a moment, then controlled his hoarse voice and said, "I want to learn more about martial arts." The female salesperson said without hesitation, "There are 3 versions of the detailed information about martial arts, priced at 10,000, 100,000, and 10 million respectively. Please take a look." The corner of Chen Chang's mouth twitched, and he cursed the profiteer inwardly. This can be divided into 3 levels, and the highest level even dares to sell for 10 million federal coins? After thinking about it, he decided to buy the 10,000 yuan range first. He took out the anonymous card he had applied for and paid immediately. The female salesperson looked calm and was not disappointed that Chen Chang only bought the lowest grade. She smiled kindly and said with a straight look in her eyes, "Xiao Tiger BOT file anti-piracy, find, the book the robot selects Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, don't step in the pit." Since this is your first time here, we at Tianji Tower can give you an advanced version of the news. The Federation's martial arts are divided into 11 realms based on vitality. From low to high, they are skin and flesh, bones and sinews, inner court, courage and spirit, external appearance, true meaning, and grandmaster. The next 4 realms are advanced content, please see. Chen Chang shook his head decisively, unmoved. The female salesperson thought it was a shame and continued, "The first level of martial arts is the skin and flesh realm, with vitality of 1-3 points, and the focus of cultivation is on the tempering of the physical body. The second level is the tendon and bone realm, with vitality of 3-10 points, and the focus of cultivation is." The Federation divides martial arts into 7 levels based on quality. I see. After listening to the introduction of the basic version, Chen Chang was no longer confused about martial arts and established an understanding of the basic system. "Is there anything else I need to know?" the female salesperson asked enthusiastically. "I want to know detailed information about Tiancong Company and the intelligence of the martial arts family behind it." Chen Chang's voice was hoarse, his eyes were calm, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. "Please wait a moment." The female salesperson lowered her head and swiped the screen, as if searching, and quickly continued, "Most of the information about Tiancong Company can be found on the federal network. Tianji Building does not charge you any fees. The martial arts family behind Tiancong Company, basic intelligence is worth 10,000 federal coins." After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Chang with a smile. After Chen Chang paid the money, he continued, "The Zhou family is the behind-the-scenes controller of Tiancong Company. The current head of the family is named Zhou Zikuan, a 4th-level courage realm warrior. He has 3 wives, and his youngest wife's eldest son, Zhou Tian, is involved in the management of Tiancong. A fourth-level warrior? Chen Chang had just become a warrior and didn't he know what the fourth level meant. But there is no need to think about it, the opponent can crush him even with just one finger. The exchange continued for quite a while. When Chen Chang left Tianji Tower, he had already obtained the information he needed. He knew everything about the Zhou family and Zhou Tian. As expected, Zhou Tian is not a warrior, but just an ordinary person from a martial arts family. He cannot be considered a playboy, because he does have some management skills. But he has a fatal flaw: he is lustful and likes to take advantage of beautiful female subordinates. He prefers to hunt for beauties everywhere, and the more unique the woman is, the more he likes her. According to the intelligence from Tianji Tower, Zhou Tian was very perverted. Basically, anyone he targeted ended up in a bad situation, either with physical damage or mental disorder. If my elder sister really went to work at Tiancong Company, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of this beast. The sun sets. Xinxing Company, District D16. Xiao Siye was busy all day and finally got off work. She was standing at the company door waiting for Chen Chang. "Xiao Siye, do you want me to give you a ride?" a male colleague came forward and asked. "No, my husband will be here soon." "Ah? I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you suddenly got married?" "I'm so sorry." The young male colleague scratched his head, sighed and walked away. After this incident, many people in the company knew that the beautiful Xiao Siye was already taken. Single men who are not yet married are all complaining, wondering what pile of cow dung the flowers are stuck in. A sports car sped to a stop on the main road nearby. In the car, a man in black pointed at Xiao Siye and said flatteringly, "Brother Tian, that's her. Chen Wenwen's sister-in-law, and Xiao Rua's sister." "Ha, isn't that a coincidence?" Zhou Tian took off his sunglasses, became interested at first glance, and couldn't help but smile. He asked his men to keep an eye on Chen Wenwen near Chen's house, but unexpectedly they discovered a surprise. She has a dual identity, and she is also a newlywed young wife. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the excitement in his mind, and said, "Contact the HR department of Xinxing Company, let her lose her job first, and then recruit her to Tiancong after a while." "Okay, Brother Tian." Chapter 10 Kill with one punch. After Chen Chang left the black market, didn't take the light rail directly back to the new city. Instead, I chose to walk around the old gymnasium a few times to familiarize myself with the surrounding roads. There are 2 clubs here that specialize in serving the powerful and wealthy, especially the martial arts circle. According to the information from Tianji Tower, Zhou Tian usually comes here for entertainment when he fails to hunt down his desired target. That's quite a lot of fun. Chen Chang did not go in to experience it, but just walked around outside twice. With a warrior's hearing, the obscene sounds inside can be heard all the time without having to listen deliberately. The world is going downhill, but I can definitely discuss this with my wife when I get home at night. When Chen Chang rushed to Xinxing Company, I happened to see Xiao Siye looking around. She had put on makeup today and was wearing a light blue shirt and straight jeans that made her long legs look straight and round. She was wearing the same canvas shoes she had loved wearing since high school. She looks very young and doesn't have the mature air of a wife at all. Chen Chang approached and noticed that she seemed to be worried. He said, "You're a little late. What happened?" After spending a few days together, he realized that Xiao Siye was not a petty girl and would not get angry just because he was a little late. Xiao Siye threw herself into Chen Chang's arms, and the resolute expression on her face collapsed. "Husband, you are finally here. Do you remember the person who came to see me that day? He was from Tiancong Company." "Yeah, I remember. He just came to our company and smiled at me on purpose. I was very scared." Xiao Siye thought of the moment when the sports car left and the window was rolled down, and Zhou Tian was smiling at her. Chen Chang clenched his hands and gently patted his wife's back. "I'm here, don't be afraid. It's late at night and everyone is asleep." After finishing his work with Xiao Siye, Chen Chang pulled himself out of the bed, stroked her face and said, "Wife, you go to sleep first. My childhood friend called me for something urgent, so I need to go out for a while." "Woo, okay, remember to come back." Xiao Siye turned over lazily, the intoxicating blush on her face had not yet faded, and she looked at her man with a dazed look. "Yeah, go to sleep." Chen Chang bent down and gave her a kiss. When leaving the room, she picked up a piece of black silk that had slipped down the side of the bed and stuffed it into her pocket. Old Town. Silver Sea Club. A seductively dressed woman was enthusiastically soliciting customers in the club's exclusive parking lot. Oh, Mr. Zhou, what wind brings you here today? You haven't come for so long, I miss you so much. The woman was wearing a deep V dress and a hip skirt that was so short that it barely covered her vital parts. Half of the thighs were exposed, and the buttocks were faintly visible as she walked. Is Hongye here? I want you to be with Hongye tonight. As soon as Zhou Tian got out of the car, he was stuck to by this slutty woman. He was not polite and put his hand on the other person's bare back. Pinch her plump buttocks from time to time. Thinking of the plans for the end of the month, he was filled with anger and could no longer suppress it. He wanted to vent it tonight. Yes. When I heard that you were coming, Mr. Zhou, I specifically asked Hongye to wait for you. I'll make sure you're satisfied tonight. The woman twisted her wasp waist, swung her long round legs vigorously, and her buttocks trembled. She hugged Zhou Tian's arm and flattered him. Hee, I brought my own props. You'd better do what you say and don't spoil my fun. Zhou Tian looked at the coquettish woman who suddenly turned pale and sneered. How could that be? I will try my best, the woman forced a smile. At this moment, an off-road vehicle drove into the parking lot. Drive past Zhou Tian and the beautiful woman. Before the car could slow down and stop, a black shadow stood up from the roof, jumped down, and landed in front of Zhou Tian and the woman. Who are you and what do you want to do? Zhou Tian and the woman exclaimed at the same time. The man was dressed in black, his face covered by a black mesh mask, and a hood, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed. Even a fool can tell that he is not a good person and he comes with bad intentions. It seemed that the other party jumped off a passing SUV. Judging from the speed of the car, this is not something that an ordinary person can do. It is very likely that he is a quasi-warrior or even a warrior. The one who wants you dead. Chen Chang replied in his heart, keeping his eyes and ears open. He perceived that at that moment, there were no less than 10 people around the parking lot, who quickly surrounded him. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and punched Zhou Tian in the head. You dare? Zhou Tian's eyes were wide open with anger. He couldn't believe that someone dared to attack him. He was from a martial arts family and he would not mess with people in the martial arts circle. Outside the martial arts circle, he is invincible. He can play with ordinary people however he wants, and no one will care. No one would be able to resist him. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Tian's 2 bodyguards, with burly builds but no slowness at all, rushed forward one after the other. One of them punched Chen Chang on the head, and the other elbowed Chen Chang in the chest. As long as Chen Chang dares to attack head-on without turning back to defend, he will definitely be seriously injured or even killed on the spot. Both of them are quasi-warriors with a vitality of 0.99. Judging from Chen Chang's speed, it is easy to judge that he is at the same level as them. Not a warrior. This is also the reason why they rushed forward at the first moment. If the person who came was a warrior, they would never show up, and even if they were held accountable afterwards, they would not lose their lives. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Chen Chang remained unmoved, seemingly unaware of the attacks coming from both sides, and still threw the punch. With a bang. Ah! Zhou Tian's shouting stopped abruptly. His head shattered like a watermelon hitting the ground, splattering red and white everywhere. Aha! The woman next to him, her face covered in hot blood, screamed like crazy, venting her inner fear. The attacks of the 2 bodyguards also fell. 2 bangs hit Chen Chang. Chen Chang staggered, but his body was not affected and he ran nimbly into the distance. How is that possible? The 2 bodyguards were stunned for a moment, and by the time they reacted, the shadow had already disappeared into the parking lot, making it impossible to chase it. Warrior, asked the bodyguard on the left. It doesn't look like it from the speed. The other man understood what his companion meant. He was hit by the full force of both of them, and both hit his vital points. It is impossible for ordinary would-be warriors to remain unscathed. We're screwed now. The boss is going to skin us alive. It's really fucked up. That damn Zhou Tian couldn't even let us rest in peace after his death. He deserves a good death. A bodyguard couldn't help but curse when he thought of what Zhou Tian had done in the past. You're crazy, keep your voice down. You can't say that. If anyone in the Zhou family hears it, they'll be dead. Another person hurriedly stopped him. Notify the Zhou family first, and inform the Public Security Bureau as well, and have them send people to seal off the old city. Chapter 11 The Public Security Bureau's partiality. This night, the old town was in chaos. Almost all the security officers from the 4 security stations in the east, west, south and north came out in groups of 2, driving vehicles to search everywhere. Several main roads were blocked and restricted one after another, and all vehicles were prohibited from passing. Under the pressure from the Zhou family, the 4 security chiefs were overwhelmed. It's been an hour, and there's still no trace of the murderer? The East District Chief smoked a cigarette and looked at his deputy. The situation is not good. Judging from the information fed back from below, the murderer may have escaped the blockade we set up immediately. The deputy spread out the map and drew a big circle on it with a pen in his hand. Oh. The East District Director sat up straight. Although the public security station in the old city was not very efficient in its response, it blocked all major traffic arteries as soon as possible. It is impossible for the murderer to leave the old town by car. Given the physical fitness of a quasi-warrior, it is impossible for him to run too far in such a short time. Is it possible that he is hiding in a blind spot? Upon hearing this, the capable deputy almost immediately shook his head in denial. Impossible. Zhou Tian is a licentious man, but he did his homework before taking action. The people he targeted were all people without any background. He ruled out the possibility that the murderer was from the martial arts circle. Naturally, this also rules out the possibility that the murderer is hiding in the private residence of a powerful family. The East District Director exhaled a puff of smoke, stubbed out his cigarette, and dusted off the ashes. Inform everyone, and have them prioritize their own safety. It's late at night, and you should rest when it's time to rest. The deputy understood and said with a knowing smile, yes. Sitting in this position, he had long heard of Zhou Tian's misdeeds and received reports and complaints from the public from time to time, but he was powerless and could do nothing. He was happy to see Zhou Tian's death, and even said good in his heart. He didn't take the arrest operation too seriously. It seems that he is giving his all, but in fact it is more of a pretense, and he is completely under pressure from his superiors and the Zhou family. Now that he had received instructions from his immediate superior, he was completely relieved. At the same time, in the dark sewer, Chen Chang endured the stench and continued running at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. Faster, faster. His vitality broke the limit of 1, and his body surpassed the limits of human beings. It was the first time he ran at full speed after becoming a warrior. Now is the time to race against time and death. Before taking action, Chen Chang thought about it for a long time. It was not a question of whether to kill Zhou Tian or not. There was no need to hesitate. The moment he came to threaten the eldest sister, Chen Chang sentenced him to death. As for the subsequent investigation, the intelligence purchased from Tianji Tower revealed Zhou Tian's past evil deeds, which only made them more determined to kill him. Before taking action, Chen Chang had already decided to wait and see at the Yinhai Club. The escape route is the key point to think about. The old city's drainage system is extensive, but there are not many openings for people to enter and exit, and most of them are under federal management. In addition, there are 2 long-abandoned openings, one within the black market and the other on the edge of the old city. The reason why Chen Chang dared to take action was that he was certain that he could rely on his speed as a warrior. Before the security station set up the blockade line, he entered the sewer in the black market and ran all the way to the exit on the edge of the old city. Call. Hua la. The mixed sound of wind and footsteps and water echoed throughout the sewer, sounding particularly harsh in the narrow space. Chen Chang ran wildly for nearly an hour. Even though his vitality reached 1.18 and his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, he was sweating profusely at this moment. Fortunately, the exit is just ahead. He could already see the faint glow of light, the city lights coming through the well. However, when Chen Chang arrived at the exit, his expression became serious. Boss, is Deputy Huang overthinking it? This hole has been abandoned for years. The road underneath is so dilapidated that it's impossible for anyone to wade through it. Stop talking nonsense and just follow my orders. The older voice cursed softly. The young voice continued to mutter, Boss, I think this Joe deserves to die. We should give an award to the person who killed him. The voice grew smaller and smaller, probably because it was cut off by the leader. With Chen Chang's hearing ability, he didn't need to concentrate, and the conversation above his head was clearly heard by him. I didn't expect there was such a meticulous commander in the police station, who wouldn't even let go of this hole that had been abandoned for years. What's more important is that the efficiency is surprisingly high. This is in the middle of nowhere, but the other party was able to arrive first after receiving the message, mobilizing, and going on duty. Chen Chang was in a dilemma. In his powerful perception, the security guard above was not strong. His vitality was too weak compared to his. He didn't even reach the threshold of a quasi-warrior. He can be taken down easily. But doing so will inevitably expose one's tracks and leave clues. If he were to do it, Chen Shang couldn't do it. He had no grudge against the other party. Even if he didn't recognize federal law, he couldn't take out his anger on an ordinary security guard. Just as he was hesitating about how to deal with the situation, things took a turn for the better. The two voices rang out again. It's getting late, clean up, take a picture, and get ready to call it a day. The leader's voice was rough and he ordered loudly. No way, boss, we've only been working for a short while. Didn't we agree to be on call 24 hours a day? The young voice sounded puzzled. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do what you are told to do and follow orders. Do you understand? Little tiger. There were intermittent sounds of cursing, punctuated by the sounds of spitting and scalping chestnuts. Soon, the sounds of footsteps in cars grew farther and farther away, eventually disappearing above. Chen Shang felt relieved and laughed in his heart. It seems that there are still many good people in this world. He shook his body, used his hands and feet, and climbed up the wall nimbly. He moved the manhole cover away with force and leaned over to climb out. The security guards around had long since disappeared, leaving only a few warm cigarette butts to prove they had been there. Chen Shang sealed the manhole cover intactly. The figure quickly disappeared into the night. Xiao Xie slept very uneasily that night. In the past few days, she would fall asleep in her partner's arms after tossing and turning until she was exhausted. Tonight, I lay alone on the soft bed, tossing and turning, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable without the clacking of my hands and feet. Especially in the afternoon when I was waiting for Chen Shang in front of the company, I caught a glimpse of Zhou Tian driving by. She had been worried about her elder sister in her heart these past 2 days. What if she was harmed by this scumbag? At this moment, I couldn't help but feel uneasy about myself. At this moment, the sound of the door lock turning was heard. Xiao Xie was delighted at first, but then became nervous. Husband? It's me. Why aren't you asleep? Are you thinking about what I want? Chen Chang's voice was a little frivolous and inappropriate. Xiao Xie listened to the heavenly music, and her uneasy heart immediately calmed down. She lifted the quilt, swayed her slender waist, and sat up. Chen Chang heard the noise and quickly said, "You want it again? Let me take a shower first, just lie down and wait." He was covered in mud and filth, especially his right fist, which was stained with blood, which made Xiao Xie feel bad. Tui, pui, pui. Xiao Xie kicked off the slippers she had just put on. The thought of wanting to hug him immediately was forcibly dismissed. She retracted her long legs and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Cover yourself with a blanket tonight. I'm going to sleep first. Chapter 12 Big News, Xiao Xie's Conjecture. Saturday afternoon. Chen Shang drove his wife back to his parents' home. Qian, what's going on? Big sister is so happy. She's been telling me these past 2 days to let you take a day off today and take me back for dinner to celebrate. Xiao Xie put on light makeup, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. She has a simple and elegant face, thin and small lips, a straight and three-dimensional nose, and bright and lively almond eyes. She looks even more beautiful after a little makeup. She was wearing a light-colored floral dress and had a pair of long, round and straight legs. What was originally just a full breast becomes even greater after being nourished by love. Chen Shang held the steering wheel with one hand and placed the other on the joystick, concentrating on driving. You'll know when we get there. I didn't tell you on V because I wanted to give you a surprise in person. Of course he knew what it was. He personally facilitated this matter. Zhou Tian was killed the night before. After the public security station blocked the area for 48 hours, the blockade measures were lifted and traffic in the old city returned to normal. This also means that he is safe for the time being. The Public Security Bureau will continue to investigate, but most of the time it is just to appease the Zhou family. After 2 days of intensive surfing and watching related news, Chen Shang sensed something behind the attitude of the Public Security Bureau. It can be said that anyone with a discerning eye understands that everyone is happy to see Zhou Tian's death, and some even want to give him a red flower. However, Chen Shang was not careless. The threat from the Public Security Bureau is only one aspect of the danger. For him, the real danger still comes from the Zhou family, the real upper class of the Federation, a martial arts family with a legacy of martial arts. According to the intelligence from Tianji Tower, the current head of the Zhou family is a 4th-rank warrior. If the other party finds out about me, the consequences will be disastrous. As a warrior, Chen Chang knows better than anyone how powerful a warrior is. It is the perfect combination of strength and intelligence. Whatever happens will leave traces. Even if he tried his best to cover up and eliminate the traces, some of them would inevitably remain. With the insight of a 4th-level warrior, if the other party takes action personally, he will be traced back to him one day. Chen Chang knew this, but he had no choice. Zhou Tian must die. However, things are not that pessimistic. According to the information purchased from Tianji Tower, Zhou Zikuan, the head of the Zhou family, has 3 wives and so many children that they cannot be counted on both hands. Zhou Tian is just an ordinary person among them. He has no talent for martial arts and may not be taken seriously. As the current head of the family, Zhou Zikuan has a lot of things to do. He probably won't put down the burden of the family and come out to investigate this matter himself. Apart from Zhou Zikuan, the 4th-level warrior, the Zhou family still has 3 warriors. One of them is of the same generation as Zhou Zikuan and is Zhou Zikuan's younger brother. He suffered a serious injury when he was young and was left with a chronic illness, so his cultivation has stopped at the 2nd level of bones and muscles. The other 2 are the younger generation of the Zhou family. Zhou Mingrui, 28 years old, is the son of Zhou Zikuan's first wife. He is at the 2nd level of the muscle and bone realm in martial arts. He does not usually participate in family affairs, but is obsessed with practicing martial arts. From the intelligence, he can be called a martial arts fanatic. He doesn't like women and doesn't drink meat. Chen Chang muttered to himself. As for the other person, there is very little information. Even the Tianji Tower knows basic information such as name and age. Her name is Zhouya, she is 25 years old. At the age of 18, her vitality broke through the limit, she became a warrior, and started the path of martial arts practice. After that, he practiced in seclusion and never showed up in public. He only returned home once, on his 22nd birthday, and his whereabouts and strength remain unknown to this day. When Chen Chang thought of this, his head hurt a little. If you put yourself in their shoes, the Zhou family can only dispatch 2 warriors, Zhou Zikuan's younger brother and Zhou Mingrui. If it really were these 2 people, Chen Chang wouldn't be too worried. The 2nd-level warrior was not too far away for him. What he was afraid of was the woman named Zhouya. Her strength was definitely more than the 2nd level. If the Zhou family recalled her, Chen Chang felt that he would be in danger. At the Chen family's dinner table, the atmosphere was very high. Chen Wenwen turned on the TV, which she hadn't used for years, and tuned it to the news channel. Tiancon's HR manager, Zhou Tian, was murdered at the Yinhai Club the day before yesterday. Based on information from relevant channels, the Public Security Bureau initially concluded it was a vendetta. Zhou Tian, after his death, was accused by several women of hosting parties at his company and exploiting women's bodies and emotions. After the incident was exposed, it sparked widespread discussion among local residents. Many people believed that Zhou Tian deserved to be killed and that killing him was to eliminate a threat to the people. Chen Wenwen had heard this countless times, so this time she called her sister-in-law Xiao Xie. First, she and Xiao Xie got along well in private and had similar personalities. Xiao Xie had worried about her personal safety many times and revealed to her the unknown side of Zhou Tian. Second, this sister-in-law mentioned the day before yesterday that she might be targeted by Zhou Tian and was very worried. Xiao Xie was eating quietly. Her bowl was filled with dishes picked by her elder sister and Chen's mother. These dishes were rarely eaten by her before. Suddenly I saw my elder sister turning on the TV. He turned his head and looked over. Halfway through the news, her cheeks stopped moving and her beautiful eyes widened. Sister, Zhou Tian is dead? Chen Wenwen took a sip of juice and said with a smile, Xie, I told you, don't worry, evildoers will be punished by heaven. Look, isn't this coming true? This. Xiao Xie didn't know what to say. On, is this the person who came knocking on the door looking for you last time? Chen's father suddenly asked. Oh, this boss has a relationship with On? Chen's mother didn't listen to the news and was completely confused. When she heard her husband say this, she looked at her daughter. Chen Wenwen looked at her father and knew that she could not hide it. Fortunately, Zhou Tian was already dead, so she told the truth, but omitted the possibility that he might persecute her. Chen's father thought about it based on the news and felt scared. Fortunately, the person is dead, it's a good death. This guy is really powerful. The news said that he is about to become a warrior, right? Chen Wenwen was watching the news. The scene of the man in black jumping off the roof of the car was playing in a loop. Maybe. I heard that Zhou Tian is from a martial arts family. If he wasn't a martial artist, he probably wouldn't have the guts to do that. Xiao Xie stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes, and the more she looked, the more familiar he felt. Whether it's the body shape or the mask on the head. Could it be Chun Chang? If you think about it, the time just happened to be the night Chen Chang left. But on second thought, it seems unrealistic. Her sister had an outstanding talent in martial arts, but it took her 2 years of hard work just to become a quasi-martial artist. After that, she stagnated and could not make any progress in developing her vitality. The blind date with Chun Chang had just happened a few days ago, and the information conveyed by the Federation clearly indicated that his vitality was only 0.7 at that time. I've been practicing casually at home these past few days, but even if it works, it won't make me anywhere near a martial artist. After dinner, Xiao Xie helped Chen's mother clear the table and wash the dishes. The cracked stone bricks on the windowsill at home came to my mind again. Chapter 13 1 month? Old Town. East District Security Station, inside the director's office. The director and his deputy were bowing their heads and smiling apologetically to a young man. Nephew Zhou, I'm so sorry about this. I notified everyone immediately after receiving the news, and everyone in the institute responded immediately. It's a pity that the murderer is so cunning that he didn't run around at all. He's probably still hiding in the black market. You know, it's not easy for us to go to the black market. Zhou Mingrui listened to the director's perfunctory words without showing any emotion, but he was actually a little angry. However, he never showed his emotions. After his vitality broke through 5 points, he became more and more adept at controlling his emotions, and outsiders could not easily see it. He took a step forward, straightened his back and said, Captain Liu, my brother died in the area under your jurisdiction. I know, and I am deeply saddened by this. I wish I could immediately catch the murderer in the black market and bring him to justice. Director Liu spoke with emotion, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Zhou Mingrui took a deep breath and stopped talking. This time he was sent out by his father more to deal with his aunt, Zhou Tian's biological mother. He and Zhou Tian were not born of the same mother and had not communicated much since childhood. It cannot be said that there was no affection between them, but it was very little. That half of the blood connection is dispensable to him who was solely focused on martial arts. After learning about what Zhou Tian had done, Zhou Mingrui was even a little angry that he did not fight back and only knew how to harm ordinary women. No wonder he can't achieve anything. There's no future in practicing martial arts. However, no matter what, you are also a member of the Zhou family. Even if we need to eliminate the scum, it should be done by the Zhou family. The person who kills you must die. Hidden in the black market? You can hide for a while, but can you hide forever? Zhou Mingrui was intimidating without even getting angry, and his vitality, which exceeded 5 points, was fully revealed at this moment. The invisible aura made Director Liu and Deputy Huang sweat profusely. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a human, but a man-eating beast. A month later. It is a sunny morning. The golden sunlight fell on the windowsill, illuminating the two sweating people. How is it? Honey, I didn't lie to you, it's good for your health to insist on doing morning exercises. Chen Chang held his waist and said contentedly. In the past few days, he worked hard day and night and saved 150 farming points. What's good about that? I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Xiao Xie panted and rolled her eyes. Over the past month, she did feel obvious changes in her body. Take the sexual matter for example, during the first few days after getting the marriage certificate, she screamed every night. Every time I wake up in the morning, my back aches and I feel exhausted. But since getting up early with Chun Chang and doing that awkward morning exercise with him, my body seems to have regained new vitality. Every time I do it with Chun Chang, I can last a lot longer. Today, my mind is particularly light and my thoughts are surprisingly agile. She suspected that her vitality was improving. All this was caused by that awkward morning exercise. Could it be that it is a martial art? At this time, Xiao Xie actually already had the answer in her heart. As the person who slept in the same bed with Chen Chang day and night together, it was impossible for her not to notice the changes in Chen Chang's body. Qian, you actually killed Zhou Tian, right? Chen Chang nodded. Seeing that he admitted it, Xiao Xia was relieved and said with a smile, "Actually, I guessed it a long time ago. You came back that night and deliberately said dirty words to anger me because you were afraid that I would run into you and worry if you went out. I heard you retching in the middle of the night. You said your throat was uncomfortable. I didn't think much of it at first, but I realized it later. So smart? What else have you discovered?" Chen Chang lowered his head and looked at Xiao Xia, who was pinching her fingers in deep thought. "I'm missing one of my favorite stockings." Xiao Xia stretched out her right leg, which was covered with a pair of black stockings that went above the knee, while the other leg was shining white. Chen Chang knew what Xiao Xia meant, but this time he did not take the initiative. Instead, he asked, "Are you just blaming me?" Xiao Xia hugged him. "How could I blame you? This is all for the good of me and my elder sister. Zhou Tian has harmed countless people in private, and he deserves it." Chen Chang felt the soft body in his arms, and felt that all the hard work day and night, as well as his decisiveness and ruthlessness at the beginning, were worth it. "Wife, now that we've finished our morning exercises, it's time to do some morning exercises." "Oh, I have to go to work soon." It's always hard to control yourself when you are in love. The hut was soon filled with the breath of life. Underground black market. Zhou Mingrui was guarding the entrance with a dull look and red eyes. His eye sockets were dark, and he looked drowsy and as if he would fall asleep at any moment. "Lao Wang, do you think this guy will faint here?" the fork-holding security guard whispered. "It's hard to say. It's been a month and we haven't had any rest. Even for a second-level warrior, it's not easy." The man with the shield came close to his companion and marveled. The fork-holding guard gave a look. Why did the Zhou family send such a weirdo out for revenge? How could someone just squat at the entrance of a black market and guard someone like this? Putting aside whether the real owner is actually in the black market, even if he is, people definitely won't come out after seeing this scene. Besides, the real owner might not be in the black market. The burly man with the shield smiled knowingly and pursed his lips. What that means is, who knows, this warrior from the Zhou family is quite powerful, but it seems that his brain is not very useful. This is different from what they have always known. When a warrior develops his vitality, his body evolves in all directions. Not only does his strength break through human limits, but his intelligence as well. Among all the warriors I have met in the past, who was not extremely intelligent? The man holding the fork suddenly thought of something and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Zhou Tian was punched in the head in the Yinhai Club, and this incident had already spread throughout the old city of the black market. It's not just ordinary people who are aware of the discussion. Those of them who are engaged in vitality development and are close to becoming warriors are more concerned, and it has become a topic of conversation after dinner these days. Different from the hot topics discussed by ordinary people, they don't care whether Zhou Tian should die or whether his death is good or not. For those who are eager for martial arts, the strength of the man in black is the focus of discussion. In the circle of quasi-warriors, everyone agrees that the man in black is an ultimate quasi-warrior, with a vitality of 0.99, and is a master who may break the limit at any time and become a warrior. And wasn't the young man who almost slapped him in the face not long ago just an extreme quasi-warrior? Perhaps this information can be sold to Tianji Tower? The guard holding the fork was overjoyed. Zhou Mingrui didn't take the two guards seriously, but his vitality reached 5 points and his perception was so strong that he caught the little glances between the two people just by unconsciously sensing. Even the most inaudible sounds are heard clearly. He sneered and didn't bother with them. He continued to practice his family skills, cultivating while waiting. As for the dark eye sockets and exhausted look, that was all an illusion. For a second-level warrior, simply closing their eyes and resting is enough to restore their energy, and can almost replace sleep. This guy really has some determination. With the strength of a beginner warrior, he really doesn't dare to come out. But what if I'm not in good shape and something goes wrong in my training? Zhou Mingrui waited for a month regardless of rain or shine, feeling a little aggrieved. Chapter 14, The Rise of Genius. Chen Chang had no idea who the Zhou family had sent out or what stage the investigation had reached. After killing Zhou Tian, he basically stayed at home, hugging his wife and making love every day. He always kept his original intention in mind, and unremitting hard work is the foundation of strength. He had no idea that Zhou Mingrui had been blocking the entrance of the black market for a month, rain or shine. If he knew, he would probably laugh his head off. Call him a genius. In fact, it was not Zhou Mingrui's fault. The news that the murderer was hiding in the black market was provided by the director of the East District. He was very sure about it, and he didn't think the director of the East District would dare to lie to him. After becoming a warrior, the effects of my daily training have been getting worse and worse. My proficiency has barely increased in the past 2 days. Well, how about picking a day to go to the black market? Chen Xiangxai and Xiao Siye finished their morning exercises and took the initiative to stop practicing the star body tempering technique. Last time on the black market, he bought information about martial arts from Tianji Tower. Although it was only the basic version, it was all-encompassing and basically covered every aspect of the martial arts system. When vitality breaks the limit of 1 and 1 becomes a warrior, in order to continue to develop vitality, in addition to requiring skills, one must also rely on star stones. Star stones contain star power and are produced from the depths of the starry sky. The amount mined by the Federation each year is limited, and it can be said to be extremely scarce. This is one of the reasons why the Federation strictly controls the exercises. Forget it. Let's not talk about whether I can get starstone on the black market. Even if there are some, I probably can't afford them. Chen Shang thought about it and gave up the idea of buying starstone. Until you have sufficient strength, try to reduce going out as much as possible. He didn't know what the Zhou family was doing, and he didn't dare to go to the black market rashly, even though his life had been peaceful for the past month. In the news, there are almost no reports about Zhou Tian's case. The Public Security Bureau might turn a blind eye, but the Zhou family definitely won't. This is a matter of hatred and more importantly, it's a matter of reputation. Of course, the most important thing is that Chen Chang's martial arts training to develop vitality does not rely on daily exercises. If he really relies on the hard work of daily exercises, then it is questionable whether he can become a second-level warrior in this life. His physical gifts are nothing to write home about. Being able to become a warrior in just a few days and achieve what I have today is all thanks to the help of the system. Chen Shang knows the priorities, so these days, after he quit his job, he spends most of his energy every day on Xiao Siye's belly. The other half is spent on how to better spend it on Xiao Siye. How can I improve my daily evaluation of life? This is the subject that Chen Chang focuses on every day. He had a lot of guesses, so he bought a lot of props and cosplay costumes, and learned a lot of knowledge. It took a lot of effort to persuade Xiao Siye to cooperate and try, but unfortunately she failed to break through the rating and could not unlock the SS achievement. Life Force, 1.19. Life Level, Level 1 Skin and Flesh. Farming Points, 155. Partner, Xiao Siye Favorability 85. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 3 0.2840. Martial Arts, none. Chen Chang examined the panel, looked at his partner's favorability, and fell into deep thought. Maybe it really has something to do with favorability? There is no shortcut to improving favorability. You can only work hard and slowly. As long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. After all, the model is to get married first and then fall in love. Relationships still need time to cultivate and ferment. Chen Chang is very satisfied with the current progress. Chang, my parents asked us to come over for dinner this weekend. It seems like they have something important to discuss. Xiao Siye came out of the bathroom, glanced at her phone and raised her eyebrows. What didn't they say? He mentioned borrowing money and investing. Xiao Siye was wrapped in a bath towel, sitting on the edge of the bed, her long and round legs together, flipping through her handbag. Chen Chang didn't care too much about borrowing money. Most of their family savings were given by his father when they got the marriage certificate. If the two elders really had a suitable business investment, it wouldn't be a bad thing. How much do you want to borrow? Do you agree? 300,000, no loan. We don't have that much money. Xiao Siye took out the bank card that Chen Chang had given her for safekeeping over the past 2 days. Holding the card in her hand, she walked back and forth in the small room. Finally, he stood at the end of the bed and hid the card under the mattress. If you don't want to borrow it, then don't lend it. My parents probably don't need the money anyway. Chen Chang patted her perky butt and couldn't help laughing. When we got the marriage certificate, our parents gave us 500,000 yuan as a treasury for our family. There haven't been any major expenses during this period, so I can definitely come up with 300,000. Hiding the card was Xiao Siye's subconscious action. She had done the same thing before when Chen Chang needed money, but she was persuaded in the end. You'll need money to practice martial arts in the future. Nutritional supplements, martial arts needles. I'll save this money for you. You'll need it later. Xiao Siye put her hands behind her back and said solemnly. Chen Chang smiled but said nothing. Practicing martial arts was indeed a waste of money, but that was for others. For him, practicing martial arts was optional. He was selling another kind of gold. Xie and Xiangzi are here, go wash your hands quickly, dinner will be served soon. Chen's mother was sharp-eyed. She caught sight of her son and daughter-in-law while wearing an apron and stirring a spoon, and shouted loudly. Xiao Xie was in a bad mood when she knew her parents needed to borrow money, and the smile she forced out was not as sweet as usual. Chen Chang could feel that his mother was particularly excited today, and it seemed that something good was going to happen. In the living room, my brother and sister-in-law were standing on the left and right, surrounding the three people in the middle. These three people looked like a parent and child. Chen Chang was familiar with them, but he couldn't remember who they were for a moment. Seeing this, Mother Chen said, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you say hello to your Uncle Nine and Aunt Nine?" As she spoke, she pulled Chen Chang aside and whispered, "Your cousin Chen Fei is going to be successful. I heard from his parents that his vitality has been developed to 0.95, which means he's already a quasi-martial artist. Talk to him more and maintain this relationship." Chen Chang nodded, and immediately understood. Most of the money my parents borrowed to invest was going to be invested in this cousin. Chen Fei was only in his early 16s, but his vitality had already developed to 0.95, reaching the threshold of a quasi-warrior, and he could be called a martial arts genius. If you are born into a martial arts family, there are techniques you can practice. Maybe he has already broken the boundaries and become a real warrior. But as someone born into the common people, genius is just the threshold to get into martial arts, and the Federation only accepts the most genius among geniuses. At the dinner party, Mother Chen eagerly picked up some food for Fei Chen. "Xiaofei, eat more meat. You're at the age when you need to grow." Chen Fei was a proud young man, but he was not overbearing. On the contrary, he was very polite. "Auntie, I can do it myself." The two brothers, Chen's father and Chen Fei's father, toasted each other and soon their faces turned red from drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chen Fei's father said, "Fifth brother, Feier has a good talent for martial arts. He has become a quasi-martial artist without relying on nutritional supplements or martial arts injections. As a father, it is difficult for me not to support him at this time. In the final sprint, I have to give him some help. I told you before that I hope to borrow 2 million yuan. When Feier becomes a warrior." Father Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Feier is a genius in our Chen family. I will definitely support him. Feier's aunt and I worked together to raise 1.7 million yuan. We have 300,000 yuan left. Aqiang has just started a family, but I also want to do my best to help Feier, my younger brother." Chen Fei's parents smiled brightly upon hearing this. Mother Chen looked at Chen Chang and Xiao Xie, constantly making eye contact. Xiao Xie looked at Chen Chang frequently. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she immediately reached out and pinched the table and said, "We don't have any money." Chapter 15, The Fallen Genius. Chen Fei's parents' smiles froze. Then it turned into disbelief. Chen Fei had an outstanding talent in martial arts and had great potential to become a martial artist. Among the relatives he visited along the way, which one was not eager to invest? Chen Chang's wife actually refused to invest money? Doesn't she know what a warrior means? What a woman with long hair and short knowledge. Chen's father and mother had already made a promise and discussed it with them in advance. Seeing Chen Fei's parents' faces fall, his father immediately said, "Xie has no money, but Aqiang is rich. He will pay the 300,000 yuan. Mother Chen also laughed and said, yes, Aqiang has some private money, but he may not have told Xie." Chen Fei's parents' expressions relaxed a lot, and they all looked at Chen Chang. However, Chen Chang also said lightly, "We have no money." Xiao Xie breathed a sigh of relief. She was under tremendous pressure to stand up against her parents-in-law and go against their wishes. She has been a good girl since she was young. She always does what the adults say. She also listens to her teachers at school, studies hard and quietly becomes a top student. Chen's father and mother were stunned. They didn't expect Chen Chang to say that. The small treasury of my son was provided by them. He has only been married for a month, and they are the ones who pay for most of the wedding banquets and other things. There is no reason why we can't come up with the 300,000 yuan. Chen Fei has an extremely high talent for martial arts and has a great chance of becoming a warrior. If you miss such an investment opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chen Chang, who has always been sensible, could not fail to understand their good intentions. Could it be that he really has no money? Did his daughter-in-law spend it all? Before they could offer any remedy, Fei Chen's parents' expressions fell. It doesn't matter if Ashan doesn't want to go out. Fei doesn't need the 300,000 yuan for martial arts training. This kind gesture from brother and sister-in-law is enough for me. They didn't expect Chen Chang to say, my parents don't have that much money either. I have other uses for that money. A Chang? What nonsense are you talking about? Father Chen was angry. Okay. Chen Fei's parents seemed to understand. They were probably playing a double game with Chen Chang's family and had never thought of lending them money. Seeing this, Fei Chen also became angry. He glanced at his brother and sister-in-law at the table and said word by word, Mom and Dad, we don't need to beg anyone. Even if I don't have money, I can still become a warrior. He said that and stood up and left. Qian, what's wrong with you? Didn't you agree to give out 300,000? Qianzi, where did you spend your money? Tell Mom the truth. After Chen Fei and his family left, Chen Chang was locked up by his parents and scolded. He felt helpless and didn't know how to explain to the two elders. This cousin has a good talent for martial arts, but it is still a bit far-fetched for him to break the limit of vitality and become a warrior. If parents really lend this money out, they will definitely not be able to get it back. He had discussed this with his father beforehand and knew that his parents had been fooled by his uncle. He had great confidence in Fei Chen's ability to become a warrior and was determined to make the investment. Normal persuasion was useless, so Chen Chang had to change his mind halfway through, which made his uncle's family unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about it. In comparison, it is more important to protect parents' retirement money. Oh, now it's good. When Fei becomes a martial artist, none of the benefits will fall on you. In Chen's mother's mind, according to the original plan, after investing in Chen Fei, you may have the opportunity to live in a large flat or even a single-family villa in the city center. Following Fei Chen into the martial arts circle, the children of his children will have the opportunity to receive elite education from the Federation and will no longer have to work hard in the future. Mom, it's not that easy to become a warrior. You are just saving your hard-earned money. Xiao Xia comforted her weakly, but was given a sharp look by Chen's mother. The two big eyes were suddenly filled with mist, and they looked at Chen Chang with grievance. Chen Chang didn't dare to say anything. The two elders were angry at the time, and he didn't dare to offend them. Back to home. After taking a shower, Xiao Xia curled up in the quilt, covering herself tightly with only her head exposed. Seeing this, Chen Chang knew that she was sulking and blamed him for not helping her talk at night. He was already quite experienced with this kind of scene, and after he pounced on her, he kissed her non-stop, and soon Xiao Xia's lips and the back of her ears were covered with saliva. After a while, the quilt was lifted, and they kissed and touched her, and finally she was stripped naked. The soft big bed made a creaking sound. Farming is necessary, and this is not because Chen Chang is lustful. He just wanted to become stronger. 7 more days passed after toiling day and night. It was a thunderstorm that day, and Chen Chang and Xiao Xia were doing morning exercises by the windowsill. Woo, Qian, I'm so bored staying at home all day. When can I go out to work? Xiao Xia asked with heavy breathing and panting. Although Zhou Tian was dead, the order had already been issued and Xinqing Company dismissed Xiao Xia without hesitation. I'm just a machine operator. If I can make friends with a company like Tiankong, why not? Xiao Xia was depressed at first and didn't understand what she had done wrong. Since she started school, her grades have always been among the best and she was praised by her teachers at school. When you got to your job, you were fired? This was hard for her to accept. Chen Chang comforted her for several nights before he finally calmed her down. Let her rest at home and avoid possible revenge from the Zhou family. Anyway, I still have a lot of savings, so I don't need to go out to work to make a living for the time being. It's almost there, just wait a little longer. Chen Chang narrowed his eyes and his throat rolled. Oh. Xiao Xia nodded without any persistence. Beep at this moment, Chen Chang's cell phone rang. He stopped and signaled Xiao Xia to be quiet. Dad, what's going on so early in the morning? Chang, please come to the People's Hospital when you are free. Fei is in trouble. Father Chen's voice was complicated, choked, and came intermittently. Okay, I'll be there as soon as I'm done. Chen Chang hung up the phone and insisted on finishing a set of morning exercises. When I arrived at the ward, it was full of people. At a glance, all he saw were Chen Chang's uncles and uncles, with sad expressions on their faces. This is a hospital ward, and it is not convenient to talk out loud. Chen Shang took Xiao Siya's hand and nodded to the elders as a greeting. Chen Fei was lying on the hospital bed, and the hospital gown he was wearing looked particularly loose. His eyes were closed, he was breathing oxygen through his nose, his abdomen was full of tubes, his face was pale, and no one knew what was going on. Chen Fei's mother's eyes were red and swollen, and tears kept falling, and no matter how hard she tried to wipe them away, they wouldn't stop. Chen Fei's father didn't cry, but his face looked gloomy and extremely ugly, as if he would lose control at any time. In the atmosphere of grief and silence, Chen Shang sat for a long time before his mother pulled him up and led him downstairs. "Mom, what's going on with Fei Chen? Did something go wrong during his martial arts training?" Feier's father said that they borrowed 2 million from the bank, and together with your uncle's money, they raised 10 million. They bought enough a grade nutrient solution and 2 injections of something called a martial arts potential activation injection. Mother Chen took her son for a stroll in the first floor garden inside. Before the drug wore off, Feier's vitality once reached 0.99, but unfortunately it couldn't reach 1. "You said it was fine this way. Even if I can't become a warrior, at least I'm a quasi-martial artist, and I'll have a good job in the future." But who knew Feier was so stubborn? He heard some news from somewhere and went to a boxing match. They said there would be a martial arts reward for the champion. In the end, he was beaten and seriously injured. He's still in danger. Chapter 16, double the vitality, even a martial saint can't do it after retraining. When Shen's mother finished speaking, she sighed several times. "It's fate, but luckily what you did last time worked out for us, otherwise your father and I would have lost all our retirement money." At this moment, she no longer dared to think about climbing the warrior tree. It is still too difficult for ordinary people to become warriors. Even someone as talented as Chen Fei couldn't succeed. It's good for you to know. The population of the Federation is in the billions. How many ordinary people can become martial artists with their talents in a year? Chen Shang took the opportunity to scold his mother and completely dispel her unrealistic ideas. After seeing Chen Fei in the hospital, Chen Shang did not stay long. As usual, I continued to work in the evening. The fight didn't end until Xiao Siya begged for mercy. Afterwards, Chen Shang folded his hands behind his head and thought about the information he had collected during the day. The boxing match that my cousin Chen Fei participated in was a black market boxing match. It attracted a large number of fans to place bets, and the organizers made a lot of money. The last time he came to the black market, Chen Shang watched from afar for a while. At that time, he thought it was just an illegal boxing match that attracted gamblers, so he didn't pay much attention to it and didn't think about getting involved in making money by boxing. I didn't expect that the competition would have rewards for martial arts skills. If there are even techniques, then I'm sure training resources like martial arts and starstones are also essential. Chen Shang had an idea. Money alone would not move him, but if there was martial arts as a reward, that would be a different matter. After all, for so long, his daily life rating has not been able to break through. He can only earn points through hard work every day, and he has to work hard on martial arts. You can't rely entirely on system rewards. Let's go to the black market tomorrow and see what kind of martial arts rewards are offered in this boxing competition. Chen Shang had an idea in his mind and fell asleep holding Xiao Siya. The sun rises and the morning light shines through the windowsill and into the house. This morning, Chen Shang was doing morning exercises alone, practicing the star body tempering technique and basking in the sun, and he did not bring Xiao Siya with him. He had been overworked recently, and even though he was nourished with life essence every day, Xiao Siya was just an ordinary person after all. With his efforts, his vitality was slightly improved, but still did not exceed 0.8. It can't be compared with his warrior's abnormal body. Star body tempering technique, max it out. Deciding to go to the black market, Chen Shang no longer saved any points. He spent them before leaving to increase his vitality. The stronger he was, the better. Star body tempering technique level 3 40-40. Star body tempering technique level 4 80-80. Star body tempering technique level 5 40.28 160. After accumulating cultivation points for more than a month, he upgraded the star body tempering technique to level 5. At that moment, Chen Shang's mind was in turmoil and a large number of memories emerged out of thin air. These are all his experiences of practicing martial arts day and night, regardless of wind or rain in an unknown world. Immediately afterwards, feedback appeared on his body. Chen Shang felt as if he had grown a brain again. He felt itchy, and his body became stronger and stronger, with endless energy. Life, 2.78. Life level, level 1 skin and flesh. Farming points, 0. Partner, Xiao CF favorability 86. Scanning the panel, Chen Chang first sighed that struggle was not easy. The points earned came slowly but were spent quickly, and were cleared out in an instant. But it's all worth it, there is a reward for hard work. My vitality is heading straight to 3 points. At this rate, it won't be long before I can break through and become a second-level warrior. Chen Chang glanced at Xiao Xia, who was still sleeping soundly. Her breathing was even and a little louder than usual, probably because she was too tired last night. Coming out of the light rail station, Chen Chang lowered his hood and silently became extremely alert. He didn't know how far the Zhou family's investigation had progressed, and whether they had noticed him. But he can't stay at home all his life. He has to go out and find opportunities to improve his strength. This time, he had a preliminary goal, which was to learn a martial art so that he could have something useful to do in his spare time besides his daily work. Otherwise, it would be a bit dull to just improve your vitality and have physical fitness but not be able to use the martial arts moves. If you really encounter a powerful enemy, it will be too late to regret. At the entrance of the black market, Zhou Mingrui still stood aside with his fists clasped like a wooden stick. He looked tired, and his dark circles became darker, almost scary. His eyeballs were bloodshot and without any light, as if he would faint at any moment. The murderer is a beginner warrior, with a vitality of around 1.2. Father wouldn't be mistaken. There are no newly registered warriors in the Federation or the Association. If this person wants to improve his training, he must go through the black market. Whether he's really in the black market or outside, he must be going in and out frequently. Are you really willing to be a turtle for the rest of your life? Even if you die, you won't come out? Zhou Mingrui was depressed. If the murderer kept hiding and not moving, he really had no way to deal with it. The investigation came to a standstill at the black market. He walked around the black market several times but found no trace. Just when he was getting annoyed, a hooded figure walked over. Zhou Mingrui looked intently and said in a hoarse voice, "You, stop." Chen Chang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, oh no. Enemies always meet in a narrow road. How come he ran into someone from the Zhou family at the entrance of the black market as soon as he went out? The information provided by Tianji Tower included photos of several warriors from the Zhou family. After Zhou Mingrui turned around, he recognized him. Chen Chang was a little confused by the loud shout. The other party was a second-level warrior with a vitality of 5 points. His strength was far above his own. How did the other party recognize you? He never showed his face and left almost no trace throughout the whole process. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chen Chang's mind. No, Zhou Mingrui might not have recognized him, so he couldn't lose his composure. Chen Chang stopped, turned sideways calmly, and looked at Zhou Mingrui. He asked with a confused look on his face, "You called me? What's the matter? Still pretending? It was you who killed Zhou Tian." Zhou Mingrui's fatigue disappeared, and the bloodshot in his eyes was no longer visible. The powerful 5 points of vitality were fully revealed. Staring at Chen Chang like a lion. "Zhou Tian? I don't know him." Chen Chang said coldly, and he was also angry, as if he had been slandered. Seeing this, Zhou Mingrui suddenly stopped and frowned. The vitality is close to 3, and the strength does not match. No matter how talented the murderer is, without the Federation's skills, it is impossible to double the vitality in just 1 month. Even a martial saint couldn't do it if he dispersed his energies and started over again. But why does this person give me such a similar feeling to the murderer? Zhou Mingrui looked at Chen Chang from head to toe, then said after a long moment, "I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Neuropathy. If your eyesight is not good, go." Chen Chang cursed a few words, and seeing that the other party looked unfriendly, he strode towards the black market. Chapter 17 Fighting Fist, Hu Shui. The core area of the black market. An octagonal cage was built, with a circular stand next to it. The seats were packed at the moment, and those who had placed bets and were watching the show for the thrill were all shouting at the top of their lungs. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" Chen Chang, still frightened, found a gap to watch. It was too thrilling just now. If I had lost my composure, I would have been scared out by Zhou Mingrui. Both opponents in this boxing match were not warriors, and their vitality did not exceed 1, one was 0.97 and the other was 0.98. The two equally matched prospective warriors, without any protective measures, exchanged blows with each other in a fierce fight. He watched for a while, then left the auditorium and found the organizer in the hall. The person in charge was a wheat-skinned woman who was wearing light clothing made of very little fabric, barely enough to cover her big breasts and perky butt. She is not very pretty, but she is very attractive, with sharp eyes and excellent spirit. What service does this guest require? Chen Chang was wearing a loose sweatshirt and didn't look very strong. She felt that he was here to place a bet. I want to learn about boxing competitions. Hu Shui chuckled when she heard this, and didn't think much about it. Newcomers were like this before placing bets, they liked to ask all kinds of questions, and she was already used to it. She poured Chen Chang a drink and introduced it patiently. The boxing competition, jointly hosted by various gangs in the old city, aims to promote the vigorous development of the wild martial arts community. When Hu Shui said this, he acted very serious and looked very proud. Chen Chang sneered in his heart, but there was no expression on his face, and he even said a word of praise. If his cousin had not secretly come to fight and was seriously injured, he would have really believed the other party's lies. The boxing competition is divided into 3 groups, corresponding to the strength of quasi-warriors, first-level warriors, and second-level warriors respectively. The higher the strength of the group, the higher the reward. The quasi-warrior group was rewarded with a D-level technique. Although it was the lowest level in the Federation's classification, it was still a priceless treasure for ordinary people. Countless people sign up for the competition just to win the championship and inherit the martial arts skills. Chen Chang focused on the group of first-level warriors. In addition to the inheritance of D-level martial arts, he also provided an additional C-level martial arts. Is there any more detailed information about this martial art? Chen Chang asked curiously. Hu Shui crossed his arms over his chest, feeling slightly dissatisfied, thinking to himself, why ask so many questions, you can't get it anyway, but as an old hand in the black market. She still smiled and said, martial arts rewards are exclusive to the champion and cannot be easily revealed. Chen Chang was speechless. It was so mysterious that people who didn't know would think it was some unique martial art. The boxing competition is only held once a year, with 3 groups competing one after another. This month, the competition is for quasi-warriors. The competition is in full swing and the group stage has come to an end. Currently, the competitions for the first-level warrior group and the second-level warrior group are still in the registration stage. If everything goes well for the quasi-warrior group, it is expected to take about 10 days. In other words, the first-level warrior group competition will start in 10 days at the earliest, and he still has enough time to prepare. After learning about it, Chen Chang immediately chose to sign up. You want to participate in the competition? Hu Shui widened her eyes and tightened her arms across her chest, causing the 2 delays to tremble. If you sign up now, you can either be a first-level warrior or a second-level warrior. This delicate-looking young man in front of me is actually a warrior? Chen Chang didn't feel offended. He was trying to restrain his aura so that ordinary people couldn't detect his powerful vitality. Besides, his attention at the moment was completely attracted by the swaying thunder. The scale of this is extremely large. If you cover it up, you will feel suffocated. If you want to sign up, we need to do a vitality test first to confirm that you meet the requirements. Hu Shui explained. She didn't pay much attention to Chen Chang's gaze. In the black market, I am looked at like this by hundreds of people, men and women, almost every day. If she cared, then she wouldn't have to do anything and would be pissed off every day. Chen Chang nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Hu Shui immediately took him into the low building, and soon a special inspector arrived with sophisticated instruments, and several cold metal pieces were stuck on his body. Chen Chang couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Compared with the federal detection technology, this was too backward. The conditions are limited and the equipment is simple. I hope you can forgive me. Hu Shui smiled apologetically. The test results came out quickly. Hu Shui listened to the staff's words and looked at the form in surprise. Judging from the sound of this young man, his lifespan is definitely no more than 20, most likely around 18, and his vitality has reached 2.78. All the indicators regarding vitality were surprisingly high, much better than those of ordinary warriors, and even gave her the impression that this person came from a martial arts family or the upper echelons of the Federation. Low-level wild warriors rarely see such test reports. With a vitality of 2.78, he ranks among the top 3 among the contestants registered as of today, and is definitely a strong contender for the championship. More importantly, Chen Chang looked like a rookie who had just entered the black market and most likely had no power yet. If such a potential stock can be won over to one's own camp, it will definitely be a great achievement. Hu Shui looked at Chen Chang with a different look in her eyes, becoming more enthusiastic. Chen Chang, I will help you fill in your registration information, and the registration fee can also be waived. By the way, there's also a title prize for the champion in the boxing competition. Without waiting for Chen Chang to ask questions, Hu Shui had already pulled Chen Chang aside and patiently explained to him. The boxing competition was co-organized by 8 factions, each with their own businesses and territories in the black market and the old city. These forces competed with each other, and bloody fights occurred from time to time. The number of would-be warriors is consumed extremely quickly, and even warriors are often sacrificed, so the absorption of fresh blood is particularly important. To attract new blood, one mainly relies on the reputation and welfare benefits of each force. The reputation depends on one's own hard power and on publicity. Boxing competitions are quite influential in the black market and even the entire old city. Most potential quasi-warriors will pay attention to it. The force to which the boxing champion belongs will naturally receive a wave of publicity. You probably haven't joined any other factions yet. Would you consider our Tianhe Club? With your strength and talent, you'll receive a substantial signing fee for joining. Hu Shui took him aside and introduced him enthusiastically. The Tianhe gang is so powerful in the black market. The leader has a vitality of over 50 points and is a 4th-level courage realm warrior. He was once invincible in the black market. There are dozens of warriors in the club, and the atmosphere of martial arts is strong. Chen Chang was a little embarrassed. Hu Shui was too enthusiastic and held his arm tightly. I haven't thought about joining any faction yet. After hearing the polite refusal, Hu Shui was not disappointed and continued. It doesn't matter. You can still choose our Tianhe Club to sponsor this event. If you win, you will receive an additional reward from the Tianhe Club. Chapter 18 The Enticement of All Parties. Hu Shui gave another enthusiastic introduction. The so-called naming means that the contestants will compete on behalf of the funding force. At that time, the name of the force will be printed on their clothes, and the organizer will also add the prefix of the force when introducing the contestants. There are 2 types of title sponsorship rewards. One is a fixed fee that can be obtained regardless of the results as long as the race is completed successfully. The 8 major forces that jointly organized the event offered similar fixed title rewards, mostly in cash, around 20,000 federal coins. The other type is called a betting agreement. If a player wins the championship, he will receive a generous reward. If he fails to win the championship, he will get nothing, and the sponsor can get it for free. If it's a betting agreement, what kind of reward can your Tianhe association give? Seeing that Hu Shui was really enthusiastic, Chen Chang gave priority to cooperating with the other party. A star stone. Hu Shui's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Chen Chang to be so confident and actually go straight for the championship. With Chen Chang's strength and 2.78 vitality, he does have a chance to win the championship, although it is not too big. Chen Chang became interested and sat up slightly. The price of a piece of starstone is around 300,000, and it is often out of stock. It is a resource that is essential for martial artists to practice. The amount mined by the Federation each year is very small, and it is not enough for the official internal and martial arts families, so it rarely appears on the black market. He also asked several other forces. 5 of them offer a slightly higher cash equivalent, between 350,000 and 400,000. As for the other 2 forces, one of them was Tianji Tower, with which Chen Chang had a deal. The reward offered by them for the championship bet was also a starstone. The other gang, called the Iron Chain Gang, offers a unique martial arts inheritance, the Sea-Level Iron Shirt. This martial art is quite famous in the black market. Hu Shui generously revealed its details to Chen Chang. It is said that after successful practice, the whole body will be as hard as iron, and it is extremely difficult for martial artists of the same strength to break it. Chen Chang was not too interested in it. This martial art was about being able to withstand attacks. The route he planned for himself was to only fight in situations where he had overwhelming strength, and he was more inclined to practice offensive and body movement-related martial arts. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Do you want to cooperate with our Tianhe Club? Hu Shui smiled and pulled Chen Chang's arm, her proud chest shaking coquettishly. After a conversation between the two, they kept changing their names. Hu Shui's way of addressing Chen Chang changed from Mr. Chen, the guest, to Xiao Chen. She asked Chen Chang to call her Sister Hu, saying that Miss Hu was too unfamiliar. Since Sister Hu said so, then you can go to Tianhe Club. Chen Chang pondered for a while and didn't hesitate too much. He first eliminated the forces that wanted cash rewards, as he was not so short of money for the time being. The martial arts taught by the Iron Chain Gang were good, but unfortunately they were reckless martial arts and were also abandoned. Finally, only Tianji Tower and Tianhe Club were left. Both of them gave star stones. Chen Shang was quite interested and decided to get one to try. It didn't matter which one you chose, and Hu Shui introduced them enthusiastically for a long time, and her lips were dry from talking. Chen Shang just did a favor. As for whether they can win the championship, Chen Shang was very confident about this. There were still 10 days before the official start of the competition. As long as he worked hard, he would have 50 points of cultivation by then. He could invest all of them in the star body tempering technique, and his vitality would be enough to exceed 3 points, making him a second-level warrior. A second-level player can fight a first-level player with his eyes closed. Hu Shui finished registering the registration information. Chen Shang's name quickly appeared in front of all the major forces in the black market. Near the octagonal cage battlefield, there is a rare high-rise building called Zuemeng Pavilion. The chef is very skilled and has many repeat customers. In the VIP box on the top floor, the table was filled with delicious food, and under the table were several beautiful women, with their breasts half exposed and their shoulders alluring. Zhang Yamo, the leader of the Iron Chain Gang, had a beautiful woman sitting on each of his thighs, who was rubbing her hips against his while feeding him food. "Brother Zhang, is it delicious? Brother Zhang, eat some of my food." The two beauties in his arms were vying for attention. Zhang Yamo was about to attack both of them at the same time when his phone rang. "Is the matter done?" Seeing that it was his confidant calling, gang leader Zheng quickly answered the call and asked. "I'm sorry, boss. Gao Yuan didn't agree to us. He signed an agreement with Tianji Tower." A frustrated voice came from the other end of the phone. "Tianji Tower? This is not your fault." Zhang Yamo was angry at first, but then he forced himself to suppress his anger. "Anything else?" "Yes, boss. A new competitor with decent skills has signed up for the level 1 warrior category. Judging by the vitality test report, he has great potential. Since Gao Yuan hasn't mentioned it, why don't we try to win him over?" The confidant's words became excited. The Iron Chain Gang had lost its leader not long ago, and they were in urgent need of outstanding new blood. Gao Yuan, whom they had originally favored, was snatched away by Tianji Tower and recruited into their team. Unexpectedly, another good candidate emerged. Zhang Yamo patted the two plump buttocks on his legs, signaling them to leave first, and then he read the message sent by his confidant, waiting for him to finish reading Chen Shang's vitality test report. He immediately put out the cigarette in his hand and said to the other end of the phone, "Go and do this immediately. Do your best to recruit him. Give him the same treatment as Gao Yuan." "Yes, boss." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yamo lost his appetite for a moment. He lost Gao Yuan, who he had high hopes for, and now Chen Shang, who was not much worse, came. Geniuses seem to be popping up in large numbers recently. He thought for a moment, lit another cigarette, raised his chin and let the two big but beauties sit on him again. Black market export. Chen Shang had just left not long ago. A dark-skinned man hurried over. He was wearing black clothes and thick jeans with several thin iron chains hanging on his pants. Makes a tinkling sound when walking. Behind him, there were several more clinking sounds, and several younger brothers stopped panting. "Brother, hey, you're so fast. What's the hurry? Damn, I missed it." The man nicknamed Heisey cursed and slapped his thigh. At this time, another figure arrived. The person who came was a woman with a pretty face. She was wearing a suit and long black stockings under her hip skirt. When Heisey saw her, his eyes suddenly widened and he stared at her round black silk legs, but then he changed his mind and slapped himself in the face. "That's not right. Why is the manager of Tianji building running so fast in high heels? Could it be that he is the same as him?" When Heisei thought about Gao Yuan being intercepted, he couldn't help but say, "You guys at Tianji Tower are really greedy. You want to get everything you want? TSK, look at what you said. Their hands and feet are on other people's bodies. It's their freedom to go wherever they want." Seeing that she didn't catch up, Zhang Yan said something indifferent and left in her high heels. Heisei was very angry and wanted to chase after him and curse him. But thinking of the boss's order, he forced himself to hold back. He didn't plan to leave until he saw Chen Shang, so he found a place to stand at the door. Chapter 19 Shao Si's clear instructions. When Chen Chang returned home, Xiao Xia had already prepared a table full of dishes. There are all kinds of hard dishes and big pieces of meat. Such a big table is not cheap. Xiao Xia wiped her hands, took off her apron and said, "Achong, why don't you let me go out and find a job? It's not a good idea to keep spending our family savings like this." "No rush, the Zhou family's hidden dangers haven't been resolved yet. They may not have found me, but they will definitely keep an eye on you. According to what you said, Zhou Tian definitely wrote you down in his little notebook." Chen Chang picked up some food for his worried-looking wife while he ate heartily. In a short while, almost all the dishes on the table were eaten by him. For martial artists to practice martial arts and develop their vitality, they not only need various nutrient solutions in martial arts needles, but they also need to pay attention to the word eating. The higher the vitality and the more powerful the warrior, the greater the need for food. If he does not eat, his body functions will gradually deteriorate and his vitality will decline. Chen Chang relies on hard work to train his martial arts, but he cannot avoid eating. His appetite has been increasing recently, and the cost of food alone is not small. He has to spend nearly 1,000 federal coins every day. Xiao Xia watched the money in her card quickly decrease, and she was staying at home without a job, so she felt very anxious. "Okay, but if this continues, my savings will eventually collapse. Don't worry, I'll take care of the money." After dinner, Chen Chang continued to comfort Xiao Xia until late at night, from the living room to the bedroom, from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed, and finally he finished comforting her by the floor-to-ceiling windowsill. This continued for 10 days. Such an ordinary life is boring and tedious, but Chen Chang can still endure it. After all, he is a warrior with a vitality of nearly 3 points and a strong endurance. Xiao Xia couldn't bear it anymore. She was just an ordinary person, and her body was delicate. The morning sun was beautiful today. After she and Chen Chang finished their morning exercises, she couldn't help but lean against the wall to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "Achang, after you become a warrior, there will definitely be girls chasing you, right?" Chen Chang has become a warrior, and for the time being she is the only one who knows about this. Because of the Zhou family, she cannot share this good news with her family, which makes Xiao Xia feel itchy. At first, she was thinking that she should keep an eye on Chen Chang in the future. It is said that men tend to become bad after they become capable, so she must not let those coquettish and slutty girls outside seduce Chen Chang. Although in the Federation, there are few warriors who only have one woman. But she just didn't want to share it with others, but now, after a month and 10 days of high-intensity life, she can't stand it anymore. "Why are we suddenly talking about this?" Chen Chang asked with a smile. "Oh, it's you. You're so bad. You're always on the prowl all day long. You don't have anything to do. If there's someone you like out there, just go out and..." When Xiao Xia said this, her cheeks turned red and she was embarrassed to continue. Chen Chang understood, reached out and held her in his arms and said, "Well, don't worry, my heart will always be with you." "Ah, this is so corny." Xiao Xia struggled twice, and found that there was movement on her buttocks, so she dared not move anymore. In the end, Chen Chang let his wife go. It's not that he is gentle with women, but today is the day when the boxing match begins. I took the light rail to the old city and ran into 2 door gods inside and outside the entrance of the black market. Outside the door was someone from the Zhou family, the second-level warrior Zhou Mingrui, who was still waiting for him with red eyes, but he didn't recognize him. Chen Chang thought about it in his mind and thought that he had concealed himself well. When he attacked, he was wearing a mask and a hood on his head, with only a pair of vague eyes exposed. In fact, Zhou Mingrui doesn't rely on facial recognition at all, but looks at the aura and temperament, relying on the perception of a warrior. If it weren't for the mismatch in vitality, he would have been taken down by Zhou Mingrui on the spot last time. Behind the door was a man with chains wrapped around his pants. His eyes were blood red, and he looked even scarier than Zhou Mingrui. Those who didn't know him would think he had some strange disease. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chen Chang's scalp tingled, thinking he had met a pervert. "I've been waiting for you for so long, but finally I've seen you." Heisey had a cold, and his voice was nasal, sounding a bit like he was crying. "Chen Chang, our Iron Chain Gang really needs talents like you. Are you interested in joining us? You will get a star stone if you join." Heisey saw Chen Chang was about to run away and hurriedly stopped him. "Psycho, if you have something to say, just say it." Chen Chang cursed inwardly, then turned around and said, "I'm not interested. I like someone else. It's just a piece of starstone." If he didn't have a living system, he might seriously consider it. But since there is a life system, you just need to work hard and add points, and there is no need to worry about practice resources. If you join a force like the Chain Gang, you're bound to run into trouble, and there won't be much profit to be made, so it's not worth it. Hey, if you are not satisfied with the conditions, we can talk about it again. Don't leave in a hurry. Heisey was shocked. You don't even look down on a single starstone? That's over 300,000 Federation coins. You don't need to do anything, just join the club and you'll get it. And this is what he used to fool people. In fact, the Iron Chain Gang has no stock of starstones to give to new members, no matter how talented the warriors are. I originally wanted to keep the other party hooked first, and then complain after I cheated him, saying that the starstone was temporarily out of stock and I needed to wait for a while. If I couldn't wait, I could exchange it for an equal amount of money. He didn't expect Chen Shang to just walk away without even saying anything. He quickly chased after him and said, "If you don't want the starstone, we can exchange it for money. Add some extra money and we can talk about how much you want." In order to meet Chen Shang as soon as possible, recruit him into the Iron Chain Gang, and complete the gang leader's orders, Heisey guarded the entrance for 10 days without sleep. Even though he was an entry-level warrior, he was almost fainting from exhaustion. "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." Chen Shang refused to leave. "Fuck, he's so fucking pretentious." Heisey was angry. He felt that Chen Shang looked down on him and looked down on their Iron Chain Gang. Octagonal cage. The surrounding area was already crowded with spectators, people of all kinds, most of whom were quasi-warriors, and a very small number of ordinary people also had extraordinary backgrounds. The boxing match for the warrior category is about to begin. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic. The duel between warriors was much more exciting than that between quasi-warriors. It could be said to be a confrontation between supermen, which was rarely seen outside the black market. "Chen Shang, come quickly." Hu Shue's eyes lit up and she kept waving in the hall. She was still wearing cool clothes, a slim-fitting sleeveless fitness top, with her breasts bulging high, and her exposed belly was flat and smooth without a trace of fat. Her waist was very thin, in sharp contrast to her plump buttocks. "Hasn't it started yet?" Chen Shang walked up to Hu Shui and wiped his nose. "Contestants have to register in advance, and there are quite a few talented people in this competition. Why don't you come early to check out the information and prepare well?" Hu Shui rolled her eyes and snorted with some disappointment. She was optimistic about Chen Shang's potential and tried her best to win him over that day, but she failed to get him into their Tianhe club. "Your vitality is top tier, but actual combat isn't all about vitality. Fighting skills and tactics are also important. In terms of overall strength, there are 3 people ahead of you." Chapter 20 Hottest. Hu Shui handed over a stack of information. After a quick scan, Chen Shang understood. The vitality of these 3 people is no lower than his, and one of them even exceeds 2.9, approaching the 3-point mark, not far from the second-level warrior. His name is Gao Yuan, and he also practices a D-level martial art called Tong Biquan. He has fought many black boxing matches before, specifically to suppress himself, and won a lot of money from the organizers. It was also because of this that several major forces in the black market were very unhappy, and due to the situation, he was recruited by Tianji Tower this time. At this point, Hu Shui leaned in front of Chen Shang and whispered in his ear, "I heard that Tianji Tower gave Gao Yuan the inheritance of the skills in advance. Maybe his strength will improve significantly in the near future. If you meet him in advance, you can give up." Tianhe Club and Chen Shang signed a gambling agreement. She shouldn't have said these words. Chen Shang's life or death has nothing to do with Tianhe Club. What they want is for Chen Shang to keep moving up in the rankings. Tianhe will expect Chen Shang to be in the top 4. After all, on paper, there are 3 other players who are stronger than him. If Chen Shang could fight hard and move forward to the finals, Tianhe Club would make a lot of money, not only without spending any money, but also getting free publicity. Don't worry. Chen Shang didn't care too much. No matter how strong he is only at the 1st level. Can he withstand his 2nd-level Iron Fist? However, he could still feel Hu Shui's kindness. Seeing that Chen Shang didn't take it seriously, Hu Shui sighed inwardly. Young people are bound to be hot-tempered, and she could understand that, but she still wanted to persuade him again. At this moment, the octagonal cage opened and a woman walked up. The bustling stands around suddenly became quiet. This woman has a nice figure, but unfortunately she is plain-looking and there are almost no good features on her face. Chen Shang took a look and then looked away. If he had to find an advantage, he thought there was a word that could summarize it: mature woman. The kind that is fully ripe, it knows how to turn over after a pat on the butt. This mature woman, wearing a deep V dress, stood in the center of the octagonal building, looking down at the whole crowd, and said, "The boxing match is about to begin. I won't waste any more words. Let the contestants speak for themselves with their strength. I hope everyone enjoys watching." After the mature woman finished her opening remarks, she tiptoed, jumped high, and went directly to the stand box nearby. The host took the microphone and repeated the schedule and groupings. A total of 48 contestants are divided into 8 groups. The top 2 in each group will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The 16 masters who advance to the next round will draw lots to determine their opponents, and compete against each other in pairs until the final champion is decided. Chen Shang looked at the grouping and found that he, as the number 4 seed, was placed in Group D. He is the player with the highest vitality in the group. The second one barely reaches 2.5. If the opponent does not have martial arts skills, he will definitely not be his opponent. Every 0.1 increase in vitality will lead to a huge improvement in physical fitness, which Chen Shang has a deep understanding of. The game will start soon, and today we will play the group stage. 2 tall beauties in cool clothes entered the venue holding signs, turned around to show off their impressive assets to the audience, and then left the stage with their hips twisted. The audience in the stands cheered and blew whistles, with undisguised lust in their eyes. First game. As soon as the 2 contestants appeared on the stage, the atmosphere was ignited. Lofty. Lofty. The girls who had been calm before now stood up one after another, their faces flushed as they shouted Gao Yuan's name. Chen Shang was sitting in the contestants' preparation seat, with his legs crossed, eating a handful of melon seeds. I have to say that Gao Yuan is not only strong on paper, but also looks a bit handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and an angular face. Coupled with the aura of a warrior, he looks quite cool. No wonder it's so popular, it excited a group of women in the stands. Just in terms of appearance, she's almost catching up with me. Chen Shang muttered softly. Hu Shui on the side seemed to have heard it. She glanced at him, the corners of her mouth twitched noticeably, and her 2 big thunders trembled slightly. Pu Qi. She held it in for a long time, her eyes moving back and forth between Chen Shang and Gao Yuan, but finally she couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Chen Shang glanced at Hu Shui lightly without saying anything, but he took note of it in his heart and thought, if you like to laugh, I will make you cry someday. Just like this little episode, the fight in the octagon cage is over. The audience in the stands couldn't even see clearly what was happening. They just saw Gao Yuan clapping his hands, adjusting his sleeves and walking downstairs. On the iron net, his opponent was leaning on it in a big letter shape and was sliding down. Gao Yuan wins. The host took a breath and announced loudly. Lofty. At this time, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, one wave higher than the other. The women's faces turned red and they wished they could shout their throats out. Just to attract attention and let Gao Yuan take a look. Unfortunately, Gao Yuan didn't react at all and went straight to the lounge. The presidential box in the stands. There were 3 people sitting there, all looking relaxed. Zhang Yamo of the Tielian gang was very uncomfortable without the beauty in his arms. He glanced at the woman from Tianji Tower and suddenly said sinisterly, "Your tower is so proud of its reputation that you can force anyone who has a good relationship with us to leave. Boss Zhang, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by forcing someone to leave? Whether we're doing business or recruiting new people, we always adhere to the principle of mutual consent. How can we say we're forcing someone to leave?" The mature woman was very happy after seeing Gao Yuan's performance, but after hearing what Zhang Yamo said, her good mood immediately turned sour. The third person present, the president of the Tianha Association, was a sturdy man with a resolute face and quite masculine air. Seeing the 2 men about to fight, Zhao Qiping quickly stepped in to act as a peacemaker. "You two, if there's any misunderstanding, talk it out. The competition has just begun. If you tear down the venue, this multi-million-dollar project will be ruined." In his heart, he actually favored Zhang Yamo, because the Iron Chain Gang was, after all, a legitimate local force. Unlike Tianji Tower, it is an organization spread throughout the Federation, although its branch in Los Angeles is almost completely self-managed. Gao Yuan, a talented warrior and the favorite to win the championship, was not recruited by himself, and he would rather join a local force than Tianji Tower. But everyone has their own aspirations, and Zhao Qiping couldn't say anything about this matter, so he just went to support the Iron Chain Gang. Zhang Yamo thought back to the previous match. Gao Yuan seemed to have improved again. Originally, the favorite was from the Iron Chain Gang. After Gao Yuan wins the championship, the Iron Chain Gang will also become very popular and attract a lot of new blood. But all of this was intercepted by the old woman from Tianji Tower. The more Zhang Mo thought about it, the angrier he became. There's nothing good to talk about with this old woman. Who are you calling an old woman? The mature woman was anxious, as if her tail had been stepped on. Hey, calm down first. Look, it seems there's a dark horse. Zhao Qiping stepped between the two of them, separating them who were on the verge of a fight, and looked at the octagonal cage in surprise. Chapter 21 Dark Horse Collision. In the preparation room, Chen Chang was also a little surprised. Are there any more experts? The two people fighting in the octagonal cage on the stage had never caught his eye, and they were not even mentioned in the intelligence that Hu Shui had carefully prepared. A man wearing a red martial arts uniform named Zhang Qi raised the corner of his mouth and looked at his opponent jokingly. No matter how the opponent attacked, he easily caught it. He didn't even move his feet. He just stood there calmly, as if he was in complete control of the situation. Just admit defeat. Practicing martial arts is not easy. I don't want to hurt anyone. Zhang Qi raised his hand to block the opponent's kick and said lightly. The warrior on the opposite side blushed, but he was not angry. He raised his hand to give up and left silently. Your vitality is 2.99. You are not planning to use your realm to suppress others like me, are you? Chen Chang was hanging on his body, and he saw through the opponent's strength at a glance and complained inwardly. Before the game, the audience and the organizers kept praising the player named Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan's vitality is only 2.9. Generally speaking, he is no match for Zhang Qi. This is truly a dark horse. It can be said that without him, the championship would most likely have been won by this dark horse that emerged halfway. Hu Shui rushed in a hurry, her two big thunders trembling violently with each breath. She stopped in front of Chen Chang and said, Xiao Chen, you just saw it, right? This player Zhang Qi's health is estimated to be close to 3 points. The vitality of all contestants is tested by the event organizer before registration. Keeping the player's abilities within the rules is only a small part of the goal. The main goal is to set odds and accurately predict the rankings of each player. Generally speaking, this is no problem. Developing vitality is not easy. If you want to make significant improvements, you need years of hard practice. Zhang Qi's vitality surged after signing up, which is extremely rare. Chen Chang nodded, his gaze shifted to the shaking breasts, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. What a big dark horse. Yeah, it looks like the boxing championship is going to change hands this time. Gao Yuan is most likely no match for him. His vitality, which is close to the second level, is still too much. Hu Shui sighed and comforted him. Xiao Chen, don't be discouraged. It doesn't matter if you can't win the championship this time. You have great talent and the future is yours. In the box. Zhang Mo and the mature woman from Tianji Tower, who were about to have sex, were no longer in the mood to argue. First level limit. Zhang Mo's eyes lit up. He's not far from the second level. Looking at his surging vitality, he may break into the second level at any time. Zhao Qiping agreed, squinting his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. The mature woman crossed her arms and said nothing. She was in a bad mood at the moment, but it had nothing to do with the leader of the chain gang, but because of the dark horse that showed up halfway. Zhang Qi has a very high chance of winning the championship, and Gao Yuan is likely to lose. The championship publicity that Tianji Tower had obtained was flying away in the blink of an eye. In contrast to the MILF, the unhappier she was, the happier the other two leaders were. Especially Zhang Mo, he wanted to call a few beauties immediately and celebrate on the spot. It was so satisfying to see the women of Tianji Tower being humiliated. It seems that the duck that Tianji Tower has got is gone. Zhang Mo gloated. The mature woman didn't say anything and just looked at the octagon cage in silence. Zhao Qiping took a step forward and said with some anticipation, there are quite a few promising young talents this year. Perhaps we'll have a chance to compete in the upcoming World Fighter competition. Fight after fight, the fighters have extraordinary physical fitness and endurance, but in the narrow environment of the octagonal cage, the victory or defeat is decided very quickly. Chen Chang came on stage. He had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a hood, so his face was not very clear. The audience naturally ignored him and turned their attention to his opponent, who looked like an ordinary contestant who had never appeared before, had no fame and was not good looking. Everyone's interest waned, and they all sat down, either picking up snacks to eat or checking their phones. "Hello, please show mercy," the opponent said politely. "No problem, no problem." Chen Shang responded with a smile, but before he could finish his words, his opponent jumped out and punched him in the face. The two bunny girls holding the signs were frightened and ran out in panic. Chen Shang was angry. The young people nowadays had no martial ethics at all and only knew how to launch sneak attacks. He shouted softly and threw a punch as well. The wind was whistling, and his punch arrived first, colliding head-on with the opponent's fist. With a snap, the opponent's arm broke dramatically and he howled in pain. Chen Shang wins. The host was very surprised and stepped forward to announce. The audience was also stunned. They thought that these two ordinary warriors were just ordinary warriors who came here to get a ranking reward. But I didn't expect Chen Shang to be such a capable player. Initially, it seems that he is close to the level of the first tier. This Chen Shang's physical fitness is better than expected. Zhang Yamo praised, and his evaluation of Chen Shang slightly improved. Originally, he asked Heisei to talk to Chen Shang, hoping to recruit him. Today Heisei came to complain, saying that Chen Shang was arrogant and did not take the chain gang seriously. Zhang Yamo originally thought that it was understandable for young people to be frivolous, but he also couldn't bear to see his subordinates being wronged, so he gave up the idea of recruiting them. But now it seems worth changing his mind. His vitality is very strong, without any fatness. Zhao Qiping also praised him, staring at Chen Shang in the octagonal cage. He was hesitating whether he should let Hu Xuanu try hard to bring Chen Shang into the Tianhe Club. Didn't President Zhao recruit him? The mature woman asked calmly, pretending to be casual. She had read Chen Shang's vitality report and immediately sent her confidant to find someone, hoping to recruit him into Tianji Tower. Observing closely at this moment, she felt it most clearly at the moment Chen Shang made his move. That pure vitality was very impressive. It is not like what can be seen in wild warriors. They are either extremely talented or have inherited excellent martial arts skills. Young people like to come and go freely. Our Tianhe Club is still not charming enough. Zhao Qiping replied with a smile, and his mood did not show. In that case, when he joins Tianji Tower, President Zhao won't be angry, right? The mature woman looked at Zhao Qiping with a playful expression. Of course not. Zhao Qiping's face was stiff, and he cursed in his heart, what a bitch, she wants to take away a genius as soon as she sees one. The mature woman didn't care what he was thinking and turned her attention back to Chen Shang. She has made up her mind to win over Chen Shang, a genius with a solid foundation and immeasurable potential, who may be able to help the branch building out of its predicament in the future. The game continued until evening. After all 8 groups were finished, Chen Shang had no rivals in Group D and advanced without any surprise. Several seeds, such as Gao Yuan and others, naturally appeared successfully, and the dark horse Zhang Qi won all the way without a fight and got a qualifying spot. The top 16 will face off, the host will draw lots on the spot, and the bunny girl will hold up a sign to announce it. The first match is between Gao Yuan from Tianji Tower and He Huan from the Iron Chain Gang. The second match, Tianhe Club Chen Shang vs Zhang Qi. When the audience saw the matchup, they were immediately excited. This second game could barely be considered a fight between dragons and tigers. Zhang Qi won all the way without a fight. He can be said to be a fierce dragon crossing the river, a definite dark horse. Chen Shang is quite strong, a fierce tiger, the dark horse of this competition. Even if he loses, he can force Zhang Qi to take action and see what he has. Yeah, tomorrow is a big show, a big dark horse versus a small dark horse, don't miss it. Chapter 22 Then I won Be polite. When Chen Shang returned home, the aroma of food filled his nose. He looked at the beautiful back of the girl in an apron busy in the kitchen, and felt very satisfied. At the dinner table, Xiao Siya had a worried look on her face and she wanted to speak several times but held back. Seeing this, Chen Shang held her hand and asked, "What's on your mind?" "My sister's condition has worsened, and I want to take some time to go and see her." Xiao Siya was in a low mood and felt deeply powerless. "Wait until the day after tomorrow. I'll go with you then." "Real?" Xiao Siya asked happily. She was originally worried that Chen Shang would not agree. After all, the hidden dangers of the Zhou family were still there, and she would probably be discovered if she went out. Chen Shang nodded and squeezed her hand. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to break through to the second level tomorrow, finish the boxing match, and accompany his wife to visit his sister-in-law the day after tomorrow. Late at night, Xiao Siya was sweating profusely and her hair was wet. She meowed until her throat was hoarse, feeling a little helpless. She thought to herself, hadn't she hinted to Chen Chang during the day that it was okay for him to cheat outside? Why was he being so troublesome tonight? Chen Chang was also helpless. He was not born to be gentle with women, but in order to become stronger, he could only make his wife suffer more. Rush to the light rail in the old town. Chen Chang looked at the panel silently. Life Force, 3.02. Life Level, Level 2 Muscles and Bones. Farming Points, 0. Partner, Xiao CF Favorability 90. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 595 160. Martial Arts, none. The hard work over the past 11 days and nights finally allowed his vitality to break through the 3-point limit and enter the second-level muscle and bone realm. As early as 5 days ago, Chen Chang had raised his vitality to 2.99. Although he kept adding points afterwards and the level of his star body tempering technique kept increasing, his vitality did not move. I didn't expect the bottleneck of the second stage to be so strong. It actually consumed 30 cultivation points. When entering the black market, he looked at Zhou Mingrui, whose eyes were red, and smiled slightly. Zhou Mingrui hugged his hands to his chest, like a wooden man, and smiled when he saw this. He always felt that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. After more than a month of agonizing waiting, as a second-level warrior, my body could bear it, but my mind was a little exhausted. This kind of suffering was extremely torturous. Zhou Mingrui thought, if he couldn't catch the murderer after waiting for another month, it would not matter. Practicing martial arts was the most important thing, and he would let his father make other arrangements when the time came. Octagonal Cage. The audience was packed with people, topless men, women whose bulges could be seen, cheering each other and looking at the contestants who were about to start. The first match is between Gao Yuan from Tianji Tower and He Huan from Tielian Gang. Gao Yuan's angular face was still cold and stern. He strode into the cage without saying a word. He Huan was a feminine man with a creepy voice. I'm He Huan from the Iron Chain Gang. Please give me some advice. Lofty. Beat him to death. Most of the audience were prospective warriors, and without detailed information about the contestants, they could only roughly tell who was strong and who was a weakling. At this moment, they still believed that Gao Yuan could win the championship. A separate preparation room for the players. Hu Shui made Chen Chang a cup of energy drink and said, "The next match is between you and Zhang Qi." I asked the president, and Zhang Qi's vitality has reached 2.99, the limit of the first level. Just treat it as practice, gain experience for the next round, and admit defeat in time when it matters most, so as not to get seriously injured. Chen Chang smiled and said, Zhang Qi's strength is indeed good, but I came here this time to win the championship. Well, you will definitely be the next one. What did you say? Hu Shui widened her eyes, thinking she had misheard. He's talking about winning the championship this time? How is this possible? Zhang Qi's vitality is 2.99, and he has good fighting skills. Apart from being an ordinary person and having no martial arts training, he is at the limit of a rank 1 warrior. To defeat Zhang Qi, one must also have 2.99 vitality, level 1 extreme physical fitness, and higher fighting skills and experience. She personally watched Chen Chang's vitality test, and the vitality was 2.78, which couldn't be fake. Could it be that, like Zhang Qi, he has also made a major breakthrough in recent days? Hu Shui's breathing quickened a bit, and he communicated with Chen Chang twice. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would brag. Since he said he came here to win the championship, he must be quite confident. At this time, the battle in the octagon cage was over. Gao Yuan lived up to everyone's expectations and easily defeated He Huan. The audience in the stands shouted his name crazily, and some extreme fanatics even took off their shirts and waved them in the air. This match is even more exciting. The biggest dark horse in this boxing match is Zhang Qi, the host shouted in a trailing tone. His opponent is also a dark horse. He looks unremarkable. He knocked out his opponents with one punch in the group stage. He is Chen Chang, representing the Tianhe Club. The bunny girl held a sign and twisted her waist as she moved around. Chen Chang and Zhang Qi walked out from the passages on both sides and stepped into the octagonal cage amid cheers. Zhang Qi. Chen Chang. There were cheers from both sides. In the audience's impression, they were both masters, but Zhang Qi's cheers were still louder. After all, he was better at pretending and did not fight in the games he won. Inside the grandstand box, there were a few more figures, and the leaders of the 8 major forces of the event had all arrived. This scene is quite interesting. Zhang Yamo sat up straight, and the iron chains clanged. Old Zhao, you're really lucky to have signed a great talent. If Zhang Qi hadn't shown up, you might have gotten a lot of attention. Zhao Qiping smiled without saying anything and glanced at the person who spoke. The mature woman from Tianji Tower sat in the middle. She narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and stared at Chen Chang in the octagonal cage with a strange expression. Before the end of today's game, no one is allowed to take action first. If you want to find Zhang Qi, follow the order we agreed on yesterday. A burly man glanced at the gang leaders present. At the same time, the battle in the octagon is about to begin. Zhang Qi said calmly, just admit defeat. Practicing martial arts is not easy. I don't want to hurt anyone. He had said this line several times yesterday, and the audience had memorized it. When they heard it, they couldn't help but burst into laughter and cheered together. The vitality of the extreme level 1 means that he is destined to sweep and win the championship in this boxing fight. No one will be his opponent. Chen Chang smiled and said, really? Then I won't be polite. Before he finished speaking, the other person had disappeared from the spot and came in front of Zhang Qi like a ghost, raised his hand and punched Zhang Qi directly in the face. Grass. Zhang Qi, bearing the brunt of the attack, felt a jolt in his heart, thinking, this is over. How can this guy be so fast? And he's still a rank 1 warrior? This is clearly not a speed that a level 1 warrior can achieve. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a fist hit his face and was hit by a huge force. He flew up uncontrollably and hit the iron net of the octagonal cage heavily. My whole body was in great pain and I slid down helplessly. You beast, this is fried fish. Chapter 23 Easily Crush. Time seemed to stand still. In the audience, Zhang Qi's supporters were laughing a second ago, but now their smiles froze, their mouths opened wide, and they didn't know what expression to make for a moment. The few people who were optimistic about Chen Chang were also stunned, thinking, I am optimistic about you, I think you are quite capable and have the style of a master, but aren't you too fierce? Chen Chang looked around and saw the audience was silent. He smiled in his heart and gestured to the host and referee beside him. What are you standing there for? Announce it. The host suddenly woke up from his dream and rushed into the octagonal cage. With shaking hands, he raised Chen Chang's arm and shouted in a trembling voice, Chen Chang wins. At this moment, the audience seemed to have their acupuncture points unblocked, and they all shouted Chen Chang's name. Chen Chang, Chen Chang. Audiences who like to watch boxing matches, especially black boxing, are all admirers of the strong. At this moment, they shout Chen Chang's name, which is a recognition from the heart. Among them were many pretty women, who cheered and winked openly. Unfortunately, Chen Chang couldn't see it at all. After the referee announced the result, he wiped his hands and strode out of the octagon. Zhang Qi sat against the iron net and said through gritted teeth, Chen Chang, very good. We'll fight again next time. He was unwilling to accept his defeat this time and felt very aggrieved. He decided to wait until he broke through the second level before having a serious fight with Chen Chang. Next time, when they are both at the second level, he will definitely avenge his previous defeat. The cheers from the stands were deafening, and even the box was not quiet. The people in the box were all bigwigs from various local forces. They were well known and powerful, and they would not show their surprise on their faces. Zhang Yamo sat upright, his eyes fixed on Chen Chang until his back disappeared at the entrance of the passage. He looked rough, but his mind was very flexible. He was the first to speak, Zhang Qi, I will leave the Iron Chain Gang to you bosses. I will not participate in the competition. My wife suddenly had something to do at home, so I will take my leave first. Zhang, stop right there. If you make any more lame excuses, when did you ever get married? The speaker was a bald man, exposing the truth mercilessly. Let's be frank, Chen Chang, let's compete fairly. If you want to see me, you have to wait until the competition is over. Before that, no one is allowed to leave. What Lao Lu said makes sense. The others nodded, none of them wanting the Iron Chain Gang leader to leave first and take advantage. Zhao Qiping then spoke up, everyone, Chen Chang is from my Tianha club. What are you talking about? Are you planning to rob me? Bah! You are a coward, even more shameless than Zhang Tielian, who only knows how to speak Japanese. Don't think we don't know that Chen Chang is still a free man. It's just that he signed a gambling agreement with your Tianha club for this boxing fight. The one who cursed was still the bald man. Zhao Qiping was speechless after being scolded, and for a moment he didn't know how to argue. Zhang Yamo, who was affected, was even more annoyed. He held the iron chain in his hand, his veins bulging. What do you mean by only fucking people? He wanted to fuck the bald man now. The mature woman in Tianji Tower remained silent, and her expectations of Gao Yuan were completely dispelled. With Chen Chang around, there's no chance no matter what. She rubbed her fingers and took out her phone to edit the message. The big guys on the side were all very sharp-eyed. After cursing inwardly for being so quick, they also took out their mobile phones and ordered their men to do the job. Athletes' preparation room. Chen Chang strode over and saw Hu Shui waving at him from afar. She was dressed just as coolly today. Her top was a black sleeveless bodysuit, revealing her plump breasts. Her bottom was a pair of dark blue denim shorts, the cuffs of which tightly bound her waist, further highlighting her perky buttocks. Xiao Chun, you are so awesome. When did you break through? You didn't even tell Sister Hu. I was worried about you all night. I just had a lucky breakthrough before the game, now it's too late. Chen Chang looked at the annoyed Hu Shui, her plump breasts that were about to burst out were rising and falling. At this moment, Hu Shui was not only enthusiastic but also friendly, as if she was the sister next door whom she had known for many years. On the left is Xiao Chen, on the right is a Chang. Put your hand out and I'll measure it for you. Ah? Chen Chang was stunned, with a strange look in his eyes. Hu Shui rolled her eyes at him and pursed her lips as she said, "What are you thinking about? The boxing champion will have a custom-made ring. Your strength will definitely win the championship. I'll help you measure the size in advance so that no one will bother you later." I see. Of course. After you won the championship this time, you even broke through to the second level midway through, crushing the championship. After the game, some slutty girls will inevitably try to seduce you. If you don't want to be disturbed, I can help you fend them off. How about it? Do you need Sister Hu to help you? Hu Shui held Chen Chang's outstretched hand, gestured back and forth, measuring and recording the size of each finger. Chen Chang didn't answer and pretended not to hear. Hu Shui didn't ask any further questions. Final. The host excitedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the boxing finals are about to begin. Let's welcome the two contestants with your warmest cheers. Please welcome Chen Chang from the Tianhe Club. And Gao Yuan from the Tianji Tower." Gao Yuan. Many die-hard fans still support Gao Yuan. Chen Chang. But Chen Chang's cheers soon drowned it out. At this time, most of the audience could see that Chen Chang's strength was far superior to Gao Yuan's, and he had most likely entered the second level of muscles and bones. Zhang Qi lost so badly that he was almost killed instantly. Gao Yuan said as soon as he came on stage, "You are at the second level. I am no match for you. But I still want to give it a try. My Tong Biquan is pretty strong, isn't it?" As he spoke, he took a deep breath, crossed his chest with his fists, and suddenly jumped out, rushing straight towards Chen Chang. Then give it a try. Chen Chang chuckled, reached forward, and accurately grasped Gao Yuan's fist. A violent force surged out, but he easily caught and neutralized it. He raised his hand and threw Gao Yuan to the ground. He fell dizzy and couldn't stand up for a while. Martial arts. Chen Chang thought to himself that he wanted to get the championship reward more and more urgently, and he wanted to go back to practice immediately. Gao Yuan was only a first-level warrior, but with his martial arts Tong Biquan, he had amazing explosive power. Chen Chang had to use a little more force to hold him down. Chen Chang wins. The final champion of this boxing competition is Chen Chang. The host announced excitedly. The audience kept shouting Chen Chang's name. At this moment, only Chen Chang's name was echoing inside and outside the octagon, and the sound spread to most of the black market. Inside the box, the bigwigs from various forces disappeared at the same time. War preparation room. The president of Tianhe Association suddenly appeared in front of Hu Shui. "Xiao Hu, you've been in Tianhe for 2 years, right?" "President, why are you here?" Hu Shui looked at the visitor in surprise. The president has always been elusive. In the 2 years since she joined the club, she has seen Zhao Qiping only a few times. The contributions you've accumulated are still far from enough to exchange for a technique, but if you can get Chen Chang to join the guild, you can exchange for the technique you want. Chapter 24 Martial Arts Acquired, Beauty Delivers Newspaper. After the boxing match ended, the area around the octagonal cage was still bustling. Many people want to take photos with the contestants, especially the champion Chen Chang, who has the highest popularity. A large number of fans are looking for the event organizers, hoping to arrange a meet and greet. Chen Chang decisively refused. He had no interest in showing off, mainly because there was no benefit. If the boxing championship did not have any rewards in terms of skills and martial arts, he would not have participated. I don't know when the championship reward will come out. Chen Chang was sitting in the preparation room, waiting and waiting but couldn't see Hu Shui, which made him feel a little strange. Just when he was about to get impatient and was about to go find the organizers of the event, the door was pushed open. Hu Shui was out of character. Her cool outfit was gone and she changed her top into a dark blue shirt. The two middle buttons were so full that they were almost bursting. The denim shorts turned into a long skirt, covering most of her round long legs, leaving only a small part of her slender calves and ankles exposed, and she was wearing high heels. He walked over with a clatter. "Xiao Chen, congratulations on winning the championship. I've brought you the championship reward. The Tianhe Association's naming reward requires you and me to come to their base." "Well, let's go." Chen Chang withdrew his gaze and took the martial arts inheritance handed to him by Hu Shui. This is a piece of jade, strung with red thread, and at first glance it looks like a jade pendant. Hu Shui looked at the jade in Chen Chang's hand with a complicated expression. The inheritance of martial arts has always been her dream since she started practicing martial arts. She knew too well the hardships of not having martial arts. The inheritance of martial arts skills is very precious. The jade is a one-time consumption item. It contains the spiritual thoughts of martial arts masters, which can enable people to quickly master the skills and truly enter the martial arts. She didn't know whether Chen Chang had any martial arts skills, but it was very likely that he did, otherwise he would have reached the second level at such a young age. His talent was truly incredible. Chen Chang followed Hu Shui to the territory of Tianhe Society. The Tianhe Club S building is not luxurious, but it is a rare large building in the black market. Hu Shui took Chen Chang to the top floor and walked into a suite. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Chang realized something was wrong. He looked at the furnishings in the room, the heart-shaped bed, the transparent bathroom window, and the faint fragrance in the air, stirring the hormones in his heart. "Sister Hu, where is the martial arts we discussed?" "Here I am, would I lie to you?" As Hu Shui spoke, she looked shy, pinching the red string around her neck and pulling out a piece of jade from the turbulent waves. She held it in her hand and said with a smile, "For you." Chen Chang swallowed his saliva. The jade in his hand still exuded warmth and even had the unique body fragrance of Hu Shui. "Xiao Chen, it's almost time for dinner. Our president has prepared a delicious meal and specifically told me to make sure you eat well." Hu Shui pointed to the dining table beside her, took Chen Chang's hand, and looked at him eagerly. Chen Chang felt the softness in his arm, glanced down, and couldn't help but look at it twice more. This meal took 2 hours. Hu Shui looked at the scarlet marks on the table, tears welling up in her eyes, yet she felt relieved. She looked less capable and more delicate than usual. "How can you eat so much?" Chen Chang touched his nose and stretched comfortably. He was somewhat surprised by what had just happened. Sister Hu usually dressed coolly and was a gangster in the black market, but he didn't expect that she was still a fledgling. However, warriors' physical qualities are different, and their endurance is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Hu Shui just meowed the whole time and never begged for mercy. This made Chen Chang, who had been unable to exert his full strength for a long time, stand up and kick hard, truly releasing his energy. "Sister Hu, are you okay? I'll go back today and will come to see you when I have time in the future." Chen Chang was not a heartless person. He expressed his concern a little before leaving. "Humph, fortunately, it hasn't fallen apart yet." Hu Shui gave Chen Chang a blank look, stood up and straightened her clothes, and found that a button in the middle had accidentally broken off and had rolled away somewhere. She tried to see him off with a shaky step, but couldn't help but grin and said, "You can go on your own. I won't see you off." Chen Chang returned home. He took out 2 jade stones and placed them in his palm. One was engraved with the small words Han Yuan Gong and the other was engraved with Lion's Roar. The Han Yuan Gong technique is only D level, which is the lowest level according to the Federation's classification system. I already have the starry body tempering technique, but I can't use it for now. Maybe I can give it to Siye to try. The lion roars, the lion roars. Chen Chang played with the martial arts jade back and forth, feeling somewhat helpless. He had thought it would be fists, kicks, or swords, which were the most common and practical martial arts. I didn't expect it to be a martial art that relies on shouting to output. No matter how much he complained, he finally crushed the jade, and a flash of light passed by. As if enlightened, Chen Chang had an extra piece of information in his mind. There was a burly man practicing the lion's roar. He roared, and the surrounding trees shook and leaves fell. Its attack range is quite large, and it might be very useful in group battles. Chen Chang muttered to himself, feeling quite satisfied with this martial art. The lion's roar had a large attack range and could shock people. When facing the enemy, if he suddenly roared, the person who was hit would be shaken and unable to control himself. He has played many games, and in gaming terms, this is a group hard control skill. Chang, why are you grinning like an idiot? Xiao Xia looked at her partner strangely. After Chen Chang came back today, he ate a few bites in a hurry, and most of the dishes on the table were left over. Out of a woman's intuition, she felt that she might be able to rest tonight. I felt relieved, but also a little lost. I got a martial arts technique passed down from outside. You can try it. Chen Chang walked up to Xiao Xie and handed her the martial arts jade stone. Martial arts? Xiao Xia's eyes widened and she looked at the jade in her palm in disbelief. The Federation has extremely strict control over martial arts techniques, and they will not be easily leaked or passed down outside. Is Chen Chang revealing his identity and joining the Federation, or some other martial arts family? Hubby, martial arts are very important. No matter how talented you are, you still need them. You should keep them for yourself. Besides, it's useless to give them to me. I don't have any talent for martial arts. Take it. I naturally have a better one. Chen Chang squeezed Xiao Xia's hand, his tone unquestionable. This inheritance of Han Yuan Gong is only D level. There is no point in keeping it, so he lets Xiao Xia practice it. He doesn't expect her to achieve anything, but it would be good if she can become a quasi-warrior. After all, daily hard work cannot stop, and Xiao Xia's physical fitness is crucial. Oh, okay. Under Chen Chang's guidance, Xiao Xia crushed the jade, accepted the inheritance of Han Yuan Gong, and began to practice in an orderly manner. Before long, she was sweating profusely, and her snow-white neck and loose hair were completely wet. Chen Chang nodded silently. The effect of practicing the technique for the first time was the best. He could see other people's vitality. The number above Xiao Xia's head rose to 0.9. At night, a figure was swaying by the windowsill again. Chapter 25 SS rating, Visiting My Sister-in-Law. In the early morning, the first ray of light shines through the window and falls into the bedroom. Chen Chang opened his eyes and glanced at the panel as usual. You spent a wonderful day with Xiao Xie and Hu Shui. Rating, SS Reward Cultivation Points, 10. Achieving SS level rating for the first time will reward you with the following skill, Hawan Heart Sutra. As 2 lines of prompts passed by, Chen Chang's breathing couldn't help but quicken a bit. SS achievement, achieved. I didn't expect that the Enjoy Life system would have such a rating system. Chen Chang secretly complained about the system before focusing on the new technique. Heart Sutra of Hahuan. After digesting the information in his mind, Chen Chang had a strange look on his face. It seemed that this technique was not very useful at the moment. The dual cultivation of the Hahuan Heart Sutra required the other party to be stronger than oneself in order to achieve the greatest effect. Xiao Xia is not a warrior and has weak vitality. Hu Shui has the strength of a first-level warrior, but his vitality is only a little over 1.2, which is far inferior to his, and neither of them is a suitable candidate for dual cultivation. However, even if it is impossible to use the skills to their full potential, there will always be benefits. Chen Chang decided to try the effect first. Wu, why did you get up so early? Xiao Xia's calves were hanging on Chen Chang. She was a little depressed because she was woken up. Are you still sleeping? It's time to do morning exercises. Finish your exercises early and go visit your sister early. Chen Chang lifted the quilt from her body, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Xiao Xia seemed to be awakened, and only remembered the important matter after hearing her sister. She and Chen Chang had agreed to visit her seriously ill sister today, and she almost forgot such an important matter. It's all your fault. You insisted on staying up so late last night. Xiao Xia said coquettishly. She really didn't expect that Chen Chang would do this after eating out and coming home. Didn't Chen Chang eat outside? Chen Chang smiled and got out of bed first. After using up the cultivation points on the windowsill, he put all his energy into the martial arts lion's roar. Life Force, 3.02. Life Level, Level 2 Muscles and Bones. Farming Points, 0. Partner, Xiao Xia Favorability 95. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 595 160. Martial Arts, Lion's Roar Level 2020. A quick glance at the panel revealed that Lion's Roar had, as expected, risen from Level 1 to Level 2, and a number of new memories had appeared in his mind. Chen Chang suddenly realized that after receiving the martial arts inheritance yesterday, the effective range of the Level 1 Lion's Roar was within 3 meters. Now it has been upgraded to Level 2, and the range has increased to 5 meters. And there is an additional effect, which is the ability to save all living beings and eliminate the enemy's murderous intent. Chen Chang already had a picture in his mind. The enemy came to chop him with a knife, but he shouted it down, put down the knife, clasped his hands together, and chanted Umatba towards him. How powerful is this martial art? It's only C rank? After morning exercises, Chen Chang helped Xiao Siya back to the room and rest for a while. The effect of this Heart Sutra is too brutal. In just half an hour, my vitality increased by 0.1. It's a pity that Siya isn't a warrior, so we can't practice together for too long. The improvement the Heart Sutra has on her is very weak. Downtown Los Angeles. A detached villa with a back garden. Zhou Zikuan stood shirtless with his legs slightly bent. When he inhaled, his chest and stomach shrank and sunken, and when he exhaled, they returned to normal until they bulged. Brother Kuan, a Tian died so tragically. A beautiful woman with a mean face rushed in. She was dressed up, wearing a slit cheongsam and a pair of gold-rimmed high heels. When she came in front of Zhou Zikuan, she accidentally bumped into her foot. He fell to the ground, crying non-stop. Zhou Zikuan frowned, but didn't stop practicing. He said, Ning Rui and Xiaoya have gone to investigate. Xiaoya is going too? The beautiful woman stopped crying, and joy flashed in her watery eyes. Xiaoya is the daughter of that bitch. She has an incredible talent for martial arts and is very much loved by Zhou Zikuan. He always gives her whatever she wants and never orders her about anything. From this point of view, Zhou Zikuan was serious about it, at least he didn't disappoint her. Zhou Zikuan glanced at his little wife calmly and nodded, if you have nothing else, go down. I still need to practice martial arts. The beautiful woman got up, touched her tear-stained face and left. At the same time, Municipal People's Hospital. Chen Chang drove over with Xiao Siye, carrying some fruits and supplements. Siye? You still know you have a sister. I thought you forgot about her after you got married. Outside the ward, Chen Chang and Xiao Siye were stopped by a woman. She looked a little old, with some gray hair on her temples. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Xiao Siye's, and she was probably a great beauty when she was young. Mom, what are you talking about? Of course I remember my sister. Xiao Siye felt a little aggrieved. Her parents were strongly against her blind date and marriage with Chen Chang. After she insisted on having her own way, she almost fell out with her family and has not returned to her parents' home for more than a month. Mother Zhao's eyes moved back and forth between Chen Chang and the fruits and supplements in his hands. She couldn't help but smile and said, my son-in-law is so polite that he brought such a generous gift. She dragged out the words great gift and then said with a forced smile, it is worth it for me to marry my daughter, whom I raised with great effort, to you. Mom, why do you say that? Aqiang means well. Oh, it's true that a married woman is like spilled water. Now she's learned to turn her elbows outwards? At this time, Zhao's father came out, pulled his wife, and looked at his daughter and son-in-law. Ignore your mother, she is in menopause. Chen Chang, right? Come in with Siye first. Xiao Siye finally calmed down a little and looked at Chen Chang apologetically. Her parents hope to find a rich husband for her. With her conditions, whether it is appearance, figure, academic performance or conversation, she is a good match, but she just doesn't want to have children early. She was not satisfied with any of the other blind dates, and she happened to hit it off with Chen Chang. Now it seems that her vision was right. Chen Chang became a warrior and dared to fight against people from martial arts families for the sake of his family. With such a husband, what could she be dissatisfied with? Before Xiao Siye entered the house, she really wanted to confront her parents about the fact that the husband she chose was now a warrior, but she finally held back. Chen Chang pinched her shoulders and walked into the ward. On the hospital bed, a petite girl lay quietly, her face pale, her eyes tightly closed, and multiple instruments connected to her body. Dad, why did my sister's condition suddenly worsen? Xiao Siye asked in a low voice with tears in her eyes, turning her head away. It's all the evil left by that attack on the warrior. My body's potential has been completely depleted. My body is weak and can no longer be replenished. Is there really no way to make up for it? Even returning to the level of an ordinary person is impossible? Yes, it requires moon dew essence, don't you know that? Father Xiao ignored his daughter's look and said expressionlessly. Xiao Siya's face turned slightly red, and she turned to look at Chen Chang with tears in her eyes. Chen Chang saw through Xiao Siya's thoughts, reached out and wiped away the tears from her eyes, and said, "Next time, just tell me directly. Your sister is my sister. How can I not help you?" Xiao Siya was delighted and nodded her little head repeatedly. Father Xiao was very surprised to see this. What did this mean? Could it be that this son-in-law had a solution? Chen Chang and his wife knew his family well. They thought it was pretty good compared to an ordinary family, but the moon dew essence was a martial arts treasure. The doctor said that ordinary martial artists couldn't get it. Chapter 26 Joya, Encounter. A dark basement. There was a petite woman standing there holding a knife. Her face was as gloomy as water, and she suppressed all her emotions. She twisted her fair wrist and slashed out with the long sword. The alloy target standing in the center was split into two pieces with a teeth-grinding sound. Joya let out a breath, put down the long knife in her hand, brushed the white hair behind her ears, and frowned tightly. I still can't break through the second level. If this continues, I'll have no choice but to give up the magic sword completely and practice other sword techniques instead. Well, why did the backlash come so quickly this time? Joya was shocked and quickly sat down cross-legged, concentrating on fighting the backlash from practicing martial arts. The magic sword she practiced was a B-level martial art, not very common in the Federation. It emphasized being ruthless and desireless. The less desire a practitioner had, the easier it was to improve and the greater the power. While the magic sword has incredible killing power, it also has huge negative effects. Because people who practice cultivation actively divest themselves of their own desires, they will gradually become cold-blooded and even lose their humanity. After achieving a small success in cultivation, they will face backlash every time they use the magic sword. The 7 emotions and 6 desires surge like a tide, engulfing the practitioner. The further one practices the magic sword, the more dangerous it becomes. If one is not careful, the practitioner will be driven crazy by the backlash of desire. Kill. All must die, all must die. The lust that came this time was murderous intent, endless murderous intent, occupying Joya's mind. Joya swung her sword wildly, chopping all the tools in the basement into pieces, and her long hair, which was originally tied up, also spread out. His white hair was dancing, his eyes were red, and his face was full of murderous intent. After a long time, the murderous intent faded. Joya's petite body stopped and she collapsed to the ground powerlessly, her long sword falling to the ground with a clang. She took deep breaths, and her medium-sized chest heaved violently. At this moment, the basement door rang. Joya had a cold face, and she struggled to stand up and said, "Come in." Before practicing, she specifically instructed that no one would dare to disturb her unless it was an urgent matter. "Miss Shou, there's news from the people watching over at the hospital." "Oh?" Xiao Ruo was once one of Zhou Tian's playthings. She was a quasi-warrior herself and had a good talent for martial arts. She was the closest to a warrior among the women Zhou Tian had ever harmed. Most likely to intersect with the martial arts circle. Zhou Tian was murdered. In Joya's opinion, it was very likely related to Xiao Ruo. After she was called back by Zhou Zikuan to deal with the matter, she sent people to keep an eye on Xiao Ruo. "Alright, let's get this sorted today, and then I'll go into seclusion and practice the magic sword when I get back." Joya murmured. She didn't care who the murderer was, nor did she care who he was related to. She just wanted to complete the task her father assigned her as soon as possible, and then devote herself to cultivation. What she cares about most is to cultivate the magic sword to the peak 10th level. People's Hospital. In Xiao Ruo's ward, Chen Chang sat quietly with Xiao Siya for a long time. During this period, Zhao's father and mother's expressions were quite rich. They exchanged glances with each other frequently and were secretly pondering Chen Chang's identity. Zhao's mother didn't believe that her son-in-law had the ability to get the essence of the moon dew. To ordinary people, it was no different from the moon in the sky. She wanted to make sarcastic remarks several times, mocking Chen Chang's pretense, but was stopped by Zhao's father's eyes. Zhao's father believes that no matter whether Chen Chang has the ability or is sincere, it is still a thoughtful gesture. Before leaving in the afternoon, Xiao Ruo woke up for a while. She was very happy to see her sister and brother-in-law, and asked to be alone with her sister for a while. Xiao Siya held her sister's cold hand and choked up, "Xiao Ruo, you have to live well. There is hope if you persist. Xiao Ruo's words shocked Xiao Xie. Sister, my brother-in-law is a warrior, right? Don't worry, this is something only we two sisters know. I won't tell my parents, and I won't ask for anything. You and your brother-in-law can live a good life, and don't worry about me. You have to keep an eye on him. Men who become warriors tend to become unfaithful. Xiao Ruo's voice was very soft and he spoke very slowly. Xiao Xie was stunned for a moment, then held her sister's hand. Okay, you have to persevere too, don't give up on yourself easily. By the way, Zhou Tian is dead. I know. Earlier, Xiao Ruo's health had not yet deteriorated, and she often watched the news. She was very happy at that time. She was quick-witted and had new guesses at this time, but she didn't ask anything. She just smiled. What did you talk about with your sister? Chen Chang held Xiao Xie's hand and walked towards the underground parking lot. Nothing, my sister is praising you for being handsome. Xiao Xie shook her arms. If you don't behave yourself, wait and see how I'll deal with you tonight. Chen Chang stretched out his dirty hands and patted her increasingly firm buttocks. Yeah, there's someone else next to us. The two of them were playing around affectionately, and just as they turned the corner, they met a white-haired woman. She is petite, half a head shorter than Xiao Xie, but she gives people a murderous feeling. Zhouya put her hands on her hips and said coldly, straight people, all deserve to die. Is this guy sick? Xiao Xie was speechless. She was about to complain to Chen Chang but was pushed away. Go, hide yourself. Xiao Xie was stunned for a moment, then understood in an instant. Tears welled up in her eyes. She staggered away, praying in her heart, I must survive. Chen Chang breathed a sigh of relief, but his spirit became extremely tense. He didn't recognize the white-haired woman in front of him. The photo of Zhouya given by Tianji Tower was too different from her appearance and there was no match at all. But there is no doubt that he has ill intentions. The other person was petite and looked like a delicate woman, but the number above her head was 18. This is the warrior with the highest vitality Chen Chang has ever seen. Someone invited by the Zhou family? It didn't matter what the answer was, because Zhouya moved. She looked at Chen Chang with contempt, walked slowly forward, and chopped him with a palm knife. A member of my Zhou family, even if he is a waste, is not someone you can touch. In your next life, keep your eyes clean. Before Zhouya finished speaking, she secretly felt that something was wrong. The murderous intent from her cultivation of the magic sword had not yet completely disappeared, and now it was aroused and swept over her body again. Die. Everyone must die. What a crazy woman. Chen Chang cursed inwardly, but his hands moved quickly. He stood like a pine tree, took a deep breath, pumped his abdomen vigorously, and opened his mouth to roar. Sea-level martial arts, Lion's Roar. Facing a level 3 warrior with 18 points of vitality, Lion's Roar wasn't sure if it would be effective, but he couldn't escape. He had no choice but to fight to the death. Even if it is a trapped beast, it still has to roar. Xiaoya had gone completely crazy, her murderous intent had swallowed up her rationality, her eyes were red, her hairband was torn off, and her white hair was flying. Kill! 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 Not only Chen Chang, she also wants to kill everyone here, leaving no one alive. Just as her knife was about to hit Chen Chang's neck, a majestic and loud roar came into her ears. Chapter 27 Help you practice? Chen Chang's pupils dilated. This woman had a whopping 18 points of vitality, a true tier 3 warrior. If she were to strike him with this blade, Chen Chang had no doubt his neck would be shattered. The lion's roar, with all his might, seemed to have no effect on the woman. Her knife still chopped down. Just when Chen Chang felt a chill on his neck and his hair stood on end. Zhouya stopped, her messy white hair almost covering her entire face. But when they met face to face, Chen Chang could see that the madness in this crazy woman's eyes had disappeared, and was replaced by astonishment and a little surprise. You can actually roar like a lion? Zhouya's voice was very mature and inconsistent with her petite appearance. Although Chen Chang didn't know why the woman stopped, it was a good sign. At least he didn't have to die right now. He coughed twice to ease the tension and embarrassment in his heart. Zhouya's eyes began to turn red again at this time, and she quickly said, keep using the lion's roar. Chen Chang roared again with all his might. Roar! This sea-level martial art, the lion's roar, is extremely powerful. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the underground parking lot and swept in all directions. Zhouya, who was closest to Chen Chang, was the first to be hit, her white hair dancing wildly in the wind. The red color in his eyes slowly disappeared. The murderous intent was suppressed again. It's really a lion's roar. I didn't expect to meet someone who has mastered it. Joya murmured. Although lion's roar is only a sea-level martial art, it is extremely obscure and difficult to practice. Very few people in the Federation would choose this martial art and devote their energy to it. According to legend, the warrior who created the lion's roar was a remarkable person with a strong Buddhist spirit. If one wants to truly master the lion's roar martial art, one must possess extremely profound Buddha nature. Joya paced back and forth, walking around Chen Chang twice. Look left and right. She gathered her messy hair and clapped her hands, as if she had made an important decision. I can spare you, but in return, you have to help me learn a martial art. There was longing in Joya's eyes. To her, Zhou Tian was just an insignificant person. Even in her heart, he was not even a human being, but just a waste who could not practice. Even though Zhou Tian is her half-brother. A useless person is dead, so be it. If it weren't for her father's face, she wouldn't have come out this time. Chen Chang has mastered the martial art Lion's Roar, which can help her practice the magic sword. This is much more important than revenge for a loser. Even if her father knew, he wouldn't blame her. Even support her decision. Chen Chang was stunned and didn't know how to start for a moment. The woman looked petite and fragile. But the ferocious look he showed when he went crazy before is still vivid in my mind. Seeing him stunned, Joya wrinkled her nose and said, "Why, you don't want to?" She raised her hand as she spoke, her eyes sharpening. It seemed as if she would chop off Chen Chang's head if he didn't agree in the next second. Help you practice? Chen Chang quickly responded and couldn't help thinking, she won't use me as a cauldron, right? That's right. Seeing his strange expression, Joya said coldly, if you dare to think about it again, I will twist your head off first. The martial arts I'm practicing has a very strong backlash from killing intent. Your lion's roar can help me suppress that killing intent. Chen Chang suddenly realized that this was the case. My life is safe for now. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't completely let his guard down. This woman said she would let him go, but who knows if she would abandon him after helping her finish her martial arts training. Joya glanced at him, waved, and turned away first. It doesn't matter to her what Chen Chang thinks or whether he trusts her or not, as long as she can cultivate the magic sword to the peak. Chen Chang looked at Joya's back and had no intention of trying to escape. He was well aware of the powerful perception of warriors. The opponent's vitality is as high as 18 points, almost 6 times as much as his. He definitely can't escape. He could only grit his teeth and follow her, and then he would have to figure out how to escape from this woman's clutches slowly. A dark basement. After Joya brought Chen Chang here, she changed into a martial arts uniform and gave herself an injection. Chen Chang had sharp eyes and saw at once that it was a martial arts needle. From now on, you can't go anywhere. You must stay in this villa at all times. Help me practice the magic sword every day until I am satisfied. Joya said in an unquestionable tone. Chen Chang shrugged and said, you'd better kill me. If he stays in this villa every day, doesn't that mean he won't be able to earn money and work hard? If he couldn't keep getting stronger, how would he escape this woman's clutches? You? Joya took the long sword from the weapon rack and walked step by step to Chen Chang. She raised her chin, looked up at Chen Chang, and put the knife to his neck. Sure. Chen Chang didn't even frown, but he was still a little panicked. How could this woman be so unreasonable? If there is any disagreement, they will kill. Can't you bargain with yourself? Seeing that Chen Chang didn't say anything, Joya glared at him fiercely. He retracted the knife and said coldly, what do you want? I have to leave every day. I have a problem with sleeping on my pillow. If I'm not used to sleeping outside and can't recover my energy, I won't be able to perform the lion's roar. Chen Chang seemed to have grasped the woman's vital point. She seemed extremely obsessed with cultivating the magic sword technique. I allow you to leave for 8 hours at night, but you must appear in front of me at 8 o'clock every morning. Joya's eyes were cold, don't even think about escaping. I have locked onto your life force. You can't escape from my grasp. Chen Chang nodded. He could accept this result. She hadn't even thought about it at the beginning, and it was Joya's impatience that gave him the opportunity. Joya stopped talking and kicked off her shoes unhappily. Little feet in white socks stepped on the cold floor. She took a deep breath and held the knife across her body. Concentrate your emotions, gather your strength and strike with your sword in one go. A terrifying sword intent emanated from her petite body. Chen Shang stood aside and felt it deeply. This white-haired woman seemed to have transformed into a great devil, possessing the power to destroy the world. If this knife were to hit him, he would have no chance to resist and would be directly overwhelmed by the momentum. With only 18 points of vitality, he has such terrifying strength? Chen Shang thought to himself. Still a little bit short. Joya recalled the knife attack just now and stomped her foot hard on the floor. Immediately afterwards, the magic sword struck back. This time, it was lust, not murderous intent, that came. Joya's body began to heat up, her eyes gradually became strange, and she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. She quickly turned to look at Chen Shang, her voice boiling. Quick, roar like a lion. Chen Shang was stunned. Is this woman really practicing swordsmanship? Chapter 28 The magic knife backfires, Joya loses control. Maybe this is an opportunity? Chen Shang's mind was active, but his hands were not slow. He took a deep breath, and the breath gathered in his abdomen. Martial arts lion's roar. Without any wind, a majestic and sullen roar arose in the basement. Joya's expression relaxed and her eyes became clear for a moment as she heard the lion's roar. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the backlash from the magic sword came like a huge wave, one after another. More than 20 years of solitary practice had magnified this desire countless times. Joya stepped in front of Chen Shang, grabbed his hand, and placed it on herself. Joya wrapped herself around Chen Shang like an octopus and said, "Keep using the lion's roar. Don't stop." Chen Shang's eyes were dull, and the hot and soft feeling in his hand made him swallow his saliva. Joya shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up! Roar!" Another majestic and sullen roar echoed underground. Joya regained some of her sanity. She pushed Chen Shang away, took 3 steps back, took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and slowly suppressed the backlash of the magic knife. About half an hour later, she slowly stood up and tidied her messy white hair and clothes. "You'd better keep what happened just now to yourself." Joya returned to her indifferent look and said expressionlessly. "Oh, you were very enthusiastic just now." Chen Shang complained in his heart. It must be said that although Joya was petite, she had all the necessary features, and he could not grasp them all with one hand. Seeing Joya return to normal, Chen Shang put away the little thoughts in his heart. He originally thought, if he could accidentally start a dual cultivation with this witch, with the effect of the Hawan Heart Sutra, how much vitality could be increased at once. Unfortunately, I missed the opportunity to verify it just now. But Chen Shang was not in a hurry. As long as the witch continued to practice this martial art, there would be opportunities in the future. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. What Chen Shang was worried about was that if this witch lost control with murderous intent, then he would be doomed. With his current strength, there is no way for him to escape from this woman. The practice continued until the early morning. During this period, Joya tried the magic knife 3 more times. The emotions that came back were different, but with the help of the lion's roar, Joya successfully suppressed them. That's all for today. I want to see you on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, humph. Joya put on her shoes and glanced at Chen Shang with her chin raised. Chen Shang did not comment and left the basement directly. When Xiao Xie heard the sound of the door lock turning, she suddenly sat up from the sofa and rushed to the door. She opened the door and saw that it was Chen Shang, and the stone in her heart finally fell. "Wow, I thought I would never see you again." Xiao Xie cried so hard that her eyes were swollen. Chen Shang patted her back and soothed her. It's okay, I'm back." He immediately sent a message to Xiao Xie, asking her to go home and telling her that he was fine. He didn't expect his wife to still cry like this. At night, he comforted her for a long time, and Xiao Xie meowed for a long time. Afterwards, Chen Shang rushed to the black market overnight and saw Hu Shui rubbing her eyes at the Tianhe Society's headquarters. "Xiao Chun, what's the matter with you looking for me so late?" Hu Shui asked in surprise. She was somewhat happy to see Chen Shang, but she was still a little confused because she was woken up from her dream. "It's nothing serious, I just missed you, Sister Hu." Hu Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "You little rascal." She didn't believe this. It was obvious what they wanted to do by finding her place at this time. "You're here so late, is your wife just asleep?" After what happened yesterday, Hu Shui asked Chen Shang and learned that he had already obtained a marriage certificate. She didn't care much about it, they just took what they needed. As a child of the underworld, she was very open-minded. With Hu Shui's half-hearted push, Chen Shang came in, and the two of them began to get intimate on the sofa in the living room. Hu Shui is worthy of being a warrior, her physical fitness is much better. Even though Chen Shang is one level higher than her, he feels a little tired at this moment. Before leaving, Chen Shang said, "I need a dose of Moon Dew Essence. Do you have any channels to get it?" Hu Shui was lying on the sofa and turned over when she heard the words. Moon Dew Essence? It's not common. I've only heard of it twice in all my years at Tianhe Club. I will report you to the president and let you know when I have any news. Thank you, Sister Shui. Chen Shang thanked her and disappeared in the black market. The next morning, in the basement of Zhou Ya's villa, Chen Shang arrived on time and took one look at the impatient white-haired woman. He couldn't help but think to himself, the backlash today will be even more intense. As Chen Shang expected, he still gained 10 farming points this morning. He didn't rush to add points. In this situation, instead of adding points bit by bit to the starry body tempering technique to gradually improve his vitality and let Zhou Ya discover the abnormality, it would be better to save the points and go all in at the critical moment. Maybe it would be helpful to reverse the situation. Chen Shang is currently hesitant about whether to add it to the Lion's Roar or the Haluan Heart Sutra. At this time, Zhou Ya moved. She was not wearing shoes, and her small feet wrapped in white socks stepped step by step on the cold floor. Zhou Ya stood in the center of the field, holding the knife across her chest. A terrifying sword intent brewed in his body, and then it swept out with the blade. Chen Shang's face was solemn as he saw the ally target not far from him instantly split into two halves. The third level is done. Zhou Ya clenched her other hand into a fist and gestured in front of her chest. But before she could finish being happy, the backlash from the magic sword came more fiercely and quickly than before. Zhou Ya's expression changed drastically, and as she sat down, she shouted, "Lion's Roar, quick!" Chen Shang looked carefully and saw that Zhou Ya's face was flushed, even her ears and neck were red. She clenched her fists and breathed rapidly, as if she was trying hard to suppress something. It's lust. Chen Shang was relieved after confirming it. His movements appeared to be fast, he was breathing heavily, and roaring loudly, but in reality, he was a beat too slow. The majestic and loud roar resounded throughout the underground, echoing continuously. Zhou Ya's body shook, and her desire was suppressed. But he never expected that the next wave of backlash would be several times stronger than the previous one. He couldn't bear it at all, and his sanity was instantly crushed. Zhou Ya flashed in front of Chen Shang and was about to say Lion's Roar, but she wrapped her arms around Chen Shang first and kissed him on the lips. Chen Shang was pinned to the ground. Zhou Ya, straddling him, said condescendingly, "Come on, can you do it? How could this be tolerated?" Chen Shang was furious. The angry man would not allow himself to be below. Looking at Zhou Ya's smooth back, Chen Shang sneered and silently put 10 cultivation points on the Haluan Heart Sutra. The Haluan Heart Sutra has been upgraded to level 2. Now if I practice the Haluan Heart Sutra again, I shouldn't be discovered. The backlash of the magic sword was severe, and Zhou Ya's meowing was crazy. After the madness, Zhou Ya adjusted her clothes with a complicated expression. The demon sword had been cultivated to the 3rd level, but due to the backlash, this guy unexpectedly took advantage of it and even reduced its vitality by 2 points. Did I make a profit or a loss? Zhou Ya was very depressed. The cost of practicing the magic sword was too high. It is rare for backlash to cause a regression in cultivation. She didn't expect herself to be so unlucky. Chapter 29 Zhou Zikun was angry. Chen Shang pulled up his pants and carefully observed Zhou Ya's expression. It seemed she hadn't noticed the existence of the Haluan Heart Sutra, most likely thinking it was just the result of the backlash from the demonic blade. Chen Shang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During the fierce battle just now, he used the Haluan Heart Sutra to absorb 2 points of Zhou Ya's vitality. This was not the limit of the Haluan Heart Sutra. After the Heart Sutra was upgraded to level 2, it could plunder a maximum of no more than the patient's own vitality at a time, which was currently just over 3 points. It wasn't that Chen Shang was soft-hearted, but the lust brought on by the backlash of the magic sword had subsided, and Zhou Ya gradually regained consciousness, so Chen Shang was forced to stop practicing. This time his vitality increased to over 5 points, his physical energy doubled, and his previous fatigue was swept away. It was thanks to the Haluan Heart Sutra that he would have been no match for this witch. After all, Chen Shang only had 3 points of vitality, while Zhou Ya had 18 points. Their physical fitness was completely different. Chen Shang felt annoyed when he thought of Zhou Ya meowing and making contemptuous taunts from time to time during the fierce battle. Zhou Ya didn't know how to deal with what just happened, but after seeing this, she had an idea. She glanced down at Chun Chang's pants and said disdainfully, "You'd better keep today's events to yourself." Joya's eyes were determined. She was determined to master the 10th level of the demonic blade, no matter the cost. 5 more days passed like this. Joya was using Chen Chang to practice the magic sword, and Chen Chang was also using Joya to practice the Hawan Heart Sutra. In the past few days, Joya drew her knife dozens of times, and the backlash of lust came once a day. Coincidentally, all other types of backlash were successfully suppressed with the help of Chun Chang's lion roar. However, every time she suppressed the backlash of lust, she failed to suppress it. She was forced to eliminate desire with Chen Chang. Could this guy have done this on purpose? Joya thought to herself, feeling that this was very likely. Although she had no evidence, she was confident in her charm. After today's lust backfired, Joya glared at Chun Chang. "If you dare touch my hair again, I'll chop off your hands." Chen Chang smiled but said nothing. Who can resist a white ponytail? I have to say, the feeling of being a third-level warrior is still wonderful. After taking the opportunity to practice the Hawan Heart Sutra 5 times, his vitality reached the 10-point mark, and he was just one step away from a breakthrough. Each time after that, he only absorbed a little bit of his vitality. After the first time, Joya, the witch, gradually adapted to the battle and rarely meowed. Instead, she quickly defeated him and made him lose all his strength. This made Chen Chang very unhappy. However, after tonight, when he broke through the bottleneck of the second stage, he would let Joya know why the flowers were so red. At that time, he not only had to grab the reins, but also had to stand up and kick hard. Zhou family mansion. Zhou Zikuan had just finished practicing when the housekeeper hurried over. "What's going on? Is there any news on what I asked you to do?" Zhou Zikuan asked with a frown. "My lord, there has been no reply from the World Fighter Tournament. I came here this time because something happened to the young lady. I suspect that the young lady has been controlled by a demonic warrior," the butler said seriously. Zhou Zikuan's eyebrows jumped when he heard this, and he shouted, "Really?" The young lady's servants reported that the sounds of pleasure could be heard from the basement every day. Furthermore, the young lady's vitality had dropped significantly, and she had to take martial arts injections every day to recover. The butler told Zhou Zikuan everything he knew, without exaggeration or his own judgment. Seeing Zhou Zikuan's rage, he was shaking all over. "Sort out all the routes the young lady took and the people she came into contact with after she left," Zhou Zikuan said coldly with a gloomy expression. To him, Joya is his Achilles heel. This is not only a father's love for his daughter, but also a consideration for the development of the family. Joya's talent is extremely outstanding, and she can be ranked among the top even among many martial arts families. She also has outstanding appearance and temperament, and is regarded by him as a bargaining chip for marriage. Recently he was still considering which company to tie up with and get on board their big ship, but when he heard this news, how could he bear it? If this is true, he must kill the other party, no matter how heavy the price is. The housekeeper sorted out the information for a while and sent it to Zhou Zikuan. After reading it, Zhou Zikuan frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly thought of Zhou Tian. The man who killed this useless son was still at large. Has Mingrue not made any move yet? Zhou Zikuan couldn't help but ask. The butler said without hesitation, Master Mingrue is still guarding the entrance to the black market. This idiot! Zhou Zikuan cursed. He couldn't help it. His son Zhou Mingrue was devoted to martial arts, but unfortunately his talent was average and could not compare to his daughter Joya. To put it nicely, it means that they are devoted to martial arts. To put it bluntly, it means that they are extremely stupid. They only build muscles but not brains through practicing martial arts. How could we openly block the entrance to the black market and pretend to be weak to lure the enemy out? Zhou Zikuan fell into deep thought again after he finished speaking. He remembered that his daughter had recently been to the underground parking lot of the People's Hospital and brought a man with her when she returned. Since then, she has frequently suffered backlash and severe damage from her magic sword training. Could it be? Zhou Zikuan's eyes widened. Could it be that he is in the same group as the people behind Zhou Tian? He punched the table, and the solid wooden table immediately cracked and scattered all over the floor. Print out this guy's life force and turn it into jade. Notify all gangs on the black market and issue a bounty. Anyone who provides information about this person will receive a 1 million yuan reward. Anyone who kills him will receive 10 star stones and can join the Zhou family. Yes. The butler clasped his fists and left. Zhou Zikuan smashed the garden to pieces. The eldest wife, upon hearing the noise, came running over. The beautiful woman's face turned pale and she patted her chest and said, "Brother Cohen, what happened? Xiaoya might be in trouble. I need to go out for a while. Watch your legs. If I find out you're hooking up with a strange man, I won't let you go." "Hey, Brother Cohen, what are you talking about? You're the only one in my heart." The beautiful woman pretended to take 2 steps back and gave him a coquettish look. Late at night, when Chen Chang left Zhouya's villa, his body was full of energy and he couldn't help humming a song. Zhouya looked haggard, but her eyes were filled with joy. The magic sword had officially broken through the 4th level today. Judging from the current progress, she will be able to cultivate the magic sword to the peak of the 10th level in 1 or 2 months at the fastest, and half a year at the slowest. By then, with the peak magic sword, nothing can be cut and nothing can be broken. There will be no bottleneck in front of her. At that time, improving vitality will be twice as effective with half the effort. Suffering a little now is nothing, and the vitality that is worn away by the backlash every day is replenished by her martial arts needles. See you tomorrow. Chen Chang noticed someone was looking at him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Zhouya. He chuckled. Zhouya snorted and went back into the house. Chapter 30 Zhouya, what are you doing? In the dead of night, a huge uproar broke out in the black market. The Zhou family's housekeeper arrived in a threatening manner, and the leaders of local forces such as the Iron Chain Gang, Tianhe Society, and Tianji Tower all came out to greet him in person. This man and my Zhou family are sworn enemies. The head of the family specifically wants him killed. This is the jade that contains his life force. When several gang leaders saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Isn't this Chen Chang? The new boxing champion. All the teams have been frantically looking for players recently, and the conditions they offer are more outrageous than the other, and they all want to sign him. The mature woman at Tianji Tower had a strange look on her face. She knew more than the other gang leaders. Chen Chang had come to Tianji Tower to buy information before his debut, so she knew of his potential. Logically speaking, Chen Chang just killed a useless guy with no talent in martial arts. Zhou Zikuan would not make such a big fuss, issuing a bounty or even sending people to put pressure on these local tyrants. There must be something bigger behind this that I'm not aware of. What has this little guy done? Could it be that he has harmed that old man Zhou Zikuan's beloved daughter? Zhang Yamo swung his legs, and the iron chains jingled. Chen Chang actually offended the Zhou family. Even a genius like him would be doomed now. He didn't hesitate and said immediately, "No problem, I will inform you as soon as there is news about this person." Zhao Qiping stroked the jade in his hand and sighed. What a pity, such a good talent. In his opinion, Chen Chang was destined to rise. Originally, with Hu Shui's connections, Tianhe Club might have been able to get some help in the future. But this time, he had offended the Zhou family, and Zhou Zikuan was angry. There was no room for redemption. Martial arts families are no joke. Anyone who can be called a family can control these gangs. The other gang leaders also nodded and promised that as soon as they saw Chen Chang, they would capture him, cut off his head and send it to the Zhou family. Seeing this, the butler was very satisfied. He went on to drop a bombshell, announcing the bounty reward. Zhang Mo's legs trembled with excitement, and amid the jingling sound, he trembled and said, "A place in the Zhou family? Are you serious?" The patriarch personally promised, how could it be false? The housekeeper glanced at them with disdain, showing great disdain for these warriors who came from humble backgrounds. However, he restrained himself a lot when he looked at the mature woman in Tianji Tower. Seeing that the other party had not expressed his opinion, he considered for a moment and said, "I hope your building owner can cooperate with the Zhou family to capture this person." The MILF folded her hands and said nothing. After the meeting, orders were issued one after another from the mouths of the gang leaders. A bounty is being offered for Chen Chang. Anyone who provides information will be rewarded 1 million. Anyone who can take off Chen Chang's head will be rewarded 10 starstones and can join the Zhou family. The entire black market was in an uproar. Those who are weaker than Chen Chang think that if they report the incident to Chen Chang as soon as they find him, they can also get a bounty of 1 million. Why not do it? Warriors above level 2 had red eyes and sharpened their knives, wanting to personally take off Chen Chang's head. 10 starstones and the conditions for joining the Zhou family are really generous. That's a martial arts family. Joining a martial arts family means you can truly live a normal life in the Federation, and no longer have to worry about skills and resources. Luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women are all secondary. In the office of the president of Tianhe Association, Hu Shui ran in breathlessly. "President, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zhao Qiping sipped his tea, crossed his legs, and sighed, "Don't contact Chen Chang again. This is all I can do. The rest depends on his own luck." Ah? Why? Hu Shui asked in confusion. What on earth had happened? The president had left in a hurry before, and now he suddenly called her in and told her not to contact Chen Chang anymore. Chen Chang is extremely talented and the new boxing champion. Isn't he a hot figure that all forces are trying hard to seize? Zhao Qiping put down his teacup and said, "Chen Chang provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. The Zhou family has issued a reward for his life." How could this happen? Hu Shui staggered and almost fell to the ground. After communicating with Chen Chang several times, she always had a good impression of him. He was talkative and intelligent. He didn't look like a tactless person at all. How could he have offended a martial arts family? What? You really like him? Zhao Qiping asked Hu Shui with a smile. No. I just don't understand. Chen Chang isn't that kind of person. Could it be that the Zhou family recognized the wrong person? President, would you like to confirm this again? Shut up. I told you not to contact Chen Chang anymore, and don't speak for him anymore. We can't afford to offend the Zhou family. Zhao Qiping scolded Hu Shui harshly and waved his hand to drive her out. He took a sip of tea, put on a smile, and called two of his men over. You guys arrange this matter and post all the bounties for me. If there's one less, I'll pay with one of your fingers. Hu Shui returned to her residence in a daze. What should I do? Should I send him a message? Forget it, we just get what we want. I don't really like him, so there's no need to take such a big risk. Privately inform Chen Chang that if I'm discovered, I'll definitely be killed. Not to mention the Zhou family, even the president won't show mercy. Hu Shui sat down on the sofa in the living room. The scene of the battle last night was still vivid in her mind, and the warmth of the two of them seemed to still remain on the sofa. Forget it. What's so good about this little bad guy? He's just a pervert. Hu Shui suppressed the restless thoughts in his mind, turned his 5 hearts upwards, and began to practice his skills. This skill was hard-earned. The guild leader had originally asked her to recruit Chen Chang to the guild in order to redeem it, but Chen Chang had taken advantage of her and ruthlessly rejected her request. Fortunately, the guild leader didn't blame her afterwards and instead gave her the skill immediately. Hu Shui was halfway through practicing his skills when he suddenly got a stitch in the side, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his plump chest. She breathed heavily, and her plump breasts rose and fell. Finally, she took out her cell phone, edited the message and sent it out. At the same time, in the basement of Zhouya's villa, a earth-shaking battle is underway. Chen Chang was enjoying the fight from behind when he was suddenly flipped over and pinned down by Zhouya. Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Zhouya was practicing the magic sword today, and as expected, she couldn't suppress her lust after the backlash. Chen Chang was furious. He glanced at the panel. Life, 9.99. Life level, level 2. Farming points, 50. I've been saving 50 cultivation points these days, holding on to them, just to break through the bottleneck of the second stage in one fell swoop. Judging from my experience breaking through the first stage, 50 points is probably enough. Then add some. All 50 cultivation points were spent on the star body tempering technique. Chen Chang felt stronger than ever before, and countless invisible and intangible energies were flowing into his body. Is it okay? You'll know soon. Chen Chang growled, turned over, firmly controlled the rhythm, and at the same time pushed the Hawan Heart Sutra to the extreme. This time, Chen Chang used 10 points of vitality and full firepower, without concealing the Hawan Heart Sutra. Zhouya's face suddenly turned pale, she felt her vitality was rapidly fading. What are you doing? Chapter 31 Chen Chang's response. Who am I fucking? Chen Chang cursed and increased his strength. The Hawan Heart Sutra was madly absorbing Zhouya's vitality. As one grew stronger, the other weakened, and soon Chen Chang's vitality surpassed Zhouya's. Zhouya, who was already at her limit, was completely unable to resist and began to meow continuously. Her eyes were blurry, filled with various emotions. Why? Why did this guy suddenly have more vitality than me? What kind of martial arts technique is this? He can actually absorb the vitality of others. It's even more bizarre and evil than the magic knife. She had previously thought that the decline in vitality was caused by the backlash of the magic sword, but it turned out that it was the hateful guy Chen Chang who was secretly doing something. You are despicable and shameless. Joya rolled her eyes and cursed, but at this moment it seemed more like she was flirting with Chen Chang. Shameless? Chen Chang sneered. There's no such thing as being shameless when dealing with an enemy. Wasn't this woman also using him to practice martial arts? It's just that he's more skilled. Whoa, let me go. Joya felt her vitality rapidly slipping away, and she felt a little scared. This time her vitality has dropped all the way from 18 points and is almost falling below the 10-point mark. She was afraid that if she continued like this, she would be sucked into a cripple, and she was afraid that even with the martial arts needles she would not be able to recover. He. Chen Chang laughed loudly, grabbed Joya's white hair and pulled it back. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Chang's pants vibrated. When he took it out and looked at it, his face changed drastically. He didn't bother to suppress Joya, took 2 steps back, picked up his pants and ran away. Faster. At this moment, Chen Chang's vitality was close to 18 points. After breaking through the 3rd level, he used the Hawan Heart Sutra to absorb nearly 8 points of Joya's vitality at once. He ran like a gust of wind, his figure difficult to grasp. Chen Chang left the villa under the strange gazes of the people living downstairs, ran into the distance, and soon disappeared from their sight. Just a few minutes later, Zhou Zikuan appeared outside the villa gate. Master! The servants in the villa bowed one after another. His face was gloomy and he went to the basement without saying a word. At this moment, Joya's lustful backlash had just subsided completely, her face was still flushed, her clothes were disheveled, and her socks were torn and thrown on the ground. Seeing her father appear, she quickly took 2 steps to block her father's sight. Dad, why are you here? Joya's voice was hoarse. Xiaoya, what happened to you? Did that beast hurt you? Zhou Zikuan could tell at a glance that his daughter was extremely weak. This time, her vitality was less than 10 points. Not only was her foundation severely damaged, but her overall condition was also extremely poor. No, Dad, no one hurt me. Joya quickly denied. She was very angry and furious at the moment, but she felt that she had to avenge this grudge with her own hands. She was tricked by Chen Chang. On the surface, she used Chen Chang to practice the magic sword, but secretly she became Chen Chang's tonic. It was such a shame and humiliation. Thinking about what happened in the past few days, she almost couldn't breathe. What are you doing? Zhou Zikuan was so angry that his hands were shaking when he saw his daughter's weak appearance. Did he threaten you? Don't worry, tell Dad everything. Dad will stand up for you. Oh, Dad, don't worry about it. I'm just using him to practice the magic sword, and I will handle this matter. When the magic sword is completed, that will be the day his head falls to the ground. Joya said gloomily. Zhou Zikuan took one look at the disgusting scene and stopped talking, but he had already made up his mind that he must cut the guy who humiliated his daughter into pieces, otherwise he would not be able to calm down his anger. Having luckily escaped the disaster, Chen Chang patted his chest. Just as he left Joya's villa, he was shocked to feel a powerful aura approaching. He was definitely a warrior at the 4th level of courage and bravery, with unimaginable vitality. Even from a long distance away, he could feel the pressure coming towards him. Most likely, Zhou Zikuan came in person. I wonder why he came. Did he find out about his affair with Joya? Where did he get this information? Chen Chang pondered for a moment and had a preliminary guess in his mind. This old guy was most likely here for Joya. Could it be that there's surveillance footage of him in the basement? Thinking of Chen Chang, my face felt hot. This is going to be difficult. Zhou Zikuan is a 4th level warrior in the courage realm, and it is impossible for him to fight against the opponent in the short term. Given the other party's strength and influence, if he really gets serious, he will probably have no place in either the black or white world. This time, I was able to escape from the tiger's mouth early, thanks to Hu Shue's reminder. Thinking of Hu Shue, Chen Chang couldn't help feeling guilty. I hope this incident won't harm Sister Shue. I have to live. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Even if Sister Shue is discovered, she won't be dealt with easily. The black market is full of bounties now, so I can't go there anymore. The city is still safe for now, but I'm afraid I'll be wanted by the police in a few days. The situation is not optimistic. Chen Chang strolled on the street, thinking about how to break the deadlock. After thinking about it, he felt that there was only one move. The Warrior Association, a towering building, stands in the city. Chen Chang rushed over in a hurry. The customer service lady came over and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I want to be certified as a warrior." "Warrior?" The customer service lady was quite surprised, and she looked at Chen Chang with scrutiny in her eyes. Chen Chang looks too young, about the same age as her. "Please follow me first and do a vitality test here." The Warrior Association is an official federal organization that specializes in recruiting potential wild warriors from the public. It has provided a lot of talents to the Federal Security Bureau, the military, and the Martial Arts University, and its status is extraordinary. The vitality detection equipment was very advanced. Chen Chang entered the machine, followed the instructions, turned it a few times, and completed the test. "Based on the potential I've shown, I should be able to gain the attention of the Federation, right?" Chen Chang waited in the hall for a while, and when no one was paying attention, he slipped out. How will the Federation deal with him? Should we absorb and protect him, or ignore him, or even hand him over to the Zhou family for disposal? He was unsure, so he didn't stay in the Warrior Association to wait for the results. If the Federation doesn't protect him, he'll be walking into a trap if he waits there. His information will soon be uploaded to the federal system. If the federal government really takes it seriously, it will naturally suppress the Zhou family and come after him openly. This was also Chen Chang's plan, and it was a helpless move. Where can I go to avoid the limelight now? He definitely couldn't go to the black market. There must be a tight net set up there, probably waiting for him to slip in. Chen Chang found a homestay and was about to take a rest when he suddenly heard a horn coming from the street. After the car stopped, voices of questioning were soon heard. "Hello, have you seen this person?" Chen Chang looked up through the crack in the window and saw that the portrait in the security guard's hand was his. The Zhou family is so powerful. It wasn't long before the security guards launched a city-wide search. Looking at the density, it seems like the city is going to be dug 3 feet deep. After hesitating for a while, Chen Chang finally decided to go to the black market and join this place where a tight net was laid. There is no other way but to gamble that the light is dark. Chapter 32 Whereabouts Exposed, Tianji Tower Master. In an area of the black market that had been abandoned for years and no one cared about it, a figure emerged from the sewer. Chen Chang looked a little embarrassed. He patted himself and walked out. Coming to the black market was a last resort, but Chen Chang wasn't just gambling on luck. His vitality had reached 18 points, making him a legitimate third-level warrior. This was unknown to everyone. Even Zhouya probably didn't notice. Although they were in close contact at the time, Zhouya was trying to suppress the backlash of the magic knife on the one hand, and her mind was also focused on her rapidly declining vitality on the other, so she had no energy to pay attention to him. According to what Hu Shui told him, his life breath was imprinted and made into jade. A 4th-level warrior has such skills? Or did Zhou Zikuan hire another expert? Chen Chang sighed in his heart. The people from all gangs already knew that the person who killed Zhou Tian was Chen Chang. Now they have laid a tight net to catch him. But it is definitely impossible for everyone who actually participates to own a piece of jade. In their eyes, he was just a 2nd-level warrior, a beginner at that. As long as he is not searched face to face and thoroughly, he will not be easily discovered. This is his chance to survive in the black market. "I'm sorry, Xie, you have to stay alone in the empty room for a while. Fortunately, Sister Shui is here. Before you break through to the 4th level, you will have to work hard." Chen Chang thought to himself. Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front. "Oh, you're so skilled and so brave, you're truly a young hero." You've actually broken through to the 3rd level?" The woman slightly forward is quite mature, with a curvy figure and a look of surprise in her alluring eyes, but unfortunately she is plain-looking. The memory of each fighter is excellent, and almost all of them have the ability to remember everything they see. Chen Chang recognized her at once. This mature woman was the one who spoke on behalf of all forces in the octagon before the boxing match started. "Oh no, why is she guarding here?" The woman behind her also stood up at this moment and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. You have both strength and brains. You know that the most dangerous place is the safest." Chen Chang glanced at her warily and found that the woman who was speaking was very young, about the same age as him, with no makeup on her face, and looked particularly pure and charming. But even at such an innocent age, her figure is surprisingly hot, no worse than the mature woman next to her, and even better. Li Yan looked at Chun Chang's eyes, turned her head to look at the mature woman beside her and said with a pout. Anshin, this pervert wants to sleep with me. TSK, Auntie wants to sleep with you too, let alone a hot-blooded young man? The MILF giggled. Li Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes at her and turned her head away in anger. Ahem, don't accuse people out of nothing. Chen Shang coughed twice and said with a righteous look on his face. The two men didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but Chen Shang didn't dare to relax. He wanted to run but didn't dare to move. The strength of these two women is more terrifying than the other. The young one has a 39 floating above her head, and the mature woman has a 99 above her head. Both of them are 4th level courage warriors, and one of them is at the 4th level limit. When did the local forces in the black market become so powerful? Shin Xinling laughed so hard that her waist was shaking. It took her a while to calm down, and the two plump breasts on her chest stopped shaking. She glanced at Chun Chang, who looked like he was facing a formidable enemy, and said, Take the boy you like back first. He's almost dying of anxiety. What do you mean? Where are you taking me? Chen Shang was confused and unwilling, but he could not resist at all. He was sandwiched between Li Yan and Shin Xinling. Let's go. Do you want us to carry you? Auntie, where are you taking me? Chen Shang couldn't help but ask. He had a vague guess in his mind, but it had not been confirmed yet. Shin Xinling smiled without saying anything, while Li Yan was unhappy. She looked at Chun Chang with anger from time to time. When she heard Chen Shang talking, she just snorted coldly and didn't answer at all. Following the mature woman, they walked along the smooth road. The people in the black market who were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 did not dare to look at them, let alone come forward to ask questions. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of Tianji Tower. Chen Shang felt relieved it turned out to be someone from Tianji Tower. As the largest third-party agency in Xia country, Tianji Tower had branches not only throughout Xia country but also across the entire federation. In the black market, they were the only ones who dared to go against the Zhou family. It seems that the other party had already noticed him when he first appeared in Tianji Tower to buy intelligence. Shin Xinling crossed her arms over her chest, almost squeezing her breasts to pieces. I'm very optimistic about you. In less than 2 months, you've advanced from a 1st-level warrior all the way to a 3rd-level warrior. If you say you don't have any skills, I don't believe it. But no matter what, it's enough to prove your potential and talent. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. I don't care where you got your skills. As long as you are willing to join Tianji Tower, I can not only help you avoid trouble with the Zhou family, but also give her to you. How about it? Shin Xinling smiled and pursed her lips, motioning to Li Yan beside her. Anshin, what are you talking about? Li Yan stomped her feet and pounced on Shin Xinling. Chen Chang silently glanced at Li Yan. Is there such a good thing? This woman is a 4th-level warrior, just right for the Hahuan Heart Sutra. But he just thought about it. If he really did that, he would probably die a miserable death. Besides, since others were helping him so much, he couldn't be an ungrateful person. It's okay to do it, but I find it hard to suck your vitality. Chen Chang didn't hesitate and said immediately, okay. Oh, it seems that you really have feelings for my niece. You agreed so quickly. Shin Xinling looked at Chun Chang with a smile. She couldn't stand Li Yan's scratching and gave in. Alright, from now on, practice well in Tianji Tower. Your only mission is to practice, don't worry about anything else. My niece, you'd better not have any evil intentions, otherwise I can't protect you. You will most likely be cut into 8 pieces and sunk to the bottom of the Luo River. Chen Chang laughed awkwardly and said, I'm not that kind of person. He couldn't help but wonder, is he really that perverted? Why do people have such a misunderstanding? Chen Chang felt relieved that Tianji Tower was willing to take the lead and had this big tree as a backing. The next step was to cultivate diligently and break through to the 4th level as soon as possible. When the time came, he would personally go and get back at Zhou Zikuan, and he would not let Zhou Ya, a woman who was suitable for fellow cultivation, go. At this time Shin Xinling said again. We at Tianji Tower are never stingy with talents. Considering your potential, I can offer you an A-level contract. Tianji Tower will provide you with 1 million Federation coins and 2 million Tianji points every month. These can be used to purchase or exchange for any intelligence, information, or resources you need within Tianji Tower. In addition, you can apply to the headquarters for an A-level martial art. Chen Chang nodded, thank you, OP. He was very aware and started calling the mature woman OP's host. This treatment was extremely high. Compared to the conditions offered to him by the Iron Chain Gang and the Tianhe Society, only a few star stones and inferior martial arts, it was a world of difference. Chapter 33 You are not allowed to practice with Chen Chang. You will practice in Tianji Tower for the time being. If the Zhou family dares to come, I will help you stop them. If you can break through to the 4th level within 6 months, I will report you to the headquarters and secure an S-level contract for you. Shen Xinling made a pie in the sky. The 4th rank is a watershed in the martial arts world, surpassed only by the most gifted. Furthermore, no matter how gifted one is, one must stagnate before the 4th rank for a period of time. It takes time to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, develop the courage to fight, and finally reach the 4th rank. She was optimistic about Chen Chang, but she didn't think Chen Chang could reach the 4th level within half a year. Chen Chang didn't know much about the 4th level, but he was very confident in the system. As long as he worked hard and accumulated enough points, there would be no bottleneck that he couldn't overcome. What are the benefits of an S-level contract? He couldn't help but ask. Shen Xinling smiled. It was a good thing for young people to be motivated. She thought of it as a way to motivate Chen Chang. Federal coins and Tianji points will be multiplied tenfold based on the A level, and you can apply for an additional S-level martial art or a level technique. Speaking of this, Shen Xinling herself showed longing on her face. Each of the S-level martial arts and A-level skills is a priceless treasure. Apart from the Federation and some martial arts families with a 1,000-year heritage, few forces can possess them. Chen Chang only knew that the skills were precious and strictly controlled by the Federation. While martial arts were slightly inferior, S-rank ones were certainly valuable. He couldn't judge their specific value, but he could sense it from Shen Xinling's words and expression. I will try my best, Chen Chang said with determination. Shen Xinling waved her hand, not taking it to heart. Your food, clothing, housing and transportation will be arranged for you. If you have any problems with your cultivation in the future, you can come to me. After saying that, she took Li Yan away. Chen Chang watched the two people disappear from his sight and went to their residence under the guidance of the servant. 1 million federal coins and 2 million Tianji points a month, his annual salary was equivalent to more than 30 million. This was a huge sum of money for Chen Chang, and he didn't know how to spend it for a while. Let's try getting some starstones first. The Tianji building branch in the black market itself has a large warehouse. As soon as Chen Chang submitted his application, someone sent him the starstone. There are 5 pieces in total, each piece is priced at 300,000. The value of Tianji points and federal coins is 1:1 and can both be used for payment. Chen Chang stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, raised his hands and clasped them in front of his chest, each holding a starstone in his left and right palms. Star Body Tempering Technique, activate. Within a few minutes, all the mental power contained in the 2 starstones was absorbed. Under the guidance of the martial arts, they flowed into Chen Chang's body, but soon disappeared. My physical talent is still too poor. Even with the aid of the starstone, the effect of active training is almost zero. He glanced at the panel. Life Force, 18.09. Life Level, Level 3 Inner Palace. Farming Points, 0. Partner, Xiao Xie Favorability 95. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique Level 5 145-160. Martial Arts, Lion's Roar Level 2020, Hawan Heart Sutra Level 2020. Just add some honestly. Working hard at night is the right way. Chen Chang took a shower and lay on the bed to take a nap. He didn't go out until the moon was bright. Hu Shui has been terrified ever since she sent the message. After washing up, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was late at night and the place was quiet, so any sound was particularly clear. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door lock turning. Who is it? The message I sent to Chen Chang was discovered? Before Hu Shui could react, she felt a gust of wind blowing and there was another person in the quilt. She was about to scream, but her mouth was blocked, and Hu Shui's pearly teeth were pried open by a soft finger. She struggled violently, her eyes wide open, and then she realized that the person who came was Chen Chang. Woo, woo. She responded passionately, and they embraced and kissed passionately until they both almost died. Why are you here? The black market is full of bounties on you. If you are discovered, you will die. Hu Shui was worried. Seeing this, Chen Chang knew that if he didn't make her feel at ease first, she would not be happy when doing things. He held Hu Shue in his hands and whispered, Tianji Tower will help me stop the Zhou family. As long as I don't leave the black market, there will be no danger. Don't worry. Hu Shue was obviously relieved when she heard this, and her chest rose and fell dramatically. She couldn't understand why Tianji Tower would actually take action and make enemies with the Zhou family for Chen Chang, but it didn't stop her from feeling happy. The two hugged each other and Chen Chang buried his head. The bed soon began to creak, and Hu Shue meowed non-stop. 2 hours later. Hu Shue was certain that Chen Chang's vitality was much stronger than the night before. She lay on Chen Chang's chest, enjoying the afterglow of the orgasm, and soon fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, Chen Chang looked at the panel prompt. You spent a harmonious night with Hu Shue, achieving an S-level rating, and are rewarded with 5 cultivation points. It's only 5 o'clock. After Chen Chang confirmed his guess, he felt that he couldn't go on like this and he had to bring Siye to his side. He got up quietly without waking Hu Shue and left the room filled with the fragrance of milk. On the top floor of Tianji Tower, Shen Xinling was drinking tea with a furrowed brow, her eyes fixed on the screen, not knowing what she was looking at. Knock, knock, knock. She glanced outside the door and said, Come in. What do you want from me? Chen Chang rubbed his head. In order to break through the 4th level as soon as possible, he still gritted his teeth and said, Master, I hope to bring my wife to live with me. It's really hard for me to concentrate on my cultivation without her. With a puff, the tea in Shen Xinling's mouth sprayed out. You're such a pervert, but you still care about your wife? Wouldn't you be happier without her around? I never get involved in affairs of state easily. Chen Chang said seriously. Shen Xinling waved her hand, I'll send someone to pick her up. Chen Chang quickly thanked him. After a while, another person came into Shen Xinling's office. Aunt Shen, I miss you. Li Yan jumped in and sat on the mature woman's lap. Tell me, what's the matter? Well, nothing much. I just wanted to know. Did Chen Chang really master the lion's roar? Shen Xinling looked at Li Yan with a strange expression. Yes, I just received a message from the Zhou family's spies. This guy has mastered the lion's roar and even used it to sleep with Zhou Zikuan's beloved daughter. I'm afraid this is what made the old man want to kill him. Li Yan's eyes widened when she heard this guy is really a pervert. After spitting, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she had met Chen Chang earlier, with the help of the lion's roar, her practice of the magic sword might not have been so painful. Shen Xinling watched her niece playing with her nails with a strange expression on her face, and warned her in a low voice, Don't look for him when you practice the magic sword. I'm afraid he'll eat you and you'll have to help him count the money. Hey, Aunt Shen, what are you talking about? My magic sword has already reached the peak 10th level. Li Yan raised her chin, quite proud. But after a moment she was still in trouble and looked hesitant. She was practicing a new martial art, the ruthless sword, an advanced version of the demonic knife, and a level martial art, which could easily lead to obsession. I will talk to this guy when I have the chance in the future to see if the legendary lion's roar really has the miraculous effect of calming the mind. Anyway, Anshin just told me not to go to him to practice the magic sword. Chapter 34 Zhou Zikuan blocks the door and puts pressure on Tianji Tower. Tianji Tower is extremely efficient. Shen Xinling had just agreed in the morning, but in the evening, Xiao Siya had been safely taken to Tianji Tower and settled there. Chen Chang's heart was finally at ease. Although he knew that the Zhou family had spies everywhere and the action was bound to be leaked, he was still safer in Tianji Tower. Only the young couple were left in the room. Chang, the security guard came to look for you yesterday. I was scared, woo-woo. Xiao Siya could no longer suppress her emotions and threw herself into Chen Chang's arms. It's all over. You don't have to worry about the threats from the Zhou family anymore. Chen Chang patted his wife's back and comforted her. Really? On the way here, Xiao Siya kept hearing the people escorting her talk about how powerful Tianji Tower was and how safe Chen Chang was now, but she couldn't let go of her worries until she saw Chen Chang. When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, the Zhou family can't do anything to the Tianji Tower. It won't be long before I become a 4th level warrior. Then I won't have to be afraid of the Zhou family anymore. Feeling the strong confidence in Chen Chang's words, Xiao Siya suddenly felt safe. As for her partner's words that he would soon become a 4th level warrior, she subconsciously glanced over them. When she realized what was happening, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Are you preparing a 4th level warrior so soon? She knew it better than anyone else. She had gone on a blind date with Chen Chang and got married less than 2 months ago. At that time, Chen Shang was definitely an ordinary person, his physical fitness was even worse than hers, and he was easily made to surrender by her. That night, Chen Shang was extremely affectionate with Xiao Xia, who had been away for a night. It was just a pity for the floor guard, who had to listen to the creaking of beds and soft singing all night, and his dark circles became heavier. Li Yan, who lived in the next room, was even more furious. She never expected that the pervert Chen Shang would actually bring his wife to Tianji Tower. Adulterer and adulteress. Li Yan tossed and turned, feeling dizzy and unable to fall asleep at all. She cursed angrily. When Xiao Xia fell into a deep sleep, Chen Shang was full of energy, with blood surging in his body, and he did not feel tired at all. He slipped out of Tianji Tower silently like a ghost and found his way to Hu Shui's residence as if he was familiar with the place. Hu Shui had seen the commotion in Tianji Tower during the day and was feeling uneasy. Suddenly, he saw the window move slightly and a familiar figure had crawled into the bed. Without saying a word, he started to have a wild time. She was caught in the wave before she could even catch her breath. She had no choice but to bite her lip and cooperate. In her heart, she cursed this bastard for being so audacious and lustful. There was a reward for his arrest outside the city. Not only did he pick up his wife during the day, but after eating at home at night, he even dared to sneak out in the middle of the night to steal someone's love. It was not until dawn that Chen Shang finally finished his meal. He sneaked back to Tianji Tower without anyone noticing and dozed off while hugging his sleeping wife. A third-level warrior does not have a high demand for sleep and can recover his physical strength by closing his eyes and resting for a while. The next morning, Chen Shang opened his eyes on time. Scanning the panel prompt, he saw that 10 cultivation points had indeed arrived in his account, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. God rewards hard work. However, this comfort did not last long. That afternoon, a pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended upon the black market and headed towards Tianji Tower without any concealment. The noisy black market suddenly became quiet, and everyone felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. What happened? Chen Shang was coaxing Xiao Xie and explaining why he disappeared for most of the night. Sensing this undisguised pressure, his face changed. He remembered feeling this vast breath of life when he ran away from Zhouya's villa last time. Zhou Zikuan is here. A Chang? Xiao Xie felt his nervousness and held his hand worriedly. It's okay, stay in the room and don't come out. Chen Shang comforted her, walked quickly to the window, and looked down carefully. Outside the Tianji Tower, Zhou Zikuan stood with his hands behind his back, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He just stood there, and the people around him retreated and dared not approach. Shen Xinling. Hand her over. Zhou Zikuan's voice was filled with anger, and it was clearly heard everywhere. How dare you, Tianji Tower, harbor the enemy of my Zhou family? The sound was like thunder, exploding over the black market. Soon, 2 more powerful life breaths approached rapidly. Zhang Yamo, leader of the Iron Chain Gang, dragged his clanking chains and arrived almost simultaneously with Zhao Qiping, president of the Tianhe Society. They didn't get too close, but simply stopped at a street corner to watch, their faces looking like they were about to see something interesting. Patriarch Zhou actually came in person. Zhang Yamo lowered his voice, a hint of gloating in his tone, that kid Chen Shang actually hid here, and Chen Xinling really dared to take him in? Zhao Qiping's eyes flickered, and he sighed, Tianji Tower is in trouble this time. Zhou Zikuan's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary 4th-level cultivator. Tower Master Shen is no match for him. He shook his head, already foreseeing the outcome. What a pity for Chen Shang, such a good seedling, he is doomed today. Although their comments were quiet, every word was heard by everyone. Chen Shang stood behind Shen Xinling, and his heart beat faster. The pressure Zhou Zikuan exerted was indeed immense, far beyond his imagination. Previously, he had only felt it from a distance, but now, standing directly in his sight, he felt his entire body suppressed by an invisible aura. If Shen Xinling had not been in front of him, blocking most of the pressure, he would have found it difficult to even move. A level 4 warrior is so terrifying. No wonder Master Shen said that level 4 was a watershed, and he was not optimistic that he could break through within half a year. At this moment, Shen Xinling spoke lightly, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Master Zhou, you are so angry. Shen Xinling walked slowly forward and faced Zhou Zikuan. She was still wearing a deep V dress, with a lazy look on her face, which was in stark contrast to the tense Zhou Zikuan. She seemed to be taking a stroll after dinner and didn't pay much attention to Zhou Zikuan. Zhou Zikuan's eyes were sharp, fixed on her. Stop talking nonsense. Shen Xinling, hand him over. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face in Tianji Tower. Hand over someone? Hand over whom? Shen Xinling pretended to be confused, and gently twirled her hair with her slender fingers. Stop playing dumb. Zhou Zikuan took a step forward, his momentum even stronger, and the ground shook violently. Chen Shang, you killed my son Zhou Tian. No one can protect you today. Shen Xinling, if you don't hand over the people, I will tear down your branch building today. Behind Zhou Zikuan, a tall and solid fighting spirit stood in the air. Such a powerful martial arts truth. As expected of a martial arts family, this inheritance is beyond our reach. In the distance, Zhang Yamo and Zhao Qiping held their breath, both believing that Shen Xinling would surrender in the next moment. Breaking off relations with the Zhou family completely for a somewhat talented kid was unwise in any way. Shen Xinling's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. The lazy smile on her face did not diminish at all, but her eyes turned cold. Master Zhou, her voice was still soft, but it left no room for doubt. This is Tianji Tower. This is not a place for you to act wild. Chapter 35 Tianji Tower Master takes action, conditions for promotion to level 4. Zhou Zikuan laughed in anger, and the solid fighting spirit behind him suddenly expanded, and he stepped forward with a heart-pounding pressure. Alright. I want to see how capable you, Shen Xinling, are to dare to say such things in front of me. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed, leaving a shadow on the spot, and his real body was already in front of Shen Xinling. With a slap of his palm, the airflow exploded. B-level martial arts Bagwazang. The powerful Bagwazang force came like a landslide or tsunami. Shen Xinling still had that lazy look on her face, but her eyes were slightly focused. She did not dodge or evade, her slender fingers pointed out like a butterfly flying through flowers, with light blue energy lingering on her fingertips, and she pointed at the violent palm wind with incredible precision. Bang! With a muffled sound, the airwave exploded with the two of them as the center, blowing Zhang Mo and Zhao Qiping, who were watching the battle in the distance, with their clothes rustling and their faces full of horror. Shen Xinling actually withstood Zhou Zikuan's palm strike? When did this old woman become so powerful? Zhang Mo's face looked grim. Now thinking back to the tit-for-tat with Shen Xinling a few days ago, he seemed so overconfident. Zhou Zikuan has a vitality of 90 points, and his martial courage is of a very high level. His martial arts are domineering, and he is very good at frontal attacks. He rarely has rivals within the 4th level. Both he and Zhao Qiping knew this, and that was why they tried their best to cooperate with the Zhou family. The old woman is really good at hiding things. Zhang Mo cursed inwardly. Chen Chang was watching intently from behind the window. Zhou Zikuan's attack was extremely domineering, and each palm contained the true meaning of martial arts to crush everything. The fighting spirit behind him was not only astonishingly powerful, but also seemed to give his martial arts moves extra power. A Tier 4 warrior is too powerful. Compared to a Tier 3 warrior, the gap is so huge that it's despairing. Chen Chang clenched his fists, but his eyes became more determined. In front of the Tianji Tower, 2 level 4 warriors were fighting each other, and the battle was almost dark. The venue was completely in a mess, with the surrounding buildings collapsed and the ground cracked. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Chen Chang was shocked by Shen Xinling's response. She seemed to be able to predict Zhou Zikuan's moves. Zhou Zikuan's palm power was fierce and his martial arts were domineering. It seemed difficult to resist head-on, but she blocked them one by one with her endless martial arts. Her vitality is as vast as the sea, and the 99 points of 4th order limit vitality make her breath-long and steady as a rock. He can use various martial arts with ease and connect them seamlessly. The two figures crossed each other so quickly that it was difficult to see clearly, and the sound of air explosions was endless. This old woman actually held up the head of the Zhou family? Zhang Yamo exclaimed, his chain no longer shaking. Zhao Qiping took a deep breath. Level 4. She's reached this point without making any noise. No wonder she dared to confront Zhou Zikuan. But is it worth it to completely offend the Zhou family just for Chen Chang? Just a grassroots genius with good talent. In the final analysis, the first 3 stages are just small fights. If you can't realize the true meaning of your own martial arts, you can't gather the courage to fight. If you can't reach the 4th stage, you are just a consumable. Zhao Qiping felt that Shen Xinling was being irrational for offending a level 4 master and confronting a martial arts family. The focus of everyone's attention. Zhou Zikuan's face became increasingly ugly as he could not defeat the opponent for a long time. His advantage lies in his explosive power. The combination of his offensive martial arts skills and the powerful Bagwazang has always made him invincible. If he doesn't attack, it's fine. But once he does, he can kill his enemy with his palm. But the woman in front of him was like a ball of flexible cotton, always able to absorb his strength just right, and her vitality was even stronger than his. Bang! Another hard collision, and the two men suddenly separated. Zhou Zikuan's breathing was slightly disordered. He stared at Xin Xinling, whose breathing was still steady, knowing that he would not get away with it today. Xin Xinling, do you really want to fight to the death with my Zhou family just for a mere Chen Chang? His voice was gloomy. Master Zhou, you're too serious. Tianji Tower has its own rules, Xin Xinling said calmly. Since Chen Chang has joined our tower, we won't tolerate outsiders bullying the weak. If you truly want revenge, wait until he reaches the 4th level. Then you can have a fair fight. A fair fight? Is Chen Chang worthy of it? It is not so easy to break through the 4th level. Zhou Zikuan did not take Chen Chang seriously at all. Xin Xinling's words were just to build a good reputation for herself. Good. Very good. Zhou Zikuan's eyes darkened, and he laughed in anger. Chen Chang, you will hide behind a woman your whole life. I want to see if she can protect you for the rest of your life. He has made up his mind that he will go into seclusion after returning this time and increase his vitality to the maximum of 99 points before coming back. Then he wants to see how Xin Xinling will resist. After saying these harsh words, he snorted coldly and walked away angrily. The fighting spirit also dissipated and entered Zhou Zikuan's body. The terrifying pressure above the black market slowly faded away. The two gang leaders in the distance looked at each other and retreated quietly. What happened today was enough for them to digest for a long time. Seeing Zhou Zikuan return empty-handed, Chen Chang felt heavy-hearted. The power of the 4th level courageous warrior turned into an invisible pressure, pressing on his heart. He took a deep breath and walked towards the landlord's office. Xin Xinling changed her clothes. The long skirt she had worn was badly damaged, and several vital parts were faintly visible. Master, Chen Chang said respectfully. Having witnessed the strength of a 4th-order cultivator today, he had even greater respect for Xin Xinling. See everything? Xin Xinling glanced at him. This is a 4th-level courage warrior. Level 4 is a watershed on the path of martial arts. It's normal for strength to undergo a qualitative change. Level 4 isn't simply about the accumulation of vitality, but rather about intention and courage. Her tone was calm, and she pointed out the key point: understand the true meaning of one's own martial arts, condense it, and support it with sufficient vitality, and eventually condense it into martial courage. Once martial courage is achieved, the spirit and will have a solid shell, resistant to the wear and tear of time. Life force forms a cycle of its own, maintaining eternal youth. The lifespan can reach 200 years, a world apart from the previous 3 stages. Chen Chang was shocked when he heard this. The lifespan of a 4th-level courageous warrior reaches 200 years, and he is not afraid of the wear and tear of time. How should I understand the true meaning? How can I gather my courage? What preparations do I need to make? He asked hurriedly. The true meaning originates from your heart, your skills, and your fighting style. Some people realize the meaning of the sword through killing, while others condense the meaning of the fist through guarding. You need to realize it yourself. Outsiders cannot help, and there is no exact method that is effective. As for condensing the martial courage, besides realizing the truth, you also need enough energy. Ordinary starstones are generally ineffective, so it would be best if you can get enough star crystals. Xin Xinling looked at him and said, your vitality increases very quickly, which is your advantage. But if you can't comprehend the true meaning and accumulate enough resources, it's not surprising that you'll be stuck at the 3rd level forever. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Chen Chang nodded in thanks and then fell into deep thought. His path seemed clear. He could quickly increase his vitality by cultivating points, while searching for his own intention in collecting star crystals in advance. Star crystals are the crystallization of starstones. The Federation's production is extremely low, and most of the time they are unsaleable. If you want to get it, money is secondary. The key lies in channels and status. Without channels and sufficient status, you will most likely be unable to get it and others will simply ignore you. Chapter 36 The Warrior Association's response. Zhouya comes to practice. Warrior Association. A young customer service representative hurried toward the manager's office, feeling a bit nervous. In the 6 months she had worked at the association, the manager had almost never met with her alone. What's the matter this time? Boom, boom, boom. Come in. The manager of the Los Angeles branch of the Martial Arts Association is an experienced man with a beard and a weathered demeanor. He said calmly, "Do you remember this person? He came to get certified as a warrior the day before yesterday, and you took him to get his vitality tested." The person in the photo is Chen Chang. The customer service lady immediately remembered that she had a very deep impression of Chen Chang. That afternoon, Chen Chang came to get certified as a warrior. Seeing how young he was, about her age, she initially thought he couldn't possibly be a warrior. But the vitality test results surprised her. He was actually a third-level warrior, with a vitality of 18 points. She ran back to the hall excitedly, only to find that Chen Chang had disappeared. What a weird guy, she thought. The customer service lady immediately replied, "Yes, manager." "Well, did he leave his contact information? If so, try to get him here." "No, he finished the vitality test and left quietly without waiting for the results." The customer service lady shook her head, with a flicker of doubt in her eyes. The manager didn't say much when he saw this. He waved his hand and asked her to leave. He picked up his phone and dialed. "Hey, Lao Zhou. I can't help you with this. We can't contact Chen Chang." He responded with a few words, then hung up the phone and sighed softly. Reform is long overdue. The martial arts families have been resting on their laurels, ostracizing and suppressing civilian talents. Sooner or later, this will shake the foundation of the federation. After learning about Chen Chang's situation, the manager's first reaction was to report it to the headquarters, hoping to recruit him and save him from the Zhou family. Unfortunately, the headquarters did not agree and explained to him that the ancestors of the Zhou family had made great contributions to the Federation, and the association should not interfere in the grievances of the Zhou family. Letting it go for 2 days is already considered partiality to Chen Chang, people at the headquarters said. "I hope you can escape." The manager looked out the window and muttered to himself. Time is like water, flowing quietly for a few days. During the day, Chen Chang practiced martial arts and honed his fighting skills with the masters of Tianji Tower. At night, he worked hard without fail, running between his own home and Hu Shue's home. That night, there were no stars in the sky. After dealing with his wife, Chen Chang stood up and jumped out of the window. "I wish Siye and Sister Shui could get along harmoniously someday. Maybe I can even get an SSS rating." Of course, Chen Chang was just thinking about it. Before his partner and friends had reached their maximum favorability, he wouldn't dare to try it easily. Life Force, 18.12. Life Level, Level 3 Inner Palace. Farming Points, 30. Partner, Xiao Siye Favorability 96. Friend, Hu Shui Favorability 80. Chen Chang glanced at the interface, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The Friends column had only recently appeared, and he suspected it was related to favorability, unlocked only after reaching level 80. After a while, he came to Hu Shue's building with ease, and using his hands and feet, he climbed into her house in a few steps. He got into the bed skillfully, and when he reached out, he found that it was actually Jin Kong waiting for him. Soon, the room was filled with energy and the breath of life became stronger. Afterwards, Hu Shui lay on his chest and whispered, "Xiao Chen, sleep here with me tonight, okay?" "I'm sorry, Sister Shui." Chen Chang said apologetically. Xiao Siye had no objection to Chen Chang cheating outside, but she said that she couldn't sleep well at night if she couldn't hold Chen Chang in her arms. "You heartless thing." Hu Shui turned over and faced away from him. But soon, the gun was pressed against her buttocks. "You little rascal, hurry back. I was just about to tell you that the president suddenly called me over today, saying there was news about the Moon Dew Essence, but now I've suddenly lost my memory, humph." Hu Shui reached out to push him away, but was grabbed by Chen Chang. After a lot of coaxing and persuading, she began to give in half-heartedly, but soon she started moaning again. The bed was shaking so hard it was about to fall apart. Chen Chang left contentedly, with a small bottle of Moon Dew Essence in his hand. It was contained in a jade bottle, very light in weight, and had no indication of restoring human potential. Chen Chang asked Hu Shui how much money it cost, but she said it was free and that it was a token of appreciation from the president. She also expressed apologies on behalf of the president for issuing the reward, saying that it was not the original intention of the Tianhe Association and that it was forced by the situation. The Tianhe Association did not dare to offend the Zhou family and hoped that he would not blame them. Chen Chang accepted the Moon Dew Essence and felt deeply moved. After the Zhou family put a bounty on his head, he thought his chances of obtaining the Moon Dew Essence were over. He could barely protect himself, So how could he care about his sister-in-law? Unexpectedly, after the battle in front of Tianji Tower, President Tian's attitude suddenly changed, and he became optimistic about him again. They're all old foxes. They've figured out how to be a chameleon. Chen Shang didn't take it too seriously. Ultimately, it was just his lack of strength. If he had the strength of a fourth-level warrior, why would he need all these twists and turns? When he returned to Tianji building, he ran into an old acquaintance. Chen Shang was quite surprised. Why, are you here? Chen Shang, long time no see. Joya's face was slightly pale, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the weakness caused by the last time her vitality was sucked away. I have missed you so much these days. Her breath was still a little weak, but her eyes were very determined. This time I came here again to practice the magic sword. Without the assistance of Chen Shang's lion's roar, the demon blade could not move forward after the 5th level. This was something she could not tolerate. Knowing that she would be controlled by Chen Shang and even forced to do humiliating things, she still couldn't resist the temptation of the magic knife and came resolutely, even violating her father's ban. Chen Shang had a complicated expression. Joya would miss him? He didn't believe a word of it. Tell me, why did you come to see me? Although he had already guessed the answer, most likely to practice the magic sword, he still wanted to hear her say it in person. Joya was furious. She raised her finger and pointed at Chen Shang, but then lowered it. As if finally giving in, she said, I need you to help me practice the magic sword. After saying this, her eyes became extremely gloomy. She secretly vowed, this was just temporary forbearance. When the magic sword was fully developed, she would break through the 4th level in one fell swoop, trample that bastard Chen Shang under her feet, and turn him into her own dog. Chen Shang looked Joya up and down. After not seeing her for a few days, this woman seemed even more attractive. He didn't care what Joya thought, or how much she hated him. Since she was here, she was a perfect target for practicing the Hahuan Heart Sutra. As long as he could restore Joya's vitality to its peak every day, he could continue to absorb her vitality and rapidly improve. This is a fat sheep that has been delivered to your doorstep, you must take good care of it. Come with me. Chen Shang said jokingly, with a playful look in his eyes. Chapter 37 Chen Shang, let my daughter go. Joya and Chen Shang came to a guest room. No one is allowed to come in without my order. Chen Shang specifically instructed the staff. After the door closed, Joya was tied up in the standard tortoise-shell bondage style. What are you going to do? We agreed to help each other, are you just going to practice together? Joya struggled hard, but was unable to resist at all. Her vitality has not yet recovered to its peak, and her strength is far inferior to Chen Shang at this time. What do you think I'm going to do? Chen Shang pinched Joya's chin and put his foot on her knee. Of course it's to help you practice. Don't you like it? I saw you were enjoying it before. Joya said angrily, if you don't help me practice the magic sword, I will not cooperate with you in practice. Don't cooperate? I want you to not cooperate. He. When Joya saw this, her face changed drastically, as if she suddenly woke up. How could I choose to trust this person? He is really blinded by greed. Chen Shang patted Joya's face and grabbed her white ponytail. If you satisfy me, it's not impossible for me to help you practice the magic sword. Joya's face was ashen. She looked at Chen Shang in humiliation and turned her head away. Outside the Tianji Tower, in an inconspicuous corner, Zhou Zikuan, disguised as a passerby, had bloodshot eyes. A little while ago, he learned that Joya had sneaked out of the house. He immediately mobilized all the spies in the city, and after confirming that his daughter had entered the black market, he rushed over as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. When he arrived at the Tianji Tower, he saw Joya and Chen Shang walking into the building from afar. Then not long after, he heard his daughter's unbearable voice. Chen Shang, you beast! He never expected that the demonic warrior who was suspected of controlling his daughter was actually Chen Shang. At this moment, the new and old grudges combined together directly set him off. Zhou Zikuan took a step forward and appeared at the foot of Tianji building. He ignored the guard's obstruction and punched the man away, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chen Shang, you little beast, let my daughter go. The sound was like thunder. Chen Shang was busy and was frightened and almost failed. Hold! This woman turned out to be Zhou Zikuan's daughter Joya. He had always thought that he was just a killer hired by the Zhou family. This is a fight to the death. He simply increased his strength. When Joya heard the voice, he was first happy, because his father came to save him, but then he was filled with endless humiliation, because now everyone knew it. Her hands and feet were bound, so she could only passively comply. She clearly wanted to refuse, but she couldn't help herself. This shame made her completely lose her mind, and she sobbed wildly. Before Shin Xinling's voice could be heard, the person had already arrived. Zhou Zikuan, stop messing around. You are the head of an aristocratic family after all. It's really embarrassing to keep throwing tantrums like this. I'm gonna make fun of you. Zhou Zikuan cursed loudly, without caring about his identity. How could he remain calm when his beloved daughter was bullied like this? Without further ado, the two men quickly engaged in a fight. The sound of the sonic boom spread throughout the black market. Zhang Yamo of the Iron Chain Gang, Zhao Qiping of the Tianhan Association, and other gang leaders rushed over upon hearing the news and watched the battle from a distance. Why is Patriarch Zhou here again? Oh, this is getting interesting. I heard from my subordinates that Zhou Zikuan's beloved daughter was raped by Qin Chang. TSK, there's such a thing? Patriarch Zhou must be furious. My son was murdered, my daughter was raped, new hatreds and old grudges are to be faced. If I were in his place, I would have to fight the Tianji Tower too. Isn't Zhouya a third-level warrior? She's also mastered a powerful sword technique. Chen Chang is only a second-level warrior. Logically, he's no match for Zhouya. How could he possibly control her? Could it be that Zhouya volunteered? I don't know about that. If it was really voluntary, then this Chen Chang is even more amazing. Zhang Yamo became interested when he heard this, but he didn't quite believe it. Is it possible that Chen Chang has also reached the third level and is as strong as Zhouya? When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This is not impossible. On the contrary, if you think about it carefully, it is quite reasonable. If Qin Chang really reaches the third level in a short period of time, his potential will be completely different from before. It is understandable that Tianji Tower is resisting the Zhou family for this reason. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zikuan and Shin Xinling exchanged hundreds of blows. Neither of them was victorious, and each took several steps back, panting. Striving to promote the true meaning of martial arts and engaging in life and death battles is extremely physically demanding. Shin Xinling sighed and said, Master Zhou, calm down first. If you have anything to say, sit down and talk. Peace is the most important thing. Zhou Zikuan snorted coldly, peace is the most important thing? Hand over Chen Chang first, and send my daughter out. After a fight, Zhou Zikuan still couldn't do anything to the old woman, so he gradually calmed down. But the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He thought, if I cannot increase my vitality to the limit in a short period of time during this retreat, I will spend a lot of money to hire another helper and I will definitely take down this troublesome old woman. If Chen Chang is not killed, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Who knew that at this time, Chen Chang walked out slowly. He adjusted his trousers as he walked, looking quite comfortable, as if he had just had a great time. Zhou Zikuan's eyes turned red. You little bastard, how dare you come out? He flashed and headed straight for Chen Chang, but was stopped by Shin Xinling. Get out of the way, old woman. The two men fought again, and it was difficult to separate them. Chen Chang said at the right moment, so she is the daughter of your master Zhou. I was wondering why she is so eloquent. A tiger father will have a dog daughter. Zhou Zikuan was furious when he heard this. His punches and kicks became disordered, and Shin Xinling seized the opportunity and pointed a finger at his chest. Phew! Zhou Zikuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fled madly into the distance, leaving behind only a few hysterical words. Chen Chang, you beast! I won't let you go. Shin Xinling clapped her hands, turned around and glanced at the onlookers, and the people from various gangs immediately stepped back. Patriarch Zhou was actually injured by Shin Xinling. Congratulations, Master Shin, your divine power has reached perfection. Level 5 is just around the corner. I'm afraid it won't be long before we can ascend to the Tianji building headquarters. Zhao Qiping clasped his hands together and complimented. Zhang Yamo of the chain gang retreated silently without saying a word. He and the old woman in Tianji Tower have never gotten along well, and this time even if he tried to flatter her, he might not be welcomed by her. Shen Xinling accepted the compliments from various gangs with a smile. Then he turned around and glared at Chen Chang, you are really a troublemaker. She really didn't expect that Chen Chang was so good at seducing women that he took the initiative to seduce Zhou Zikuan's daughter to Tianji Tower. And she has a really good brain. At the critical moment, she made Zhou Zikuan angry, so she was able to seize the opportunity and injure Zhou Zikuan. Chen Chang said nothing. He was also helpless. It really wasn't his fault. Killing Zhou Tian was a preemptive move. Zhou Ye came looking for him on her own initiative. It really had nothing to do with him. Chapter 38 Level 3 Limit, Li Yan visits. 7 days passed quickly in the cultivation and practice. Chen Chang's daily life is repetitive but not boring. His increasingly strong vitality gives him almost endless energy. During the day, he and Zhou Ye practiced the Heart Sutra of Joy, steadily absorbing 2 points of vitality. After surpassing Zhou Ye in vitality, the level 2 Hawan Heart Sutra can only absorb no more than 2 points of vitality per day, which is actually not a small amount. Chen Chang was quite satisfied. Even if the upper limit of the Hawan Heart Sutra was raised, Zhou Ye would not be able to bear it. In a few days, she would completely fall back to a lower realm and eventually become a cripple. It is better to fish in a dry pond than to fish in a steady stream. At night, he returned home and enjoyed the delicious food prepared by Xiao Xia. After taking a bath, he had sex to sow the seeds of life. I will go to Hu Shui's place for a short stay late at night. His hard work brought fruitful results. His vitality successfully broke through 30 points, and he officially became a level 3 extreme warrior. The sword points to the 4th level of courage. However, the 4th level is completely different from the first 3 levels. It has a real bottleneck. It not only requires vitality, but also requires the warrior to have sufficient understanding. Only by understanding the true meaning of one's own martial arts and then gathering martial courage can one advance to the 4th level of courage and spirit. In addition to daily practice, Chen Chang spends most of his time in the library of Tianji Tower. There are countless martial arts books collected here, and he eagerly read all the records related to the 4th level. Through systematic study, his understanding of the true meaning of martial arts gradually deepened. The true meaning of martial arts is not some vague concept, but the ultimate condensation of a warrior's will, the characteristics of their technique, and their fighting style. It is the starting point where spiritual power begins to interfere with reality. Chen Chang seemed to have some understanding, and had a preliminary idea of his own intention in his mind. He wanted to write it down on paper to deepen his impression, but after picking up the pen, he felt a little confused and was completely unable to describe it in words. It seems that it is still not clear enough, and I need to continue to comprehend. While reading classics and deepening my understanding of the true meaning of martial arts, Chen Chang discovered many interesting martial arts truths, all left behind by senior martial artists themselves. The 2 that impressed him the most were: the true meaning of rock can enhance a person's martial arts skills. Warriors in the classics once used this true meaning to fight against level 6 warriors at level 5, and finally drag the opponent to exhaustion without any serious harm themselves. The true meaning of the stars. It is rumored that some warriors have cultivated to an extremely high level, and can cross the void with their physical bodies, standing proudly in the starry sky, and can directly absorb energy from the depths of the universe for cultivation. During this period, Chen Chang began to prepare star crystals. Breaking through the 4th level requires huge energy support. Ordinary starstones have little effect. Star crystals are indispensable resources. Without them, the risk of breaking through will be higher and it will be easy to fail. Even if you succeed by chance, the effect of the martial courage condensation will be greatly reduced. Star crystals were expensive, costing 3 million federal coins per unit, equivalent to the price of 10 starstones, and were in short supply. According to historical records, condensing a martial courage typically required 10 units of star crystals. Chen Chang shamelessly asked to see Shen Xinling last night. "Owner, could you please help me purchase a batch of star crystals? The cost can be deducted from my future share?" Shen Xinling looked up at him and said without thinking, "Do you think star crystals are cabbages? Even I can't buy them just because I want to." Before she finished speaking, her eyes fixed and she looked at Chen Chang carefully. "Your vitality has reached the limit of level 3? The host has a keen eye and can't hide it from you." Chen Chang offered a flattery. Perhaps this touched Shen Xinling's heart, as she sat up straight and said, "Yes, I will help you find a way to get the star crystals, but I can't guarantee that I can get enough." "Thank you, host." Chen Chang was overjoyed and immediately fell at the feet of the hostess. He knew that star crystals were scarce and that even geniuses from many martial arts families might not be able to use them. He shamelessly came to ask for them, but was just doing his best and did not hold out much hope. Unexpectedly, Shen Xinling really agreed to help. At the same time, Shen Shang also conveyed the same request to the Tianhe Association through Hu Shue's relationship. Although he had no expectations for the Tianhe Association, it was always good to have another channel. That evening, Chen Chang returned home on time. Xiao Xia had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the aroma of roast beef filled the entire room. The two had just finished their meal when a knock on the door interrupted the peace. Standing outside the door was Li Yan, dressed in tight clothes and looking serious. "I want to exchange martial arts with you." Li Yan was straightforward, and nodded slightly as his eyes passed over Xiao Xia. Chen Shang patted his wife's hand soothingly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." He followed Li Yan to the dedicated training room in Tianji Tower. This room was made of special materials and was strong enough to withstand the full force of a level 3 warrior. "I want to experience your lion's roar." Li Yan went straight to the point. When Chen Chang heard this, his expression suddenly became strange. "If you want to die, go ahead and have those evil thoughts." Li Yan's eyes turned cold, and the murderous intent of a 4th-level warrior instantly filled the training room. "You misunderstood." Chen Chang immediately said seriously, "I just don't understand why you, a 4th-level warrior, want to spar with me?" Li Yan restrained her breath and patiently explained, "Lion's Roar is an incomplete martial art. Although it's only rated C level, it's incredibly powerful. Even more rare is its ability to calm the mind and focus the spirit. Practicing this martial art requires an extremely high level of Buddha nature, and few in the entire Federation have achieved it." Chen Shang suddenly understood why Zhouya valued this martial art so much in the first place, and even became obsessed with it and offered it to him. "Please advise." Chen Shang concentrated his mind and gathered his energy. His abdomen bulged slightly, and then a low and majestic roar burst out from his throat. The sound was like the ringing of a bell in an ancient temple, echoing endlessly in the training room and even causing ripples in the air. Li Yan stood still, carefully feeling the strange power contained in the roar, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. "It's truly worthy of its reputation," she nodded. "It attacks the enemy with a ferocious ferocity that captivates the heart, and after restraining itself, it actually has the effect of calming the mind." The martial arts exchange lasted for an hour. Li Yan was surprised to find that Chen Chang had no insights into martial arts, and it could even be said that he knew nothing about it and did not understand many basic concepts. Yet he was able to master the incomplete martial art of Lion's Roar. Could it be that there is really Buddha nature in me? But on second thought, this guy is a complete pervert. She lives next door and has to endure those obscene sounds day and night. Can such a person really have Buddha nature? Let's spar together next time. Before leaving, Li Yan took the initiative to extend an invitation. Chen Shang seized the opportunity to ask, "Sister Yan, you are a 4th-level warrior. Do you have any experience or techniques in understanding the true meaning of martial arts?" Li Yan was in a good mood and said generously, "True meaning comes from the heart. It requires extreme concentration, whether in a life or death struggle or in deep meditation, to capture a fleeting flash of inspiration." After saying that, she put her fingers together like a sword and made a light stroke. A magnificent and majestic sword intent instantly spread out, and it only flashed for a moment, but it made Chen Chang's scalp numb and as if he was drunk in an ice cave. Chen Chang couldn't help but take a step back and shrink his head. "This is the true meaning of my eliminating evil, which is to defeat those with bad conduct." Li Yan raised the corner of her mouth and glanced at Chen Chang. Chapter 39 Li Yan's thanks. 2 days later. That night the stars were shining brightly, the moon was big and round, and its bright light filled the courtyard. Xiao Xia had prepared a sumptuous dinner early. The table was filled with various meats, including roasted lamb and half a roasted ox, and several pots of starry skyfish soup. She smiled and greeted Chen Shang, who had just walked in. "Honey, dinner is ready." As soon as I pushed the door open, a rich fragrance hit me in the face. Chen Shang had a great appetite and sat down without hesitation. He ate up a table full of delicious dishes in just 10 minutes. Chen Shang burped contentedly, "Wife, it's too tiring to cook so many dishes every day. I'd better hire a servant for you." Chen Shang mentioned this matter twice, but was rejected by Xiao Xia both times. "It's okay, honey," she smiled and shook her head, "I feel more at ease when I make it myself. As long as you eat well, I'm happy." She had been used to being independent since she was a child and didn't want to have another servant to help her at home. Chen Shang didn't insist any longer, but only sighed in his heart that it was a pity. The servant he actually wanted to find was Zhouya. On the one hand, it can indeed relieve Xiao Xia's housework pressure, but more importantly, he wants to take the opportunity to test the life system to see if he can unlock the SSS level evaluation. Xiao Xia collected the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. Chen Chang was half lying on the rocking chair in the living room, picking up a martial arts book and reading it. He has been trying to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts these past 2 days, but he has been unable to grasp the elusive inspiration. Am I really that untalented? He thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. The effect of actively practicing the technique had always been minimal. The reason he was able to break through from an ordinary person to the 3rd level in just over 2 months was that his vitality increased from less than 1 to a full 30 points. It all depends on hard work and dedication. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Xia, wearing an apron, trotted over to open the door. She was slightly startled when she saw the person coming, then turned around and said, "Hubby, Sister Yan is looking for you." Li Yan stood outside the door and smiled and nodded at Xiao Xia. Because she lived next door, she often met Xiao Xia and had already known Chen Chang's beautiful and virtuous wife. She had complained in her heart more than once that Chen Chang was so lucky that he could be matched with a woman like this through the Federation matching before he became a warrior. Sister Yan and I are going to practice martial arts. You can go to bed first tonight. Chen Chang patted Xiao Xia on the back and went downstairs with Li Yan. Tianji Building Training Room. This time, Li Yan wore a tight combat uniform with a strong metallic texture. The body curves are perfectly outlined, with big breasts, thin waist, plump buttocks, and long legs, and the right parts are convex and curvy. Even Chen Chang, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, couldn't help but take a few more glances. Sister Yan, you are not looking for me just to hear the lions roar this time, right? Chen Chang asked, and he felt strange after saying it. What's so good about a lion's roar? Li Yan took a wooden sword from the weapon rack, and his whole temperament suddenly became sharp, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. I came to you today because I hope you can help me practice a martial art. Chen Chang's expression became even more strange. This was very familiar to him. Joya had said the same thing before. Li Yan remained unmoved and just walked to the center of the field with an expressionless face. She held the wooden sword and swung it in the air twice, finally fixing her body at the best angle, as steady as a wooden stake. If you see me in a bad state later, use lion's roar immediately. Okay, no problem. Chen Chang agreed readily. Li Yan concentrated for a long time and finally moved. She took a slow step forward, and with her wrist, the wooden sword drew a clean arc in the air, and the wooden sword pierced out like a stream of light. A level martial arts, ruthless sword. Amidst the sharp whistling sound, the air was torn apart and exploded. Chen Chang's pupils shrank slightly. This sword is too stressful. If he faces it head-on, he might not even be able to fight back. What a terrifying martial art! Even more powerful than Zhou Yalian's magic sword. He became more and more determined to understand the true meaning of martial arts as soon as possible and break through to the 4th level. Only in this way can we truly gain a foothold in the Federation. Li Yan put away his sword. A special target in front that was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of a 3rd-level extreme warrior was turned into pieces by a sword. She took a deep breath and drew her sword again. But this sword move was obviously much more unfamiliar, and the transition of force was much sluggish. Chen Chang could tell at a glance that she had not yet fully mastered this move. Sure enough, the next second Li Yan groaned and the wooden sword flew out of his hand. Her eyes suddenly became cold and empty, and a biting chill emanated from her body. Chen Chang made a prompt decision, gathered his energy in his abdomen, and roared out suddenly. Martial arts lion's roar. The loud and majestic roar spread out like a bell, echoing throughout the training room. In an instant, the training room seemed to have become a bustling temple, with the sound of monks ringing bells incessantly. Li Yan, who felt like she was falling into an icy cave, was brought back to reality by this roar, and her eyes regained their spirit. She staggered 2 steps, then sat down cross-legged to regulate her breathing, and it took a long time before she stood up again. Thanks to you just now. Li Yan was still frightened. I didn't expect the second move of the merciless sword to be so dangerous. It's a good thing I didn't practice it alone before. She subconsciously patted her chest, and Chen Chang's gaze moved up and down. It's just a small favor, you're welcome, Sister Yan. Li Yan looked at Chen Chang quietly for a while, then suddenly said, No, it would seem like I'm taking advantage of you. As a thank you, I'll tell Aunt Shen. Let's stop here for today. Chen Chang looked at her departing back with a thoughtful look on his face. Just now, for a moment, he clearly felt the true meaning of Li Yan's evil eliminating martial arts, which was faintly locked on him. That night, Chen Chang was called by Xin Xinling. I heard from Xia Yan that you helped her a lot. Xin Xinling didn't even raise her head and continued to review the documents. It's not a big deal. Chen Chang shook his head. Xia Yan asked me to reward you well. Xin Xinling put down her pen and looked at him. How about this? Zhou Zikuan hasn't dared to go to the black market lately. As long as you don't go out, you'll be safe for the time being. We have a dance hall in the black market, and we're short of staff. Since you're free anyway, why not go over there and help run the place? You can get 10% of the daily profit. Chen Chang nodded, but showed little interest. Right now, the most important thing for him was to comprehend the true meaning. Then, he could gather his courage and break through to the 4th level. While money was important, it wasn't something he needed immediately. Xin Xinling seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Don't be too impatient. The true meaning of martial arts cannot be understood overnight. No matter how high your talent is or how powerful your genius is, it takes time to cultivate. Let's not talk about anything else. Just to gather your martial courage requires tens of millions of resources. After the 4th level, martial arts training will cost even more money. You must have your own money tree, otherwise you will not be able to move forward. Li Yan spoke up this time and gave you an opportunity. You must cherish it and seize it. Chapter 40 Martial Arts in Conflict, Preparation Plan. Xin Xinling personally took Chen Chang to the dance hall. This dance hall in the black market was not much different from what Chen Chang had imagined. Ultimately, it all comes down to sperm and money. The dance hall was extremely spacious. On the huge circular platform in the center stood many scantily clad women, including some handsome men. They are not ordinary people, but all of them are quasi-warriors or even warriors. Chen Chang was a little confused. A month or two ago, when he was still an ordinary person, warriors were the elite class that was high and mighty. How could they have fallen to this point? As if seeing through his thoughts, Xin Xinling explained calmly, that's because you're naturally gifted. Improving your vitality is as easy as eating and drinking water. The 4th level is a huge watershed in the martial arts world. Countless geniuses have failed at this stage of understanding the true meaning. But many more warriors don't even qualify to reach the 4th level. To boost their vitality, they have to buy expensive nutritional creams and work hard to strengthen their bodies day and night. Cultivation techniques are hard to come by. Many have talent but no inheritance, so they can only rely on hard resources and regular martial arts injections, madly overdrawing their potential. Every expense is enormous, and ordinary work simply can't support it. I can only take some crooked paths. Chen Chang followed Xin Xinling, walked through the noisy dance floor, and headed backstage. This scene made him feel that he was too conservative in his private life. Owner, why are you here? A drunken man quickly stood up to greet them. This is Chen Chang. He will be your partner from now on. Xin Xinling pointed at Chen Chang beside her. Nice to meet you. Huang Tao stretched out his hand with a forced smile, his palms covered with calluses. Chen Chang could feel the other party's dislike for him, which was normal. Xin Xinling had already greeted him when she came, and the 10% of the profit he took was taken from Huang Tao. After shaking hands, the two chatted for a few casual words. Xin Xinling sat for a while and then left. She personally sent Chen Chang over, and her support was self-evident. Huang Tao naturally understood, so although he was unhappy, he did not give Chen Chang a cold shoulder. Level 3 limit, a very solid foundation, a genius. Huang Tao held the bottle and thought to himself, but so what? I've seen many geniuses. I myself was a genius who signed an A-level contract with Tianji Tower. If you can't comprehend the true meaning and break through to the 4th level, you're nothing but a genius. Thinking of this, Huang Tao raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. Seeing this, Chen Chang asked, Brother Huang, your vitality should have reached the limit of the 3rd level, right? Why are you still interested in this ordinary wine? For a 3rd level extreme warrior with 99 points of vitality, ordinary alcohol is no different from water. It has become a luxury for him to enjoy the slight intoxication that ordinary people have. Huang Tao glanced at him and said, What do you know? I'm not drinking alcohol, I'm feeling helpless. He looked at Chen Chang opposite him, as if he saw his former self, and immediately started talking. You kid, have you been so smooth sailing that you think you're a genius? Chen Chang touched his nose and didn't respond. He never thought of himself as a genius. His success today was all thanks to his system and hard work. The same is true for martial arts in the future. Huang Tao saw that Chen Chang didn't respond and took a sip of his wine. There's nothing going on in the dance hall on weekdays. Most of the warriors who come here for fun are very well behaved and don't dare to mess around in Tianji Tower. Those dirty deeds that happen behind the scenes have nothing to do with us. You don't have to come here regularly. The money will be delivered on time every month. Just don't come here to bother me. Is there such a good thing? Chen Shang was happy to be free. I'm so sorry, I'll trouble brother Huang to work harder. But when we really need you, you have to get here as soon as possible. Huang Tao wiped his mouth. I've been a novice for many years and haven't fought many people. If I encounter a tough opponent, I really might not be able to handle it. Chen Shang developed a better impression of this colleague and continued chatting with him. It turns out that Huang Tao was also a genius. At the age of 18, he became a warrior on his own. After registering with the Warrior Association, no one showed interest in him, so he quietly went to the black market to fight. After a lot of hard work, he entered the Tianji Tower, received the inheritance of martial arts, and gradually rose to prominence, eventually signing an A-level contract. Before the fourth stage, his vitality was surging until it was stopped by the mountain of the true meaning of martial arts. From being full of confidence to being worried about gains and losses, he wasted several years and still failed to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. In the end, his genius contract was terminated by Tianji Tower. Since then, he has never recovered and his spirit has been worn away by time. He has been watching over the dance hall for several years, drinking and having sex all day long, completely ruining his future in martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts, why is it so difficult? When I think of the past, the wine and tea made me drunk, but I am already drunk myself. Huang Tao laughed at himself, clinked glasses with Chen Shang, and waved his hand, saying, "All right, there's nothing for you to do now, go back. Work hard. Then feel your despair. Thank you." Chen Shang hadn't finished speaking when his face froze when he heard the second half of the sentence. After coming out of the dance hall, Chen Shang shook his head and fell into thought. Was this intentional arrangement by the poster, or was it really a thank you from Li Yan? In any case, he felt that he would not be affected. Chen Shang had long known that he was not the type of person who could comprehend the true meaning on his own. Especially after these days of attempts, he became more and more aware of this reality. Relying on the system is the right way. He was determined to intensify his research on the rating mechanism for enjoying life. The most urgent task is to increase the favorability of Xiao Xie and Sister Shui to the maximum, and then we can make a bold attempt. The starry sky is particularly charming this night. After Chen Shang and Xiao Xie made love, he held her in his arms. "Honey, I'm planning to have a friend over for dinner this weekend. Please prepare some extra bowls and chopsticks." Xiao Xie rubbed against his arms and hummed softly. Chen Shang added, "By the way, that friend helped me get the Moon Dew essence. We'll thank her together later." Moon Dew essence? Really? Xiao Xie suddenly sat up from his arms, her beautiful eyes widening. She had already given up hope on this matter, but she didn't expect that Chen Shang had always kept it in mind and actually asked someone to get it for her. Chen Shang nodded. "During this time, I will ask the host to help find someone to take him to the hospital." Xiao Xie was overjoyed when she heard this. She clenched her fists and waved them wildly in his arms. "That's great. With the Moon Dew essence, my sister can return to a normal life." Chen Shang comforted her for a while. That night, he sneaked into Hu Shui's house and spent the night. Hu Shui was very happy. When she woke up in the morning, she looked at Chen Chang beside her pillow and asked softly, "Will Xie be angry if you didn't go home last night?" "I have the final say at home," Chen Chang said calmly. "Come to my house for dinner this weekend. Xie wants to thank you very much for helping her get the Moon Dew essence." Chapter 41 Testing the two women. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the kitchen window onto Xiao Xie's face. She was cutting vegetables mechanically, but her mind was already wandering elsewhere. Tonight, Chen Chang is bringing a woman home for dinner. She didn't know how to face it. "Xiao Xie, hubby, is Sister Shui easy to get along with?" Chen Chang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shui, I'm not a rude person." He comforted Xiao Xie for a while. Then he said, "I'm going out for a while." After saying that, Chen Chang slipped out of the house like a thief and went into a sex shop. He lowered the brim of his hat, quickly scanned the display racks, and finally picked out a few swimsuits with very little fabric and hurriedly paid. On the other side, Hu Shui stood in front of her dressing mirror and had already changed 3 sets of clothes. Her palms were slightly sweaty and her heart was beating incredibly fast. Or, let's just forget it. She muttered to herself in front of the mirror, picking up her phone several times and wanting to put it down again. Hu Shui felt like she had done something wrong as a child and was about to meet her parents. Finally, Chen Chang sent an urgent message, "Are you almost there? I'm waiting for you." She gritted her teeth and finally mustered up the courage to go out. When the doorbell rang, Xiao Xia wiped her hands, took a deep breath, and opened the door herself. The 2 women's eyes met in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle and tense. "Sister Hu Shui, right? Please come in." Xiao Xia smiled gently and stepped aside to let the guest in. Wu Shui was wearing a smart sportswear. It perfectly shows off his impressive figure. Xiao Xia's gaze swept across the great north-south sphere, and she couldn't help but frown. "It's so big." "Sorry to bother you, Sister Xie." Hu Shui nodded, trying to make her voice sound natural. When she saw Xiao Xia's expression, she suddenly became less nervous. Just a lucky little girl. Apart from being pretty, she doesn't seem to have any other advantages. Hu Shui never expected that Chen Chang's wife was actually an ordinary person. He is not even a quasi-warrior, let alone a warrior. At the dinner table, undercurrents surged beneath the seemingly peaceful atmosphere. Xiao Xia picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in Chen Chang's bowl, saying softly, "Hubby, these are all your favorites, eat more." She emphasized the word husband. Hu Shui heard it. This is a declaration of sovereignty to her, emphasizing that you are the real boss. Looking at the weak Xiao Xia, I didn't expect that she would have such thoughts. She's such a green tea girl, her words are so sweet but her tongue is so sharp. Hu Shui smiled unchanged and replied, "Xiao Chen, Sister Xia looks weak and isn't a warrior. You should let her rest more and not overwork herself." Last night she also picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and gave it to Chen Chang. He raised his heroic eyebrows and glanced at Xiao Xia proudly. "Little green tea, you are still too young to fight with me." Xiao Xia was choked when she heard this. Her biggest flaw is that she has no talent for martial arts. It was fine at the beginning, but after Chen Chang became successful in martial arts training, she couldn't help but feel a little inferior. "I often feel that I am no longer worthy of Chen Chang." Chen Chang saw Xiao Xia like a defeated chicken. He ate his meal in silence, feeling aggrieved. He had to stand up and coughed, saying, "Xia is a good wife, so there's no need for her to practice martial arts." Xiao Xia smiled immediately. Wu Shui's face turned cold. "Good job, Chen Chang, this is how you treat guests." He specially invited me to come. He teamed up with his wife to play mixed doubles at home. Bullying, right? She seemed to be angry and stopped looking at Chen Chang. Chen Chang looked around and listened attentively. Seeing this, he quickly laughed and said, "Sister Shui's martial arts talent is indeed good. Even without any inherited skills, she can break through the boundaries and become a martial artist." Chen Chang was sweating profusely during the meal. A lot of brain cells died. After dinner, Chen Chang smiled and suggested, "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight, why don't we go sit by the pool in the backyard?" Xiao Xia looked at her partner with a strange expression. The back garden is a place for the young couple to relax and have fun. We never receive guests. What does Chen Chang want to do? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiao Xia's ears turned red. Not so good, right? "Honey, you still have some trash left to pick up last night." Chen Chang pretended not to hear. Since Xiao Xia didn't explicitly refuse, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Hu Shui originally wanted to go home directly. But he saw that Xiao Xia looked as if she was facing a great enemy. It seemed like he really didn't want her to go to the backyard. This actually made her change her mind. That's good. The moon is so round tonight. It's a good time to enjoy the flowers and the moon after dinner. Chen Chang walked in front, with Xiao Xia and Hu Shui following behind on his left and right. The 3 of them walked through the garden, and Chen Chang did not stop until he came straight to the hot spring. This hot spring has been infused with Tianji Tower's special blood-activating ointment, which is very beneficial for warming and nourishing the body. Soaking in it after a meal will help boost your vitality. While introducing Hu Shui, Chen Chang took out 2 sexy swimsuits like magic. Xiao Xia looked at the swimsuit that had only a few straps, her face suddenly turned red and her ears felt hot. How can this be a swimsuit? Hu Shui gave Chen Chang a blank look and said nothing. She finally understood what Chen Chang's intention was in giving her this meal. On the surface, he was expressing his gratitude, but behind the scenes. What a bad seed. Chen Shang knew Xiao Siye inside and out and knew that she was very sensitive about her reputation, so he decided to start with Hu Shui first. Sister Shui, are you not confident about your figure? Hu Shui smiled contemptuously when he heard this. That's it? She was not moved at all by the crude provocation. Having been with Chen Shang so many times, both of them knew each other's abilities. Chen Shang had anticipated this. He leaned close to Xiao Siye's ear and whispered something. Xiao Siye looked even more uncomfortable, and she shook her head repeatedly and took a step back. Hu Shui suddenly changed her mind and stepped forward to take the swimsuit. It's still early, it would be nice to try the special ointment made by Tianji Tower. Not long after, she came out from the dressing room nearby. Under the moonlight, the water ripples, reflecting her graceful figure. Xiao Siye was stunned and gestured at herself with her hands. This is definitely twice her size. Chen Shang leaned over again and whispered in her ear. Xiao Siye gritted her teeth and ran to change into her swimsuit. Not long after, the three of them went into the water, and the slightly cool water temperature slightly eased the awkward atmosphere. In the misty water vapor, Chen Shang told jokes from time to time and splashed the water, and the three of them soon became a fight. Seeing the atmosphere getting heated, Chen Shang revealed his true intentions. He looked at Hu Shui beside him and asked tentatively, Sister Shui, why don't you stay here tonight? Hu Shui shook her head violently, No. I have something to do tomorrow, I have to go back. She almost fled ashore and hurriedly changed her clothes. Xiao Siye stood in the water, watching Hu Shui's back as she left in a panic, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. Chen Shang looked towards the door and thought, what a pity. I'll try harder next time, maybe this will work. Chapter 42 Unlocking Subordinates, Trouble in the Dance Hall. Wife, everyone is gone, why are you still shy? Chen Shang skillfully pulled Xiao Siye over and held her in his arms. Oh, it's not even completely dark yet, it's still early. What if someone sees us? Xiao Siye pretended to struggle for a few times, and then let Chen Shang do whatever he wanted to her. Beside the hot spring, two bodies reflected in the moonlight hugged each other tightly. After making love, Xiao Siye's face flushed and she leaned softly against the pool, savoring the past while enjoying the hot spring medicinal bath. Ah Qian, from now on, can you please not make requests like today again? What request? Chen Shang pretended not to know. Xiao Siye's face turned even redder. Didn't you want to keep Sister Hu here to stay overnight? Ha, the black market is chaotic at night. I'm worried that she'll be in danger on the road, so I want her to stay overnight and leave tomorrow. Chen Shang explained seriously. Late at night, Chen Shang left Hu Shui's house feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. Instead of going home directly, he went to the room where Joya was staying. Insert the key into the lock and turn it gently. Inside the door, Joya, her hair disheveled and her face haggard, was lying on all fours in the corner of the living room. At the noise, a flicker of fear crossed her face, a flash of resentment in her eyes, and she struggled to crawl towards the door. Chen Shang unlocked the door and deliberately paused for a few seconds before pushing the door open. If you didn't come to greet me immediately, you will be fined 50 lashes. Joya crawled to Chen Shang's feet and whimpered a few times. A sock was stuffed in her mouth and she couldn't speak. Then she did a standard squat, her smooth and white back completely exposed, her hands bent forward on the ground, her buttocks raised high, very eye-catching. Chen Shang bent down to untie the rope on her hands and rubbed her face with the tip of his shoe. Joya immediately helped Chen Shang take off his shoes. Why don't you resist today? It is my honor to serve my master. Joya's eyes were complicated, with hatred in her heart, but also a hint of pleasure that she was unwilling to admit. Before she could finish her words, Chen Shang stepped on her head. She couldn't help but groan. Amidst the humiliation, the pleasure became even more obvious. 2 hours later, Chen Shang put on his pants and lay down comfortably on the sofa. You have to be a third-level warrior. You can barely fight hard and not break at the slightest touch. You can't just lie there and scream. The next morning, Chen Shang woke up on time. He scanned the system prompts as usual. In addition to the usual SS level evaluation, there was an additional one. Unlock a subordinate for the first time and randomly gain access to the true meaning of martial arts. True martial spear intention is now available. A new line is added to the panel. Subordinate, Joya favorability 60. Subordinate? Reward the true meaning of martial arts? Chen Chang rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misunderstood. After checking twice, he realized it was not a dream. This system has come up with a new trick and has actually unlocked subordinate columns. Chen Chang was speechless for a moment. I just want to be a good person. After digesting the information in his mind, he knew that with every additional subordinate, there was a chance of unlocking the right to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. I can only go with the flow. If someone offers something to me in the future, I'll just accept it reluctantly. Life, 30. Life level, level 3 Inner Palace. Farming points, 130. Partner, Xiao CF favorability 99. Friend, Hu Shui favorability 85. Subordinate, Zhou Ya favorability 60. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique level 5 145 160. Martial Arts, Lion's Roar level 2020, Hawan Heart Sutra level 21020. Martial Arts True Meaning, True Martial Spear Intention 0300. Seeing the progress bar light up behind the true meaning of martial arts, Chen Chang felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the light is on, everything will be easy. The true meaning of martial arts that had been a roadblock to me was unexpectedly largely solved. It only took 300 cultivation points to comprehend it, and it would take only a few days to accumulate enough. Chen Chang excitedly clenched his fist and waved it. But he didn't intend to gain any more insights immediately. Maybe we can wait and see if the SSS level evaluation will give better rewards. It won't be too late to decide then. In the evening, Chen Chang was thinking about what reason to use to invite Hu Shui to his home again to try to achieve the SSS evaluation, when a phone call called him out. Who was so blind as to dare to cause trouble in Tenji Tower's territory? On the way, Chen Chang was completely confused. Coincidentally, just as he had secured his share of the dance hall, someone came to cause trouble. Is he coming for me? Thinking of Huang Tao's anxious tone on the phone, Chen Chang quickened his pace and rushed towards the dance hall like a gust of wind. Brother Huang, what's going on? As soon as Chen Chang entered the door, he saw Huang Tao, his face covered in blood. This senior colleague had been kind to him before, and Chen Chang had a good impression of him. But seeing his miserable state, he couldn't help but feel angry. Chen Chang, you're finally here. Huang Tao breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the blood off his face, and pointed at a man in black in the center of the stage. This bastard insisted on doing things on the stage. I'm no match for him. Although this person's vitality has not reached the limit of the third level, he has a very powerful martial art. You must be careful. Chen Chang narrowed his eyes and looked toward the center of the stage. The dancers huddled in fear, not daring to approach. In the center stood a hooded man in black, his face masked and hooded, revealing only a pair of gloomy eyes. He held a woman on each side, their coverings already torn off. Keep dancing. Don't stop, the man said viciously. If you piss me off, I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. He seemed to completely ignore Chen Chang. The two dancers dared not disobey and danced naked with all their might, twisting their waists. The man was very satisfied. Just as he was about to untie his belt, a voice came. That's enough. Chen Chang narrowed his eyes. He had indeed seen enough, feasting his eyes. Now it was time to get down to business. Anyone who dared to break the rules of Tianji Tower and affect his cash cow must be severely punished. The dancers and guests all looked at Chen Chang who had spoken, and whispered to each other. Is this the new warrior from Tianji Tower? He's so young, can he do it? That man in black is a tough nut, a legitimate third-level warrior. If it's not the third-level limit, it's probably impossible to handle it. I thought Master Shen would take action himself. Kid, what did you say? The man in the middle of the stage turned around and asked while kneading the beautiful dancer in his hands. I didn't hear you clearly, can you say it again? Chapter 43. There is also a gap between the three levels. The man kneaded her breasts vigorously with both hands, an obscene smile on his face, not taking Chen Chang seriously at all. But this was just an appearance. He was now paying full attention, his perception completely focused on Chen Chang. In the territory of Tianji Tower, I only have one chance to attack. If I can't kill him with one move, it will definitely attract the owner of Tianji Tower. If we don't get out in time, we might even die here, let alone get paid. When he thought of the reward Zhou Zikuan promised, his heart was filled with eagerness. In addition to the 50 million bounty, what really excited him was the martial arts that had a chance to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Seeing Chen Chang approaching step by step, the lewd smile on his face slowly turned into a wild laugh. In his eyes, the person coming over was a fat sheep. The true meaning of martial arts was beckoning to him, and the door to the fourth level was opening for him. Boy, prepare to die. Seeing Chen Chang approaching, the man no longer hesitated. He quickly withdrew his hands, stepped in front of Chen Chang, twisted his waist and punched with an astonishing force. C-level martial arts positive punch. Huang Tao saw this and quickly warned, "Be careful." He had just been defeated by this move, breaking 2 ribs. Although he wanted to help, he was unable to stand up. He could only hope that Chen Chang, after all, he was at the 3rd level and a genius in his prime, so he could at least hold him back for a while. Facing this fierce punch, Chen Chang did not stop and continued to walk forward calmly. Just when his fist was about to hit him, he suddenly took a deep breath and roared. C-level martial arts lion's roar. A loud and majestic roar spread from the center of the stage. The man's fist suddenly stopped in mid-air, less than a centimeter away from Chen Chang's nose, and could not move forward any further. What kind of martial arts is this? What's with this vitality? Isn't it said to be at the 3rd level at most? The man was confused at first, and then fell into endless confusion and emptiness. Ahmet Ba. He suddenly retracted his fist, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and growled. At this moment, he just wanted to escape into the empty goal, and the 2 balls he was playing with just now suddenly lost their appeal. Chen Chang nodded in satisfaction. Unleashing the lion's roar with his 3rd-order vitality, he truly crushed those below him. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck, then lifted him up with a little force. Under the man's horrified gaze, a click sound was heard. No. Brother Chang, please spare my life. I was wrong. I was blind, and it was the Zhou family who forced me. Before he could finish the word, his eyes rolled back and he died. Chen Chang threw him to the ground like a dead chicken. The man's words were just as he expected. The ballroom and Tianji building had always been peaceful, so there was no reason why someone would cause trouble as soon as he arrived. Huang Tao was also stunned by this roar. Chen Chang was far stronger than he expected. This martial art was too powerful and had a stronger vitality. When he came to his senses, everyone in and outside the ballroom had spontaneously walked out. The dancers, who were originally scantily clad, had begun to cover their bodies, and the guests who had come for pleasure seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and lost interest. Damn it, brother. You can beat them, but why did you yell all the customers away? Huang Tao pointed at the backs of the crowd with a painful look on his face. In fact, he also understood that it was not Chen Chang's fault. Even he himself took a long time to recover from the state of 4 elements are empty. Chen Chang spread his hands helplessly. I'll leave the rest to you, brother Huang. At night, by the hot spring, a man and a woman were riding the waves, lingering endlessly. After making love, Chen Chang leaned against the hot spring, his muscular upper body reflected in the moonlight. Xiao Xia lay on the shore, her swimsuit already tattered, only a few strands of silk hanging from her snow-white skin. Water droplets shimmered in the moonlight, the blush still lingering on her face, her eyes filled with contentment and a hazy feeling. This tempting look made Chen Chang unable to help but stand up from the water again. With a crisp paw sound, he patted Xiao Xia's buttocks. No. Xiao Xia begged for mercy in a low voice. Chen Chang didn't force it, but just looked at the panel and fell into deep thought. The favorability seemed to have not changed. In the past, he and Xiao Xia had a harmonious life, and their relationship had been steadily growing. Every time she was extremely satisfied, her favorability would increase. But this time, it was stuck at 99. At this moment, Xiao Xia picked up her mobile phone and took a look at it. She immediately smiled and her face was full of joy. Partner Xiao Xia, favorability increased from 99 to 100. A line of prompts floated by, and Chen Chang was also overjoyed. What happened? Husband, after the moon dew essence was sent to the hospital, my sister's condition improved rapidly. The doctor said that it won't be long before she can return to a normal life. Xiao Xia struggled to sit up, but she just twisted her body softly and lay back down. That's good. Once I reach level 4, we'll go see my sister. Chen Chang suddenly realized that this was the case. It seemed that Xiao Ruo, his sister-in-law, was extremely important to his wife. With 2 splashes, the spring water was pushed aside. Chen Chang walked over to Xiao Xia and whispered in her ear, I'll ask Sister Shui to come to my house for dinner tomorrow and thank her properly, and then. After hearing this, Xiao Xia's ears turned red, her cheeks were hot, and she hummed softly like a mosquito. Really? This time Xiao Xia did not refuse. This is the benefit of having a good impression. Chen Chang thought, the only one left is Sister Shui. Based on his understanding of Hu Shui, perhaps the only way to increase her vitality to the second level is to hope to maximize her favorability. But this wasn't easy. Improving vitality wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, and not everyone had the same hack as him. Even if he purchased a large amount of resources and piled them up, it wouldn't be possible in a short period of time. Furthermore, given Hu Shui's personality, he might not be willing to accept it. Chen Shang pondered for a long time, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he turned his attention to the Hawan Heart Sutra. This martial art is currently mainly used to absorb the vitality of others. These days he has only used it on Joya. Every time he practices, his proficiency increases. This is the only time in his martial arts that he can actively practice to improve his proficiency. I wonder what new abilities will appear in the next level. Hawan. As a dual cultivation technique, it should benefit both parties. It's only 10 points anyway, so give it a try. Chen Shang took a try-it attitude and spent 10 cultivation points to upgrade the Hawan Heart Sutra to level 3. For a moment, his breathing quickened a lot, and countless happy fragments emerged in his mind. After the strangeness passed, Chen Shang secretly rejoiced. It's really like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. The level 3 Hawan Heart Sutra, under his control, can allow both parties to improve their vitality during practice. Chapter 44 Three People Fighting Landlord. In the early morning, Hu Shui's home was empty and Chen Shang searched in vain. Finally, he found her in the octagonal cage fighting arena. Sister Shui, why are you still working overtime so late? Seeing that there was no one around, Chen Shang walked to the front desk, stood next to Hu Shui, and put his hand on her waist. Hu Shui wore a sports vest, revealing her abs and slender waist. Chen Shang pressed on the sensitive part of her waist, and she couldn't help but shudder. She said coquettishly, "Don't do it, someone may come in at any time. It's not good if someone sees us." "What's wrong with that?" Chen Shang said with a smile, deliberately blowing air into Hu Shui's ear. He knew that besides that, Sister Shui's most sensitive parts were behind her ears and around her waist. As expected, Hu Shui's face quickly turned red, and she trembled as she said, "Later, after this boxing match, we'll be off work, so let's do it later, okay?" Chen Shang pursed his lips and pointed to the lounge nearby. An hour later, Hu Shui walked out of the lounge, holding her waist. Her face was flushed, and she couldn't hide her joy. "I didn't expect this little rascal to know this kind of martial arts. After more than 10 years of hard practice, I am still not as good as my fellow practitioner just now." Level 2, achieved just like that? Hu Shui still finds it unbelievable. She had been stuck at the first level for years, spending years in the Tianhe Guild without receiving any inherited martial arts skills until she met Chen Shang. She'd hoped for a quick breakthrough, but she struggled to make any progress. Having already missed her golden age, she'd almost resigned herself to her fate, but she didn't expect Chen Shang to give her a huge surprise. Thinking of this, she paused while pushing the door open, turned around and glanced at Chen Shang. "How about practicing, twice more?" Seeing this, Chen Shang hurried forward to interrupt. "Sister Shui, there is still a long way to go. This dual cultivation method cannot be rushed." Hu Shui raised her chin and tried hard to suppress her laughter. This little bad guy has finally come to this day. He usually bullied her by relying on his strong vitality, but today he finally let her get back at him. Hu Shui's favorability increased from 85 to 100. A reminder floated up, and Shen Meng slapped his thigh. Martial arts is indeed Sister Shui's greatest pursuit. After practicing the Joyful Heart Sutra just now, both of them had their vitality enhanced. Chen Shang had a fourth-order bottleneck, so his new vitality failed to break through. After nourishing his body, it dissipated, and he didn't feel deeply. However, Hu Shui's vitality went from less than 2 points to over 3 points in one fell swoop, making him a second-level warrior. The effect is terrifying. It's a pity that the effective practice is best only in the first time, and will be greatly reduced in the subsequent times, but it can be continuously improved after all. I have to practice with CA every day in the future. She is too weak now. Chen Shang was usually very restrained when making love with Xiao Xia, and he couldn't let go at all. The two walked out of the lounge and found that there were many people standing in the hall, looking at them with strange eyes. Hu Shui's face suddenly turned red, and she turned around and glared at Chen Shang fiercely. "Are you blaming me? It was clearly you who took the initiative to pull me in just now." Chen Shang complained in his heart. One person in the crowd had red eyes and was staring at Chen Shang viciously. "It's you, Chen Shang. You bastard. What did you do to Hu Shui?" Zhang Qi asked the question even though he knew the answer. The goddess in his heart was being ruined, and his faith in Taoism was almost broken. Isn't this the defeated opponent in the boxing match? Chen Chang recognized Zhang Qi at a glance. He hadn't expected that the other party had also broken through to the second level, with his vitality approaching 4 points. He was definitely a grassroots genius. Before Chen Chang could speak, Hu Shui stepped forward. What are you looking at? You've never seen a boyfriend or girlfriend before. And Zhang Qi, I told you to stop bothering me. My affairs have nothing to do with you. Zhang Qi suddenly fell from anger to pain. He took a few breaths and seemed to have finally given up. He left with his head lowered. On the way to send Hu Shui home, Chen Chang said in a frivolous tone, Sister Shui, come to my house for dinner tomorrow? Sister Xia's condition has improved after taking the Moon Dew Essence, and she wants to thank you once again. Ha? Just eating? Hu Shui raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. This little bad guy didn't succeed last time, and it seems he is still determined to do something evil and is using the same trick again. Hu Shui felt her body full of energy and thought to herself, forget it. This time, let him do whatever he wants. The next evening, Xiao Xiye prepared a large table of dishes, all of which were Chen Chang's favorite dishes. The second time Hu Shui came, she was obviously not as reserved as the first time, and even had a sense of taking the lead. Sister Xie, thank you for your hard work in preparing such a large table of dishes for me. Hu Shui walked in, changed into slippers, and greeted Xiao Xiye with a smile. You're welcome, Sister Hu Shui. You're a guest, and my husband and I are very hospitable. You've helped us a lot, so we should thank you. Although Xiao Xiye is not a warrior and has a delicate body, she has a very good brain and has always been among the top students in liberal arts while in school. Hearing that Hu Shui intended to suppress her, she made a sinister and sarcastic remark. You are just an unknown mistress, what is there to be proud of? Hu Shui was angry, but she didn't show it. She just snorted in her heart, little green tea, you have a smart mouth. I heard from Xiao Chen last night that my sister's condition has improved. The two women were talking back and forth at the dinner table, their words were full of hidden thorns, poking each other. Chen Chang's eyes were focused on his nose on his heart, and he was completely absorbed in eating. He felt that the atmosphere was a bit murderous today, and he didn't want to get involved at all. He just silently prayed that the flames of war wouldn't spread to him. But what you fear will come to you. Xiao Xiye suddenly stepped on him under the table. Husband, say something. Hu Shui also straightened her chest and looked over. Chen Chang quickly finished his mouthful of food and burped. Now that I've had enough, it's time to take a walk in the garden, admire the flowers, and relax in the hot springs tonight. Xiao Xiye and Hu Shui were both very dissatisfied with his joking attitude, but they both acquiesced. The three of them then went to the garden. When the moon rose and the sky gradually darkened, they each changed into their swimsuits and took a bath in the hot spring. Since we're bored, why don't we play landlord? The loser will accept the punishment and then play dare, how about it? Xiao Xiye blushed, thinking of what Chen Chang said to her last night, and lowered her head in silence. Hu Shui smiled and said, okay. Chen Chang took out a deck of cards like a magician. As a level 3 ultimate warrior, he did some trickery when dealing the cards, but the two women couldn't see it at all. In the first round, he took over as landlord and won smoothly. Let me think, what kind of adventure should I take? He put on a wicked grin, resting his chin on his hand, pretending to think. I got it. Each of you will massage my legs 10 times. The two women had strange expressions on their faces, not looking at each other. They stood on both sides of Chen Chang and began to massage his legs. Xiao Xiye's hands were soft and weak. Hu Shui, however, used all her might, deliberately seeking revenge and wanting to see him make a fool of himself. But no matter how hard she pushed, Chen Chang remained calm. You little brat, it would be terrible if you could move a third-level warrior. The three of them played landlord until dawn. Xiao Xiye was the first to become exhausted and lay down aside, leaving only Chen Chang and Hu Shui still playing. Chapter 45 SSS Level Evaluation, Choosing the True Meaning of Martial Arts. The next morning, the morning sun shone on the hot spring, dispelling the lustful atmosphere left over from last night. Chen Chang woke up on time. He didn't bother to push away the two pairs of completely different hands on his chest. He was eager to check the panel prompts. You spent a harmonious day with Xiao Xiye and Hu Shui. Rating, SSS. Reward, 20 cultivation points. You have achieved SSS rating for the first time. The true meaning of martial arts: sword heart remains, power of the god of war, and man of destiny. The comprehension authority has been unlocked. I really achieved SSS rating. Unlock 3 martial arts truths at once? Chen Chang was overjoyed. He sat up suddenly and stared at the panel without blinking. Sword heart remains, 0-1000, you possess a natural sword heart and a unique talent for swordsmanship. The speed of sword-related martial arts training increases by 300%, and the effectiveness increases by 300%. Martial God Power, 0-1000, you are a natural-born martial god seedling. There is no bottleneck in the martial arts for you. All martial arts training speed plus 100%, the effect is increased by 100%. Destined Person, 0-1000, you are the chosen one of heaven. You can always turn danger into safety when you encounter it. Natural treasures and opportunities always come to you. That's too perverted. The effects of these 3 martial arts truths are incredible, far exceeding any truths known before. Fortunately, he habitually saved some money and didn't spend it right away. Which one should I start to comprehend first? Chen Chang now has 140 cultivation points on hand, and he cannot comprehend any of them immediately. It will take some time to accumulate. At the current rate of 20 points per day, if nothing unexpected happens, it will take more than 40 days to fully comprehend the true meaning. This speed is actually not slow. Master Shin didn't even think that he could understand the true meaning within half a year. But Chen Chang wasn't satisfied. Understanding the true meaning might require comprehension for others, but for him, it only required points. With a burden on his shoulders, he had to be strict with himself. While having breakfast, Chen Chang looked at Xiao Xie and Hu Shui who were fighting with each other, and suddenly thought of Joya. Maybe we can bring her along later. 3 people can only play landlord, which gets a bit boring after a while. 4 people can play mahjong, and maybe the system will give higher points. When he has enough points, he won't have to worry about which martial arts truth to choose. But now a choice needs to be made. Chen Chang thought about it and decided to comprehend sword heart remains first. His idea was very simple. He believed that Destiny Man was too metaphysical and he did not completely believe in the so-called escape from danger. On the contrary, he believed more in real combat effectiveness. Sword Heart Remains specializes in swords, and all sword-related bonuses are as high as 300%, while Power of the God of War, although comprehensive, only doubles the improvement. In the short term, it is obvious that Sword Heart Remains brings a greater improvement. Thinking of this, Chen Chang no longer hesitated and added all 140 cultivation points to Sword Heart Remains. Sword Heart Remains, 140-1000. In an instant, a flash of enlightenment emerged in my mind. His mind was in flux, and a hazy memory emerged. It was a vast wilderness plain, without sun or moon, darkness enveloped the earth, and countless wild beasts lurked there. A scarlet long sword was stuck in the center of the plain. Many intelligent beasts ran towards it with desire in their eyes, but without exception they were driven back by the cold aura emitted by the sword. Faintly, one could see a figure with disheveled hair, repeatedly walking towards the sword, only to be repelled and fall, yet struggling to stand up again and again. Chen Chang opened his eyes, and the image in his mind had gradually faded away. He could not remember it at all, as if it had never existed. It seems that my understanding is not enough. Judging from the progress, it is less than 1/5. He made up his mind to enjoy life every day and strive to fully understand it as soon as possible. However, the most urgent thing is to get a good sword and a sword-related martial art first. Chen Chang immediately went out and prepared to find the owner of Tianji Tower. He has not used the martial arts exchange rights provided in the A-level contract. He originally wanted to wait until he was upgraded to the S-level contract before making a decision, but now he can do it earlier. At the same time, on the top floor of Tianji building, in Xin Xinling's office, Li Yan was pestering her. Anshin, my father wants me to go back to the main building. I don't want to go back. Can you plead for me? Hey, if you have something to say, please talk it over and stop touching me. You're already grown up and you still don't know how to be ashamed? Xin Xinling's waist trembled violently, and she felt weak from being tickled by Li Yan. Tell me first, why did the host ask you to go back? I don't know either. He just said, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Something big might be happening in the Federation soon. Li Yan paused, rolling her eyes. Perhaps the extraterritorial evil god wants to stir up trouble on the Federation planet again? She recently heard that extraterritorial civilizations had made breakthroughs in space technology, and their tentacles could already reach the Federation's homeland. Then I can't help you with this matter. Since the poster said something happened, it must be serious. It's not safe for you to stay here. Pack your luggage today and go back directly. Shen Xinling's tone was unquestionable. Just then, she suddenly turned her head and looked up at the sky. Clouds and mist rolled in the sky, a golden light flashed, and a short thunder sounded in the air. Is this the thunder sound of martial arts? In the old city, no, in the black market. Someone suddenly realized the true meaning of Mahayana-level martial arts, but unfortunately they were unable to grasp it. Shen Xinling's expression changed. The Federation divides the true meaning of martial arts into 4 levels: Mahayana, Superior, Middle and Inferior. The number of true meanings that can be rated as Mahayana is extremely rare, and none has appeared in the Federation in nearly 10 years. I didn't expect to catch a glimpse of it today, in this small pond in the old city of Los Angeles. In such a small black market, there are such people. I wonder who is the one who just had the epiphany. She frowned and searched for possible candidates in her mind again and again. Li Yan, standing beside her, reacted even more dramatically. The sword at her waist was trembling slightly, as if she were cheering. She has used this sword for more than 10 years and they have developed a deep affection for each other. She can clearly feel the emotions of the sword. The true meaning of this Mahayana martial art is related to the sword? Are there any sword masters in the black market? Li Yan has been in the Luo City branch for some time and has a good understanding of the talented warriors in the black market. However, none of the ones he remembers seem to use swords. Before she could think about it, her true intention to eliminate evil was unleashed in response to the pressure. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Shen Xinling noticed her abnormality and asked. Li Yan frowned. Anshin, this man is a master swordsman, and he's probably not a good person. With a sword? Shen Xinling looked at Li Yan gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, her true intention aroused, and fell into thought again. Then it seems that this has nothing to do with Chun Shang. This kid has good talent, but it's impossible for him to suddenly realize the true meaning of martial arts in just 1 month. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Master Shin, is it convenient for me to come in? Chapter 46 shocked Shen Xinling. Chen Chang? Hearing the voice, Li Yan put away her thoughtful expression and looked towards the door with some disgust. She is now very dissatisfied with Chun Chang. It was okay that he and his wife were loving and affectionate in the past, but last night he even invited another woman to his home and played landlord all night long, which made her unable to sleep well. What's wrong with this kid? Shen Xinling's train of thought was interrupted. She pressed her temples, quickly tidied up her slightly messy clothes, and said, "Come in." Chen Chang pushed the door open and walked in, greeting Shen Xinling first. Seeing Li Yan was there, he nodded politely. Li Yan, however, sat on the sofa with her arms folded across her chest and her legs crossed, ignoring him completely. Chen Chang was not embarrassed and went straight to the point. Owner, is there any news about the star crystal that I asked you for help with last time? Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until you have comprehended the true meaning of your martial arts. Shen Xinling frowned slightly, feeling that this boy was a little impetuous. From Xiaoyan's complaints, Chen Chang has been obsessed with women lately and has not practiced well at all. The true meaning of martial arts needs time to settle, and it needs to be comprehended through daily practice, skill training, and actual combat. Chen Chang has almost no experience in any of these. It is hard to say whether he can comprehend it after a year, let alone half a year. Chen Chang could see the host's dissatisfaction, but in order to gather the resources of Wodan, he could only explain, Master, I have sensed the true meaning of martial arts that belongs to me, and it won't take long for me to truly comprehend it. Okay, I will keep an eye out for star crystals for you and buy them as soon as I get the news. Shen Xinling waved her hand impatiently. How long has it been? Can you sense the true meaning of martial arts? Li Yan sneered at the side. She crossed her arms and glanced at Chen Chang. You don't mean to say that the person who just realized the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts is you? Seeing this, Chen Chang knew that if he didn't reveal some information, he would not be able to get the host to help him collect star crystals with all his strength. He took a deep breath and tried his best to recall the scarlet sword in the wilderness. A faint pressure quietly spread across the top floor of Tianji Tower. Li Yan wanted to say something else, but before she could finish her words, she was startled and the sword at her waist began to tremble again. Is this the true meaning of the Mahayana martial arts that just suddenly appeared? She widened her eyes and looked at Chen Chang in disbelief. Shen Xinling could no longer sit still. She stood up quickly, put her hands on the edge of the table, leaned forward, and stared at Chen Chang. She carefully sensed it for a moment and finally confirmed. The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. This is truly the true meaning of Mahayana level martial arts. She was still wondering who it was, and had even ruled out Chen Chang. She didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. The person who had the epiphany was right in front of her. Don't spread the news about the true meaning of martial arts that you have suddenly realized. Shen Xinling took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. Seeing the OP's rare loss of composure, Chen Chang couldn't help but mutter, "Is it really that exaggerated? It's just the true meaning of a martial art. You're such a fool." Shen Xinling scolded with a smile, explaining, "I almost forgot you don't know the difference between the true meanings of martial arts. The Federation divides them into 4 levels: Mahayana, Superior, Middle, and Inferior. What you've realized is the true meaning of a Mahayana level martial art. Even though you haven't truly grasped it yet, as long as you persevere and experience it with all your heart, you'll always have the chance to fully master it." Chen Chang suddenly realized that the 3 martial arts truths rewarded for the first landlord game were all top-notch. Judging from the points required for comprehension, the true martial spear intent, previously unlocked as a reward for subordinates, was probably only of superior or intermediate quality. "Owner, from what you said, the Mahayana level is very rare. The Federation hasn't appeared in the past 10 years. What do you think?" Shen Xinling rolled her eyes at him unhappily, thinking that this guy was just showing off. "I said before that if you advance to the 4th level within 6 months, your A-level contract can be upgraded to S level. Now, I can directly apply for an exceptional promotion for you. The headquarters will definitely agree." She was full of confidence. Unless the higher-ups were crazy, they would not reject such a genius. She sent Chen Chang an S-level contract on the spot. Chen Chang took a quick look, and the most obvious thing he noticed was the salary increase: 10 million federal coins per month, plus 20 million Tianji points. In addition, you can also apply for an S-level martial art or an A-level technique. He thought for a moment and asked again, "Original poster, I haven't redeemed the martial arts in my A-level contract yet. How do I calculate this?" "Don't worry, Tianji Tower never treats geniuses unfairly. How could we possibly embezzle an A-level martial art from you?" Shen Xinling laughed. Chen Chang was very satisfied. This way, he could choose one A-rank martial art and one S-rank martial art. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. He wasn't worried about having too many high-level martial arts and not having the energy to practice them. As long as he kept working hard, he would eventually gain points. The two signed on the spot and completed the contract upgrade. Shen Xinling's face lit up as she suddenly said, "Now that you've signed the S-level contract, you can come to headquarters to train at any time. The resources and conditions at headquarters are far superior to those at the branch buildings. Li Yan is heading back to headquarters today, so if you have nothing else to do, you can go with him. It'll be safer along the way." Chen Chang glanced at Li Yan and found that she was still staring at him with a complicated expression. Somehow, he always felt a chill on his neck. "Forget it. I'll go to the headquarters when I have the chance. Now I want to break through to the 4th level first." Chen Chang didn't want to leave the familiar Los Angeles for the time being. The Tianji Tower is headquartered in the Magic City. It is the martial arts center of Xia country and even the Federation. It has a fatal attraction to most martial artists, but he still prefers to cultivate and practice quietly. "That's fine. Zhou Zikuan hasn't been eliminated yet, so it's better to stay still than to move." Shen Xinling didn't force him. At this moment, Li Yan suddenly came to her senses and sat up straight, saying, "Anshin, I don't want to go back yet. Please tell my father that my true meaning of eliminating evil has the potential for a qualitative change, and the opportunity lies in Luo City." Shen Xinling looked her over and over. Seeing that she looked serious and didn't seem to be throwing a tantrum, she said helplessly, "I'll pass it on for you. But you know, I can't interfere with the decision of the host, and I can't go against it." Chen Chang listened to the conversation between the two and was secretly surprised. Sister Yan is actually the daughter of the headmaster of Tianji Tower? This identity was much higher than he had expected. He originally thought she was just Shen Xinling's niece. No wonder Mr. Shen was so close to her and also had a bit of respect for her. After learning Li Yan's true identity, Chen Chang felt a little uneasy under her gaze and quickly changed the subject. "Original poster, I need to choose 2 sword-related martial arts now. Do you have any recommendations?" Xin Xinling pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoyan, take Chen Chang to the treasure house to choose. I need to report to the headquarters first, and I also need to ask someone to help me with the star crystal issue. Chapter 47 Chapter 47 A-Level Martial Arts, Heaven and Earth Sword Slash. Li Yan curled her lips and did not refute Xin Xinling. Let's go, she said to Chen Chang and left first. After the two left, Xin Xinling took out her phone and started typing a message. Master, a martial arts genius has been discovered in this branch building. Not only is his vitality increasing rapidly, but his comprehension is also extremely high. After entering the third level, he has already understood his own martial arts path in just 1 month. Just now, he suddenly realized the true meaning of a Mahayana martial art. Although it was only a flash of inspiration, he actually grasped the secret, and after exiting the state of enlightenment, he was still able to recover a trace of the spirit. I believe that with your guidance and support, he will definitely succeed in comprehending the complete true meaning of martial arts. After editing, she couldn't wait to click send. The head of Tianji Tower never likes to be disturbed, so his subordinates will only call him directly unless it is a major emergency that concerns the interests of Tianji Tower. The OP should have no objection to the S-level contract. She is just curious about what additional support the OP can provide after hearing the news. Xin Xinling put down her phone, put her hands behind her head, and leaned back in the recliner. He put his heels on the table and rocked slightly. Who should I bother with the star crystal? I could just go directly to the original poster. He'd probably agree, but that would be overdoing it. I'm sure he'd look down on me. While I was thinking, the phone suddenly vibrated. You're replying so soon? Xin Xinling picked up the phone and saw that it was the poster calling directly. Is the news true? The voice of the Tianji chief owner was extremely powerful and came from the other end of the phone. It's absolutely true, OP. That little fellow just demonstrated the true meaning of that martial art in front of me. Xin Xinling answered word by word. There are 18 kinds of Mahayana-level martial arts truths recorded in the Federation. Can you tell which one it is? The chief master of Tianji Tower said in a calm tone. But Xin Xinling knew that the other party was definitely not so calm, otherwise he would not have called back so quickly. I am incompetent and cannot tell the difference. But Miss Yen said that the true meaning of this martial art is related to the way of the sword. Among the 18 Mahayana martial arts recorded in the Federation, there is no corresponding sword art. Oh? A soft hum came from the other end of the line. It seems to be a new species that has never appeared before. However, we have to wait until he fully understands it before we can judge its specific nature. Giving him an S-level contract is no problem. Also, have him return to headquarters with Li Yan. The extraterritorial evil god's control over space has improved again, and it's very likely he'll attack the Federation mainland soon. Can't the defense line built by the Federation stop it? Shen Xinling was still a little shocked when she heard the news from the poster herself. Then she felt a little troubled and didn't know how to start talking about Li Yan. It was a knife in the end anyway, so she could only bite the bullet and say, Master, Miss Yen said she can't go back yet. Her true meaning of eliminating evil has the potential to advance, and the opportunity lies at the Luo City branch. Nonsense. The voice on the phone showed rare emotional fluctuations. Shen Xinling was trembling with fear and didn't dare to respond. After a long silence, the other end of the phone sighed and said slowly, Tell Li Yan that I only give her 1 month. After 1 month, you must return to the main building immediately. Otherwise, I will go find her myself. I understand, OP. I'll pass it on to the young lady. Shen Xinling breathed a sigh of relief. From the original poster's words, we can roughly infer that the attack by the extraterritorial evil god is likely to occur in a month. This month, I have to go into seclusion and practice hard. Although there is little hope of breaking through the 5th level, there is still a possibility of reaching a higher level in martial arts. I'll send someone to deliver 20 units of star crystals. A genius like Chun Chang's cultivation speed often defies common sense. Who knows, he might one day completely grasp the true meaning of martial arts. If the lack of star crystals prevents his martial courage from being fully condensed, it would be a huge joke. If word gets out, others will laugh at our Tianji Tower. After saying this, the owner of Tianji hung up the phone, and Shen Xinling didn't even have time to say thank you. This time I don't have to risk my reputation and beg for mercy. The poster even prepared star crystals for Chun Chang, which shows how much he values him. But after she breathed a sigh of relief, she felt that the poster was making a big deal out of nothing. Chen Chang will be returning to headquarters with Li Yan in a month. No matter how fast he cultivates, is it possible that he can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts in just 1 month and begin to attempt to break through to the 4th level and gather martial courage? If he really can do that, I will write the word Shin backwards. Shin Xinling silently complained in her heart. On the 6th floor of Tianji Tower, inside the library, Chen Chang followed Li Yan, and the two of them walked through the rows of bookshelves and went straight to the back. The administrator wanted to step forward to stop them, but when he saw Li Yan, he quietly retreated. Only S-level geniuses can read these 2 rows. You are lucky enough to have suddenly realized the true meaning of a Mahayana-level martial art. Choose it. Li Yan stopped, looked back at Chen Chang, and said with a pout. Sister Yan, do you have any kendo martial arts recommendations? Chen Chang glanced around, his hands behind his back. The 2 rows of bookshelves might not look very large, but they actually held quite a few books. A preliminary estimate suggested there were over 100 A-level martial arts, and it would be a headache to read through them all. Li Yan shrugged upon hearing this, but didn't hide anything. She said openly, have you ever learned low-level sword techniques before? Or even the basics of swordsmanship? Chen Chang shook his head. Li Yan couldn't help but hold her forehead. If you pick an A-level sword technique right out of the gate, you'll end up questioning your life. Whether it's a technique or a martial art, practice should always be gradual. The higher the level of the martial art, the more you need to start with the lower level prerequisites. After hearing Li Yan's explanation, Chen Chang understood. He had never known such a saying before. This is the disadvantage of wild warriors. The simplified martial arts information I originally bought from Tianji Tower did not explain this aspect at all. Sister Yan, just recommend the ones with great lethality. The more powerful the better. You don't need to consider the difficulty of practicing. Chen Chang said with a smile. He couldn't explain this, as he only needed to add points to his martial arts training. The difficulty level made no difference. Upon hearing this, Li Yan frowned into the shape of the Chinese character. She knew that her previous explanation was like talking to a deaf ear. This pervert really didn't listen, and didn't even take my words to heart. I hope he dies suddenly from practicing martial arts, so he won't harm other women anymore. Thinking of this, Li Yan pointed to the top of the bookshelf and said, the 2 jade slips in the upper left corner, one is the inheritance of the merciless sword, and the other is the inheritance of the heaven and earth sword slash. You've seen the merciless sword before. It's the A-rank sword technique I'm practicing. The prerequisite is the B-rank demonic blade. When the merciless sword is practiced to a high level, each strike has the power to shake a person's mind, but the side effects are also significant. It's easy for practitioners to lose their sense of self and become heartless and desireless machines. Li Yan raised the corners of her mouth and glanced at Chen Chang with interest, as if to say, you'd better not practice, otherwise your wife and lover will end up living alone. Chen Chang understood her look, but didn't care much. He doesn't need to consider the side effects of practice at all. The effect of this ruthless sword on shaking the mind overlapped somewhat with the lion's roar, so he immediately ruled it out. Where is the heaven and earth sword slash? Hearing this, Li Yan thought Chen Chang was frightened and snorted softly. Heaven and earth sword slash has no prerequisites, but the cultivation threshold is extremely high, requiring exceptional comprehension. It's clearly an A-rank martial art, but the difficulty of practicing it even exceeds some S-rank martial arts. But its power far exceeds that of ordinary A-grade martial arts, and is comparable to S-grade martial arts. If you can master this move, no one in your level can match you. Why, you want to choose this one? Li Yan crossed her arms and glanced sideways at Chen Chang. Chapter 48 4-player Mahjong, Star Crystals obtained. Just cut through the heaven and earth with one sword. Chen Chang reached out and took the jade inheritance from the upper left corner of the bookshelf. Do you really dare to choose this martial art? This pervert is just lucky. It seems he really thinks he is a 1 in a million genius. She couldn't wait to see Chen Chang's frustrated look after his hard work and fruitless practice. Li Yan raised her lips and said, I hope you can stick with it and not give up halfway. Chen Chang smiled and said nothing, looking like a master who was confident in what he was doing. This made Li Yan even more angry. Still installed? Just keep on indulging yourself in this excessive debauchery, and we'll see how you can break through to the 4th level. Li Yan turned her head away and folded her hands across her chest. After registering the jade, Chen Chang went straight home. He crushed the jade inheritance, and a golden light flashed, hitting his forehead directly. A man in white martial arts uniform appeared in his mind. The wind blew from afar, rolling up fallen leaves. The man moved, and the sword in his hand danced in the wind. Cut the heaven and earth with one sword. There is only one style, no changes. But this seemingly ordinary straight slash exploded with astonishing force in the man's hands. Fallen leaves gathered around the sword, forming a wind dragon. With a loud bang. In the distance, a small hill broke into two halves from the center, and debris flew everywhere. What a pervert! Chen Chang opened his eyes and carefully recalled the charm of the sword moves demonstrated in the inheritance. Unfortunately, due to his limited understanding, he didn't grasp anything. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Chen Chang shook his head and scanned the panel. Martial Arts, Heaven and Earth Sword /0100. Luckily, I have a panel. Accepting the inheritance will give me a permanent certificate. The rest will be up to me. 100 points is not too much, but not too little either. At the current rate of point acquisition, it will take only 5 days. Martial arts, techniques, the true meaning of martial arts, everything requires points, and it's really hard to meet the needs in such a short time. Chen Chang stood up and shook his head, becoming more determined to improve the efficiency of obtaining points. For player Mahjong, we have to start tonight. I hope the rewards from the life system can be higher. It's dinner time, and there's another guest at home today. Xiao Xie and Hu Shui looked at each other, and then tacitly turned their gazes to the woman sitting next to Chen Chang. It was Joya. She had white hair tied into a high ponytail, and her petite figure in a maid outfit made her look fragile. Xiao Xie's expression was complicated. She recognized that this woman was the warrior who had attacked her and Chen Chang in the hospital before. Xie, senior sister, there's no need to be restrained. Just treat her as a servant. Hu Shui looked at Joya and Chen Chang with a strange look in her eyes. She could sense that this woman was very powerful, most likely a third-level warrior. Chen Chang, this little bad boy, has such a cruel claw. After dinner, Chen Chang took the lead in taking a bath in the hot spring. Xiao Xie and Hu Shui stood on his left and right like guardians, while Joya peeled fruits and cut fruit plates on the side. Chen Chang watched the moonlight grow darker, and since it was almost time, he immediately suggested, "We're free anyway, why not play some mahjong?" Xiao Xie's ears flushed red. The hot spring water was a bit warm today, and the mist obscured her face. Hu Shui glared at Chen Chang without saying anything. After playing mahjong all night, Chen Chang was still energetic the next day. He woke up early and looked at the control panel. You spent a harmonious day with Xiao Xie, Hu Shui, and Joya. Rating, SSS. Reward, 40 cultivation points. 40 points. With a snap, Chen Chang slapped his thigh. What kind of cards can 5 people play? If I could have the chance to invite Li Yan to my home as a guest. He took a breath and suppressed the idea halfway through his thought. I don't know what the strength of the Tianji Tower's chief master is, but I can only guess that he's at least level 7. This is an organization with branches all over the Federation. Li Yan can't afford to offend. Time flies, one day follows another, and Chen Chang can't remember how many days have passed. His life was quite simple, yet he enjoyed it to the fullest. I practice martial arts and pretend to do it every day during the day, mainly to familiarize myself with the moves, and the proficiency is entirely left to the system. In the evening, Hu Shui was invited to visit her home, and Joya became a full-time servant, helping Xiao Xie in the kitchen, doing laundry and cleaning. Every night, the sound of mahjong clashing echoed until dawn. If Chen Chang wasn't a third-level warrior, he really wouldn't be able to withstand such a series of fierce battles. Tonight, Chen Chang was playing mahjong with 3 women again. The person who wins the game can designate others to take a big risk, and Chen Chang naturally cannot lose with his hand speed. He can use the famous speed substitute card replacement in the card world, and others can't find it at all, not even Joya, who is also at the 3rd level. Joya's complexion has become as pale as her hair recently, and her strength is not as good as before. She has a certain realm, but her energy and spirit are somewhat weak. At this moment, except for Chen Chang, the clothes of the 3 women on the table had been torn off for the most part, leaving only a few pieces of cloth barely covering their vital parts. Chen Chang looked left and right, then glanced at his cards as expected. He was about to win by himself. How do we decide on our next big adventure? At this moment, the doorbell rang ding dong wildly. Chen Chang's ears moved, and he knew who was coming, so he quickly got up and opened the door. Sister Yan, why are you here? He asked with a smile while standing behind the door. Li Yan showed disdain as she handed over a black box. These are the star crystals sent from headquarters. Keep them for yourself and don't use them carelessly. They're crucial when gathering your martial courage. This is considered an extra benefit of the S-level contract. Thank you, Sister Yen. It's a pity for you to come here in person. Chen Chang really didn't expect that the host would ask Li Yen to deliver it personally. Li Yen waved her hand and was about to leave when she glanced into the room. Seeing three women with tattered clothes, revealing large areas of snow-white skin, her face suddenly turned red, like a sunset glow. You! She pointed at Chen Chang's nose, gritted her teeth, and wanted to say something, but couldn't think of the right words. In the end, she could only say, shameless pervert. Li Yen exuded a terrifying aura, and her true intention to eliminate evil had been aroused. She placed her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, resisting the urge to draw her sword and chop off Chen Chang's head. You start living such an absurd life just after dark? Who plays mahjong like this? No wonder she always heard bursts of shouting in the nights of the past few days. Sister Yen, this is great adventure mahjong. The main point is fairness. I will still take the great adventure even if I lose. Chen Chang felt a chill on his neck and explained with a stiff upper lip. You'd better. Li Yen said, threw the black box to Chen Chang, and walked away with long strides. Chen Chang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the black box in his arms. With enough star crystals, it was time to start breaking through. He felt insecure until he reached the 4th level. Apart from anything else, Li Yen seems very unhappy with me now, and looks like she's going to beat me up at any moment. Is it really necessary to constantly unleash the true meaning of martial arts? I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. Chen Chang closed the door helplessly and put the star crystal box in the bedroom. Come on, keep fighting. No one is allowed to admit defeat tonight. He sat back at the mahjong table, waved his hand, and laughed heroically. Chapter 49 Breakthrough to Level 4, Courageous Warrior. After the mahjong game, Chen Chang carried Xiao Xie back to the bedroom. Chang, I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. You said that if the Zhou family can't find us, will they go and cause trouble for my sister and parents? Xiao Xie was lying on the bed, the blush on her face still lingering, her hands and feet limp. She hugged Chen Chang and asked softly. Chen Chang was equally worried, but he was powerless for the time being, so he could only comfort him. Don't worry, the Federation is a society ruled by law after all. They will definitely not touch our family until Zhou Zikuan is desperate. That night, Chen Chang slept uneasily. Xiao Xie had nightmares and clung to him like an octopus all night long. Hubby, I always feel like something bad is going to happen. I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Chang patted Xiao Xie's back lightly, feeling a little apologetic. Could it be that I have been overworked recently? The points will be enough tomorrow. After breaking through the 4th level, give Xie 2 days off. When he woke up the next day, Chen Chang gently pushed away Xiao Xie, who was sleeping soundly on top of him. He took a deep breath and looked at the panel. Life, 30. Life level, level 3 Inner Palace. Farming points, 980. Partner, Xiao Xie favorability 100. Friend, Hu Shui favorability 100. Subordinate, Zhou Ye favorability 70. Kung Fu, Star Body Tempering Technique level 5 140-160. Martial Arts, Lion's Roar level 2020, Hawan Heart Sutra level 3040, Heaven and Earth Sword /0100. Martial Arts True Meaning, Sword Heart remains 140-1000, Power of the Martial God 01000, Man of Destiny 01000. 980 cultivation points. Chen Chang counted on his fingers. So, about 20 days have already passed. The days of playing mahjong really go by so quickly. It takes 860 points to Sword Heart remains, 100 points to slash the world with a sword, and 20 points are left for now. Playing mahjong every day is so hard, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Add some more. In an instant, Chen Chang frantically clicked on the plus sign behind, Sword Heart remains. 999-1000. 1000. The true meaning of martial arts and the Sword Heart are still there, the comprehension is complete. Xiaohu Bot protects files from piracy. If you are looking for a book or robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. In an instant, countless fragments of information flooded into Chen Chang's mind. He seemed to have returned to that sunless, moonless wilderness. Wild beasts growled all around him, and a scarlet sword stood in the center, emitting rays of red light. Countless beasts in the world seemed to be unable to suppress the desire in their hearts any longer. They raised their heads and roared, rushing towards the long sword, but without exception they were bounced away by the sword light. Only one man, after falling and rising again and again, finally approached the long sword. He wore a bone mask, his features obscured. He held the scarlet sword high in his hand, and from then on, a crimson moon appeared between the dim sky and earth. Chen Chang suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. At this moment, he couldn't help but inspire the newly realized true meaning of martial arts: the sword heart remains. Xiao Xie, who was standing beside her, was startled awake and sat up suddenly. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" She looked at Chen Chang's murderous look and thought of the nightmare last night, feeling more and more uneasy. "It's okay, I'm about to break through to the 4th level." Chen Chang slowly restrained the true meaning of martial arts and smiled at his wife. "Really? That's great." Xiao Xie's first reaction was disbelief, but she then chose to completely trust her husband. A 4th level courageous warrior. 3 months ago, she didn't even dare to think about this, and she didn't even dare to hope to become a warrior. I didn't expect that the blind date who seemed ordinary at the beginning would be about to enter the 4th level. He was only 18 years old, and he could envision a brilliant future. As his wife, she would be by his side, witnessing it all firsthand, building a martial arts family with him and truly integrating into the upper echelons of the Federation. If I had met Ah Chang earlier, would my sister's fate have been different? Xiao Xie forgot to breathe for a moment, her neck flushed with excitement, and she was speechless. Chen Chang smiled and nodded, then sat down cross-legged on the ground. Before him lay an opened black box, revealing 20 silver-white star crystals. Each one had a unique pattern and contained a vast amount of star power, specifically designed to condense martial courage. Each unit was priceless. Xiao Xie quietly got out of bed, put on her clothes, left the bedroom, and locked the door. She was going to prepare breakfast for Chen Chang. Chen Chang had already calmed his mind, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, entering a state of oblivion of both himself and the world. Ordinary warriors need to let their true intentions settle for a period of time before gathering their martial courage, but I don't need that. The moment the addition of points is completed, the true meaning of martial arts has reached the highest level. There are 3 key steps to building up your courage. First, inspire the true meaning of martial arts and integrate it into every cell of the flesh and blood. Secondly, to build the prototype of Wudang with strong vitality and give it initial shape. Third, integrate the true meaning of martial arts into martial courage, begin to absorb external energy, and condense into a solid entity. Whether it is vitality, the true meaning of martial arts, or external energy, Chen Chang has prepared to the extreme. Martial courage, show up. He growled softly, and a prototype of a martial heart was formed in his abdomen. The sword's heart is still there, enter. The invisible and intangible true meaning of martial arts, guided by Chen Chang's thoughts, merged into Wudang. The originally gray and lifeless Wudang seemed to be infused with soul, instantly coming alive and emitting a faint red light. Level 4, break it for me. Chen Chang reached out and pressed his hands on the star crystals, absorbing their star power. The silvery white star crystals shattered one after another, turning into ashes. His body trembled, his face showing ecstasy. It's done. A powerful pressure emanated from him. Compared with the 3rd order limit, the improvement in vitality is not great, but Chen Chang can clearly feel that he can now defeat his pre-breakthrough self with one hand, without even using martial arts. This is a qualitative change in the level of life. Chen Chang stood up and held the sword in his hand. Everything went smoothly this time. Next, I'll complete the heaven and earth sword slash. Of the remaining 120 farming points, another 100 points were consumed. An extremely sharp sword intent emerged from Chen Chang, as if he himself was a sword, possessing the ultimate sharpness that could cut through anything. It feels comfortable, it feels comfortable. Chen Chang stretched and felt that he was incredibly strong now. Life, 36.69. Life level, level 4 courage realm. Farming points, 20. Martial arts, heaven and earth sword slash max, lion's roar level 2020, Hawan heart sutra level 3040. Martial arts true meaning, sword heart remains max, power of the martial god 1000, man of destiny 1000. Chen Chang could feel how unstoppable the sword of heaven and earth was with the blessing of sword heart remains. It's hard to say about Master Shen and Zhou Zikuan, but at least Li Yan is definitely no match for me. Once I increase my vitality a bit more, there should be no one who can rival me within the 4th level. Chapter 50 The evil god's servant arrives. At the same time, Chen Chang realized the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, the sword heart remains, and the accumulated thunderclouds were huge in scale, and the martial arts thunder sound was about to burst out. At this time, a tiny energy particle came from the depths of the starry sky at a speed faster than the speed of light, and landed over Los Angeles in the blink of an eye. The accumulated thunderclouds were blown away, like a muffled fart, without making any sound. The energy particles finally landed in the old city. When they encountered the wind, they grew and expanded rapidly, turning into a light shield that enveloped the old city. The federal warning was long overdue. Dear citizens, the vast majority of the space bubbles launched by the extraterritorial evil gods have been intercepted by the Federation Legion. The few that have slipped through the net will be cleared immediately by the Security Bureau. Please do not panic and do not go out unless necessary. The broadcast came to an abrupt end before the Los Angeles city's announcement was finished. The crowd, who were originally only slightly frightened, will become even more terrified. Everyone understands what this means. Communications will never be unexpectedly interrupted. This accident might be more serious than imagined. Old Town, Stadium. The sky was dark, the air was heavy, and gusts of cold wind blew across the nearly abandoned venue like a spell cast by the venue. A tall humanoid creature with arms as thick as an adult's thighs, a body as big as a mountain, light blue skin, and a crescent mark on its forehead. He was holding a flying disc-shaped weapon in his hand and was constantly releasing it. It drew arcs in the air, and the surrounding buildings collapsed with loud bangs. Build the altar quickly. Divine light will illuminate the earth. Poussin waved his huge arms and gave an order. The evil god's followers who were hunting around quickly came over. They threw the living corpses into the center of the gymnasium and then began to move the collapsed wall stones. Passers-by screamed in fear and ran away frantically, holding their heads. The evil god's servants are attacking. Has the Federation perished? Why have the evil god's servants descended? It's over, it's over. The signals have been cut off. Damn Federation, damn Security Bureau, I'm afraid they have surrendered and given up on us. Almost no one who was close to the gymnasium was spared, even if there were quasi-warriors or even advanced warriors among them. A small number of them were killed by the evil god's followers, and the vast majority were on the run. They were affected by the cold aura emanating from Poussin, and became slow in movement, as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and were eventually frozen into ice sculptures. Many people who were a little further away ran to the entrance of the black market. Let us in. The signal was cut off, causing the people to lose confidence in the Federation. In the short term, the only thing they could rely on was the gangs in the black market. The two guards guarding the entrance were also in a state of panic. They looked at each other. The guard holding the fork stepped forward and said, "The black market has its own rules. You don't meet the requirements to enter. Fuck you. We are all Xia people. You are still sticking to the rules at this time. Aren't you asking for our lives? Do you have any conscience? We won't cause any trouble or say anything when we go in." The guard holding the fork looked grim, lowered his head and glanced at his colleague. The guard holding the shield looked embarrassed. Just as he was debating, a heroic woman walked out from the black market. "You two, get out of the way and let everyone else in first. I'll take responsibility for any consequences." Li Yan, sword in hand, rebuked the two guards and gazed gravely toward the nearby gymnasium. Over there, a chilling cold air mingled with the surging bloody energy, while dark clouds billowed across the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of doomsday. High-level evil god servant. The heretic god's control over space has unexpectedly reached this level. Li Yan sighed and was shocked. For thousands of years, the human federation has coveted a star region coveted by evil gods from beyond its borders. Using a technology called space bubbles, these gods have attempted to deploy their followers and servants into the Federation. But the Federation is not a pushover. The Federal Legion built a defense line in near space to specifically intercept the space bubbles launched by the evil god. The stronger the evil god servants carried by the space bubble are, the larger its own volume will be, and the easier it will be to be intercepted by the Federation. It's not easy for the evil god to deploy powerful servants to the Federation mainland. The ones that slipped through the net that the Federation couldn't intercept in the past were at most low-level servants, no more than level 3 in strength. This time, the ones that were deployed were high-level servants, with a strength of level 4-5. I hope this servant is only level 4, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Li Yan's face was solemn, but there was more fighting spirit in her eyes. My hunch was right. The possibility of advancing, true meaning of eliminating evil, lies right here. Tianji Tower. Shen Xinling was wearing loose martial arts clothes and was practicing a sword technique in seclusion. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked out the window. A high-level evil god servant? Xinling dodged and appeared outside the building. At this time, several figures hurried over, led by Zhang Mo, leader of the Iron Chain Gang, and Zhao Qiping, president of the Tianhao Association. Master Shen, what on earth is going on? Why was the communication cut off? How did the high-level evil god servants come here? Has the Federation's defense collapsed? Zhao Qiping, the president of Tianhao Association, lost his usual composure and asked several questions in succession, eager to know the answers from Xinling. These local forces still make their livings in the gray and black industries, and their information channels are not well informed, far from being comparable to the Tianji Tower. When something big happened, they all rushed over without any prior arrangement. Zhang Yamo also looked at Xinling. He and Xinling had not gotten along well in the past and had frequent quarrels. He was relieved when he saw Zhao Qiping ask the question first. Master Shen, please say something. What is the specific strength of this high-level servant? Judging from the contamination of the evil god's aura, it's probably close to level 5. The other gang leaders spoke one by one, all with worried expressions on their faces. In their opinion, the current situation is very bad. The federal communications have been inexplicably cut off, and the old city has lost contact with the outside world. The most powerful person in the entire old city, Xinling from Tianji Tower, now had a solemn expression and said nothing. It didn't look like he knew about the incident in advance. This was undoubtedly bad news. Everyone, if my perception is correct, this high-level servant is only one step away from reaching level 5. I need to learn more about which evil god's servant this is and what abilities he possesses. Now that our communications have been cut off, we can only rely on ourselves. Facing a level 4 servant of the highest rank, we must unite and work together to have a chance of defeating them. Xinling took a step forward, looked around at the gang leaders present, and spoke with confidence. Everyone present was an old fox, and they were all disappointed when they heard this. Zhao Qiping smiled bitterly and said, Master Shen, there's no need to give us any encouragement. Even if it's just a 4th level upper servant, with the status of the evil god it carries, a 4th level warrior has no power to resist. Zhang Yamo also confirmed that Xinling hadn't received any information from Tianji Tower headquarters. This incident was truly beyond the Federation's control. He was the first to turn and leave, leaving behind only the clanking of chains and sighs. First, block the black market. We can only pray that the federal rescue can arrive in time. Chapter 51 Li Yan, you still have the mind to play this kind of mahjong? No. If we block the black market, what will happen to the ordinary people in the old city? Li Yan's figure appeared in front of the Tianji Tower like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, a burst of dense footsteps was heard. It was a group of passers-by with terrified faces who had not yet recovered from the shock. They had all been at a distance from the stadium and witnessed the disaster with their own eyes, and the countless innocent lives, as ordinary as theirs, that were harvested in the first place. Zhang Yamo heard the noise and turned around and walked back. Who asked you to bring these ordinary people in? He pointed at Li Yan's nose and cursed. Zhang Yamo glanced at the crowd with a cold look in his eyes, as if he was not looking at people but a group of livestock. The gymnasium wasn't far from the black market, very close in fact. She could sense everything that happened there. The evil god's servants set up altars and wantonly harvested the lives of ordinary people. It is not difficult to guess their real purpose, either to attract the evil god's projection to come, or to perform a sacrificial ceremony to please the evil god. Regardless of the reason, as long as the black market has not been targeted by the other party for the time being, these local forces still have a chance to survive. If this woman from Tianji Tower rashly brought in an ordinary person from outside, would she attract the attention of that high-ranking servant? If the disaster really led to the black market, he would even want to kill Li Yan. The other gang leaders also looked at Li Yan and Xinling with dissatisfaction, hoping to get an explanation. Zhao Qiping didn't say anything. Li Yan glared back and shouted, "We are all citizens of Xia country. Shouldn't we unite to face the evil gods from outside the domain?" Xinling nodded, indicating that this was her attitude. Stupid. Unity? We should unite. But what's the point of these ordinary people uniting? They don't even need that high-ranking servant to take action. Just the aura they emit is enough to crush them. Zhang Yamo snorted coldly, and then said, "Where did you come from, stupid woman? Do you have the right to speak here?" Xinling coughed and quickly stood up. "Everyone, please listen to me. It's true that we are not capable of defeating the high-ranking servants, but we cannot just sit there and wait for death. I can sense that they're building this altar to lure in the heretic god's true form. If we don't stop them and just watch, not only our families, but the entire old town, and even Los Angeles itself, will be reduced to ruin. How could it be? Impossible. The true body of the evil god has descended. How can a superior servant do it? Zhang Yimou reacted the most. Zhao Qiping also said it was impossible, or rather, he was unwilling to believe it. They would rather believe that Xin Xinling was forcing them to join forces against the enemy and wanted to scare them into destroying the altar together. Don't believe it? Xin Xinling had anticipated this and said, if I'm not mistaken, the ceremony will take about half a month to prepare. You can go back and observe for 2 days. After that, you will naturally know that what I said is true. Then you are welcome to come to Tianji Tower at any time, and we will discuss the plan to destroy the altar together. Remember, this is not just for ordinary people, but for ourselves. The gang leaders were skeptical. In this case, they no longer care whether these ordinary people will flow into the black market in large numbers. Since Xin Xinling said so, there is a high probability that she will have to face this superior servant in the end. After the gang leaders left, Xin Xinling angrily scolded Li Yan, how can you be so careless? You dare to run away when the higher-ups have arrived. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain this to the landlord? Oh, Anshin, I'm fine. I'm just observing from a distance. I wouldn't be stupid enough to rush in head-on. Li Yan acted coquettishly, then said with a wry smile, let these people stay in Tianji Tower for the time being. It won't cost much to provide them with a meal every day. Just consider it a good deed. Xin Xinling naturally couldn't refuse, and she gave Li Yan a cold look. I'll go out tonight and see if I can gather more information about this high-ranking servant. This time we can only rely on ourselves. The old city has been enveloped by the evil god's domain. Even if the Federation's Marshal Saint arrives immediately, he won't be able to break through the domain from the outside. We don't have much time left. We must make full preparations within half a month and destroy the altar. Otherwise, everyone will die. Xin Xinling took a deep breath and gave another warning, watch out for the building these 2 days, especially Chen Shang. Don't let him go out casually. When Xin Xinling thought of this, she felt helpless and disappointed. Chen Shang is obviously a talented guy with great comprehension, but every day he is either hanging out with women or on his way to hang out with women. A high-ranking servant would carry a trace of the evil god's aura, and warriors who had not grasped the will of martial arts would be contaminated if they approached. She was afraid that Chen Shang would accidentally transform into a servant of the evil god. Li Yan curled her lips when she heard this disgusting name. I'll keep an eye on him. I'm in the building, so the evil god's contamination can't get in. After Li Yan settled the crowd, she went straight to Chen Chang's home. Her current attitude towards Chen Chang was very complicated, a mixture of love and hate. Her love wasn't a romantic one, but rather her admiration for Chen Chang's understanding, or more accurately, her fondness for the lion's roar martial art. Time is running out, and we must work hard to improve our strength. Not a single minute or second can be wasted. Li Yan quickly came to the door of Chen Chang's house. From a distance, she could hear the sound of mahjong and the occasional moans from a woman. She went forward and knocked hard on the door. Boom boom boom. Chen Chang held down his cards, withdrew his other dishonest hand, stood up and opened the door. Sister Yan, why are you here? Chen Chang asked with a smile. As a newly promoted 4th-level warrior, he immediately noticed the changes outside the black market, and even the world seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. He could sense something was amiss, like the rules of heaven and earth, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. He heard every word of the conversation that took place downstairs in Tianji Tower. This also further strengthened his idea of working hard to gain points and improve his vitality. He couldn't stop enjoying himself every day. He had originally planned to give Xiao Siye 2 days off, but the situation was pressing, so he had to urgently organize a mahjong activity. He specially asked for leave for Hu Shui and called her over. Li Yan stood outside the door, her eyes passing over Chen Chang and falling on the 3 disheveled women, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. Even when disaster is imminent, this guy is still pursuing pleasure and still has the mind to play mahjong. Come with me. From today on, you must cherish every minute and use it for cultivation. Li Yan explained in a low voice and told Chen Chang everything about the arrival of the evil god's servants. So that's how it is. Chen Chang showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, Sister Yan, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. I also have my own cultivation to do. You? What kind of cultivation? Li Yan couldn't help but ask, her eyes scanning the hall. Playing disgusting mahjong with a few women, is this what you call cultivation? Chapter 52. Chapter 52. The head of the building is here in person, and hopes are placed on Chen Chang. No one ever believes the truth, and his cultivation method is so special that ordinary people can't imagine it. Wait for me for a moment, I'll continue later. Chen Chang frowned at the three women. Inside the training room of Tianji Tower, Chen Chang looked at Li Yan, who had changed into a tight-fitting training suit. If he said that he didn't have any thoughts in his mind, he would be deceiving himself. Unfortunately, Li Yan misunderstood him, and she was the daughter of the chief owner of Tianji Tower. Chen Chang didn't dare to put out his dirty hands. Starting today, I'm going to increase the intensity of my training, and I hope you can do your best to cooperate with me. I'll give you adequate compensation afterwards. Li Yan walked briskly into the center of the training room. After I finish practicing the merciless sword, you can ask me any questions about swordsmanship. It just so happens that you chose Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, right? Although I haven't mastered this technique, I've privately studied it many times and do have some insights. She held the sword in her backhand and glanced at Chen Chang. Chen Chang just smiled. If Li Yan could indeed guide him before today, he is now completely different. He has entered the 4th level and is also a courageous warrior. He has already maxed out the sword art of Heaven and Earth Sword. It can be said that her understanding of Kendo is no worse than Li Yan's, and she has even surpassed her in many aspects. Li Yan didn't say anything more. After calming down, she took a step forward. The wooden sword in her hand flew through the air like a dragon. The dull air seemed to be cut, making a sharp whistling sound. The first move of the ruthless sword, the sword creates waves. There was no wind in the training room, and the water vapor in the air was condensed by the sword light, forming water droplets that attached to the sword body. Li Yan swung his sword, and the sword body was like a dragon in the water, surging out with the wind and waves. Chen Chang stood aside and nodded secretly. He had seen this martial art, the merciless sword, many times. This time, his strength was much greater than before, and his understanding of the swordsmanship was far beyond the past. Naturally, what he saw was completely different. It has to be said that Li Yan's talent in swordsmanship is indeed good. He felt a hint of sword intent from this sword. Li Yan saw Chen Chang nodding and wondered, why is he nodding? Could he understand my sword moves? She snorted in annoyance, why are you still standing there? Chen Chang opened his throat and roared. This time he quietly increased his strength, slightly exceeding the vitality limit of the 3rd level, but not completely reaching the level of the 4th level. Li Yan was stunned by the yelling. Why does it feel like the strength is different from before? Caught off guard, her body felt a little limp from the roar, and her spirit was shaken. The sage state brought by the ruthless sword was instantly destroyed by the roar. Your martial arts have become stronger? It seems that you are really good at the lion's roar martial art. Li Yan's face looked strange, and she thought, it is said that practicing this martial art requires a very high level of Buddha nature, but why does a pervert like Chen Chang have such a high level of Buddha nature? Chen Chang smiled and nodded. After entering the 4th level, not only did his control over martial arts become stronger, but his skills were also improved in all aspects. In just half an hour, Li Yan used the ruthless sword many times in succession. Her tights were completely soaked with sweat, and she sat on the ground and breathed heavily. Chen Chang approached and said, Sister Yan, the first move of the merciless sword is sword waves. If you raise your hand a little higher, the explosive force will be a bit stronger. The second move. Before he could finish, Li Yan interrupted him impatiently with a wave of her hand and rolled her eyes. Do you know Kendo? She simulated it in her mind and couldn't help but stand up. She held the sword in her right hand, pressed it against her brow, and raised her wrist slightly 2 inches before drawing the sword. The water waves surged and a dragon appeared. This move of sword creating waves is significantly more powerful than the previous one. How could this be? Li Yan staggered back 2 steps, looking at Chen Chang in disbelief. Is he really a genius? Just by watching me execute my moves for a while, you grasped the essence of the sword technique and know how to improve it? Just a few words of advice made my sword skills more powerful than ever. How's your Heaven and Earth Sword Slash going? Li Yan couldn't help but ask. It's already complete. Chen Chang told the truth without hiding anything. He was guiding Li Yan with the sword insights gained from practicing Heaven and Earth Sword Slash in the hope of improving Li Yan's strength. After all, the evil god's servant was powerful, and he didn't know if he could defeat him before he actually attacked. The stronger his teammates were, the greater his chances of winning and surviving. Tisk, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Li Yan's rare good impression of this guy made her angry again. Although Heaven and Earth Sword Slash is an A-level martial art, the difficulty of practicing it is comparable to that of S-level. It is impossible for anyone to master it in just a dozen days. She felt that Chen Shang had not yet mastered the technique and was afraid of losing face in front of her, so she deliberately said that he had already mastered it. Okay, let's stop here for today. I'm a little tired. You can go back. You should also work harder on your training and comprehend the true meaning of martial arts as soon as possible. Remember not to leave Tianji Tower. Without the true meaning of martial arts to protect you outside, it's easy to be contaminated by the evil spirit's aura. Li Yan gave a few instructions and left in a flash. Chen Shang patted his butt, stood up and left, and hurried back to continue playing mahjong with the three girls. Above Los Angeles, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed directly on the edge of the old city. The Xiaogoan guards who were guarding nearby walked up and saluted, saying, "Greetings, Master Li." A team leader from the Xia State Security Bureau said apologetically, "Master Li, I'm sure you already know the situation. We arrived a little too late. The old city has been enveloped by the evil god's domain, completely cut off from the outside world. Now we can only pray for the local warriors in the city." Li Yi didn't say anything, but raised his hand and punched forward. With a loud boom, the ground beneath the feet of several people was shaking, but there was no ripple in front of them. The people nearby were not surprised. Even the Lord Li's strength was unfathomable and he could crush the evil god's servants with just one finger. The evil god's domain had already expanded and merged with the old city. No matter how powerful the attack from the outside world is, it is like hitting cotton and will not cause any ripples. How strong are the warriors in the old city? Li Yi asked after venting his anger. There are no level 5 warriors in the old city. The two strongest people are at strong level 4. One of them should be familiar to you, Xin Xinling, the owner of the Tianji building branch, and Zhou Zikuan, the head of a martial arts family. There are also 9 level 4 warriors, including your daughter, Miss Li Yan. Li Yi remained silent for a long time after hearing this, and his facial expression did not change at all. But the security guards could feel the anger building up in this powerful man's heart. Notify the federal government and prepare to begin the evacuation of the masses. All Los Angeles residents must be evacuated within 10 days. You can leave now. I will stay here personally. Li Yi said word by word, as if he had used up all his strength to say each word. He regretted why he had not been tougher at the time and should have let Xiaoyan return to headquarters directly. The deadlock in the old city was set, and without a level 5 exterior warrior, a level 4 warrior would have no chance of fighting against the higher level servants. Unless, there is a 4th level warrior who has mastered the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. Wait a minute. Xin Xinling said there's a genius in the branch building who once realized the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. Does that mean there's still a chance? Li Yi waved his hand and looked at the illusory old city, his Adam's apple rolling with difficulty. To fully comprehend the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts in just half a month, and to gather the courage to advance to the 4th level, was a slim hope. However, for some geniuses, it was not impossible. Chapter 53 Xin Xinling is injured, Zhou Zikuan comes to visit. At the entrance of the black market, there was a surge of people, and countless pedestrians with terrified faces poured into the black market. The two guards stopped trying to stop them and instead looked into the distance worriedly. I hope those monsters won't come. At this time, a plump figure walked by. Xin Xinling changed into combat uniform, her graceful figure being perfectly outlined. A small combat bag with 2 daggers stuck in it was strapped to the outside of her fair thigh. As we walked forward, we encountered more and more people. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the black market was packed. By then, there was no guarantee that the high-ranking servant wouldn't storm in. Trouble. Xin Xinling sighed in her heart. The closer we got to the gymnasium, the more noticeably the temperature dropped, and the chilling air came like waves. Pollution from the evil god. Xin Xinling hurriedly circulated the true meaning of martial arts to protect herself, to prevent the evil god's aura from invading her body and being unknowingly contaminated and turned into a servant of the evil god. Fortunately, the aura of this evil god is very weak. This is directly related to the strength of the servant itself, and the other party cannot bear too much. But even so, it is enough to contaminate warriors below the 4th level. Even a 4th level warrior, if his martial art's true meaning is too weak, is at risk of being contaminated in close contact. Xin Xinling's martial arts essence was called 100 Battles, and its rank was near the highest, the pinnacle of the intermediate realm. Empowered by 100 Battles, she no longer felt the cold. She cautiously moved forward a distance, hid behind a pile of rubble, and carefully observed the venue with her head slightly tilted. The original gymnasium was completely reduced to ruins, with an altar of rubble and bones standing in the center. Countless body parts piled up like a mountain, blood was everywhere, and flies and insects were flying everywhere. The light green-skinned monster was still carrying new corpses. Beside the altar stood a towering giant with a crescent moon mark on his forehead. He waved his right hand constantly, urging his men to work, while in his left hand he held a skull, occasionally bringing it to his mouth. A series of snapping sounds echoed. Xin Xinling lay motionless on the rubble. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but clench her fists. Damn it! Her eyes were bloodshot, and she only hated her own lack of strength to immediately kill this superior servant. Oh! Pusen threw down the half-eaten head and looked up at the rubble pile where Xin Xinling was hiding. Here comes a chewy human. He spoke in human language and walked towards me jokingly. Xin Xinling was shocked. From this close encounter, she had sensed the strength of this high-ranking servant. He was at the extreme 4th level, and possessed the aura of an evil god. She was definitely no match for him. With a whoosh, she jumped up and fled in the opposite direction. Can you run away? Pusen grinned, not in a hurry to catch up, but just followed slowly. His pace was not fast, but each step could cover a long distance, steadily closing the distance between him and Xin Xinling. This can't go on. If I die here, there will be no hope for the old city. Xin Xinling was extremely anxious and fought while running wildly. While she was distracted, Pusen had already caught up with her. The cold aura suddenly surged, and the biting chill spread from the spinal cord throughout the body. Xin Xinling turned around and slapped out with her palm. As soon as it touched Pusen's fist, she vomited blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. What was even more terrifying was that a chill penetrated his body that was the pollution brought by the evil god's aura. It's over. Xin Xinling felt desperate. This superior servant can actually carry the aura of the evil god. No wonder he can enable the evil god to project power and expand his domain. This battle is impossible. I'm already the strongest in the old city. Who else can stop it? Even if all the gang leaders and all the 4th level warriors were united, there's no way to reverse the situation. A high-ranking servant with the aura of the evil god is powerless against ordinary 4th level warriors. At this moment, a black shadow jumped out and caught Xin Xinling in mid-air. After he landed steadily, he ran out without looking back. Pusen frowned, turned around and looked in the direction of the altar, walked forward a few steps and stopped, without chasing. Why save me? Xin Xinling was very surprised. She never expected that Zhou Zikuan would appear in the old city and save her at the critical moment. Let's put personal grudges aside for now. We must join forces to face this high-ranking servant. Zhou Zikuan said grimly, but I have a condition. First, let Chen Chang release my daughter Zhouya. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. In order to avenge a useless son, he got into so many troubles one after another. His most beloved and valued daughter was harmed by Qin Chang, and when he went to seek revenge, he was beaten by Xin Xinling. This time his injuries were healed and his vitality increased by 1 point. He came out for revenge with a rage, but encountered the unexpected arrival of the evil god's servants. He had glimpsed that evil god's servant from afar, and even a 4th level extreme combat power was no match for him. Only those who possessed the true meaning of the legendary Mahayana martial arts could not be afraid of the contamination of the evil god's aura. Thank you so much this time. Xin Xinling rubbed her swollen and painful palms, quite surprised. She was skeptical about Zhou Zikuan's words and did not fully trust him just because he saved her. You're undoubtedly well aware of the power of this evil god's servant. Defeating him head-on is nearly impossible. All we can do is destroy the altar and buy time. Perhaps the Federation will be able to break through the evil god's domain. Xin Xinling glanced at Zhou Zikuan, and after seeing him nod, she continued, let's go back to the black market first. At the mahjong table, Chen Chang accidentally knocked over a glass of juice, spilling the sticky liquid all over the floor. Zhouya obediently bent over to wipe it up. The game soon reached its climax. Afterwards, Chen Chang glanced at the panel. His vitality had increased by another 3 points. 2 of these points were absorbed from Zhouya through the Hahuan Heart Sutra, and the other 1 point was gained through practicing with Xiao Xie and Hu Shui. At this rate, the Hawan Heart Sutra can stably provide more than 3 points of vitality every day. Coupled with 40 points of cultivation points added to the starry body tempering technique, perhaps in less than half a month, the vitality can reach the 4th level limit. This speed is astonishing. It must be the power of the evil cultivator. Chen Chang tidied his clothes with satisfaction, then suddenly frowned and walked to the window. He sensed 2 powerful auras approaching. One of them was very familiar to him, Shen Xinling, the other was Zhou Zikuan. Sure enough, not long after, someone came to call Chen Chang downstairs. Chen Chang, where is Zhouya? Let her out first. Facing a powerful enemy, we must put aside our personal grudges and unite to face the outside world. Shen Xinling stepped forward and separated the two. A murderous look flashed across Zhou Zikuan's eyes, and he suppressed his anger and nodded with a firm attitude. Chen Chang spread his hands and said, "What do you mean? Zhouya came here of her own free will. Don't make it seem like I forced anyone. Zhouya? Come down. Your dad is here to see you, talk to him yourself." He took out his cell phone and sent a voice message. "Wait, she'll be down soon." Chen Chang was calm and indifferent. This little beast. Seeing him like this, Zhou Zikuan almost couldn't suppress the urge to take action. Chapter 54 The Advent ceremony begins, Shen Xinling's plan. Not long after, Zhouya came down wearing a black and white maid outfit. When she saw her father Zhou Zikuan, she just nodded slightly, then quickly turned her gaze to Chen Chang, stepped forward and saluted, "Master, good evening." Chen Chang waved his hands, looking slightly embarrassed. After all, in front of the other party's father and the poster, he didn't expect Zhouya to be so obsessed with role-playing and to be able to shout it out in such an occasion. Zhou Zikuan's eyes turned red, and he glared at Chen Chang and shouted, "You little bastard! What did you do to my daughter? Untie the restraints now." Before Chen Chang could speak, Zhouya spoke first. "Father, it has nothing to do with you. I did this voluntarily. I like it this way. You. Zhou Zikuan pointed at Chen Chang, his eyes moving back and forth between him and his daughter, his voice trembling with anger. Shen Xinling stepped forward at this moment and said, Since the young people are in love, Patriarch Zhou doesn't need to worry too much. Let them handle it on their own. Let's first discuss the subsequent plan to deal with the evil god's servants. What do you think?" After saying that, she winked at Chen Chang secretly, meaning, "Hurry up and take Zhouya away." Chen Chang glanced at Zhou Zikuan and thought to himself, "Can this old fellow really put aside his personal grudges and join forces with Master Shen to fight against the evil god's servants? You must always be on guard against others." He remained skeptical and kept a watchful eye. Chen Chang could sense that Shen Xinling was injured. If Zhou Zikuan wasn't there, he would have confronted Shen Xinling, telling her that he had grasped the true meaning of martial arts, breaking through to the 4th level, and that they could work together to deal with the evil god's servants. There is no need to rush now. Let's see what Zhou Zikuan has up his sleeve first. If we truly want to join forces, I'll spare his life for now and kill him after we've dealt with the evil god. If he dares to play tricks, I'll use him as a test of my sword skills. Chen Chang said nothing and turned to leave. Zhouya followed him closely, her high white ponytail and the tail sticking out from behind her skirt swaying gently. When Zhou Zikuan saw this scene, his eyes turned red. He was so angry that he couldn't breathe, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. "Just bear with it for a few more days, it won't be long. Then I'll cut off this kid's head and kick it like a ball." The next night, the piled-up corpses on the circular altar in the center of the old city gymnasium began to emit a foul stench, with candles placed on both sides. Pusin pressed one hand on his chest and the other on the crescent mark on his forehead, muttering something. "Great God, may your light shine upon every inch of the Milky Way." At the same time, an extremely cold aura slowly emanated from his body and landed on the altar. Immediately afterwards, waves of energy rapidly spread outward from the altar's center. The entire area within a kilometer radius of the gymnasium was completely deserted, with no one in sight. People have long since retreated to the fringes of the old city or ventured into the black market. At this time, at the entrance of the black market, a woman came running breathlessly with 2 children, one big and one small. "Mom, where should we escape to? There are monsters over there, and they look so scary." "Shoo, don't talk, run." The woman pulled the child across the black market gate, and just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the little girl started crying again, but Daddy was eaten, woo. The little boy clenched his fist and comforted her, "Don't cry, Xiaohong. When I grow up, I will practice martial arts and will definitely avenge my father." The woman held back her tears and patted the children's heads. Go forward first. Before she finished speaking, a chilling aura swept through the three of them, sending a biting chill through their bodies. The two children fell to the ground first, and the woman's eyes gradually slowed as she looked at them in despair. Then, she too lost strength and her body temperature plummeted. Another gust of cold wind blew, and the three people quickly turned into ice sculptures. Soon, figures appeared one after another. Shen Xinling and Zhou Zikuan stood one in front and one behind, their expressions sullen. Zhang Yimou, Zhao Qiping, and others had more despair on their faces. The aura of the evil god is so strong? This is definitely a ceremony for the arrival of the evil god's true body. The gang leaders looked at each other in confusion, no longer doubting Shen Xinling's previous words. If the altar is not destroyed, everyone will die when the evil god descends. Li Yan arrived late and saw 3 ice sculptures on the ground. She walked over. She activated her martial arts true meaning and slowly entered the ice sculptures. The ice melted, leaving behind black water, revealing a little boy with purple lips and a trembling body. I don't want to die. I want revenge. Li Yan picked him up and continued to use the true meaning of martial arts to dispel the pollution. Don't bother, silly girl, Zhang Yimou shook his head. An ordinary person contaminated by the evil spirit wouldn't survive. Can you use the true meaning of martial arts to nurture him for a lifetime? Shut up. Li Yan glared at Zhang Yimou. This burly man has muscles but no warrior's integrity, which is really disgusting. Seeing Shen Xinling and others looking over, Zhang Yimou snorted coldly and said no more. What should we do now? Zhao Qiping looked at the dark waves of air that continue to surge from the entrance. The altar has been activated, and the evil god's aura continues to spread. If this continues, no one except the 4th-level warriors will survive. Zhou Zikuan suggested, I suggest blocking the entrance directly and sending 2 4th-level warriors to guard it every day to monitor the movements of the altar while preventing the invasion of evil spirits. I agree. Zhang Yimou was the first to agree. No. Li Yan objected. There are so many ordinary people out there. Isn't this just forcing them to die? So what do you say? Can you save them? Aye. Shen Xinling sighed, pulled Li Yan and said. Let's do as Patriarch Zhou said. There are 10 of us, 2 of us will guard the entrance every day, and the rest of us will focus on training. Every bit of strength improvement is crucial. If nothing unexpected happens, the ceremony will enter its final stages in 10 days, and the high-ranking servant's energy will be severely distracted. That's our only chance. When attacking the altar, Patriarch Zhou and I will hold the servants back. You only need to dismantle the altar and eliminate the remaining believers. Everything is fine, right? Everyone nodded. It was undoubtedly the best arrangement to have someone deal with the most dangerous servants of the evil god. Chapter 55, Li Yan goes crazy, Chen Chang takes action. 7 days passed in a flash. Tonight, the black market was exceptionally cold, a chill that seeped into people's bodies. Even though it was summer, ordinary people were already wearing thick cotton padded jackets. Xiao Xia wrapped her scarf around her neck and poked out her delicate little head. Hubby, why don't we not play mahjong tonight? My waist is so sore. And it's so cold. Chen Chang glanced at the panel. Life force, 61.69. Farming points, 300. During these 7 days, the 4 people practiced mahjong without interruption. Every time, Chen Chang used the Hawan Heart Sutra to steadily absorb 2 points of vitality from Zhouya. In addition, practicing with Xiao Xie and Hu Shui could also increase his vitality by more than 1 point. In 7 days, vitality has increased to more than 60 points. With my current strength, I can probably sweep the 4th level. Let's give Xie a day off. But Zhouya and Sister Shui can't rest, and the 3 of them can still play landlord. The farming points can be less, but they must never stop. Then you should have a good rest tonight. Chen Chang thought for a while and said. Yeah. Xiao Xia nodded and looked out the window. What happened outside? It seems like a lot of people are pouring into the building. Although she played mahjong with Chen Chang at home every day and spent most of the rest of her time studying food, she still noticed the changes in Tianji Tower, and her previous uneasiness resurfaced. Chen Chang squeezed her little hand and comforted her. It's nothing serious, don't worry. Feeling her partner's warm hands, Xiao Xia felt a little relieved. Husband, I roasted some lamb kidneys for you, remember to eat them before you go out. Good. Chen Chang warmed up his wife with the true meaning of martial arts before getting up and leaving, ready to find Li Yan to practice. Xiao Xie was used to it and never asked any more questions. Giving birth is so painful, why not let another woman give birth to Xiang? She thought silently, but then hesitated, how about having a child first? No matter what, the first one always has a special meaning. Among the women around Chen Shang, Joya was just a servant. She didn't take Hu Shui seriously, because she had big breasts and a nice but her looks were far inferior to hers. But Li Yan gave her a strong sense of crisis. This woman was beautiful, had a great figure, was at a high level of martial arts, and knew how to control men's hearts. Xiao Xie thought for a moment, maybe I should build a good relationship with Sister Hu. The training room on the top floor of Tianji building. Li Yan was already waiting there. She was wearing a white training suit, a black belt emphasizing her slender waist, and her long legs, clad in sneakers, stood proudly in the center of the field. You're 2 minutes late. Chen Shang pretended not to hear, wiped the corner of his mouth, and was still savoring the taste of the roasted lamb kidneys. I have to say, CAS craftsmanship has improved again. Li Yan raised her brows slightly. Let's get started. We don't have much time left. After I finish practicing the merciless sword today, you must practice the heaven and earth sword slash. During the operation the day after tomorrow, you won't have to deal with high-ranking servants, but you shouldn't underestimate low-ranking servants either. Even if you can't achieve heaven and earth sword slash, improving your understanding of the sword path will be beneficial. On the battlefield, the sword in your hand is your capital for survival. Li Yan said a lot with a cold face, but found that Chen Shang was looking at Xiao He beside him, and she didn't know whether he listened or not. Chen Shang, are you listening to me? Yeah, I'm listening. Chen Shang responded with a laugh, his eyes still on the little boy. He had known this little boy 7 days ago. Li Yan always took him with her during her training, stopping from time to time to nourish his body with the true meaning of martial arts. Li Yan said that this was her new brother, nicknamed Xiao He. Chen Shang could see that the child was about to die. There was an evil and powerful aura on Xiao He, although it was only a trace, but Li Yan's martial arts' true meaning could not dispel it at all, and she could only barely suppress it each time. Li Yan waved her wooden sword, got into position, and turned around to say, Xiao He, hold on. Once I and your aunt Shen kill those monsters, you'll be fine. The little boy was dying, but his eyes were surprisingly firm and he nodded imperceptibly. Li Yan restrained his emotions, and the wooden sword in his hand turned into a dragon. The first move of the ruthless sword, the sword creates waves. She had mastered this move to perfection. The overwhelming sword force pressed down on Chen Shang, and a faint dragon roar rose up, the water rippled, and a dragon appeared. A flash of sword light passed by. Li Yan put away the sword and turned around, then in the blink of an eye, he delivered the second sword. The second move of the ruthless sword, strike with no regrets. Chen Shang stood by, watching it all clearly. This move seemed simple, but in reality, it was the ultimate simplicity, with a determination to never give up until the enemy is killed. There was no way to avoid it, so he had to take it head on. Li Yan raised her eyebrows and said happily, "It's done." But at this moment, she staggered 2 steps, the wooden sword fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining her white training clothes with bright red. Ha ha ha, I did it. Her eyes gradually became cold, and the usual impatience on her face disappeared. The backlash of this merciless sword? What a pity it's not the demonic sword. Chen Shang slapped his thigh, rushed forward, and roared in the air. Martial arts lion's roar. With that voice, I'll send you to become a nun first. As expected, Li Yan was stunned for a moment, then her cold eyes softened and turned into confusion. Who am I? Where am I? The next second, she clasped her hands together and sat down cross-legged, Ba. Chen Shang did not relax. After getting close, he kicked the wooden sword away. His body was tense, ready to strike with his knife to subdue Li Yan at any time. When the loud roar faded away, Li Yan stood up again, and her beautiful eyes became cold again. The backlash from the second move of the merciless sword is far more terrifying than the first. The average person simply can't survive it. Chen Shang muttered, pointing to the sword, raising his hand overhead, drawing an arc in the air, and pointing towards Li Yan. A level martial arts, cut through heaven and earth with one sword. This was the first time Chen Shang used his full strength after maxing out the heaven and earth sword. A powerful sword intent surged into Li Yan's body, destroying all the sword intent that was coming back from the ruthless sword. Li Yan groaned and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her chest was completely soaked, outlining a full curve. Her eyes gradually returned to normal, the emptiness and indifference slowly disappearing. The next second, she felt an itch in her chest and looked down. Chen Shang's finger was pointing at her chest. Li Yan's face flushed red, and then a hysterical cry echoed throughout the training room. Chen Chang. Sister Yan, the situation just now was urgent, it was just a misunderstanding. Chen Chang retracted his fingers, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly. But having said that, it feels really good, soft and smooth. Li Yan suddenly reacted and didn't care about being embarrassed or angry. That sword intent just now? Is it the A-level martial art Heaven and Earth sword slash? When did Chen Chang master it? He actually mastered it. Chapter 56, A surprise attack and an ambush. A traitor has emerged among us. When did you master the Heaven and Earth sword slash? Li Yan asked in shock. This A-level martial art has no prerequisite martial arts, and the training threshold is much higher than other A-level martial arts, comparable to some S-level martial arts. She never expected that Chen Chang could actually learn it in less than a month. I told you last time. Chen Chang spread his hands. This. Li Yan fell silent. Father, didn't he learn martial arts so fast when he was young, right? With this kind of understanding, perhaps there is a chance to comprehend the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts in a short period of time. Unfortunately, he still has too little time left, as the battle of life and death will begin in 2 days. It's all thanks to you just now, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Yan pulled the clothes on her chest. No matter what, it is a fact that Chen Chang saved her life. Even though she is sure that this pervert is taking advantage of the opportunity, one thing is one thing. I didn't expect the backlash from the second move of the merciless sword without regrets, to be so terrifying. Even with my current martial arts true meaning, I couldn't even keep my original intention. It seems I can't try it easily in the future. I have to wait until my martial arts true meaning advances to a higher level, or have Chen Chang watching over me. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. Chen Chang waved his hand. It was indeed very easy for him. He didn't even use the true meaning of martial arts sword heart remains, but just swung his sword casually. All we can say is that the power of the Heaven and Earth sword is beyond imagination, and the sword intent contained in it is extremely sharp, and nothing can escape its cutting. Let this pervert get it. Li Yan curled her lips and said, I'll stop here for today. I need a good night's rest. Do you want me to take you home? Chen Chang asked when he saw Li Yan walking unsteadily. Don't waste your time. Don't keep your little lovers waiting for too long. 2 days later. The sun rose exceptionally late this morning. It was almost 7 o'clock and the sky was still gray. Chen Chang and the 3 women played mahjong all night, and even the mahjong table was wet with sweat. I'm truly a hard-working model in the martial arts world, right? I toil tirelessly every day. Even though I'm about to face a life or death battle with the evil god's servants tonight, I still don't forget to earn points and practice diligently. He muttered, glancing at the panel. Life, 68.78. Life level, level 4 courage. Farming points, 360. Sia took a day off and lost 20 points in the past 2 days, but it doesn't have much impact, as Steady wins the race. She is in a very delicate condition, so proper rest is necessary. Chen Chang thought for a moment, then thought, Star Body Tempering Technique, activate. Tonight is a big battle, and the strength is not too high, although there are probably no opponents within the 4th level. The Starry Body Tempering Technique, which had been stuck at level 5 for a long time, finally broke through and reached level 6 after consuming 20 cultivation points. Faint starlight appeared on Chen Chang's body, forming fine light patterns. These light patterns were initially a little broken, like an unfinished pattern. Without hesitation, he continued to add some more. After clicking 320 points again. Star Body Tempering Technique Level 6 320. Star Body Tempering Technique Max. Is it the maximum level already? Chen Chang was a little surprised. There are still 20 points left, which he is keeping unused for the time being. Carefully feel the changes in your body. The light patterns on your body surface become clearer and clearer, connecting with each other to form a vast sea of stars. Chen Chang suddenly realized something, picked up the long sword and gently drew it across his fingertips. Starlight patterns flowed, and actually bounced the sword away, without even a scratch left on his fingertips. What an abnormal defense! If you use all your strength, even an ordinary 4th level warrior might not be able to break it? Now you don't have to worry about being beaten by a group. Tonight we'll see what this old guy Zhou Zikuan has up his sleeve. Before going out in the evening, Chen Chang opened a mahjong table as usual and played mahjong until the 3 women cried out in pain. When we arrived at the Tianji building conference room, it was already packed. Xin Xinling glanced at Chun Chang. This unambitious brat, it's already this late in the morning and he still looks so careless, he doesn't even try hard, the decisive battle is about to start and he's making a group of people wait for him. Oh, isn't this Chen Chang? How is he? After being in seclusion for so long, I guess he has broken through to the 4th level, right? Zhou Zikuan said sinisterly. As the most talented person in the black market recently, there should be no problem. Zhang Yamo agreed, shaking his legs. Other gang leaders also showed some dissatisfaction. As a junior, Chen Chang is only a 3rd-level warrior, but he makes a group of big guys wait. Xiaohu bot protects documents from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Zhao Qiping didn't say anything and was also watching how Chun Chang responded. Unexpectedly, Chen Chang walked up to Xin Xinling and Li Yan and sat down next to them, winking at Li Yan and completely ignoring them. You little beast. I'll let you run rampant for a while. Zhou Zikuan's mouth twitched and he snorted, suppressing his anger. Xin Xinling knocked on the table. Alright, everyone's here. Everyone here is either a level 3 ultimate warrior or a level 4 courage realm warrior who has grasped the true meaning of martial arts. They are all the main force of this operation and none of them can be missing. Once we're at the gymnasium, Patriarch Zhou and I will contain the high-ranking servant. The other 4th-rank warriors will be responsible for clearing out the lower-ranking servants. The 3rd-rank warriors will focus all their efforts on destroying the altar. It must be completely dismantled immediately. If you have any questions, ask now. Master Shen, how confident are you in Patriarch Zhou? Not sure. Xin Xinling felt sad and prepared to die in battle. Only she and Zhou Zikuan knew the true strength of that superior servant. If others knew, they would probably lose all their fighting spirit. 30%. This was all she could say to stabilize the situation. 30%? Although everyone was disappointed, they accepted it. The changes in the black market environment showed how powerful the upper-level servants were. With a 30% chance of success, we could already give it a try. The meeting room fell silent and the atmosphere was tense. Soon, the group set off under the leadership of Xin Xinling and Zhou Zikuan. Follow me closely from now on, don't go too far away. Li Yan glanced at Chen Chang beside her and reminded him in a bad mood. Chen Chang tilted his head and smiled, feeling a little surprised. It seemed that Sister Yan was really a woman who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The city gymnasium was filled with black air. As soon as I approached, I felt a chill all over my body. 10 level 4 warriors used the true meaning of martial arts to dispel the cold. A group of people crept along the edge of the building, and suddenly rushed forward when they were less than 100 meters away from the gymnasium. Act according to the plan. Xin Xinling took the lead. The rest followed closely behind. But at this moment, black air surged out from the altar and turned into a light shield that enveloped everyone. There's an ambush. Xin Xinling's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth in anger. There's a traitor among us. This is to catch all the elite in the black market in one fell swoop. Before she could think carefully and find out the traitor, Zhou Zikuan took action first. He slapped out with his palm, leaving a mark on Xin Xinling's back. Ha ha ha. Mr. Xin, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? If you had handed Chen Chang over back then, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Is a grassroots person with a bit of talent worth risking your life to protect? Chapter 57 The Power of a Sword. The whole audience was shocked. Xin Xinling's face turned red and white. She was hit from behind, which almost made her lose her fighting ability. Why? If you're determined to seek revenge on Chen Chang, why did you save me before? Xin Xinling couldn't understand why. She had been discovered and hunted by the evil god's servants before. If Zhou Zikuan hadn't saved her, she could have simply gone straight to the black market to find Chen Chang. No one would have been able to stop him then. After going through so much trouble, only to end up with both sides destroyed? You don't think the evil god's servants will let you go, do you? The others also looked at Zhou Zikuan with ugly expressions, including confusion, despair, shock, but more of anger. Without the top fighter Master Shen, they completely lost the power to resist. Because of Zhou Zikuan's betrayal, everyone was in danger. Why should the envoy let me go? I am already a believer in God. I have done a great service by sending you all here. Zhou Zikuan laughed and looked at everyone with pity. How dare you? If you defect to the evil god, the Federation will not let you go. Your entire Zhou family will be implicated. Shen Xinling struggled to stand up and shouted angrily. The consequences for betraying the Federation will be very serious. Not only will the traitor be wanted by the entire Federation, but if caught he will be tortured to death. It will also implicate one's immediate family members. Within 3 generations of the bloodline, all males will face life imprisonment and forced labor until death, while females will be sent to the front lines of the Starfield battlefield to serve as military prostitutes. Zhang Yimou quickly stepped forward and advised, Master Zhou, you and Shen Chang should resolve your personal grudges among yourselves, and don't involve us. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He shouldn't have listened to Shen Xinling. It would have been better for him to just hide in his lair and wait for the situation to change. Even if the true body of the evil god comes, it does not necessarily mean death. There is still a chance of survival. Zhao Qiping glanced at Chen Chang, then looked at Zhou Zikuan, Master Zhou, please turn back. If we stop now, we can pretend nothing happened. No one who surrenders to the evil god will have a good end. Li Yan's eyes turned red and she stared at Zhou Zikuan, wishing she could go up and fight him to the death. This bastard actually dared to join the evil god's servants and even attacked Aunt Shen. It's all over now. Not to mention dismantling the altar, there's no chance of even escaping. In her peripheral vision, Chen Chang still looked nonchalant, and she felt inexplicably more irritated. Just then, a tall figure came from the direction of the altar. Pusen was nearly 2 meters and 2 meters tall. The ground shook with every step he took, making a dong-dong sound. Wherever he passed, a gloomy atmosphere filled the air and the temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees. High-level servant. Everyone's heart sank and they all felt suffocated. Such a strong pressure, such an evil aura. Everyone subconsciously activated the true meaning of martial arts to fight against the pervasive evil god's pollution. After approaching, Pusen stopped and looked like he was enjoying the show. Zhou Zikuan bowed and saluted, greetings, Your Excellency the envoy. Pusen waved his hand and jokingly said, what are you waiting for? The ritual just needs the flesh and blood of a 4th-level human. Yes. Zhou Zikuan turned around and walked towards Chen Chang step by step. The rest of the people retreated together, leaving only Chen Chang and Li Yan standing there. Li Yan gritted her teeth and cursed, a bunch of cowards. She drew her sword, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Even if I die, I will tear a piece of flesh off this evil god's lackey. Chen Chang glanced at Pusen who was watching the show in the distance. Such a strong vitality, it's already above level 4 but without the pressure of level 5. Is there such a situation? He had only been practicing martial arts for a few months, so he still had too little experience and lacked foundation. I don't understand the reason, I can only understand it as if someone has reached the 4th level of vitality but has not comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. As expected of a servant of the evil god, no wonder Master Shen was seriously injured that night. Alright, this is a good opportunity to test the limits of Heaven and Earth sword / under the influence of Sword Heart Remains. As for Zhou Zikuan who walked towards him with a sneer, Chen Chang didn't take him seriously at all. The reason why he didn't take action immediately was that he wanted to see everyone's reaction, especially Li Yan, who usually always looked disgusted, but he didn't expect that she would stand in front of him at the critical moment. As Zhou Zikuan approached, Li Yan shouted angrily to give himself courage and raised his hand to strike with a sword. It was the A-level martial art that he had practiced countless times in private, the merciless sword. The first move, the sword creates waves. There was no wind around the altar, and water vapor condensed into beads that attached to the sword body and went straight to Zhou Zikuan. A dying struggle. Zhou Zikuan sneered disdainfully and slapped out with his palm. It was his specialty, Bagwazang. The palm force hit the side of the sword, causing Li Yan's wrist to become numb and the sword to almost slip out of his hand. Chen Chang, how long are you going to hide behind this woman? I've said before, that bitch Shen Xinling can protect you for a while, but she can't protect you forever. Now you're hiding behind another woman? Zhou Zikuan sneered, stopped, and enjoyed everyone's despair. Li Yan took a big step forward and wanted to perform the second move, but was stopped by a big hand behind him. Alright, Sister Yan. Leave the rest to me. You stay by the side and keep an eye on Master Shen. What's this guy doing at this time? Treat the battlefield as a child's play. Li Yan frowned and tried to push the hand away, but found that she couldn't push it away at all. What's going on? She turned around suddenly and saw that Chen Chang had floated out and appeared in front of Zhou Zikuan in the blink of an eye. Raise your hand and raise your sword. An elusive sword light flashed by, and a hideous red line appeared on Joe Zikuan's neck. He slapped out his hand but caught nothing, so he subconsciously withdrew his hand and touched his neck. How is this possible? Why is this sword so fast? The power of the sword clearly exceeded the limit of the 4th level and easily broke through his defense. ISNT Chun Chan level 3? When did he realize the true meaning of martial arts? How did he reach the 4th level so quickly? How could a grassroots warrior achieve a breakthrough in such a short time? This doesn't make sense at all. As a 4th level courage warrior, Joe Zikuan had a vitality of over 90 points. Even though his neck was cut, he did not die immediately. He felt his vitality rapidly slipping away, and when he saw Chen Chang didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the upper servant, he felt relieved and smiled a little crazily. Ha ha. It's useless, Chen Chang. What does it matter how talented you are, you beast? You are destined to be buried with me today. The envoy will twist off your head. The incident happened so quickly that everyone was stunned for 2 full seconds before they gradually reacted. Chen Chang killed Zhou Zikuan with one sword? The Zhou family, a martial arts family that stands tall in the Federation, is going to perish because of a grassroots warrior? When did Chen Chang break through to level 4? Why was he able to grasp the true meaning of martial arts so quickly? He's only at level 3. Level 4 is fine, but why is the martial arts training so terrifying? That sword strike just now was definitely a level, no, even S-level martial arts. The head of Zhou family was killed in 1 second with one sword. It was incredibly fast and powerful. The group of people were shocked, but more than that, they were filled with joy, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Perhaps, this freak Chen Chang can really entangle the upper servants? Shen Xinling has the best vision and also knows something about Chen Chang. Chen Chang had realized the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts before, so what does it mean that he is now at the 4th level? He truly comprehended the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts and had the opportunity to fight head-on with the superior servants. Shen Xinling glanced at the stunned Li Yan and said, Xiaoyan, why are you still standing there? While Chen Chang is entangled with the upper servants, quickly take people to destroy the altar. Chapter 58 The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, slashing the upper servants with a sword. Xiaoyan? Oh. Li Yan woke up as if from a dream, gritted her teeth, and finally came to her senses. She rushed forward with her sword, chopped down the lower-ranking servants and evil god believers who rushed towards her, while recalling every detail of her time in the training room over the past few days. This guy Chen Chang. He must have already broken through to the 4th level long ago, but he deliberately didn't tell me an Aunt Shen. He even deliberately laughed at me just now. No wonder he was able to easily suppress the backlash from the second move of Merciless Sword last night. Li Yan originally thought that it was the special nature of Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the sword intent contained in it was sharp. In addition, the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts is not so easy to comprehend, so naturally no one thought about Chen Chang breaking through to the 4th level. Now it dawned on him that without the 4th level of courage, how could he have suppressed the backlash in her body with martial arts alone? This was because he hated Chen Chang and subconsciously regarded him as a hopeless person. Humph, if I can survive this time, I must ask him for an explanation. Li Yan couldn't help but clench her toes when she thought about being treated like a monkey by Chen Chang for several days and nights. Kill. Zhao Qiping's sleeves fluttered, completely changing his usual elegant and refined image. He followed Li Yan closely and headed towards the altar together. Zhang Yimou punched left and kicked right, and the sound of clanging chains was endless. Die for me. You bunch of beasts, how dare you come to the Federation to cause trouble? The local gang leaders took advantage of the opportunity when Chen Chang blocked the upper servants, and used their best skills to continuously clear out the evil god's believers and lower servants, steadily advancing towards the altar. Faster. Shen Xinling sat cross-legged on the spot, feeling powerless. While regulating her breathing, she turned her head and her gaze wandered towards Chen Chang and the altar. Although Chen Chang has comprehended the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts and has the ability to confront the evil god's higher-level servants head-on, the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts has not appeared in the past 10 years. Looking back further, the number of times recorded by the Federation is also very small. There are few records of the specific effects. How strong is it? Shen Xinling had no idea. Hopefully, we can hold off a little longer. Just 30 seconds. Li Yan can lead the men to dismantle the altar. Zhou Zikuan's breath was getting weaker and weaker, his vitality was rapidly lost, and he was breathing in less and out more. He happened to be slumped beside Chen Xinling, staring at Chen Chang's back with eyes full of resentment, and said intermittently, "You will soon realize how powerful the upper servants are. Ha 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 ha. It's just a last-ditch effort. You will all come down to accompany me." At this moment, Pusen moved, as if to confirm Zhou Zikuan's words. He twisted his arms backwards, stretching his muscles, and looked at Chen Chang, who was approaching, with interest. Interesting. After saying this, he glanced at the altar not far away. What a swarm of annoying flies. Pusen stomped the ground hard, and a gloomy aura spread out from his body, covering the entire venue in the blink of an eye. Ah! Zhang Yamo from the chain gang fell behind the crowd and was the first to scream, as if he was trapped in a swamp. His movements became slow, and every swing of his arms was extremely strenuous, causing the coldness in his body to intensify. The eerie and evil aura spread rapidly forward, freezing everyone along the way. Li Yan rushed to the front and groaned. He tried to use the true meaning of martial arts to drive away the cold, but found that the effect was minimal. He could only barely hold on to avoid being contaminated. But if this continues, it is only a matter of time before we are contaminated by the evil god's aura. Not to mention continuing to destroy the altar, even protecting oneself has become a problem. Seeing this, the evil god's believers and lower-level servants on the side laughed strangely and rushed forward. Shen Xinling was extremely anxious and struggled to her feet. "Chen Chang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it." Chen Chang was also anxious. He didn't expect that the superior servant had this trick, which could instantly suppress all the fourth-level warriors in the field. He was contaminated by the evil spirit, but he was not afraid of the erosion because he had the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. However, he was unable to express his own will and could not help others resist. The most powerful martial art, Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, has abnormal lethality, but has a shortcoming: it cannot be fired continuously. This move requires an unreserved burst of energy, using up all your strength at once. Now you are still in the sage time, and need to regulate your breathing to recover. But it's almost there. He has the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, Sword Heart Remains, which gives a 300% bonus to all aspects of sword-related martial arts, not only in power, but also in recovery speed. The perception of a fourth-level courageous warrior is extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shang realized that the evil god's followers were about to overwhelm Li Yan, so he had to take action in advance. He took a step forward, pointing the long sword in his hand at Pusen. The sword was still stained with Zhou Zikuan's hot blood, which was dripping down. "This is not the place for you." With the blessing of Sword Heart Remains, every strike of Chen Chang's sword contained terrifying lethality. The dull and cold air was broken, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. "Oh! You are completely unaffected by God. Those who blaspheme God must pay the price." Surprise flashed in Pusen's eyes, and then turned into anger. He does not allow anyone to go against God's will. Boom! Pusen rose from the ground. His iron tower-like figure was extremely agile. He swooped down from the air and punched hard. Chen Chang did not dodge or evade, and he struck out with his sword without regret, striking the servant above with a powerful punch. Ding ding ding, sparks flew and sounds echoed from the collision of fists and swords. Chen Chang was knocked back a few steps and used his sword to steady his body. Pusen fell back to where he was and did not move, but his face was solemn. He raised his fist, and a deep scar that could be seen to the bone appeared, and light blue blood kept dripping. "Good, you pissed me off." Pusen was secretly shocked. He never expected that this fourth-level human warrior could actually hurt him. However, considering his huge body and vigorous vitality, this injury is nothing. It does not even need treatment and can heal itself within a day. The people around the altar couldn't see clearly, they only saw Chen Chang retreating repeatedly in the collision. "It's bad, Chen Chang is no match for me. The upper servant is still too strong. This time, the situation is very bad. It's all because of Zhou Zikuan, that bastard who defected to the evil god. Otherwise, if we join forces, plus Chen Chang, we would definitely be able to fight." Shen Xinling faced the battlefield head-on and saw everything clearly. There's hope. Such a powerful martial arts essence. The amplification of sword power is simply unheard of. It's a pity that Heaven and Earth Sword Slash was used on Zhou Zikuan, that lackey, otherwise this high-ranking servant might not be able to withstand it. She was happy but also sad. Zhou Zikuan glared angrily, "Why is this little bastard so strong? He can even injure a high-ranking servant. No rush. That's all. It won't make a big wave. Just as he finished humming, a brilliant sword light suddenly burst out in front of his eyes. Sword energy was everywhere, and everyone in the venue was unstable. The lights on the altar flickered, and the iron chains on both sides shook violently. Then what? Chen Chang asked with a sneer. The time for the sage who slashed the heaven and earth with one sword has passed. He took a step forward, pushing the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, sword heart remains, to the limit, and a white and transparent sword heart faintly appeared behind him. This is the evolution of the true meaning of martial arts. Chen Chang put aside all his emotions, poured all his strength into it, raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. A level martial arts, cut through heaven and earth with one sword. A bright sword light flashed by, and Pusen subconsciously raised his hand to grab it, with horror in his eyes. Crash! His iron-like hand was cut open, and the tip of the sword went forward and penetrated into his chest. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Before Pusen could finish his words, more than 100 points of his vitality were instantly devoured by the sword intent, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Bang! Shin Xinling looked at the fallen servant and said in a daze. With one sword, killed the high-ranking servant? Chapter 59, Martial Saints Gathered, by Yu Hong's Judgment. How could it be? Zhou Zikuan stared intently at the fallen servant. The servant who was so powerful that made him despair was killed by a single sword strike? He never imagined that Chen Chang would grow so fast and have such great talent. If I had known earlier, I would have used my daughter's relationship to turn Chen Chang's enemy into a friend. Maybe the Zhou family could have reached a higher level. At this moment, all the resentment and hatred in Zhou Zikuan's eyes disappeared, leaving only unwillingness and regret. His eyes widened, his head tilted, and he died completely. Shin Xinling also reacted at this time. She slowly took 2 steps forward and suddenly clenched her fist and waved it, as if to vent the pressure that had been pent up for a long time. He's truly dead. The hopeless servant of the highest rank died at the hands of Chen Chang's sword. From despaired attention to surprise and numbness, Shin Xinling was exhausted both physically and mentally, and her brain almost stopped working. How come Chen Chang, who is usually unlearned and unskillful, and spends every day either playing with women or on his way to play with women, can still make such abnormal progress in martial arts? Even a genius has to have a limit, right? The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts can be understood in an instant. The difficulty of practicing the heaven and earth sword slash that is as difficult as S level is also mastered in such a short time. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that sexual relations between men and women can help with cultivation? Or, does he really have the dual cultivation method described in the novels? Shin Xinling shook her head with a strange look on her face. If she wasn't older and Chen Chang hadn't had more than one round, she would have been willing to give it a try. Beside the altar, Li Yan and others resumed their actions, and the evil aura that had invaded their bodies had receded. What happened? Did Chen Chang suppress the upper servant? Li Yan was the first to look back, only to see Chen Chang slowly putting away his sword, with a tall figure lying at his feet. The high-ranking servant is dead? Look! The senior servant is dead. Chen Chang is too fierce. I thought he could hold the opponent back and avoid a crushing defeat, but who would have thought he would just kill the high-ranking servant? Pervert, so perverted, so perverted. This time my life is saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the thrill of escaping from a dangerous situation. The most powerful upper servant was killed by Chen Chang, the old city area was saved, the evil god's plan of arrival was foiled, and they were all safe. Chen Chang retracted his sword, took a deep breath, and new energy surged within him. He was about to turn back to support Li Yan when he saw a wisp of black mist rising from Pusen's massive body, evil, strange, and terrifying. It floated towards the altar at an extremely fast speed. Crackle, crackle. As the black fog seeped into the altar, a teeth-grinding sound was heard. Light and shadows flowed above the altar, and an illusory figure was quickly condensing. It's over. What is this? Why did the evil god suddenly appear? Didn't Chen Chang kill the higher-ranking servant? Why wasn't the ceremony interrupted? The people near the altar were excited at first, but fell into despair in the blink of an eye. You are the one who killed Pusen? The shadow in the center of the altar looked at Chen Chang, his voice neither sad nor happy. The edge of the old town. Li Yi suddenly looked up at the sky. Has it finally come? That little fellow, can't he do it after all? Shoyan. Li Yi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Old Li, please say something. Is there any way to rescue Xiaoyan? A woman stumbled over and asked, "Why are you standing here? Why don't you go in?" She roared at the top of her lungs, and soon burst into tears, sobbing and holding her head. Li Yi walked up to the woman and said, "Be obedient and go home and wait. I will bring Xiaoyan back myself. Even if it's just a corpse." The woman cried even harder, and hit him with her hands. After a long time, she turned around and left in despair. "Don't come back without Xiaoyan." Not long after the woman left, several figures fell from the sky one after another. The first person to land was a man in military uniform with a stern face. Wang Yu saluted Li Yi and said, "Master Li, what's the situation?" Li Yi nodded in greeting. "It seems that the moon goddess has finally arrived. I can't sense it clearly because of the moon realm." Following closely behind him was a rugged man with a small mustache, Chao Yan, the branch president of the Southwestern Province Martial Arts Association and a 9th-level martial saint. "The moon goddess has fallen to the opposite side again? Should we call for more people?" Chao Yan clasped his fists and bowed. Before Li Yi could reply, the air suddenly shook and ripples appeared. The ripples spread out, revealing a flight of stairs. A woman in police uniform walked down the stairs. Bai Yuhong has an impeccable face that can get full marks from any angle. Her figure is also outstanding. The hem of her light blue uniform shirt is tucked into a hip-hugging miniskirt, which makes her waist look even slimmer. Her long legs are wrapped in thick black over the knee stockings, revealing a section of her white thighs. There is always a faint smile on his face, giving people a sense of distance that one can only admire from afar but not touch. "Hello, Master Li." Bai Yuhong walked down the stairs slowly and stopped a few steps away. Li nodded, and seeing no movement in the sky, he said, "Thank you all for coming to help. This time, I'll have to rely on you to hold the line and prevent the aftermath of the battle from spreading beyond the old city." Bai Yuhong hummed lightly, stood with her hands behind her back, and looked around the old city with her beautiful eyes. "Isn't it too risky?" Wang Yu frowned. It's not that he doesn't trust Li Yi. It's just that every god is extremely powerful. The gods from outside the domain correspond to the 11th level combat power of the Federation, and there is no room for carelessness. "Li Yi, don't worry, I'm sure. The moon god was injured in the previous battle." Wang Yu stopped trying to persuade him and tacitly agreed with his decision, but he felt a little uneasy. "By the way, Master Li, didn't you say before that there is a genius in your branch in the old city who has the opportunity to comprehend the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts?" Chao Yang asked, stroking his beard. Wang Yu looked at him and said, "The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts? It has been a while since it appeared in the Federation." Li Yi sighed. "Well, it's a good seedling. The moon goddess attack was too sudden. If it weren't for this accident, Tianji Tower could have produced a top genius that all the forces in the Federation would envy. Set up your formation first. The moon god will most likely descend soon. We must not allow the battle to spread beyond Luo City." "Wait a moment," Bai Yuhong cleared his throat and said firmly, "We don't need to do anything. A 5th-level combat force has appeared in the old city. The moon god's high-ranking servants have been killed. As expected, the Advent ceremony has been interrupted. Get ready to call the rescue team. The moment the moon domain is broken, go in and rescue people immediately." "What did you say? Are there people with 5th-level combat power in the old city?" Chao Yang and Wang Yu looked hesitant. "Didn't we confirm that there are only 10 4th-level warriors?" Li Yi knew Bai Yuhong's abilities, and her perception couldn't be wrong. It seems that boy has successfully comprehended the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. A 4th-level warrior possesses the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, and it is not difficult for him to burst out with 5th-level combat power. He is also not afraid of the contamination of evil gods and is extremely restrained against higher-level servants. Xiaoyan should be fine." Li Yi's tense body relaxed. Chapter 60 Moon God Mark, Sister Yin, you don't want to become a servant, do you? A shadow quickly took shape in the center of the altar, transforming into a human figure. It was impossible to tell from the outline whether it was a man or a woman. He looked around and then looked closely at Chun Chang. "Another genius has emerged in the human race. It's a pity that you Federation members don't know how to cherish me. From now on, I will train you well." Without waiting for Chen Chang to react, the figure raised his hand, and rays of moonlight poured down, covering the entire gymnasium. Everyone was unable to dodge and was hit by the moonlight, but they were not hurt at all, just dazed for a moment. Chen Chang was an exception. The moonlight fell on him and bounced away. The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. The shadow in the center of the altar murmured, and began to lose its shape, slowly disappearing into the air. What kind of ability is this? Chen Chang clenched his sword in fear. There is no doubt that this phantom is the evil god behind the upper servant. However, it seems that it is not the real body that has arrived, but just a phantom of energy. This is true, otherwise they would not be alive. Tear down the altar first to avoid any accidents later. Chen Chang came to the front of the altar with a sword in hand, and struck out with a sword to the left and right. The two iron chains were cut in half like tofu. With a loud bang, the altar tilted and fell to the ground. What were those moonlights just now? Chen Chang came to Xin Xinling and Li Yan and looked at Xin Xinling. The mark of the moon goddess. This evil god is actually the moon goddess. Xin Xinling's face looked grim. The moon god is a newly announced evil god by the Federation. The moonlight is one of the moon god's original powers. Those who bear the moon god's mark will be transformed into moon god's followers within half an hour. Ah? Then is there any hope for you? Chen Chang asked Xin Xinling with a look that said, "Do you want me to give you a quick death first?" Li Yan glared at him, her expression somewhat unnatural, and she pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands. Xin Xinling showed a rare embarrassment and said, "There are not many ways to remove the moon god's mark, but there are also many. You just happen to have this ability." The true meaning of Mahayana martial arts? Chen Chang answered quickly. I didn't expect, Sword Heart Remains, to be so powerful. It seems that spiritual will is really the first order weapon to fight against evil gods. The true meaning of this Mahayana level martial arts was defeated by the evil god. Chen Chang sighed in his heart twice, and then he understood why Li Yan had such an embarrassed expression. A fourth level warrior's true martial arts intention cannot be released externally, it can only be transferred into the opponent's body through close proximity. The true martial arts intention is an extension of the warrior's spiritual will, and once transferred into the opponent's body, it is equivalent to seeing their body naked. 2 minutes have passed. Chen Chang pretended to count the time, then looked at Xin Xinling and said, "Master, you go first." Even though Xin Xinling was a veteran, she still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. After all, Chen Chang is too young, and she is more than a generation older than him. At this age, she can be Chen Chang's mother. But she didn't waste any time and sat down cross-legged with her back to Chen Chang. Although the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts can restrain the mark of the evil god, it cannot be easily expelled. It requires a little bit of polishing and will take a lot of time. If he could eliminate 3 or 5 in just half an hour, he'd be lucky. However, with more than 10 people on the field, time was of the essence, and some people were bound to be sacrificed. The gang leaders also knew this truth and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Chen Chang, save me. I hate evil gods the most in my life. I don't want to become a follower of evil gods. I still want to fight alongside you. Save me, save me. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. This time I'm going to fight and my 80-year-old mother and 2-year-old child are waiting for me to return home." The third-level warriors are all playing the victim. "Xiao Chen, I'm very pleased to see you're so outstanding. You're a martial artist that I've watched grow up. Xiao Xue can be considered as half of your guide on the path of martial arts." After Zhao Qiping played the emotional card with great emotion, he began to promise huge profits. "After this battle, I plan to retire from the martial arts world. I will open a martial arts school in the city and teach the flowers of Xia country to strengthen their bodies and enjoy the rest of my life. Tianhao will need a young and capable person to take over. I am very confident in handing it over to you." Zhang Mo couldn't help but curse. "Shameless old thing, now you know how to act familiar?" When the Zhou family put a bounty on Chen Chang, Tianhao was the first to post it. "My Iron Chain gang doesn't have anything else, but I have a group of loyal brothers. If you don't mind, Chen Chang, the whole gang will follow your lead from now on." The gang leaders argued fiercely. They all expressed their willingness to follow Chen Chang's orders, hoping to get a place for treatment. "Don't make any noise, don't make any noise. Line up one by one, I'll do my best." Chen Chang cursed angrily and sat down cross-legged behind Xin Xinling. Lifting the hem of his martial arts uniform, he reached out and placed his hand on the other person's fair and smooth back. The true meaning of martial arts was transferred into the other person's body. Chen Chang immediately felt a cold breath, lingering on Xin Xinling's lower abdomen. He thought this was the mark of the moon goddess. The true meaning of his martial arts is like fire, and the moon god's mark is like water and fire are constantly blending. Xin Xinling's lower abdomen felt hot and cold, and she couldn't help but hum softly, her face turning red unnaturally. Li Yan widened her eyes and stared at Aunt Xin and Chen Chang. My mind is in a mess. What should I do? What should I do? About 5 minutes later, Chen Chang opened his eyes and said, Owner, it's done. He lowered the hem of Xin Xinling's clothes and looked up at Li Yan. Sister Yan, what are you waiting for? You don't want to become a servant of the evil god, do you? Chen Chang deliberately raised the corners of his mouth and let out a sneering laugh. You! Li Yan was so angry that her chest puffed up and she stomped her feet hard. After Xin Xinling stood up, she pulled Li Yan and urged, it's just to dispel the moon god's mark. Don't think too much. Hurry up. There are many people waiting to be saved. It seemed that the last sentence touched Li Yan. She closed her eyes and walked to Chen Chang and sat down. I took several deep breaths and tried to keep myself calm. The hem of her clothes was lifted up, and a cool breeze blew in from behind. When a warm palm touched her back, she couldn't help but tense up. The silver teeth clenched together tightly. During the alternation between hot and cold, the extreme strange feeling made her want to scream, but she endured it and swallowed it down into her stomach. Only the sound of rapid breathing revealed her restlessness. Chen Chang was multitasking, attacking the moon goddess's mark while feeling Li Yan's perfect figure. A 4th-level courageous warrior is indeed different. The martial arts will enter the body, as if the two spirits were entangled together. Li Yan felt that Chen Chang was daydreaming, and his face was as red as a fire cloud, spreading to his ears. This pervert is full of evil intentions. At this moment, the sound of breaking glass was heard in the air. The evil god's domain has been lifted. Xin Xinling was the first to react. The others also looked ecstatic. Where are the Federation's experts? Why haven't they arrived yet? Help! Here he comes, it must be the Federation's martial saint. We are all saved. A group of people were crying, some were laughing, and their eyes were all looking into the distance. There, 4 figures floated over together. Li Yi took the lead and landed on the ground first. He felt relieved after taking a look around, but then his eyes darkened and he looked at Li Yan and Chen Chang. Chapter 61 Dad, Chen Chang wants to sleep with me. Chen Chang also noticed the person coming at the first moment. These 4 people all had 3 big question marks on their heads, and their vitality far exceeded his detection limit. Level 6, level 7, or above level 7. Damn it, you guys came at the wrong time. You didn't come when we were fighting, but now that it's over you come running over and are an eyesore. Especially the old man Dang who was walking in front, what was he looking at? Why was he so fierce? It feels like I owe him money. Chen Chang complained bitterly in his heart. At this time, Xin Xinling spoke first, greetings to the host and all the martial saints. The people around followed suit and saluted one after another. Li Yan came back to her senses, surprised and delighted. Dad, why did you come just now? He fought a bloody battle with the evil god's servants and nothing happened, but such a great hero of the Federation was almost killed by his own people behind the scenes. Chen Chang's face changed drastically when he heard this, and his heart sank. It's over, this Lao Dang is Sister Yan's father and the chief owner of Tianji Tower. Judging from his posture, he must be at least a martial saint, perhaps even stronger. After all, the 3 martial saints walking behind him were being a bit too respectful. What to do? To avoid being misunderstood, apply eye drops to yourself next time, right? Chen Chang explained while gathering his luck. Hello, host. I'm helping Sister Yan remove the moon god mark. Li Yan's body was weak and powerless at this moment. She stumbled when she tried to stand up. Chen Chang quickly reached out to support her. Li glanced at him and said, thank you for your hard work. You are the Chen Chang that Xiaoshen mentioned, right? This time, it is all thanks to you. If you hadn't comprehended the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts, the consequences would be disastrous. Not only would her daughter die, but hundreds of thousands of Xia citizens in the old city would also die, and the aftermath of the subsequent war with the evil god would cause countless casualties. Chen Chang smiled and said, it's what we should do. We were born in Xia country and grew up on this land. We can't tolerate outsiders being so presumptuous. Seeing that Chen Chang still refused to let go and was still entering into the true meaning of martial arts, Li Yi's mouth twitched. Leave it to me next. I will clean up the moon god mark. Before Chen Chang could say anything, he felt a strong force moving it away. Li Yan seemed to come back to life. She quickly got up, pulled down the clothes on her back, and moved closer to her father, constantly winking at him. Li Yi couldn't persuade his daughter, so he raised his hand and pressed it, and an invisible field unfolded. "Speak now, only the three of us can hear you." Li Yan immediately pointed at Chen Chang. "Dad, Chen Chang wants to sleep with me." "Dad, don't listen to Sister Yan's nonsense." "I definitely didn't mean that." Chen Chang's scalp tingled and he blurted out first. When Li Yi heard the word dad at the end, he took a deep breath and looked at Chen Chang from head to toe. He automatically ignored his daughter Li Yan's words. As a man himself, he understands men's thoughts. Everyone loves beauty, and Li Yan is so outstanding, it's normal for her to be admired by young men. But Chen Chang is a bit too arrogant. What does he mean by calling him dad? Seeing that Li Yan looked unhappy, Chen Chang explained, "Original poster, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. It's mainly because I've been practicing with Sister Yan for many days, and I already think of her as my own sister. When I saw you, I couldn't help but speak hastily." Li Yi's expression remained unchanged. He silently looked at his daughter. Seeing that she didn't refute him, he looked at Chen Chang and said, "After this incident, many powerful forces in the Federation will come looking for you. Not to mention those far away, the Xia Kingdom's Military and Security Bureau will definitely offer the best conditions to recruit you. What are your plans?" Chen Chang felt a little scared when he saw the faint smile on Li Yi's face. This OP, Lao Deng, is such a bad guy. Now it was clear that he was taking advantage of Sister Yan's antics to make a fuss. If his answer did not satisfy Li Yi, he would definitely be criticized. Chen Chang didn't want to be beaten by a gang of thugs while walking at night. Tianji Tower has treated me well. If the owner of the tower doesn't abandon me, I will naturally not leave. This was the truth. When he was desperate, it was Li Yan and Shen Xinling who brought him back to Tianji Tower and bore the Zhou family's wrath. He always remembers this kindness. Li Yi was very satisfied and said, "You should prepare well during this period. Come back to the headquarters with Li Yan and me in a couple of days. I will also have Shaoxin customize a new contract for you. Tianji Tower never treats its geniuses unfairly. It just so happens that there's a level 5 ruins that will be open soon. You and Li Yan can go in together then." Chen Chang was flattered. He didn't expect Li Yi to be so concerned. In addition to customizing the contract, he also planned to arrange for him and Li Yan to enter the ruins together. The ruins are the bridgehead for the extraterritorial evil gods to attack the Federation. They use space bubble technology to project a small world and form it near the federal territory. Level 5 ruins, the highest admission requirement is level 5 warriors. The ruins personally arranged by a strong man like Li Yi must have something special, especially since Li Yan was allowed to enter together. Li Yan pouted when she heard this. "Dad, have you ever cared about your daughter? Not only did he not help me get back at square one, but he was clearly leaning towards Chen Chang. If I remember correctly, the spot for the 5th level ruins was originally reserved for my second brother, right?" She looked at Chen Chang with complicated eyes. Li Yi dealt with his daughter with a smile. After unlocking the soundproofing field, he said to the 3 martial saints beside him, "I will clear away the aura left by the moon goddess at the altar. I'll trouble you to go through the rest of the place." "You're welcome, Mr. Li." The 3 of them clasped their fists together. It was only then that Chen Chang noticed that among the remaining 3 people, there was a female martial arts saint. Just looking at the beauty of her back, even Xiao Xie can't compare to her. He looked at him silently for a moment longer, and when he saw the other person turn around to look at him, he looked away. These 3 Xia Kingdom martial saints were not from the Tianji Tower, so he did not dare to offend them. Bai Yuhan looked Chen Chang up and down, with a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. Chen Chang was much younger than she expected. Looks like 18? Xiao Yang was in a dilemma. When he saw Chen Chang, he couldn't help but feel surprised. "I didn't expect that this 5th level fighter was actually Chen Chang, who had previously registered and certified with the Warrior Association. It's a pity that I don't know him well. Because of the Zhou family, I didn't recruit him." He sighed softly in his heart, but didn't care much. He has seen too many geniuses, but how many of them can truly grow up? Before the 4th stage, it was just small fights. The real beginning was after the 5th stage. If you want to keep improving your martial arts, you have to fight and hone yourself in the ruins or on the battlefield. 9 out of 10 geniuses will die young. Wan Yu walked straight towards Chen Chang and said, "Hello, I'm the commander of the Ninth Legion. Are you interested in pursuing a career in the military?" Chen Chang was flattered. He didn't expect that this martial saint in military uniform would invite him personally. However, with a life enjoyment system, joining the military is absolutely impossible. You can't take your wife and friends with you, right? He felt a toothache just thinking about it, and was considering how to refuse. Wan Yu smiled again and said, "Just follow your heart. Building Master Li won't have any objections. I'll talk to him on your behalf." Chapter 62 Federal Notice, Hero Warrior. "Thank you, Commander Wang, for your kindness." Chen Chang bowed solemnly and said, "I'm having a good time in Tianji Tower." Wan Yu did not insist, but patted Chen Chang on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. I hope Xia country will have another martial saint in the future." Chen Chang nodded in greeting. At this time, rescue teams drove into the old city and began to clean up the broken streets bit by bit, searching for survivors who were short of food and water. Li Yi's figure disappeared first. The three martial saints discussed with each other, each chose a direction, and left the venue. The warriors on the field breathed a sigh of relief as the invisible pressure disappeared. Xin Xinling felt relieved and turned to look at Chen Chang and Li Yan, only to find that they were staring at each other. "Have you already broken through to the 4th level? Why didn't you tell me and Aunt Shen before?" Since her father didn't help her, Li Yan decided to take matters into her own hands. "Are you my wife or my boss? Why should I tell you?" Chen Chang and Li Yan looked at each other, showing no intention of giving in. "You bastard!" Li Yan was furious and wanted to fight, but she was no match for him. She felt a little regretful she should have hit him harder and taught him a lesson earlier. Xin Xinling watched silently for a while, and her heart skipped a beat. "It looks like the cabbage that I watched grow up was not taken away by Chen Chang, right?" Li Yan often practiced and lived in the Luo City branch building. Xin Xinling knew her too well. When had Xiaoyan ever been angry with the opposite sex? Li Yan's eyes widened like a cow's, but she finally blinked first due to her physical weakness, and was defeated. She snorted coldly and turned away. "Starting today, we're going to increase the intensity of our training. Chen Chang, just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you." Tianji Tower. Xiao Xia paced back and forth in the living room. The 4-player mahjong game had just ended. Hu Shui did not leave immediately after Xiao Xiya's request. "Sister Shui, do you know what happened outside?" Xiao Xiya had no talent for martial arts. Even though Chen Chang had deliberately taken care of her with the Haohuan Heart Sutra, he hadn't been able to raise her vitality above 1. She couldn't become a warrior, and to this day, she was still a limited quasi-warrior. She could only vaguely sense that something was amiss outside. Hu Shui glanced at Xiao Xia. This pretty, delicate woman, who looked a bit clueless, wasn't sure how she could possibly please Chen Chang. Could it be that this bad guy only likes the soft, weak, and easy-to-bully type? The evil gods from outside the domain have sent people to infiltrate the old city. Xiao Chen left in a hurry just now, finishing his mahjong game in a hurry. "I think it's time for the final battle. I hope they can return victorious." Hu Shui sighed and looked out the window. Her vitality had improved significantly during her reconstruction with Chen Chang. Not only had she broken through to the 2nd level, but it was steadily improving daily, nearing the 3rd level. She felt the turbulence of the previous battle clearly, and a sense of apocalyptic terror permeated her heart. "That dazzling sword light is so terrifying. I don't know where it came from." Zhouya was cleaning the floor beside the mahjong table, wiping back and forth with her hands on the rag. She was most shocked at this moment in the living room. Despite her lowest status, she had the highest vitality. She was a 3rd-level cultivator, and her vitality, during the process of being drained and restored, had slowly risen to 20 points. That's the master's breath. What a terrifying sword intent. Even a high-ranking servant would be no match for him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little proud, and she even quickened her pace in wiping the floor. Xiao Xia's heart sank in her chest after hearing Hu Shui's words. Although she knew Chen Chang was already a 4th-rank courage warrior and that this partner had never let her down, she couldn't help but feel worried. She put down the unfinished piece knot in her hands and prayed silently in her heart. At this moment, the door was pushed open. "Husband, you're back." Xiao Xia was overjoyed and ran towards Chen Chang. Chen Chang gave her a big hug and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Did someone tell you?" "I did. I saw Xia was worried, so I told her when she asked," Hu Shui explained. He was shocked, his heart pounding. Chen Chang's vitality was far stronger than ever before. This aura far surpasses the president's. Could that sword light from earlier have been created by Chen Chang? When did he become a 4th-level courage warrior? Hu Shui was oblivious to the daily closeness and deep conversation between the two. This little rascal's talent is truly abnormal. With this kind of talent and his temperament, I'm afraid we won't be able to get along with each other in the future. Hu Shui had a premonition: in the future, a vast martial arts family would stand tall in the Federation. Regardless of their ultimate strength, they were bound to be numerous. Chen Chang didn't care too much. He let go of Xiao Xiye and said, "Let's pack up tonight. We'll go back to the city tomorrow." Really? Xiao Xiye was overjoyed. While there was plenty of food and drink in the black market, it was populated by warriors and would-be warriors, and the shops were all centered around martial arts. It lacked the atmosphere of ordinary people's lives, and she had long wanted to return to the city. Has the Zhou family's trouble been resolved? Chen Chang nodded. Great, then I can go out to work. Looking at the expression of federal currency in Xiao Xiye's eyes, Chen Chang couldn't help shaking his head. This cheap school beauty wife really didn't forget to put down the idea of going to work for a single day. The first month's payment of 10 million federal coins from the S-level contract offered by Tianji Tower had already arrived, and Chen Chang had also shared the card password with Xiao Xiye. Apart from Chen Chang's food expenses, the two of them didn't have much to spend. Chen Chang did not try to persuade her. He had tried to persuade her several times before in the federal resettlement housing, but Xiao Xiye always said, "You're just sitting around doing nothing anyway, so why not go out and work to supplement the family income?" At night, Chen Chang seized the opportunity to play another game of 4-player mahjong. The next day, Mother Chen came back from shopping early and complained to Father Chen, "Back then, I asked you to persuade Xianzi not to choose Xie. Look, it's been several months, and there's still no sign of our grandson." Father Chen lit a cigarette. Looking at the dating information between Chen Chang and Xiao Xiye, Chen Chang certainly wasn't worthy of this daughter-in-law. But now it seems there's something wrong. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Do you think it's possible that Xie can't get pregnant?" Mother Chen dropped the dish in her hand into the dish basin. "It's possible, very likely." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. "Xianzi will bring Xie back soon, so you can ask around. This brat has been gone for so long, and there's no reply. I almost called the police." At noon, the aroma of food filled the air. As soon as Chen Chang and Xiao Xiye opened the door, they were stared at by two pairs of sharp eyes. Mother Chen sneered, "You're back, Jiangzi. You said you were taking Xie on a trip, but did you end up in outer space? You didn't even reply to a single message." Chen Chang chuckled, unsure how to begin explaining. Now that the Zhou family's troubles were completely resolved, he no longer had to hide his identity as a warrior and could tell his parents openly. "Xie, come and wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I specially stewed a pot of starfish today. This kind of spiritual fish will make your children smart if you eat it." Mother Chen smiled and pulled Xiao Xiye. Xiao Xiye used to be disgusted by the word giving birth, but this time she smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Mom. I was just planning to tell Achun that I want a child." Mother Chen raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, could it be that he and his wife have misunderstood their daughter-in-law? At the dinner table, Father Chen changed the subject. This time, the evil god from outside the domain sent people to attack the old city. It's really dangerous. The Federation has so many martial saints and half-step martial gods, and I don't know how they set up the defense line. Someone actually broke into my hometown. Chen's mother looked terrified when she heard this. They had been evacuated from Los Angeles for nearly 10 days and only returned last night. I heard that the warrior who quelled the chaos in the old city was a talented young man who saved hundreds of thousands of lives. I heard from Lao Wang that this heroic warrior was only 18 years old and still a grassroots. It's incredible. Xiao Xiye suppressed her laughter and hesitated to speak. She had listened to her husband's account of the incident at the bedside last night. At this moment, the news channel Chen's father was watching changed, and the anchor solemnly reported, "The catastrophic accident in Los Angeles that gripped the hearts of hundreds of millions of citizens has ended. The high-level servants sent by the extraterritorial evil god were killed by Xia Nation's genius warrior Chen Chang with a single strike. He saved countless lives and prevented the evil god from descending upon Xia Nation. The Federation hereby awards Chen Chang the title of Heroic Warrior." An animation was displayed on the TV screen. A young warrior holding a long sword was confronting a tall giant. Chapter 63 Chapter 63 Excited brother-in-law, Grandmaster comes to visit. Chen Chang? This heroic warrior has the same name as Changzi. Chen's mother was surprised and reached out to pick up a piece of food with chopsticks. Father Chen took a sip of soup and squinted his eyes at the TV. He could vaguely feel the oppression of the evil god's servants from the picture. Heroes emerge from youth. Father Chen was also quite surprised that this heroic warrior had the same name as his son. Xianzi, you and Siya have to hurry up and have a few more children. Maybe you can have a genius. Yes, it's hard to explain the talent in martial arts. Father Chen echoed Mother Chen. Xiao Siya blushed and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mom and Dad, this Chen Chang is Ah Chang. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Chen Chang with a proud look on her face. Chen Chang was ready to face his parents' admiring and shocked eyes. He reached out for a napkin, wiped the corner of his mouth, and sat up straight. Father Chen frowned and said nothing. Mother Chen laughed and said, Siya, this joke is not funny at all. It's true. Xiao Siya was a little anxious. How could this old couple not even believe their own son? Chen's mother said, Xianzi, this kid doesn't even have the energy to kill a chicken. What's wrong with him? As his mother, I don't understand. Chen Chang smiled at Xiao Siya. He had actually forgotten about this. The impression he had left on his parents was too deep. It was normal for his parents to initially disbelieve him when he suddenly announced that he had become a fourth-tier warrior, had quelled the chaos in the old city, and was a heroic warrior as reported by the Federation. Chen Chang simply followed his parents' advice and said, Siya, let's have a few more children. Xiao Siya blushed, lowered her head, and nodded slightly. In the evening, it was time for my younger brothers and sisters to come home from school. Chen Ling excitedly opened the door, kicked off her leather shoes, threw her school bag onto the sofa, and shouted, Mom and Dad, our brother has made it. Mother Chen poked her head out of the kitchen, and her expression began to change. There was a hint of indescribable excitement and shock in her confusion. Then Chen Ling continued, a heroic warrior. Second brother is a heroic warrior. He killed the high-ranking servants of the extraterritorial evil god with a single sword strike, saved the old city, and prevented the evil god from descending. He's a great hero in our city of Los Angeles. Chen Ling finished her words excitedly, then turned around and saw her brother and sister-in-law sitting in the living room, looking at her with their heads tilted. Her face flushed, but she was more happy than anything else. She rushed towards Chen Chang and threw him onto the sofa. Brother, when did you secretly practice martial arts? You didn't even take me with you. No wonder you went on a blind date and won my sister-in-law over as soon as you met her. Chen Ling chattered a lot, then lay on Chen Chang and kept asking Chen Chang to teach her martial arts. Mother Chen was petrified, and the spatula in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Xianzi? He's a heroic warrior? He's really the heroic warrior mentioned in the notice? Father Chen was leaning in a rocking chair, reading a newspaper with a pair of reading glasses on. After hearing what his daughter Chen Ling said, he slowly moved the newspaper down an inch, and stared at his son Chen Chang through his reading glasses and over the newspaper. After observing carefully for a while, I couldn't see any flaws at all. This doesn't seem fake. My daughter is in school. She probably received a commendation from the school. The more Mr. Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. With a swish, the newspaper broke into two pieces. However, Father Chen remained calm and looked relaxed. Ah Qiang, you did a great job. You are worthy of being my son. After hearing her husband's familiar voice, Chen's mother picked up the shovel and glanced at him. What does it have to do with you? It's all because of my good genes. Xiao Siya was smiling broadly at this time, listening to the quarrel between Chen's father and mother, and watching her sister-in-law pestering Chen Chang to jump up and down and insist on practicing martial arts. Her heart was full of pride. Chen Chang pressed a finger on Chen Ling's head, and no matter how hard he tried, she couldn't escape. Study hard, little brat. Let your brain grow first. Martial arts training isn't just about training your muscles, training your brain is equally crucial. Chen Chang was seriously fooling his sister. When Chen Ling heard her brother's serious words, she stopped jumping and her watery eyes moved rapidly. Then when I get into high school, you can teach me martial arts, how about that? Chen Chang said perfunctorily, okay. Regardless of whether his sister has a talent for martial arts, he doesn't want Chen Ling to practice martial arts. Martial arts training is not just playing house. Especially after the incident of the evil god's servants descending on the old city, Chen Chang's sense of urgency has become even stronger. He needs to become stronger. He doesn't feel safe at all with his current strength. In the Federation, there are still wild warriors before the 4th level who can mingle everywhere and engage in gray industries, earn money, enjoy life, and slowly and steadily improve their vitality. But there is no such thing when you reach the 4th level. If a 4th level courage warrior wants to improve further, he must enter the ruins or starfield battlefield to obtain a large amount of starstones and other training resources. At this time, even if they are not federal soldiers, they are federal soldiers, and the danger is increasing exponentially. Chen Shang glanced at Chen Ling and couldn't help but chuckle when he saw him dancing with joy after getting a positive answer. This sister has a good brain and is quite intelligent, but she is not a student at all. She uses her intelligence in the wrong places, such as thinking about how to play pranks on herself all day long. Chen Shang never forgot that before he got married and started his own family, he was woken up every morning by this little girl's smelly socks. Seeing Chen Shang's nostalgic look, Chen Ling shrank her head and said, "Brother, I was naughty before. Please forgive me, okay?" Chen Shang crossed his legs and pursed his lips, saying, "It depends on your performance." Chen Ling understood what he meant, and came over like a lackey and started to massage Chen Shang's legs. "Well, harder. Pinch your calves too." 10 minutes later, Chen Ling's head was covered in sweat. He wiped his forehead and said, "Brother, you're too hard, like a lump of iron, I can't even move it." Chen Shang scoffed. He was a dignified 4th-rank courage warrior, so if this little girl could easily move him, he would be in trouble. At this moment, the door was pushed open. My younger brother Chen Hua ran in with a beaming look on his face. "Brother, sister-in-law." He greeted them with surprise, and then shouted at the top of his voice, "Dad, Mom, brother has made it." He glanced at his parents and found that they had calm expressions, but with smiles on their lips. He immediately realized that Chen Ling had gotten there first. He made himself look bad, put his school bag aside, and turned to Chen Shang. "Brother, please teach me. I also want to learn martial arts. I heard from my classmates that it costs a lot of money to develop vitality. I have saved a lot of New Year's money, so I can invest this amount." Chen Hua pointed with 2 fingers. Chen Shang waved his hand, "Just like your sister, get into number 1 high school first." Chen Hua was immediately deflated when he heard this. He couldn't study and it was impossible for him to get into a high school. At the dinner table, the family was in high spirits. Mother Chen had prepared a table full of dishes, all made of expensive meat from exotic animals found in the ruins. "Come, let's celebrate Xiangzi, your second brother, becoming a great warrior and hero. Cheers!" At the same time, a small aircraft slowly stopped downstairs in Chen's community. Luo City Mayor Bai Yufan, a 7th-level martial arts master, jumped down from above. Chapter 64 Security Bureau Invitation, unless Bai Wuxing comes to ask himself. Ding dong, the doorbell of Chen's house rang. Chen's father and mother were sitting inside, and Chen Lin and Chen Hua were eating with their mouths full of oil. Xiao Xie wiped the corner of her mouth gently, then stood up to open the door. "Hello, Bai, Mayor?" Upon hearing this, Chen's father and mother were stunned for a moment, and then looked at a loss. Chen Shang stood up, walked to Xiao Xie and said with a smile, "Mayor Bai must be looking for me. Have you eaten yet? It's a good opportunity for us to have something to eat together." The man outside the door looked to be in his early 30s, quite young for a mayor. Above his head, the vitality number was 3 question marks. He's also a martial arts master. Most of them are above level 6, but they don't give people the same oppressive feeling as the previous martial saints. Chen Shang actually didn't know him, but he felt that he looked familiar. He must have seen him on the news or at school before. When Xiao Xie saw Chen Shang coming over, she immediately relaxed and followed suit. Chen's father and mother finally calmed down, and they could hardly hide their excitement. "My son has really made it big. Even the mayor came to our house in person." Mother Chen stood up eagerly with a smile on her face. "Mayor Bai, come in and have dinner with us." Father Chen also spoke up and said, "Hello, yes, if you have anything to ask Chen Shang, you can talk to him while eating. I promise that this guy will cooperate with you." Chen's father often watched the news and was no stranger to the young martial arts master and mayor. Seeing this, Bai Yufan couldn't refuse the kindness. He had originally planned to just go through the motions to please his sister, but this time he changed his mind and prepared to get to know this heroic warrior. He nodded at Chen Shang and said, "Sorry to bother you." As he walked into the house, he greeted Mr. and Mrs. Chen with a smile. After eating a few bites of food, Bai Yufan looked at Chen Shang and smiled. "I've made the bold move to come here for 2 main reasons. After the evil god's plan to descend was foiled, Los Angeles City is preparing to hold a security briefing. As the hero who personally killed the evil god's servants and saved Los Angeles, we hope you can attend. Attending events? That's a bit troublesome. He would rather play more mahjong with this time. Chen Chang looked embarrassed. Father Chen coughed and said, "Ah Chang, the people of Los Angeles will definitely want to see you." He winked at Chen Chang twice. He had already called several friends that afternoon and had friendly discussions. If Chen Chang could attend the event, the effect would be even better. Bai Yufan continued, "The military will also be present to award you the Xia Kingdom's first-class merit and the federal gold medal." Father Chen's breathing quickened. He rubbed his wife under the table and motioned Mother Chen to persuade her together. He didn't know much about the federal gold medal and had no idea of its meaning or value. But he knew that Xiagua's first-class merit was only awarded to warriors who had made outstanding contributions to Xiagua. Most warriors received it after dying in battle. Chen Chang was still not interested. Chen's father and mother were so anxious that they could only stare blankly. Bai Yufan frowned slightly, glanced at Chen Chang and continued. "After receiving the Federation Gold Medal, you can directly establish a registered martial arts family. You no longer need to go to the battlefield to accumulate military merits and follow the Federation's procedures." Establish a martial arts family directly? Chen Chang was a little surprised. The so-called martial arts family does not mean that one can become one just by having many people and strong abilities. Martial arts families require federal recognition. Once registered, they enjoy preferential treatment in education, healthcare, and martial arts training for generations. Chen Chang himself might not really need it, after all, he has it hanging on his body, but it is very necessary to get it for his family, relatives, and future descendants. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother almost agreed on Chen Chang's behalf. If the Chen family became a martial arts family, with Chen Ling's grades, she could directly enter the first high school. "Thank you Mayor Bai for the invitation. I will be there tomorrow." Only then did Chen's mother stop, her eyes were almost broken from blinking. While showing off their meal, Chen Ling and Chen Hua carefully looked at Bai Yufan and their brother, with surprise on their faces. Chen Ling thought that she was sure of a high score now, so she pestered her second brother to practice martial arts at night. Chen Hua calculated the score in his mind. The martial arts family added 60 points. "I scored 450 in the last mock exam, so this brings the score to 530. But it's still 80 points away from the high score line of 620. Chen Ling glanced at Chen Hua counting his fingers and sneered disdainfully. Bai Yufan received a positive answer, but he was not very happy. He had originally had a good impression of Chen Chang, who was young and talented and who dared to stand up in times of crisis. But after getting in touch with him now, it seems that he is not going to release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. He was worried that if such a person joined the security bureau, it would be difficult to command him in the future, and he might even do something disobedient. But when he thought about the fact that Bai Yuhang had specifically instructed him to do this, Bai Yufan had no choice but to say, "There's one more thing. Bai Wuxing asked me to invite you to join the security bureau." "Is she from the security bureau?" A beautiful figure in police uniform appeared in Chen Chang's mind. "This is the female martial saint I met last night. Why didn't she just invite me? Was she afraid I'd reject her?" Chen Chang was a little bit arrogant, but it was just a thought. If the female martial saint really came in person, he would still be timid. When Bai Yufan saw this, he knew that everything was safe. "Sure enough, no man can resist my sister's charm. There are only a handful of female martial saints in the entire Federation. There's only one in Xia country. I wonder how many young talented warriors would want to join the security bureau just for the chance to meet Bai Yuhang." Bai Yufan thought proudly. "I'm sorry, Tianji Tower has treated me well." Chen Chang refused righteously and added silently in his heart, unless Bai Wuxing came to speak in person. "What did you say?" Bai Yufan thought he had misheard. It was the first time he saw someone reject Bai Yuhang's invitation, even though he was making the invitation on his behalf. Chen Chang repeated it. Bai Yufan was stunned and looked at Chen Chang with a strange expression. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is Bai Wuxing's business card. You can contact her anytime after a few days when you have made up your mind." Bai Yufan didn't believe it and started to drag Chen Chang to drink, mentioning the famous wars of the Federation from time to time. 6 years ago, the Seer civilization fought its way out of ruins number 11, and Xia Nation was about to be engulfed in the flames of war. White Martial Saint, with his sword alone, crossed the river in white, killing his way through, blocking thousands of Seer civilization's elite soldiers on the other side of the Huangjiang River. Bai Yufan drank his wine, his face full of memories, and spitted at Chun Chang. Although you are young, you have already grasped the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. However, the fourth level is only the starting point of the true martial arts, and there is still a long way to go. Join the security bureau and you will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the white martial saint every month. Bai Yufan took a sip of his wine and patted Chun Chang on the shoulder. His words were implicit in his words, "Young man, you still have a lot to learn and practice." Chen Shang didn't listen at all and just thought that this person was a fanatical fan of Bai Wuxing. Who makes someone beautiful and strong? It is normal to have such a licking dog. Due to the question mark above Bai Yufan's head, Chen Shang was no match for him and had to listen to his nagging patiently. After seeing off the eccentric Mayor Bai, Chen Shang shook his head and murmured something. It seems that this white martial saint is very keen on recruiting talents from the Federation. I took out the business card and looked at the WeChat ID on it, but didn't add it. Martial Saint, the waters are still too deep for him. Chapter 65 Sister-in-law wants to become a disciple safety report conference. At night, after Chen Chang sent away his persistent sister Chen Lin, he took Xiao Xia back to the federal resettlement house. His parents asked him to stay at home for one night, so how could Chen Chang dare to stay? He now has to work hard every night, and the noise is a bit loud, which would be bad if it disturbs his parents and younger siblings. Chen Chang and Xiao Xia met frankly on the old battlefield. Looking at Chen Chang, who is as strong as a bull, tearing open the package. No need, it's not about having a child. Xiao Xia's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her face was flushed, and her ears were red. After making love, Chen Chang hugged Xiao Xia, who was nestled in his arms. You and I will go to the safety report meeting tomorrow night. Xiao Xia's body was limp and she nodded lightly. After a while, she whispered, "Honey, I want to go see my sister first tomorrow." "Okay, I'll go with you." Xiao Xia rubbed Chen Chang's chin with her face. "It's so kind of you." Early the next morning, Chen Chang woke up on time and took a look at the panel prompt. The life rating was downgraded to S level, and the cultivation points became 5 points. As expected, we still can't slack off in our cultivation. Once we get to the Magic City, we need to settle down as quickly as possible and find a way to trick Sister Shui over. Zhou, don't worry. Just prepare a nest. When Xiao Xia got up, her steps were a bit bumpy. She rolled her eyes at Chen Chang. Chen Chang's vitality was getting stronger and stronger. Last night, he was alone, and she was no match for him. Especially Chen Chang, who was freed from the seal. It was an experience I had never had before. Xiao family. When Xiao Xia arrived with Chen Chang, the living room was crowded with people. My sister-in-law Xiao Rua had the sharpest eyes and was the first to shout. Brother-in-law. The crowd suddenly exploded. Xiao Xia's brothers and sisters, the younger ones are still in school, and the older ones have already started families, and they came here with their families. The voices of adults and children mixed together. Zhao's mother ran over wearing an apron and holding a shovel. Xiao Chen is here. Xia, why are you standing there? Take Xiao Chen to the living room and sit down. The food will be ready soon. Her face was full of smiles, and she was completely different from when she visited her sister-in-law in the hospital. Chen Chang didn't care. The Federation is a society where the strong prey on the weak, and admiration for the strong is a gene engraved in people's bones. Xiao Xia was very happy. For the first time, she felt that everyone in the family was revolving around her. But she knew that these were all brought by Chen Chang, but she also enjoyed it. Sister, tell me how you met your brother-in-law? Sister, you have good taste. You found a heroic warrior as your husband. Unlike me, I found a loser who just saunters through life and has no ambition. Sister, why don't you ask your brother-in-law to teach us martial arts? My classmate's vitality has been developed to 0.95, and he can sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds. That's amazing. At the dinner table, Father Xiao pulled his son-in-law who was sitting next to him and said, "Thanks to Xiao Chun, because of the moon dew essence you sent, Xiao Rua not only saved his life but also recovered his health." You're welcome, Dad. Xia's sister is also my sister. Father Xiao drank some wine and his old face turned red. He felt a lot of emotions at this moment. When he first saw his son-in-law in the hospital, he and his wife were not very satisfied. But he kept it in his heart and didn't show it. I really didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary son-in-law is actually so talented. Not only is he a warrior, but he is also an extremely powerful one. This time he was able to return to Los Angeles to live, all thanks to the other party's plan to stop the evil god from coming. Otherwise, the house you have worked hard for your whole life will most likely be reduced to ruins. After dinner, Xiao Xia took Chen Chang to her boudoir for a nap. Xiao Rua poked out his little head, looked around cunningly, and cleared his throat. Sister, brother-in-law, I hope I didn't disturb you? What do you think? Xiao Xia rolled her eyes at her most beloved sister. Xiao Rua walked in. Brother-in-law, I want to become your disciple and learn martial arts from you in the future. Are you crazy? Xiao Xia sat up from the bed. My younger sister became a useless person after practicing martial arts and almost lost her life. You finally managed to save your life, and now you still dare to practice? Chen Chang was surprised. He didn't expect that his sister-in-law was so determined. But forget about becoming a disciple. That would mess up the relationship and it would sound a bit weird. You can practice martial arts, but forget about becoming my disciple. Husband. My sister isn't cut out for martial arts. Xiao Xia was a little anxious. Xiao Rua was overjoyed. She hadn't held much hope, but she didn't expect Chen Chang to actually agree. Thank you, brother-in-law. Chen Chang nodded and squeezed Xiao Xia's waist with his hand. My sister is talented. Her previous failures were due to two reasons. One was that she didn't have the skills, and the other was that she didn't have the resources and was too hasty. We are going to establish a martial arts family in the future, and we need someone from within the martial arts world. Xiao Rua can help you. Xiao Xia thought about it after hearing this and said, okay then. The safety report conference was held at the Los Angeles Safety Center. Before entering the venue, Chen Chang took Xiao Xia to the mall. Looking at the luxurious store, Xiao Xia took smaller and smaller steps, feeling a little insecure. Aqiang, why don't you just forget it? This outfit of mine looks good. Chen Chang took a look and found that the pure white dress, paired with the pair of high-heeled shoes given by his elder sister, was indeed pleasing to the eye. Pure and sexy. But you get what you pay for. This dress is beautiful, but the quality is still a bit lacking. Chen Chang thought about it and said patiently. Once you establish a martial arts family, it's like establishing your own mountain. From now on, I'll be the mountain master, and you'll be the mistress. There will be many important people at the security report meeting. You don't want people to look down on you, do you? What mountain master, mistress, so unsophisticated? Xiao Xia pouted with some disgust, but she was very happy in her heart. The figures of Hu Shui, Li Yan, and others appeared in my mind. She straightened her back and said, yeah, I won't embarrass you. Chen Chang immediately pulled her into the store and picked out a dress that was mainly black with a few silver white edges. Xiao Xia took a look at the price and shook her head like a rattle. It's too expensive, why not just forget it? What's so expensive about it? Do you like it? Xiao Xia nodded, then shook her head. Seeing this, Chen Chang looked at the waiter and said, that's it. The young waiter quickly smiled and nodded, okay. She was extremely envious, as the dress cost 180,000 federal coins. Sir, you have excellent taste. The silver white edging of the dress is made of the feathers of the 5th-level exotic beast, the Sky Phoenix. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. This dress makes her look even more elegant, like a princess in a TV show. Xiao Xia covered her mouth and chuckled when she was praised. After Chen Chang swiped the card, he asked Xiao Xia to change into a new dress. She has always been pure and sweet, but now she has become more mature and charming. Let's go to the meeting. Chen Chang waved with satisfaction. The conference venue was already packed. Almost all the powerful warriors in Luo City came. Bai Yufan, as the mayor and a 7th-level master himself, is currently presiding over the meeting. There were only 5 chairs in the front row, which were representatives from the Warrior Association, Tianji Tower, Security Bureau, Military, and Federal Parliament. Bai Yufan felt a little anxious when he saw that the representatives from the 5 parties had all taken their seats. Didn't Chen Chang promise to come? Why haven't we seen him yet? Just as he was about to curse, he saw 2 figures, a man and a woman, slowly walking towards the entrance. All the warriors in the venue, including the dignitaries from all parties sitting in the front row, looked over. The real master has arrived. This heroic warrior, at only 18 years old, has the power to kill high-ranking servants. What kind of dragon among men is this? Everyone was curious, but also a little disappointed after seeing it. The man looks too ordinary, and would be just an ordinary passerby in a crowd. The woman was extremely beautiful, and people couldn't take their eyes off her after taking one look at her. Chapter 66 Federal Gold Medal, Chen Family Declaration. Xiao Xie had never experienced such a grand occasion. Looking at all the warriors present, it seems that many of them are important figures who are no less important than Mayor Bai Yufan. Her palms were sweating from nervousness and her heart was beating very fast. Chen Chang reached out and held her hand, then walked forward with a smile. At the back of the venue, next to the aisle in the middle corridor, sat a woman wearing a mask. There was so much charm between her eyebrows and eyes that people sitting nearby couldn't help but look at her sideways. When she saw Chen Chang walking in with Xiao Xie, she stood up and left. The guard didn't dare to stop him. Bai Yufan, who was presiding over the meeting in the center of the stage, frowned when he saw this. Why did you suddenly say you were coming, and then suddenly leave before the conference even started? Chen Chang walked to the front row and sat down next to the representatives of the 5 major forces in the front. He just happened to catch a glimpse of someone leaving the venue. This back figure looks familiar. Chen Chang recalled briefly and immediately remembered it. Bai Wusheng, it's her. Why would such a big shot like her come to the conference? Before Chen Chang could think about it, the safety report meeting began. Bai Yufan picked up the microphone and said, "Welcome all warriors to this security conference. Well, this is not only a major meeting for Luo City, but also for Xia country and even the entire federation." The whole audience fell silent. Chen Chang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this was not just to report the previous accident in the old city. The moon goddess, disregarding their previous friendship, has completely sided with the extraterritorial evil god camp. Many of the large-scale space bubble raids launched this time have broken through the Federation's defenses and landed on various parts of the Federation. Our city of Los Angeles suffered greatly from this. A high-ranking servant, carrying the breath of the moon god, descended upon the old city and nearly caused a catastrophe. Fortunately, at the critical moment, warrior Chen Chang stepped forward. With his 4th-level realm, he defeated the higher-level servants and prevented the moon god's true body from descending. Bai Yufan stopped and looked at Chen Chang in the audience. In the audience, all the warriors looked over and then burst into warm applause. The vast majority of warriors are only at the 2nd or 3rd level, and the 4th level is extremely rare. Even a 4th-level warrior, unless he had a connection with the eyewitnesses in the old city, actually didn't know the details of the battle in which Chen Chang killed the upper-level servant with a sword. Everyone thought Chen Chang was a 5th-level warrior. Besides shock, there is more confusion. Chen Chang is only at the 4th level? How could a 4th-level warrior possibly kill a high-ranking servant? Could it be that he is a warrior officially promoted to be gilded? Many people looked at Xiao Xie next to Chen Chang. The Chen family is a martial arts family, but they're not very famous. Maybe it's because of the relationship with the girl's family. But when I think about it carefully, I feel something is wrong. Xiao Xie is beautiful and has an outstanding temperament, but other than that, her aura is so weak that it can be ignored. His vitality definitely hasn't exceeded 1. He's just an ordinary person. She doesn't look like a woman from a martial arts family. Only a few warriors above the 5th level know the inside story. Knowing that Chen Chang had grasped the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts was even more terrifying than being promoted to the 5th level of the external scene early on. He was a genius with the potential to truly reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Bai Yufan continued, in recognition of the heroism, the Federation has decided to award Chen Chang the gold medal. Let us welcome the heroic warrior with the warmest applause. The warriors in the field were all shocked. I didn't expect that the Federation would actually award me a gold medal. The Federal Medal, which symbolizes glory and merit, is divided into 4 types: star, gold, silver, and bronze. The gold medal is usually only obtained by warriors above the 7th level Grandmaster. They must have made great contributions to the Federation and made outstanding contributions in the war with foreign civilizations. He slew the higher-ranking servants with his sword and prevented the evil god from descending. This achievement was certainly enough to earn him a silver medal, but a gold medal was a bit of a stretch. Many clever warriors carefully savored the meaning behind this and figured out some intriguing information. This is the Federation showing goodwill to the young genius. Amidst warm applause, Chen Chang strode onto the stage. The gold medal was presented by a federal congressman named Charles from the country of Amory. Charles was wearing a suit, had a bloated face and a mustache. After he put the gold medal on Chen Chang, he reached out and shook hands with Chen Chang. "Young man, I have high hopes for you. I hope you will continue to work hard and become a top-tier fighter in the Federation soon. Charles spoke fluent Xia dialect with a smile on his face. Chen Chang was not surprised. When a warrior develops his vitality, it is not only about the evolution of physical strength, but also the brain. The learning ability of high-level warriors is extremely abnormal, and learning a language is easy for them. Thank you, Counselor Charles. Immediately afterwards, the military representative also came on stage and awarded Chen Chang the Xia Kingdom's first-class Medal of Merit. This military representative looked very similar to the Marshal Saint Wang Yu and was very enthusiastic. Chen Chang couldn't see through his vitality and could only do business enthusiastically. He was about to step down when Bai Yufan stopped him. What's this Grandmaster Mayor up to? Chen Chang saw an irrepressible smile on his face and couldn't help muttering something. Gold medal warriors can directly establish a martial arts family and register it on the Federal Register. Our heroic warrior Chen Chang, though young, is determined to establish a family and pass on the martial arts fortune to the Federation. Bai Yufan paused here, opened his arms, and signaled everyone to stand up and cheer. Let's take this opportunity to hear the family declaration from the founder of this legendary family who may one day grace the stage of history. Looking at the warriors in the audience, all of them stood up and cheered. There were voices of booing and sincere blessings. Chen Chang was caught off guard. Establishing a martial arts family requires registering information. It's good to have a declaration, but isn't it all filled out online? Mayor Bai is trying to put himself on the spot by doing this. Chen Chang was hesitating about how to get away with it when he noticed a familiar figure in the audience. Sister Yan is here too? Li Yan was wearing a hood and a mask, and saw Chen Chang's eyes fixed on her. How could this pervert have such sharp eyes? He could even spot me? Li Yan felt her cheeks slowly getting hot. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Chen Chang changed his mind and took the microphone handed to him by Bai Yufan. A martial arts family, inheriting martial arts luck. I hope that the Chen family will make the Federation's martial arts flourish even more in the future. Good. He's ambitious, worthy of being a top-tier genius. This is what a warrior from my Xia country should be like. No matter they were important figures or ordinary warriors, they were all shocked by the aura that came from those words. There were only two exceptions. They heard the hidden meaning in Chen Chang's words, and the last "let 100 flowers bloom" was a double entendre. What a pervert! Xiao Xia was thin-skinned and cursed in her heart, feeling that she had been led astray by Chen Chang. She became much more discontented than before. Li Yin thought of the mahjong that Chen Chang played with several women. Looking at Chen Chang again, he was looking at her with ill intentions with a smile on his face. I instantly understood the meaning behind letting 100 flowers bloom. Humph, if you keep practicing like this, you will die at the hands of a woman sooner or later. Li Yan felt even more annoyed when she heard the voices of praise coming from all over the place. Chapter 67, First Visit to the Magic City, A Bet with Li Yan. The next morning, at the Los Angeles Skitran station. The train to Shanghai slowly entered the station. Chen Chang pulled Chen Ling, who was lying on him, down. Study hard. When you get into number 1 high school, I'll allow you to come and practice with me during your vacation. Chen's father and mother held the little girl on both sides. Ah Qiang, don't feel pressured now that you're in Shanghai. You're already great. Xianzi, please protect yourself and be safe outside. Xiao Xie also waved goodbye to her parents and younger siblings, and walked to Chen Chang with her younger sister Xiao Ruo. My sister-in-law Xiao Ruo dropped out of school before, and this time she went to Shanghai with Chen Chang to practice martial arts. Standing behind Chen Chang was the well-behaved Zhouya, with her white hair tied in a simple high ponytail. 5 steps away from the two of them, Li Yan watched coldly with a look of disgust on her face. Let's go, Sister Yan. Chen Chang deliberately moved closer. Li Yi left early. He didn't know what urgent matter it was, so he asked Chen Xiling to tell him to take good care of Li Yan on the way. There were 5 adjacent seats on the skitran, and Chen Chang sat in the middle. Sitting in the 2 seats on the left were Xiao Xie and her sister-in-law Xiao Ruo, and on the right were the well-behaved Zhouya and the cold-faced Li Yan. They are all beauties, attracting the attention of passengers passing by, with their eyes fixed on them. I thought to myself, this guy Chen Chang deserves to die. Some people were so anxious that they peed in their pants without saying a word, but you took up 4 of them. Are you so busy? A passerby glanced at Chen Chang fiercely. Chen Chang and Xiao Xie talked in low voices along the way. Li Yan tilted her head and played with her mobile phone, and no one knew who she was messaging. After arriving at the station, Tianji Tower sent someone to pick them up. The man who came was a thin man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks, looking like he had not woken up yet. "Brother, did you go out fooling around again last night?" Li Yan looked at the newcomer with some disdain. Li Feng laughed and didn't respond to his sister, but looked at Chen Chang. "Are you Chen Chang? I heard you've grasped the true meaning of Mahayana-level martial arts. I wonder which one it is according to the Federation records. Would you like to have a chance to discuss this? This man is a bit familiar." Chen Chang shrugged without comment. Li Feng smiled as he turned back while driving. Judging from their appearance, they must be sisters. "You're quite the playboy." The more Li Feng looked at it, the more similar it seemed to him. He suddenly started talking as if he had found a kindred spirit. If he hadn't been concerned about his sister Li Yan sitting in the passenger seat, he would have had a deeper conversation with Chen Chang. Chen Chang coughed and said seriously, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Li Yan glared at Li Feng fiercely and then changed the subject. "Second brother, your place in the ruins has been taken by Chen Chang. Dad hasn't told you yet?" Li Yan observed Chen Chang's expression in the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Li Feng didn't react much after hearing this, he just said softly. "I know, and I don't want to go to any ruins. It's so nice to have a party." He hasn't had enough of the two couples he found recently. Having Chen Chang accompany his sister would save him time. A genius who had grasped the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts wouldn't be much worse than him, and he would surely be able to take good care of his sister in the ruins. Li Yan had already expected Li Feng to say this, so she continued. "Oh, that's good. I was worried that you would be dissatisfied and go to your dad to make trouble. In terms of strength, you are indeed not as good as Chen Chang, even in the field of picking up girls." Li Yan used crude provocation, as if she was sure that Li Feng would fall for it. "What did you say? Are you saying I'm not as good as Chen Chang?" Li Feng smiled and turned around to look at Chen Chang. Chen Chang was speechless. I don't know why Li Yan wants to sow discord between him and his brother. Just to make them fight? But what good will this do Li Yan? Can't it be just to watch herself get beaten? The key is that he may not lose. Chen Chang glanced at Li Feng, who had the number 150 on his head. This is the 5th level of vitality. Li Yan's brother was a warrior from the outside world. His vitality was even higher than that of the high-ranking servant who had descended upon the old city. But the fight between warriors is not just a simple comparison of vitality, it also depends on the quality and proficiency of each other's martial arts, as well as the true meaning of martial arts. Chen Chang is quite confident about the latter too. The feeling Li Feng gave him might not be able to withstand his sword of heaven and earth. Li Yan nodded seriously. His wife plays mahjong with him and his lovers every night. Li Feng fell silent after hearing this. Is there such a master? He also began to believe that Chen Chang's martial arts skills might not be inferior to his. At this time, the vehicle drove into the Tianji building headquarters. The Tianjilo headquarters building stands in the center of Shanghai, and you can see the beautiful night view of the beach from the upper floors. Chen Chang took Xiao Xie and his sister-in-law back to the residence arranged by Tianji Tower. It is said to be a temporary residence, but it is actually an independent small villa with a garden. However, Chen Chang does not plan to live there for a long time. Instead, he plans to find a good location in Shanghai and buy a house of his own. Preferably one with a swimming pool. He would be living in the Magic City permanently. He wanted to expand his family there and build a flourishing Chen family martial arts family. A small house wouldn't do, it would easily cramp his space. After getting off the car, Li Yan pestered Li Feng. Brother, why aren't you angry? Forget it. Can you help me teach Chen Chang a lesson and put a damper on his arrogance? Li Feng seemed to suddenly understand. I was wondering why you suddenly started a fight between me and that guy when you were fine. It turns out you don't like him. Li Feng looked embarrassed. It's okay for me to teach him a lesson for you, but I can't just beat him up for no reason, right? And why should I help you? Li Feng said unhappily, thinking about how his sister had often complained about him in the past. Hey, if you do me a small favor, I'll never tell my dad about you hanging out again. How's that? No problem, it's a deal. But? No, but I will go and arrange a fight for you with Chen Chang. Li Yan patted her chest with confidence. Chen Chang and Xiao Xie were taking a sweet nap in the master bedroom when Li Yan came and called him out. Anything going on? Lion's Roar is closed today. If you want to practice with me, we can talk about it another day. Chen Chang refused in advance. Li Yan rolled her eyes at him unhappily. My brother wants to spar with you and learn the true meaning of Mahayana martial arts. Do you dare? Hashtag 34 I dare not, goodbye. Number 34. Li Yan stretched out her hand to block the closing door. Stop. This pervert doesn't respond to provocation. Seeing her anxious, Chen Chang suddenly said, It's not impossible, but what's the benefit for me? Come to my house tonight to play mahjong with me. We are short of one person. If you feel comfortable playing, I will agree to it. How about it? Pooh, pooh, pooh. A dog can't spit out ivory, impossible. Li Yan's face suddenly turned red. How about this? If I beat your brother, you'll come play mahjong with me. Don't you think your brother is better than me? You don't even dare to do this? Chen Chang sneered when he saw Li Yan hesitate. No, I won't play that kind of mahjong with you, ever. Li Yan hesitated again and again but still did not agree. How about this? I don't want you to come to my house to play mahjong. I hurt my waist the night before last. If I win this time, you can help me massage my waist. Li Yan looked struggling. This condition was difficult to accept, but it was not completely unacceptable. Besides, Chen Chang probably won T-win. Hashtag 34 okay, it's a deal. Number 34. In order to suppress Chen Chang's arrogance, Li Yan decided to take a little risk. Chapter 68 Didn't you eat? Try harder. Li Yan was secretly delighted and turned away. Chen Chang looked at her back and began to imagine how Sister Yan would massage him. Li Feng has 150 points of vitality. He is a 5th-level exterior warrior and comes from a prominent family. He is definitely not short of high-level martial arts. His combat power may be close to the 5th level. With the sword's heart still blessing me, I can slash the heavens and earth with one sword. A warrior who is not a strong 5th-level warrior and good at defense will most likely not be able to block this sword. To be on the safe side, I'd better use up all my points tonight. Chen Chang glanced at the panel. The starry body tempering technique has reached its maximum level. If you want to use it to improve your vitality, you can only rely on daily active practice of the technique. However, due to limited physical talent, the effect was not good. I'll have to find a way to pass down a high-level technique later on, otherwise I'll probably have trouble breaking through the bottleneck of the 4th level. I'll try upgrading the Hahuan Heart Sutra later. Chen Chang has always been very satisfied with this dual cultivation martial art, and his second brother gave it a special thumbs up. Consumed 40 cultivation points. Hahuan Heart Sutra Max. Alas, how come such a good martial art has already reached its maximum level? It has reached the upper limit at level 4, which means that the quality of this martial art is not high, and it is very likely that it will not be able to keep up with the realm later. Chen Chang felt a little sorry, but it was still early in the day. First try the effect of the Hahuan Heart Sutra after reaching the limit of level 4. Chen Chang called Joya to the martial arts training room and tried to hold her high white ponytail for 2 hours. Joya was extremely weak and collapsed on the martial arts mat. The upper limit of vitality increase at one time has been increased to 10 points. Chen Chang was a little surprised. He took out a bottle of Star Power Recovery Agent and handed it to Joya. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Master. There was no complaint in Joya's dazed eyes, but rather great joy. The next evening, in a spacious training room, Li Yan arrived early. She sat on the side holding a sword, and was already impatient to see Chen Chang being beaten into a pig's head. She specifically told Li Feng last night to hit him in the face. Chen Chang was the second to arrive. So early? Seeing Li Yan already waiting by the side, looking forward to the show, Chen Chang couldn't help but ask, Sister Yan, are you so eager to give me a massage? Li Yan glanced at Chen Chang, and the cold expression on her face became even more intense. I was so angry, but I didn't say anything. She was used to Chen Chang's sweet talk and knew she was no match for him. Responding rashly will only put yourself at a greater disadvantage. Ha Chio. Li Feng yawned and walked into the martial arts training room. Do you want to bribe me? I can be gentler, as long as you share with me. Li Feng came to Chen Chang under Li Yan's surprised eyes and whispered in his ear. He made faces and kept lip syncing while he was talking. As an experienced driver, Chen Chang understood it instantly. I refuse. After 2 intensive special training sessions with Joya, his vitality has now reached 90 points, not far from the 4th level limit of 100 points. Now, even if the opponent is a strong 5th level warrior, Chen Chang has the confidence to fight. There is a high probability that Li Feng is not his opponent. If Li Yan refuses to acknowledge the debt due to the PY transaction, it would be a huge loss. This kind of opportunity to control Sister Yan is rare. Are you sure? Li Feng was a little puzzled. Hurry up and do it. Chen Chang nodded, holding the sword. He was a little impatient. Okay, then I'll test your abilities. Don't let us embarrass you by entering the galaxy ruins. Seeing that Chen Chang refused to cooperate, Li Feng decided to follow his sister's wishes and beat Chen Chang up. Isn't it just a little bit of tuning experience? You're not willing to share it. Go ahead, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Li Feng stood on the stage casually and waved to Chen Chang. So good at pretending? Chen Chang's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had an idea. Try the lion's roar. It might work surprisingly well on this kind of pervert. He roared at the top of his lungs. Like an ancient bell being struck, the loud and powerful sound echoed continuously in the room. Li Yan's face changed drastically. She was very familiar with this roar. Over the past month, Chen Chang would use it every day when they exchanged martial arts. How could I have forgotten this trick? The lion's roar has the effect of calming the mind and calming desires. My brother is a pervert and I'm afraid he will be stunned by the roar. Oh no, what should I do if Chen Chang wins by chance? Li Feng had been looking calm and composed, but when he heard this pure lion's roar, he felt his scalp tingling, and then a feeling of confusion and despair came over him. Who am I? Where am I? No, I am Li Feng. Aunt Wang and her daughter are still waiting for me. Ba. Li Feng struggled for a while, but finally put his hands together and entered a state of emptiness. Li Yan was completely unable to hold back. She didn't know whether to sit or stand. Panic appeared on her face. She looked hatefully at her disappointing second brother and the annoying Chen Chang. You lose. Chen Chang held a sword across Li Feng's neck. Fuck, I was careless. This round doesn't count. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Li Feng recovered quickly at this time, and his second brother took control of his brain again, getting rid of the state of emptiness brought about by the lion's roar. After all, he is a 5th level outdoor warrior and is not so easily affected by mental attacks. This time it was simply because the lion's roar was too strong for him, and he was completely unprepared, and there were also some reasons for being too arrogant. Chen Chang didn't even turn his head and had no time to pay attention to Li Feng. He walked towards Li Yan step by step. Let's go, Sister Yan, you lost. You can't afford to lose, right? Let us go. Li Yan stomped her feet, gritted her teeth and followed. The temporary lounge in the martial arts training room. Chen Chang lay comfortably on the bed with his limbs spread out. Li Yan stood aside shyly, with her hands behind her back, and said nothing. What are you waiting for? Piston, blood-activating ointment, I brought it. It's in that little blue bottle on the table. See it? Take out a little and apply it to your hands, then you can start massaging. As Chen Chang spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. Li Yan immediately looked away, but couldn't help but take a sneak peek. I didn't expect this pervert, who's obsessed with women all day, still has such a great body. Those abs. Ugh. Li Yan calmed down and told herself that she was just willing to accept defeat. It's just a formality, just giving this guy a pat on the back. What are you dawdling about, Sister Yan? Seeing Li Yan standing still, Chen Chang couldn't help but urge her. Huh, what's the rush? Li Yan picked up the small blue bottle and looked at the small words on it with some curiosity. After reading them, her face suddenly turned red. You. How can this be called a blood-activating ointment? Chen Chang looked calm and collected. Oh, I might have taken the wrong one. It's okay, it's just a massage, it works the same. Don't think wrongly, even if you do, I wouldn't be happy with it. Shame on you. Li Yan glared at Chen Chang fiercely, her chest heaving with anger. She never expected that Chen Chang would be the first to complain. She took some ointment and put it on her hand, then pressed it hard against Chen Chang's waist. I'll kill you, you pervert. I will make sure you never do bad things again. But unexpectedly, Chen Chang just snorted and said, Didn't you eat? Try harder and move it down a little bit. Li Yan was completely furious. She tried to rub Chen Chang's waist and abdomen, where his 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible, but she couldn't move them much. Chen Chang said calmly, "You can't exert any strength when you're leaning sideways. Your hands are soft and weak, and you don't have much power." Chapter 69 Sit on it and try it out? S-level martial arts, broken flow water sword. How about sitting on it and trying it out? Shun. Shang. Li Yan gritted her teeth and looked as if she wanted to eat Chen Chang. She was already a little confused, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. In a fit of rage, she had only one thought in her mind, to force Chen Chang to beg for mercy. She took off her shoes and sat on Chen Chang's legs, and the strength of her slender fingers suddenly became much greater. Just the first time, Chen Chang couldn't help but gasp. It hurts so much. This is really a fatal blow. However, Chen Chang also knew what Li Yan was thinking, so he didn't make a sound. He just gritted his teeth and endured it silently, feeling both pain and happiness. There was a smug smile in his eyes, and he raised his eyebrows frequently and looked at Li Yan. That's it? Try a little harder, I don't feel anything. Your strength is not even as good as that of an ordinary masseur. Li Yan was so angry that she began to exert force with her legs, waist and abdomen. The bed was quite elastic and her whole body moved up and down immediately. Chen Chang couldn't hold it in and cried out in pain twice. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed in. You guys, get busy first. Yang Kuan quickly closed the door and walked out. When did Shayan get a man? Lao Li is so tight-lipped, he never told me. Ah! Li Yan suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, "Uncle Yang, you misunderstood." She came to her senses and felt that this posture was too bold. After getting off Chen Chang's legs, Li Yan's ears turned red. Go out and explain to Uncle Yang yourself. What's there to explain? Is there anything to explain? We were simply carrying out the punishment, a massage. Chen Chang's fun was interrupted and he felt a little depressed, but he had no choice but to get up. After getting dressed, I went to the martial arts training room. Uncle Yang, is there something you want to talk to me about? At the Tianji building headquarters in Shanghai, in addition to Li Yi, there are 3 permanent deputy building owners. The man in front of him was one of them, an 8th-level wandering warrior. Everyone in the building called him Uncle Yang, so Chen Chang followed suit. An 8th-rank wandering warrior possesses the ability to fly, and can physically measure the entire federation. This alone demonstrates his power. Yang Kuan was still a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would discover this matter in a moment of carelessness. The owner of the building left suddenly for something, and he asked me to take you to receive the S-level martial arts inheritance. Ahem. Chen Chang became even more depressed. That's it? There's no need to suddenly come and tell me about accepting martial arts inheritance, even if it's S rank. Yang Kuan smiled and said, you may not know how precious the S-level martial arts inheritance is. S-level martial arts itself requires a 9th-level martial arts master or above to spend many days and energy to leave behind a jade inheritance. When a practitioner accepts the inheritance, he or she also needs an 8th-level far-reaching warrior or above to open the sea of consciousness for him or her. So there are such details. Chen Chang suddenly realized, no wonder the Luo City branch doesn't have an S-level martial arts inheritance jade. According to Yang Kuan, every S-level martial arts inheritance jade is a priceless treasure. If left outside, it will definitely attract desperate criminals who will take risks. Look, when are you free? I'm available anytime. Seeing that Li Yan had calmed down and walked out, Chen Chang left without saying a word with a cold face, knowing that this great opportunity was gone. Need to wait for the next good opportunity. It would be better to just learn S-level martial arts directly. Yang Kuan walked in front to lead the way, talking as he walked. The Tianji Tower's martial arts library contains a wide range of martial arts, encompassing all 18 martial arts. Even the precious S-rank martial arts are included. This is our foundation that spans the Federation. Which martial arts are you going to choose? Swordsmanship and martial arts. Chen Chang raised his sword and replied without hesitation. Although he already has the Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, this sword technique is as powerful as an S-level martial art. But it is always good to have many skills. Moreover, although the explosive power of Heaven and Earth Sword is strong, its disadvantage is also obvious. One sword will drain the body, and it is difficult to burst out a second sword in a short period of time. It's okay in a one-on-one fight, I can knock down the opponent with one move. It is difficult to cope with too many strong enemies. Yang Koan thought for a moment, as if he had thought of something, smiled mysteriously, and said nothing. When they entered the library, Yang Koan suddenly asked, "When did you and Li Yan become friends?" Gossip is indeed human nature. Even an 8th level warrior is no more than that. Chen Chang thought Yang Koan could hold back. Seeing the other person's "I understand" expression, Chen Chang couldn't help but want to curse. Given Yang Koan's strength and status, what just happened would definitely reach Li Yi's ears. By then, the host of the post might be furious and remove his third leg. The key is that I didn't get to eat it. If I had really eaten it, I would have accepted it. Uncle Yang, you misunderstood just now. Sister Yan and I were just exchanging massage techniques. After Chen Chang finished speaking, he found that something was getting more and more wrong. This is just making things worse. I understand. Don't worry, your Uncle Yang is one of the most guarded people in Tianji Tower. I won't say anything to the owner of the tower. Yang Koan gave Chen Chang a look that said believe me. He couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and open the group chat Deputy OP communication group, but when he saw Chen Chang looking over, he closed it silently. There are 3 S-level sword techniques and martial arts inheritance in the building. You can take a look first. If you are not satisfied, tell me. I can even ask for a jade stone for you for any S-level sword technique that is popular in the Federation. Such good treatment? Chen Chang was a little surprised. Can the entire Federation be elected? It's okay to deal with forces that are on good terms with Tianji Tower, but people with ordinary relationships may not pay any attention to you. If you want to get S-level inheritance jade, you can only exchange it for equal value. Yang Koan explained with a smile, you are a genius at the custom contract level, so you have this treatment. Others don't have it. Let's take a look at the 3 sword techniques in the building first. They are all top-notch among S-level ones. Chen Chang nodded and began to read. The first sword technique is called Qinglongjin. This rare spiritual sword technique specializes in attacking the enemy's spirit. Blue Dragon Shock is a great move for challenging opponents of higher levels. If the enemy isn't careful, they can easily suffer severe mental damage. Yang Koan recalled the person he had fought before. The opponent almost killed him with the Qinglongjin move. Chen Chang nodded. It is indeed good, mainly because the mental attack is very concealed. It's difficult for a warrior without a solid foundation to discern based on the initial attack. However, this move consumes a lot of energy, and its effect is somewhat similar to that of Heaven and Earth Sword Slash. The second sword technique is a secret sword-based martial art. After mastering it, it can greatly enhance your understanding of the way of the sword, and learning other sword-based martial arts will be a rapid progress. Chen Chang has a cheat, and practicing martial arts relies on adding points. He emphasizes quick success, so he skips it directly. When he looked at the third sword technique, he slowly focused his mind. Broken Water Sword, an S-level martial art, is unmatched in the world of swordsmanship. As the saying goes, no moves are better than moves. This sword technique has no fixed formulas and no moves. The more the practitioner comprehends the sword technique and the more sword-related martial arts he masters, the stronger the broken water-flowing sword will be. This technique is perfect for me, my cheat. As long as I have enough points, I can quickly master various other sword-related martial arts. Wouldn't the power of this sword technique increase dramatically then? Chen Chang's eyes lit up and he looked at Yang Koan. Uncle Yang, I'll choose this severing water sword, but... Don't think about it again? No, this is it. Well, get ready and I'll open the gate for you. Chapter 70 Demigod Inheritance, a country's martial fortune. Chen Chang took the inheritance jade and followed Yang Koan to a martial arts training room. After regulating his breathing for a long time and adjusting his condition to the best, he opened his eyes and said, Uncle Yang, I'm fine. Yang Koan stood in front of Chen Chang, put his index and middle fingers together, and pressed them lightly between Chen Chang's eyebrows. Ha! He groaned and said, now, crush the jade. Chen Chang was in a trance for a moment, and then his mind became extremely clear. Is this the feeling of having the gate to the sea of consciousness opened? Chen Chang acted decisively and crushed the inheritance jade. Suddenly, a large amount of mysterious information rushed into his mind, turning into thousands of sword shadows, constantly evolving. The inheritance lasted for a full 10 minutes. Martial Arts, S-level Broken Water Sword First Level, 0-10. Chen Chang glanced at the panel and felt relieved. Although Uncle Yang had specifically emphasized before the inheritance that the S-level martial arts inheritance had the possibility of failure, and the possibility was not low. But Chen Chang was not panicked at all, because he had the system with him. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Yan Kuan staggered and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong, Uncle Yan? Are you okay?" "It's just a minor problem, just a thunderclap." Yan Kuan waved his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Opening the heavenly gate of the warrior sea of consciousness and forcibly inheriting high-level martial arts is unacceptable to the will of martial arts. I must endure this heavy thunder sound. Chen Chang felt a little touched. He didn't expect that inheriting S-level martial arts would be so difficult. At the same time, Li Yankai returned home. His hands were filled with hand sanitizer and he was rubbing them constantly. Hearing the thunder, she looked up and out the window. "That's it? Isn't this a bit too lucky?" Li Yin thought about it subconsciously, but when she remembered that Chen Chang had already mastered the A-level martial arts Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, she had to admit that this was strength. By the time one had mastered A-level martial arts, their spiritual power had been greatly enhanced, laying a solid foundation for opening the heavenly gate of the sea of consciousness and accepting the inheritance of S-level martial arts. Alas, this merciless sword is too difficult. If I had mastered the merciless sword, I might not have failed in my previous S-level martial arts inheritance. I wouldn't have been so powerless against the high-ranking servants last time. I owe Chen Chang a favor for nothing. The more Li Yin thought about it, the more depressed she became, and the bubbles in her hands grew bigger and bigger. After washing, she put her hand to her nose and smelled it. It's finally tasteless. After saying goodbye to Yang Kuan, Chen Chang went straight home. The points are not enough. Glancing at the panel, Chen Chang looked at the two columns, martial arts and the true meaning of martial arts. Martial arts, Lion's Roar level 2020, Hawan Heart Sutra max, Heaven and Earth Sword max, Broken Water Sword level 1010. Martial arts true meaning, Sword Heart remains max, Power of the Martial God 01000, Man of Destiny 01000. Among them, the Joyful Heart Sutra, Heaven and Earth Sword Slash, and Sword Heart remains have been maxed out. The rest, except Lion's Roar, are all big point consumers. Chen Chang was also envious of the effects of the power of the God of War and the Man of Destiny, these two true meanings of martial arts. Each of them required 1000 points of cultivation. If the Broken Water Sword had 10 levels, the cost of maxing it out would be even greater. We must increase our enjoyment and find a way to earn more cultivation points. Chen Chang took out his cell phone. Under Chen Chang's deception, Hu Shui has planned to leave Tianhe Club and join Tianji Tower. He said he was dealing with the work at hand and preparing for the handover these 2 days. If one person is missing, we can't play mahjong, and the daily points are only 20, which is half less. Chen Chang was a little anxious and decided to urge it. "Chen Chang, Sister Shui, please come over when you're done. I miss you." "Hu Shui, you little rascal, while I'm away, didn't you hook up with other women to play mahjong?" "Chen Chang, Sister Shui, you're wronged. Without you, I haven't touched you in 3 days." "Hu Shui, I'm going to Shanghai tonight." "Chen Chang, okay, I'll wait for you hands on hips." After putting down his phone, Chen Chang felt a little more at ease. Finally, we're back to the 40 points a day days. But it's still not enough. If only Sister Yin could join in, we could just start a 5-player team. How many points can we get every day if we play with 5 people? Chen Chang recalled the massage just now. I have to say, Sister Yen's butt is really round. The 4th level warrior has a unique Q elasticity that is both firm and elastic. If this really happens, it would be unreasonable not to give 100 points every day. In the evening, Chen Chang went to the Magic City station and took Hu Shui home. Without waiting for Hu Shui to rest, he pulled her to the mahjong table, called Xiao Siye and Zhouya, and started a long-lost game of 4-person mahjong. Chen Chang's luck was as good as ever, and he beat the 3 women until they screamed. Just when I was enjoying myself, there was a knock on the door. Chen Chang shuddered and almost dropped the big white board in his hand. "Sister Yin, why are you here?" Chen Chang was forced to interrupt, opened the door and complained. Li Yin was originally in a good mood, but this time when she saw the mahjong table in the living room through the crack in the door, her face fell. "Oh, this is the little lovers gathered together in the Magic City again." It is true that it is difficult to change a person's nature. After a few days of peace, he can't control his crotch. The galaxy ruins are opening early, and my dad asked you to prepare in advance. It's expected to open in a week. So soon? Chen Chang frowned. Li Yi originally said it might take 1 or 2 months. This way he will have plenty of time to improve his strength. By then, sweeping level 5 will not be a problem, and breaking into a level 5 ruin will be easy. But 7 days later was 7 days later. This was a level 5 ruin, so no matter how special it was, it didn't matter to him. With the system, enjoying life was the most important thing. Chen Chang waved his hand. I understand. Seeing this, Li Yan said solemnly, you'd better pay attention. The galaxy ruins involved the inheritance of a demigod and a large amount of martial arts luck, comparable to the luck of some small and medium-sized countries. I don't care. You don't have much background. If you want to achieve something in martial arts, this ruins is an opportunity. Related to the demigod? Chen Chang was a little impatient when he saw Li Yan suddenly acting like a mother, but he was shocked after hearing this. After the 7th level Grandmaster, there is the 8th level Far Traveler, the 9th level Martial Saint, and the 10th level Demigod. A small level 5 relic actually involved a powerful demigod. Why would this demigod leave behind a legacy in a level 5 ruin? And a large amount of martial luck left behind? Martial luck, this mysterious thing, Chen Chang had only heard of it. It can be simply understood as martial arts luck. Every martial artist has more or less of it. The more martial arts luck you have, the farther you will go on the road of martial arts. With my conditions, if I have a lot of martial luck, will beautiful women come to embrace me one after another? The more beauties you have, the more points you get, and the further you advance in martial arts. This makes sense. It seems that we have to work hard to win this martial fortune. Chen Chang did this for no other reason than to go further in martial arts. Li Yan's face showed a look of reminiscence, and after a long pause she said, Want to know? I won't tell you. After she said that, she walked away proudly. Let you indulge in women all day long. If you want to know, go check it out yourself. Chen Chang looked at Li Yan's back as she left, and he wanted to throw her to the ground and rub her hard 100 times. But it was just a thought. He was afraid that Li Yi would kill him with just one finger. After returning to the house, Chen Chang lost interest in playing mahjong and told Zhouya to start cleaning up the battlefield. Chen Chang lay in the rocking chair and logged into the Tianji Tower website. After entering the search term Galaxy Ruins, I found nothing. It's just an ordinary level 5 ruins, with various indigenous beasts inside, connected to the Cyrene civilization, which is hostile to the Federation. Could it be that Sister Yen is fooling me? It's unlikely. Sister Yen isn't a woman who would lie. Since this involves a demigod, it's possible that the level of confidentiality is relatively high. Chen Chang felt itchy, but didn't want to ask Li Yan for help. Who among the people I know could possibly know such a secret concerning my own god? After thinking about it, Chen Chang took out the business card left by Bai Yufan, which had the contact information of the female martial saint Bai Yuheng. Chapter 71 The female martial saint meets. Ding dong. You received a friend request. In the bright training room, Bai Yuheng sat cross-legged with his bare feet. She frowned and picked up the phone. Chen Chang? Have you finally figured it out? Bai Yuheng stood up, took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, gulped down 2 sips, and then slowly accepted Chen Chang's friend request. Bai Yuheng, for employment procedures, please go directly to the Security Bureau front desk. On the other side, Chen Chang was stunned for a moment after seeing the news before he reacted. Bai Wuxing thought he was going to join the Security Bureau. No, it's not about abandoning the dark side, it's about choosing a wise leader. What he meant was, don't look for me if you don't have anything to do in the future. I'm very busy. Chen Chang smiled, hesitated for a moment, and then replied. Bai Wuxing, you misunderstood. I interrupted you because I wanted to ask you about the demigod behind the galaxy ruins. After sending the message, there was no reply for a long time. Forget it. I'm not familiar with him anyway. He's being unreasonable and has no obligation to help me. On the other side, when Bai Yuheng saw the news, there was no expression on his heroic face, but the mineral water bottle in his hand was squeezed to the point of bursting. What do you mean? Aren't you going to accept his invitation to join the Security Bureau? She was stunned for a long time before she recovered and looked at the message again. Master Li values him so much that he gave him a spot in the galaxy ruins? If so, why didn't he tell him the secrets of the ruins? But Chen Chang clearly knows some, for example, that the ruins are related to demigods. Bai Yuheng was a little confused for a moment. Could it be that Chen Chang found this out himself? Lord Li's goal was simply to allow Chen Chang to enter the ruins to protect and assist Li Yan in seizing the inheritance? Bai Yuheng's expression returned to normal, and he felt that he had guessed the answer. In that case. A gleam in her eyes, and she began to edit the message. White Deer Cafe, come here for the interview. Chen Chang was about to put down his phone when he took a quick look and his eyes widened. White Marshal Saint wants to meet with me? Is there something we can't discuss online? Why is it so formal, especially since the other party is a Marshal Saint? Chen Chang couldn't help but feel scared. Or maybe it's a matter of great importance, and they want to cooperate with me. Let's do it. Chen Chang slapped his thigh and said, at least nothing bad can happen. For a Marshal Saint, he, a 4th-level courage warrior, doesn't need to scheme. Besides, Chen Chang really wants to see this female Marshal Saint again. Bailu Cafe is not far from Tianji Tower. Chen Chang walked for 10 minutes to reach the store. The store was not big and the decoration was simple and plain. The walls on both sides were covered with white deer wallpaper. There were no customers in the shop, only the barista making coffee facing him sideways. Chen Chang sat in the recliner, looking around. Well, this female barista has a fantastic figure. Judging from her profile, she definitely gets a perfect score, S grade. Her butt is even rounder than Sister Yan's. Her legs are perfectly proportioned, with thin calves and fleshy thighs. Her waist is thin, her hips are big, and her neck is slender and white. I wonder what her face looks like. As long as it's not too bad, she can marry into a martial arts family with her figure. As he was thinking, the female barista finished making the coffee and turned around. This. Chen Chang was petrified for a few seconds before he touched his nose and said awkwardly. Greetings to the White Marshal Saint. Do not look at anything inappropriate. Do not look at anything inappropriate. Chen Chang avoided her gaze and prayed in his heart that the other party didn't notice his fiery gaze just now. What do you want to drink? Go get it yourself. Bai Yu Hong pointed at the freezer beside him. Oh, okay, thank you. No thanks. Chen Chang waved his hands repeatedly. How could a Marshal Saint like you make your own coffee in a shop? Bai Yu Hong took a few sips of coffee, and his tongue lightly brushed across his lips, licking the remaining coffee juice. Master Li didn't tell you what's in the galaxy ruins? The poster said he would bring me and Sister Yin back, but he disappeared when I looked for him. I haven't seen him since I arrived in the Magic City. Maybe he was too late, or maybe he asked Sister Yin to tell me? Li Yen did tell him, and told him the most crucial part: there is a legacy left by a demigod and a large amount of martial luck in the galaxy ruins. Chen Chang hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Bai Yu Hong took a look and thought he was right. The galaxy ruins are called the galaxy ruins because of one person. Li Xinghe, once the most powerful demigod warrior in Xia country and even the Federation. Back then, the advanced civilizations of the two great gods, the Seer and Noah civilizations, led by dozens of demigods, descended on the Federation's flying star and nearly occupied the Federation's most prosperous planet. I wonder if you know anything about that divine war. Chen Chang shook his head and looked at the female Marshal Saint sitting opposite him with anticipation. He had some understanding of federal history, as he would often go to the library when he wasn't playing mahjong with the women at the Los Angeles branch. We know that such an incident happened, but most history books only mention it briefly without any detailed records. Bai Yu Hong licked the coffee that had fallen from the corner of his mouth. In that divine battle on Feishing, the Federation's demigods numbered fewer than 30, yet they were able to defeat the enemy. There were two key factors. One was that many martial saints risked their lives. The other was Li Xinghe. Hearing this, the answer was already obvious. Chen Chang took a deep breath and asked. Bai Yu Hong put down the cup and glanced at him. That's right. Li Xinghe, the demigod, with one man and one sword, trapped the top 10 demigods of the enemy. He killed 9 and seriously injured 1. Bai Yu Hong's eyes showed longing. He looked at the night sky through the window and continued. Eventually, he died of exhaustion, and his demigod body and the space it projected from evolved into ruins. These are today's galaxy ruins. Chen Chang was in high spirits and didn't speak for a long time. One man held off 10 powerful demigods. Killed 9 and severely injured 1. Bai Yu Hong couldn't help laughing when he saw Chen Chang's fascinated expression. After a long pause, he said, the greatest opportunity in the Xinghe ruins is the legacy left by Senior Li Xinghe. His lifelong sword techniques, martial arts, and insights are priceless treasures for those who come after him. Of course, there's also the martial luck that lingered even after his death. This martial luck is less than 1% of what he possessed during his lifetime, but it's also immense. If Master Li didn't tell you this, it means he didn't intend for you to obtain it. He only wanted you to protect and assist Li Yan. Li Yan has decent talent in swordsmanship and has the potential to inherit it. As a veteran reader of a certain anime, Chen Chang quickly accepted the reality. Zai Tian. I wonder what Bai Yuhan's purpose is in saying this. Why did you call him here just to talk about this history? Bai Yuhang observed Chen Chang for a while, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he took the initiative to say. The opportunity left by Senior Yi is for those who are capable. You don't have any ideas? I can help you get it. As a reward, you can give me your share of martial luck. Bai Yuhang drank the coffee in the cup in one gulp and looked straight at Chen Chang. So she wants this martial fortune. Chen Chang suddenly understood the purpose of this female martial saint looking for him. Excuse me. Chen Chang shook his head. Tianji Tower has done him a favor, so even if Li Yizhen asked him to help Li Yan obtain this inheritance, he would not have any idea. Besides, there are still 7 days before departure, and Li Yi hasn't contacted him yet, so the matter has not been finalized. Judging from Li Yan's previous words, it is more likely that he is not asked to assist Li Yan in obtaining the inheritance, but rather to let Chen Chang obtain it.